For some damn reason, every time this guy cleared the 100th floor of the tower, the system would just throw him back to the first floor. For 12 years straight, this guy beat the crap out of every single monster in the tower over and over again, and now Jang's power is at an immeasurable level. However, nothing changed. As he was lying there helplessly, the guy suddenly got a notification that the unable to log out restriction had been lifted. Congratulations, your request has been approved. Begin the final tower conquest. He jumped for joy, thrilled that he could finally get the hell out of this damn place. With an intense desire to return, he leaped from the 55th floor all the way to the 99th in a single jump. The strongest boss here was still confused about what the hell was happening when it took one kick from Jang and died instantly. Finally, the tower opened a door, confirming that a new record had been set. The moment he stepped out and saw how the city had changed after 12 years, people from the observation office approached him. They confirmed that he had indeed escaped from the tutorial tower. The guy couldn't help but jump for joy. However, after checking the list, the observation office staff were stunned to find that Jang wasn't on the list for the 18th round. His name was on the list for the first tutorial tower. No one had a clue what the hell was going on. The summoner from the first tutorial tower, Kim Jang, is officially confirmed to have escaped after 12 years. In the VIP waiting room of the tutorial center, the guild master of Arang Guild, Liu Dong, the guild master of Sun Guild, Kim Sejin, and the guild master of Gel Guild, Hansel Hun, were eagerly awaiting Kim Jang's arrival. 12 years had passed. They wondered how strong he had become. Meanwhile, Jang, with a bag of snacks, was with the new hunters, preparing to enter the rank-up evaluation test. Looking at all the other participants' outfits, the guy wondered why everyone had one except for him. He probably overslept and missed getting it. The tutorial center announced for all prospective hunters to exit the waiting room. They were instructed to move to the starting point of the test. Jang was completely bewildered once again. What is this now? This location is the maze used for the Sun Tutorial Center's rank-up evaluation. The hunters and juniors will enter in sequence. This man is David, an A-rank hunter, in charge of supervising the test. Regarding the content of their first test, the obstacles that everyone must overcome as hunters come in many different forms. One of them is the maze. Just as its name suggests, the maze contains many different traps. Just as everyone was fully focused on starting the test, Jang walked up and asked David, "Hey, you, the guy with the glasses. A minute ago, you said that as long as we get through the exit gate by any means necessary, it's fine, right?" The man looked at our main character with an expression of utter helplessness, seeing his ridiculously rustic appearance. He wondered if someone who was just standing there yawning even intended to take the test seriously. Is this how a rookie is supposed to act? After being warned by David, our main character gave a cool-as-hell reply, saying that if he wanted to be nosy, he should just focus on the diligent kids running up ahead. The man felt incredibly pissed off by the guy's arrogant attitude. No other participant had such an unconventional attitude. Jang proposed a bet that he could get through it in under 20 seconds. If he succeeded, the man would have to pay him 1 million. David seemed extremely ticked off by the guy's taunting. He said, "If you're scared, then we don't have to bet." His pride provoked, the man raised the bet to 10 million won. In other words, his entire month's salary. When the guy suddenly placed one hand on the wall, everyone was totally confused. They had no idea what the hell Jang was doing. However, within just a few seconds, he had succeeded and reached the gate on the opposite side. Besides shocked, there were no other words to describe how everyone felt in that moment. After witnessing Jang's talent displayed with no small amount of arrogance, he was overjoyed that the 10 million won was finally his. In other words, it was a classic case of getting rich isn't hard. According to the information available, besides Jang, there were a few other noteworthy newcomers. Among them was Lang Hun. This man had always dreamed of becoming a star, so he trained to the point of defying death. He is a level 4 swordsman and an experienced coach who has won most national sword competitions. Back when he was in the tutorial tower, Lai Kang-heum was the strongest hunter in the Knights group. He garnered attention from the very beginning and has been walking the path of success ever since. However, an incident occurred where all the spotlight he had was completely stolen by the recent spectacle. The press room at the evaluation was in an uproar over the explosion that just happened. It happened so fast they couldn't even record anything. Honestly, they didn't think anyone would care about some loser wearing sandals. All the photos they took were of Lai Kang-heum. In the participants' waiting room, while Jang was casually dozing off, everyone was buzzing about the explosion. During the last competition, people realized the press had called him a master. Hearing this, that guy Lee Kang-heum felt more annoyed than ever and wanted to reclaim everything that belonged to him. While our protagonist was still half asleep, the organizing committee for the ranking evaluation announced that the order of the events for today's evaluation had changed and would restart in 50. The virtual monsters used for training are created by combining the most cutting-edge technology and magic stones. It was a competition to see how many monsters one could handle within a specific time limit. The media was incredibly thrilled by the news that a hunter who had just left the tower was using mana. It seemed a new talent had emerged. After time ran out, Recap MANHWA had taken down 78 of them himself, and this score was also the highest among all the contestants. According to everyone's comments, his combat sense was excellent, and on top of that, he could even use mana. This time, it looked like the knights were dominating and would come out on top. The next contestant to compete is hunter number 34, Jiang Wu. His event category will be goblins, and the time limit is 120 seconds. Unlike the other contestants, his demeanor was strangely calm. In other words, it was a state of complete indifference. His speed was so fast that no one could capture any footage of him. In just a few seconds, all the monsters were wiped out. Everyone wondered if he was using mana, too. By observing the guild masters, they realized it wasn't mana. His power was related to his speed. Jiang Wu simply got close to the monsters and punched them in the face, then moved to the next target and did it over and over again. This was precisely because his speed was so immense that it looked like the monsters were being decapitated. His speed was so incredible that it was unbelievable for human movement without the use of mana. Everyone wondered what on earth Jiang Wu had been doing all by himself in that tower. They said that while they sometimes thought the rumors about Jiang Wu might have some truth to them, seeing him with their own eyes, it seemed he had completely transformed into a real monster. The moment the system announced that time was up was also when the total number of monsters Jiang Wu had dealt with himself was calculated. The result came out to exactly 248. The monster slaying process was broadcast live, and viewers were all in awe and admiration. Unable to believe this was real, some even thought our protagonist was an S-rank mage. Recap MANHWA was both jealous and disappointed in himself. Despite preparing so meticulously and sacrificing everything, he still couldn't measure up to that bastard Jiang Wu. After that competition, our protagonist met directly with the deputy head of the Korean Hunter Association's information department and received a list of guilds that wanted to meet him. She was Alice, the representative who had come to offer Jiang Wu her congratulations. Congratulations on your return after 12 years. While she spoke, our protagonist didn't seem very interested. The only thing he cared about right now was thinking about his next meal. Jiang Wu is the classic example of heroes in this world who are powerful yet completely He wondered if delivering this to him was part of the job of the deputy head of the Korean Hunter Association's information department. This young man suspected they were here for another reason. She was truly here to see with her own eyes the person who had shaken the entire world, and while she was at it, she wanted to give him something. She offered him a contract with the Alice Guild, a revised contract regarding the rights and obligations of its members. Reading the first sentence made him freeze for a good 5 seconds. When Party A and Party B cooperate, Party A will immediately transfer the entire following sum to Party B. The contract's value was a one-time payment of 10 billion. Jiang Wu's face turned serious as he said, "Since when has our country's paper money depreciated so much? Is it any better than Zimbabwe's currency?" Because of the monsters, the situation was indeed a bit chaotic. But luckily, there was no economic crisis. Instead, land prices had risen quite a bit. Alice showed our protagonist the current price of land near the area where he lived. A piece of land that previously cost 3 million was now worth 3 billion. She continued to entice the young man with incredibly attractive perks. No matter how much house prices or anything else rises, a hunter doesn't need to worry, because 10 billion is just the contract signing bonus. At the Alice Guild, if Hunter Jiang Wu wishes, we will pay double the initial offered amount after the contract expires, and we intend to sign another contract after that. At this point, Jiang Wu's eyes were shining like car headlights as he saw the 20 billion waiting for him. However, to get it, he would have to share the loot obtained in dungeons with the guild. The distribution ratio would be very favorable for me. Our protagonist had another question. Is arranging contracts with this guild also part of the job of the deputy head of the Hunter Association's information department? Jiang Wu must have been thinking that he definitely heard that you can't try to recruit someone for a contract while you're working for the association. That's why he replied, "I prefer to go solo rather than join a guild. It would be too much of a hassle. Having a lot of money is nice, but he doesn't like to be tied down." That being said, he knew full well that in this world, no one would just give him 10 billion for free. If he accepted it, a whole heap of trouble and things he didn't want to do would surely fall on his shoulders. 5 days later, he met the 3 guild masters again. The main character was extremely surprised that Sekwon, who was originally his age, was now a middle-aged man, while Kim Si-hyu had become a handsome, mature man. In addition, Sion had also become very different from how he was in high school. Seeing these 3 made the protagonist so happy that he wanted to eat the entire table of sushi all by himself. Thanks to the 3 of them, he learned that the things he did in the tower were even broadcast on television. The young man was utterly horrified to learn that everything he did had been witnessed by the whole world. It was likely that everyone had even witnessed the time he cleared a dungeon completely naked, even the time he cosplayed as an elf to clear a dungeon. However, the most famous incident was when Jang caught several bosses while doing some strange dances. There was also the time he climbed from the 1st to the 10th floor by kicking his way through. All of it matched exactly what he had done in there. Suin said, "During the last ranking competition, I also thought you'd become a monster, but I never expected that hearing you tell it myself would make me feel it even more." While he was still in the tower, Jang even saved a young boy and took him on as a disciple. His life was like something out of a comic or a novel, where the main character gets trapped somewhere, has an epiphany, and then escapes. Although he had taught the boy very thoroughly, in the end, it was probably just a chaotic mess of using brute force to defeat monsters. The more the protagonist thought about it, the guiltier he felt toward the boy. Not only that, but his own personality was terrible, so the more he thought, the more guilty he felt. But luckily, he had worn a mask, so he vowed to never meet his student in the real world. Jang checked his status window. The usual phrase that appeared after an ability stat had reached its maximum limit in the tutorial tower was gone. The number 36 next to the age category was also gone. His age of 24 hadn't changed, meaning he had kept the same appearance as before he entered the tower. What Jang wanted now was to earn a certain amount of money and live a life where he only did things he wanted to do. However, after looking at the system window again, the line stating that the unable to log out restriction had been removed was still there. Below that was a quest to clear at least 3 more dungeons. Suddenly, the main character received a message that someone from Aries wanted to see him. They even said that even if he refused, they absolutely had to bring Jang with them. The security guard said that the other party was from the Aries Guild, and while it might be a bit of a hassle, he hoped the main character would consider the situation. Jang felt that if he didn't make his stance clear once and for all, they would keep bothering him, so the young man decided to go meet them. This man was Kang Bong-ho, the head of the Human Resources Department for the Aries Guild. He asked Jang a question. "If you don't join our guild, do you think you can still succeed? If you join the Aries Guild, we guarantee you won't have to suffer any unnecessary hardships." What's with this attitude? Jang Gun figured they were deliberately trying to threaten him. After the protagonist said that, the bald guy flew into a rage and yelled at the punk, "How dare you talk to us like that?" The HR department head calmly asked again, hoping that Jang would reconsider. Aries was rumored to be a tyrannical organization that looked down on everyone and had swallowed up more than half of South Korea's dungeons. The Aries Guild had a monopoly on 66% of the dungeons, especially all the D-rank dungeons for newbies and the A-rank ones that yield good items. Afterward, they would sell tickets to enter them for cash. Newbies who wanted to gain experience or maintain their livelihood had to either buy extremely expensive dungeon tickets or join the Aries Guild. They forced everyone to choose one or the other. Kang Bong-ho warned Jang that even though this was the association's building, he shouldn't let his mouth run. "Do you think we don't have our people in the association? I'll just say this one thing. You should think very carefully about this offer." To show off, the bald guy smashed the table to pieces with one punch and said this hunter was very strong. "He has all A-rank stats, you know. Do you think you can beat him?" Hearing this, Jang found it utterly ridiculous. Letting these guys stand here and run their mouths was a real eyesore. He picked up his slipper, which looked a little tacky, but he spoke boldly. "Do you believe that with just this, I can call the pallbearers for you guys?" It seemed like a fierce battle was about to break out. However, in an instant, the bald guy's face was painfully smashed by a single slap from Jang's slipper. Just that one light tap was enough. The guy's head slammed straight into the wall. It was probably time for him to meet his ancestors. At this point, Kang Bong-ho was thoroughly impressed. Could this be the legendary master from the rumors? He thought the main character was much better than he had initially expected, but he was still just a frog in a dungeon. The old man thought to himself, maybe Jang thinks he's the strongest right now, but could he really do that if he met someone truly powerful? Kang Ho was confident that the power and strength accumulated in the Aries Guild would make Jang kneel before him. That's what he thought was supposed to happen. However, something felt very wrong right now. Without even using magic, Jang was able to hit this hard. The old man trembled uncontrollably, not daring to do anything. Jang walked towards him and said, "Do you know what I hate the most? What I hate most is when someone threatens me." Jang Gun decisively slapped the old man flat across the face. In the end, they all got a thorough beating. Returning home, the young man casually enjoyed some strawberries. His friend, however, was worried and said, "Jang, you really don't know how to behave. Those guys from the Aries Guild are extremely vicious. The trouble they can cause is no joke. That's why, unless it's absolutely necessary, nobody messes with them. They can apply pressure to keep you from joining other guilds. Or when you enter a dungeon, they'll deal with you swiftly and efficiently. To be more precise, they'll just kill you. Because inside a dungeon, nobody knows what might happen." However, Jang still didn't seem to care much, only feeling that this world was truly cruel. Kim Si-hyun then said he wanted the main character to join his guild. However, Jang maintained his stance of not joining any guild because he had his own things to do. Regarding the Adron Research Lab, Jang had been looking into it for the past 12 years, but still couldn't understand why he was the only one trapped in the tutorial tower. Jang was furious and wanted answers. Who on earth created this tower and locked him up for 12 years? If he ever finds the tower's secrets and learns who the masterminds are, he will definitely give them the death sentence. The Adron Research Lab is a C-rank dungeon. It's said to be a very good dungeon for new players to train in. But regardless, Jang probably wouldn't be able to get in because Aries has a monopoly on the dungeons and Adron is one of them. Jang Gun felt extremely frustrated by this absurdity. What is the government for? Aren't there any anti-monopoly laws? However, neither the government nor any politician could do a thing. The dungeons are so dangerous that no police officer would dare to enter. And if someone dies in there, it's always ruled an accident. At first glance, Aries appears to be an exemplary new enterprise. And aside from suppressing other hunters, they maintain a pretty good image in the media. Jang was planning to sneak into Adron, but Aries soldiers were always standing guard there. Still, Jang wasn't giving up, and he said that he would have to find another way in. A way that not everyone would dare to try, which is to confront Aries head-on. The main character was willing to become their enemy, because after dealing with Kang Byung-ho, he was no different from their enemy already. Hyun-gu, the S-rank hunter and head of the Korean branch of the Aries Guild. After receiving the projected ability analysis for Jang, he was completely shocked. Based on video surveillance of Jang in the tutorial tower area, that was the estimated result from their newly imported analysis machine. They were highly skeptical, but according to the analysis, no matter how large the margin of error, it would only be within one level. Hyun-gu felt extremely curious and excited. If this result was real, they absolutely had to recruit Jang. However, the head of human resources reported that the attempt to recruit Jang had failed. Even so, Hyun-gu felt that if that was the case, there was no need to recruit people like him anymore. People recruited into the guild must be useful to the guild. To be blunt, if these ability stats are used in dungeons and mazes, he'll achieve overwhelming results and bring us enormous profits. But what if he isn't satisfied with his position and starts aiming for mine? It turns out this branch head was afraid the main character would become a poisoned apple. The flesh may look delicious, but you'll only know the consequences after taking a bite. Hyun-gu came up with an idea. They wouldn't recruit Jang, but they'd injure him. Just a little. Suddenly, someone came running in, panting, to give an extremely urgent report to the department head about the situation at the Adron Research Lab. A girl was desperately trying to enter the C-rank dungeon at the research lab, but she was stopped by the Aries Guild's checkpoint. They prevented her from hunting there, claiming that people without power and money would never get to live comfortably. No matter how desperate she was, they were determined to stick to that principle. Just then, Jang appeared with his usual dazed look, which made them think he was looking for the bathroom. Jang casually replied, "I'm not looking for the bathroom. I have business in the dungeon." A guy at the checkpoint warned Jang, "Even if you're crazy, you should pick a better place to be crazy. Who the hell are you?" As it turns out, our main character is a hot-tempered person. Just those words were enough to piss him off, and he wasn't about to let them go. Jang once again picked up the legendary slipper that could take on any master. He had tried to talk things out. "I'm being so friendly. Can't you guys see how approachable I am?" In that instant, Jang Gun activated his power. He sent the guard flying, crashing straight into the guard post before falling flat on his back. Not only is he a monster of strength, but he also pretended it was an accident. "Whoops, my bad. I guess I should have held back a little." Jang Gun then proceeded to bully the other guard and took his brand new shoes. He even complimented them, saying they looked like a chunk of iron but were surprisingly light. Having gone a bit overboard, Jang Gun had also completely destroyed his own crappy sandals. He then brazenly walked inside, leaving the guard on duty completely stunned. You would think that as long as no one provokes Jang Gun, nothing will happen, but when he's faced with an enemy, he becomes dead set on defeating them, revealing his relentless fighting spirit. In any case, no one could understand why Jang Gun was so stubborn. Meanwhile, Jang Gun was feeling incredibly excited about his new shoes. The other day, Kim Si-hui had talked to our protagonist and heard about Jang Gun's stats leveling up. A group of people were still struggling inside, searching for the boss in the hopes of raising their own stats. Suddenly, they saw Jang Gun wandering around by himself. He didn't look like a hunter. Jang Gun faced the growling boss with unnerving calm. He held a massive syringe and threatened it. "A new research subject has arrived. Where should I begin? The eyes, the heart, or the spine? Just name your preference. Whatever you choose, I'll grant your request." 12 years ago, the protagonist's friends had learned what Jang Gun had been through. As a child, after his parents died in a traffic accident, he was forced to live in a prison-like orphanage. His uncle had sent him to the orphanage and stolen his entire inheritance. It's unclear if it was because Jang Gun felt disappointed in himself. But on a normal day, even if Jang Gun said he was fine, if anyone tried to control or dominate him, he absolutely wouldn't argue. Instead, he would unleash that twisted attitude of his on them. That's why when he confronted the boss, he acted on instinct, and in no time at all, he took care of the massive creature. After watching for a while, the group of people realized he was the legend known as Hunter King, ranked #1 on the forums. In other words, a master that everyone knew about. His tracksuit and hairstyle were unmistakable. In the management office on the 5th basement level of the AR Guild's Korean branch, the manager, Gu Cheon-mong, was meeting with the head of human resources. They were discussing the fact that 2 newbies had A-rank stats, right after clearing the tutorial tower. After reading the analysis report, they couldn't believe their eyes. Perhaps the analysis wasn't 100% accurate, but regardless, they had to admit that Jang Gun was the real deal. And at this level, he wasn't just top tier, he was a straight-up monster. They were targeting him and wanted to handle the situation discreetly. They'd also heard that the protagonist had completely wrecked their exclusive dungeon, but it happened right when the hunters guarding their dungeon were on duty. It was a complete loss of face. The man was getting increasingly frustrated. Gu Cheon-mong figured that if Jang Gun's stats were this high, it would be difficult for them to inflict only a moderate amount of damage on him. They decided to handle it quietly so the main branch director wouldn't have to get involved. After all, he was already dealing with the headache of entering the Chinese market. The new Chinese guild was called Pedigu. Since its founding 2 years ago, it had already taken control of 52% of the exclusive dungeons in China. After emerging from the tower 4 years ago, its guild master had steered the Pedigu guild into becoming a major power, and all the leaders in that guild were rumored to be as powerful as monsters. But what was even more surprising was that the Pedigu guild master was an S-ranker, ranked 5th in the official world rankings. His identity remained a complete mystery to the world. Gu Cheon-mong thought they shouldn't worry about this Jang Gun fellow. Since they had to face the Pedigu guild, there was no way they would waste resources just to rough up Jang Gun a little. They wanted to send someone thoroughly trained to handle the protagonist cleanly. Elsewhere, Jang Gun was kicking back with his legs crossed. He was marveling at how much things had advanced. The modern world could now do things that once seemed impossible. He was amazed that he could take such a crystal-clear picture of Kim Si-hui just by holding up a smartphone. Kim Si-hui scratched his head awkwardly. He'd originally bought the phone for Jang Gun so they could stay in touch, but now the guy was completely glued to it. It had been 3 hours, and he showed no sign of putting it down. Kim Si-hui informed him that the Deep Forest Tribe dungeon Jang Gun had mentioned, within the Seun Guild's territory, apparently no longer had a monster boss. They had all been caught a few weeks ago. Speaking of which, that's a little different from the tutorial tower. In the tower, bosses usually respawn in about a day. It's generally the same for regular monsters. But in actual dungeons, things are different. Normal monsters will just keep respawning endlessly even if you kill one. However, if a boss dies, it takes quite a long time to revive. Each dungeon is different. But for the Deep Forest Tribe dungeon, it takes about a month. Jang panicked, wondering if he would have to wait a whole month. However, the boss of the Deep Forest Tribe had been defeated nearly 4 weeks ago. In other words, it would respawn in about 2 to 3 days. As for the Swamp Dungeon the main character mentioned, that's an exclusive dungeon of the Aries Guild. Jang felt incredibly tired, finding it so troublesome just to hunt a single monster. Kim Si-hui was extremely curious, wondering when the main character would register for his rank at the Hunter Association. Jang Gun, still as nonchalant as ever, asked if that was something he really had to do. However, it would be good if he could register, because only then could he receive the association's limited edition support equipment and even get cash. Hearing this, Jang's ears perked up, and he suddenly became very interested in this money matter. So, I just have to register and I can lie around and still get paid. How much money are we talking about? This guy is the classic example of someone who wants to eat without working. Si-hui explained that he would have to participate in one real battle every 2 to 3 months. As for the money, a B rank would get about 1.3 million, and an A rank would get 25 million. And if you reach S rank, the difference is even greater. Si-hui receives about 7 million won each month. Hearing this, Jang Gun's jaw dropped in amazement, and he even urged his little brother to go register immediately. Once this guy's got his mind set on something, there's no stopping him. Jang Gun arrived at the Hunter Association's Energy Measurement Center with Si-hui. The old man at the counter, after asking for the main character's registration name, was incredibly surprised to realize he was the person who had left the tower after 12 years. The old man thought to himself, so it's this Jang Gun guy. No wonder everyone who came to register today was asking about him. It's just a slightly better result on an ability test. What's with all the commotion? He acted very calm and said that his personal information had been verified, and now he should just take this. The thing he handed the main character was the Explorer's Eye. Jang's rank status would appear on the hologram next to it, and that rank would be officially recognized. After holding the eye and completing the test, Jang Gun achieved B rank. If he was really such a phenomenon, he should have been at least B+. Suddenly, the man was astonished when he heard Jang Gun say that he had magical luck. He was stunned and couldn't believe his eyes. And thanks to that, all the super hot news articles were targeting the main character for media coverage. Keywords like Hot U Master and Jang Gun is insane were being searched a lot. Besides his mana, all of the main character's other skills were A rank. They only found out this information because the measurement staff had shouted it out. Everyone was gossiping that there was probably no one else in the world like Jang Gun. Doesn't this also mean he just snatched the #1 hunter spot? Thousands of envious eyes turned towards Jang Gun. The main character felt helpless. In this world, seriously. It's only been a few hours since the test, and everyone already knows everything. According to C-High, Jang is a hot topic these days, which is why people are so interested. The main character even cleanly dealt with the Aries Guild's dungeon. This also means that many parties are currently monitoring Jang Gun's situation. Sai-Hai wondered, I don't know if you even care about these things, big bro. The Aries Guild has probably collected all the information and news about you by now. Considering today's ability measurement, plus the fact that he dared to touch their territory, they will definitely not let this go. Even if his little brother was so worried about him, it seemed like not a single word was getting through to Jang's ears. He was even brazenly looking at his phone and bursting out laughing in the face of someone else's concern. The main character was currently fascinated by the completely insane guy on the screen. He was incredibly excited. It was a game loading screen, but since yesterday, this thing had been popping up every time he moved to a dungeon. That crazy pose and these effects are so cool. Hunters can really do anything. Si-Hui said helplessly, Bro, that thing you're watching is me. Hearing this, Jang Gun went from giddy excitement to trying to act cool and regain his composure, saying, Siu-Kwon and Sio both look really busy. It's only you who seems to be free. Si-Hui felt helpless with his clueless older brother. I'm a guild master too. Why wouldn't I be busy? Right now, I'm just trying to make time to follow you. Meanwhile, the Aries Guild's management department office received the results of Jang Gun's ability measurement. Guillaume now fully understood why the branch director wanted to deal with the main character. To handle him, they had even called in Qin Qion. He's a hunter from China rumored to soon reach S rank, and he's strong enough to confront Jang Gun. The main character went to Si-Hai's dungeon, the Deep Forest Tribe, where the boss would soon respawn. Jang Gun was incredibly excited for the moment he could enter. Out of nowhere, they ran into a guy named Pgon. He was a porter who would carry the byproducts. Here, the byproducts from the main boss had a market price of around 20 to 35 million. Jang was shocked. It's a shame to pick up byproducts but not know what to use them for. Si-Hui thought to himself that the main character had a point. Someone who dressed and acted like Jang couldn't possibly come up with any good idea. In dungeons, byproducts are used to create weapons or defensive gear. Pamon suggested filming the main character for his YouTube channel, and he didn't even hesitate, immediately agreeing to a deal to split the view revenue 50-50. Right now, entering the Deep Forest Tribe's area would be just like walking into a maze. Si-Hui looked extremely serious and focused. In contrast to his mood, Jang was still striking poses, trying to look good for the camera and make some money. The young man continuously showed off his punches and kicks, combined with his maximum power, to make the footage look good. This unintentionally provoked the boss at the entrance of the Deep Forest Tribe's dungeon. A single move had already cleared a path and even summoned the boss. He really was a master. The more they filmed, the more hype the main character got. This was a good chance to flex a little. With his legendary flip-flops, Jang decisively rushed forward, punched the boss flat on its face, and climbed onto its shoulders. In no time, he had wrestled it to the ground, knocking it flat on its back. Pamon filmed with tears streaming down his face, witnessing such an unreal sight for the first time in his life. This was truly going to be the viral hit of the century. The man who had been watching the main character's every move was Sin Cheon Gang, who had been summoned by Gyuan Mong. He had to admit that the rumors were true, the guy was a monster. The main character had no magic and no skills. It was purely immense physical strength and combat power, but it was also pretty easy to guess what Jang couldn't fight against. After receiving information that Jang would be going to the dungeon managed by the Aries Guild tomorrow, Sin Cheon Gang was confident, declaring this a great opportunity. At the entrance to the Swamp of Vision, Jang stood there looking completely bewildered. However, he felt a slight sense of unease. He opened his phone and saw a message from Sion asking, "You're going to the dungeon now, aren't you? Don't forget what I told you about the Aries Guild yesterday." The young man had no idea why his little sisters were so worried. Jang nonchalantly charged in, figuring that knowing a few things about that guild wouldn't do him any good anyway. Sion asked worriedly, "Appa, why do you want to go into a dungeon controlled by the Aries Guild? You're not planning to mess with them, are you?" Not only did he not hide it, but Jang also casually and excitedly replied that, yeah, that was kind of the plan. His little sister felt helpless, knowing that worrying about her big brother was useless at this point. The girl had already heard about Jang's power stats from Si-Hoi. She had even seen the YouTube video of him fighting in the dungeon. Although she knew Jang was very strong, she really didn't want him to mess with the Aries Guild and just hoped he could handle things quickly and cleanly. The Swamp of Vision was an A-rank dungeon, and it was a prime location, as the Aries Guild was also waiting for the boss to respawn to start the race. Even though Sion had said all that back in reality, the main character was still acting like he owned the place, fearing no one. He thought back to his sister's warning not to mess with the Aries Guild members. The young man felt that advice was really hard to follow. Jang thought that the lame-ass swordplay of these bastards never seemed to change. Even the way they constantly looked down on him when he first entered was exactly the same. And because of that, when they took a hit from Jang, they all got their asses handed to them in the exact same way. Even when they felt threatened, they'd bring up the Aries Guild's name and go berserk. Why was everything from start to finish so damn predictable? Just as he thought that, as expected, the guy in charge rushed forward and everything repeated itself. He got a fistful to the face from Jang. His tattered old flip-flop got chipped once again. Jang, having entered the dungeon alone, immediately ran into a giant swamp boss called Mega Alligator. Remembering Sion's advice, its hide was very thick and tough, and it had high endurance, making it extremely valuable. Even its teeth were worth a lot. The main character felt incredibly excited and charged at it as if it were a tasty meal. Jang sang as he fought, swiftly dealing with the boss and skinning it. In a flash, he grabbed its two tails, and even the boss became utterly helpless. It was the first time in its life that a boss had such a look of fear in its eyes. The young man spun it around 180 times. At this point, it wasn't just people who could get carsick. Even a boss could get dizzy enough to die. It opened its eyes and cried its heart out. It seemed to have been provoked and was now furious. Just as the main character was about to deliver a final blow, he was stopped by a chain. Xin Xian Gang had launched a sneak attack from behind. For a moment, Jang had no idea what was happening. Xin Xian Gang had used a magic chain. The main character turned to look at the other hunter with a completely bewildered expression. What the hell was this now? The coward introduced himself as if he were someone important. This is a precious gift sent personally to you by Aries. Jang's face remained completely emotionless. You mean Aries sent an assassin to ambush me? The man laughed, looking incredibly smug. Not long ago, he had been watching the main character spin the Mega Alligator around and around. The act had left him in complete shock. The main character had even fought, a hit so strong it sent its head flying. Xin Qian Kang admitted that Jang was strong, but even so, once bound by these magic chains, he'd just become a puppet. Jang gave the chains a casual check, scratching at them a bit, but they didn't budge an inch. It seemed this was no ordinary chain. Once bound by it, one could no longer use their magical power. Their magic was even stronger than that of an A-ranker. That guy, Xin Qian Kang, confidently declared that Jang Won must be terrified. However, there wasn't a trace of fear on our protagonist's face. In fact, Jang Won just shot him an indifferent look and asked him a question. What was that? You think I'm scared in a situation like this? His unbelievably calm demeanor made the other guy absolutely furious. He thought to himself that everyone he'd ever fought was exactly the same. When they're caught off guard and captured, they always pretend to be calm at first, then try every dirty trick in the book to break free. Jang just replied casually, "Oh, is that so?" This insane level of composure made the hunter completely lose his self-control. Man, he's not just strong, he's also an expert at pissing people off. The hunter lunged forward, using a poison bomb and activating a series of magical bone attacks, planning to completely obliterate our... However, Jang Won's expression remained unchanged. The hunter was completely shocked that his attack had absolutely no effect on him. He began to back away hesitantly, unable to understand why this was happening. Once more, he mustered all his strength and charged, only for Jang Won to reward him with a punch that sent him flying, face first. Jang Won chuckled and said, "If you want to capture me, you'll have to wrap my entire body in those chains. Just wrapping me up a little like this, I can still move, you know." At this point, Xin Qian Kang couldn't do anything but curse, "You monster." But what's the big deal? He just smiled and said, "It suddenly came loose. Was I supposed to just leave it like that?" Then, our hero delivered a decisive kick with his legendary flip-flop. The smacking sound was just so satisfyingly painful to hear. Jang Gun told him, "If you came here to kill someone, you should have been prepared for this." The so-called boss was now completely terrified. He could only stand there, completely helpless. Jang even gave him a taste of what it feels like to fly through the air. Suddenly, a system notification appeared. "Congratulations, you have completed the minimum requirement. Your status window has been updated with new information." The final piece of information will now be unlocked. Jang Won still had no idea what was going on. At the 5th floor management office of Jed Aria, it was reported that Xin Qian Kang was dead. The tree he was tied to was found submerged in the swamp. His body couldn't be recovered, but it's presumed he was devoured by the swamp monsters. To think that Hunter Xin Qian Kang wasn't just S-rank, he also had 7 skills. No one could believe that such an ordinary-looking person had defeated him. Meanwhile, our hero was still half asleep. Our protagonist was startled to see the notification window was in a temporary protection mode. It seemed something had changed. Jang Gun thought he was about to get information about the tower, but instead, the window was frozen for over 2 hours. Suddenly, he noticed a new skill he had just received. However, it wasn't complete yet. Seeing his friend getting all worked up and angry, Sihui was already intimidated. Jang Gun thought to himself that even if it was a useless skill, something had clearly changed for him. If he could just get an invitation from the system or something similar, he might be able to find out more, including information about the tower. Then, out of nowhere, Jang suddenly found himself in a strange space, designated as a guardian. A woman in white introduced herself as Jang's supporter, named Avi. At this point, our hero began to understand a few things, and he would finally learn why he was imprisoned in the tower for 12 years. Jang Won's face was full of anticipation, waiting for an explanation, but Avi said nothing. Finally, he had to ask, "Hey, aren't you going to explain anything?" She replied with a look of pure innocence, "What is it you think I need to explain?" This just agitated him further, and he grew frustrated. "Are you messing with me? Didn't you bring me here to tell me something?" However, Avi's role was only to answer the questions Jang Won specifically asked. At that, he finally understood and tried to focus on his questions. "Who locked me in the tutorial tower?" However, the girl couldn't answer that question, as it was top-secret information unavailable to someone with the lowest information authority. Jang thought back to the notification window and realized how convoluted this all was. It seemed only someone with high information authority could find out who trapped him in the tower. So, Jang asked Avi, "What is the tutorial tower?" But once again, she gave the same frustratingly unhelpful answer. That is also information that cannot be provided to someone with the lowest information authority. Our hero stubbornly pressed on, asking more questions like why the tutorial tower was created and why monsters appeared. But all of these questions were outside the scope of what she was permitted to answer. Was this some kind of sick joke? No matter what he asked, he couldn't get a single answer, a satisfactory answer. The main character was so furious at this point that he let out a ridiculous laugh. Seeing this, Avi got a little scared and offered a bit more information, saying that he was the protector. The MC's face basically said, "Wow, what high-quality information. Thanks a lot. You're really useful." Jang tried to calm down and ask another question, but it seemed to be no use. Avi explained that he was currently a temporary protector, and once he received the official guardian title, everything he wanted to know and even things he didn't would become clear. It would take 5 days to become an official guardian. Deep within the place where Jang lived, there was a key to upgrade his information authority. If he obtained it, he would become an official guardian. After learning all this, the main character's skill was upgraded, so she would send the information to Jang again. The MC was extremely curious to see the final result. Jang met up with his 4 friends to ask about it, and was told that it was a major disaster. The people in the Aries Guild were furious that they had hired a VIP, but still couldn't deal with Jang. This time, a guy named Gwimin wanted to corner Jang, so he decided to spend a large sum of money to select a few people even stronger than the previous hunter. Only after dealing with Jang could they focus on Pozuth. They were on guard, because if China made it here, they would surely annihilate all their members with their bizarre army. However, if they failed, the consequences would be unpredictable, and they didn't even dare to think about it. Hansel took out a ring worth 2 billion, an item obtained from a labyrinth. Dungeons and labyrinths differ in the artifacts you can obtain, and this ring was one such artifact. In a dungeon, you can get special resources, or when you kill monsters, you can get gems and byproducts. But items taken from the mystical treasures of a labyrinth are useful right from the start. This ring had been sealed. To be more specific, sealed items have much greater power than other normal items. After staring intently at the ring, the main character's skill activated, and he could inspect it with his new ability. Even so, after looking it over and over, it was still just a crappy skill that didn't do a damn thing. Now that he's finished what he needed to do, the main character has to enter the labyrinth. If this ring was worth 2 billion, Jang would boldly order all the food here, and obviously, Sion would be the one paying. As for a crevice, it's a phenomenon where the ground suddenly cracks open and monsters continuously fly out from below. China or Germany had experienced a crevasse before. It was also known as a hellgate. Jang had thought everything was normal because that girl Avi hadn't revealed anything. The main character wondered what would happen if a crevasse occurred in South Korea. It seems it can be stopped, but even at its lowest level, C rank, the area would be completely destroyed. When a crevasse happens, their guilds and some other guilds in South Korea will participate, but the Aries Guild would surely react very slowly and would probably just send 1 or 2 people to participate for show. The more he talked, the more annoyed Jang-gun became. They were a bunch of animals. I'm warning everyone to eat a lot and rest for the next few days because something is going to happen soon. There's a secret base in the tower, and they've received information that the 9th floor has awakened. It won't be long before there's a definite position. They were eagerly waiting to see what world could ultimately do. A harsh reality had struck. The situation had now hit Gimpo International Airport. All residents within a 5-kilometer radius were ordered to evacuate immediately. The airport was closed, and hunters affiliated with the association were still participating. However, monsters kept pouring out of the crevasse. Right now, the situation was getting worse. Everything was in chaos. Countless monsters rushed forward, attacking soldiers and hunters. If you got scared now, you were toast. The captain charged forward and took care of a few monsters, but it was nothing compared to their current numbers. The situation was a real emergency. Even if they killed them, more would continuously swarm the Gimpo airport area, where the crevasse had opened. Suddenly, an A+ rank monster called a giant skeleton appeared. Even if everyone joined forces, they definitely couldn't face it. One by one, they were beaten to a pulp by it. Just as it was about to crush the unconscious people, the main character appeared. As soon as they saw the legendary black tracksuit, everyone recognized Jang. As expected of the hunter, he had just appeared and already completely shattered the A+ rank monster. The system announced, "You have a mission. Prove your ability by obtaining the key in the deepest place." Location: Gimpo Airport. Time remaining: 22 minutes and 32 seconds. It seemed the main character would have to go inside the airport now. While our hero was still completely focused, everyone else's jaws had dropped. They actually couldn't believe that someone in this world could take down a skeleton in a single blow. While no one was paying attention, the horde of monsters appeared looming right behind them. Jang had originally wanted to let the others handle this, but that felt a bit too cruel, so the young man decided to help them out a little. He immediately snatched John Skeleton's massive weapon. In one swift move, our main character leaped up and threw it at the horde of monsters with incredible force. Seeing Jang here, everyone felt relieved and confident that they could hold out until reinforcements arrived. Everyone now rushed towards our main character. However, he just said, "What are you coming to me for? You guys handle the rest on your own." In a flash, Jang was gone. At this point, the remaining people in the tower started to panic. They were in a panic, not knowing how to deal with this swarm of monsters. Even though these were just the remaining monsters, their numbers were still too great to count. By now, everyone was exhausted and felt helpless, unable to fight back against the monsters. The team leader gritted his teeth and shouted, "No, we can't fall here. If we fall here, everyone outside will have died in vain. We all have to stick together and hold on just a little longer. Reinforcements will definitely come." Just as the monsters were running rampant, Kim Si-hein appeared right on time. Everyone was overjoyed because the reinforcements had finally arrived. Along with him were Lelon and Hanan. They all looked around, searching for Jang. The team leader informed them that he had gone into the center of the tower earlier. If that was the case, they all wanted to give it a shot too. With his divine fire / Kim Si-huin and Lelon with his lightning powers, they made short work of the monsters. Jang still held out hope that his friends outside could handle themselves. Down in the abyss, countless monsters were crawling up a path. Our main character hadn't expected there to be a path for them. While he was pondering this, he noticed a car teetering on the edge of the chasm. This seemed like a cool prop for Jang's current idea, but it wasn't so much cool as it was destructive. When the car fell into Jang's hands, he ripped the door clean off and used it as a prop to fulfill his dream of flying like a bird. Jang thought he'd wipe them all out in one go. The monsters stared at Jang like he was some strange creature hurtling down from the sky. The moment he landed was also the moment he sent all the monsters to meet their maker. Usually, you'd need high-end sports shoes to jump around like that. But here he was, in sandals, taking on all comers. In an instant, he had completely wiped out the monsters. The place where he stood was the bottom of Graves. The final boss finally revealed itself. It held a key that would grant our main character his certification. It brazenly approached, and now it would be Jang's final target. However, it seemed our main character had underestimated it a bit. Its counterattack was incredibly powerful. Although Jang didn't fully understand what was happening, he had to admit that this monster was something truly formidable. Our main character rushed in to land a finishing blow, but its power blocked him, even sending him flying and face-planting hard. It wasn't just strong, it was far stronger than he had imagined and was a bit different from the enemies he had fought in the tower before. Suddenly, our main character remembered he had a secret weapon. At that moment, the young man boldly challenged the boss. "Now, you're going to die." Jang would now have to use a technique he never wanted to use again. Back when our main character was still trapped in the tower, he read in a martial arts novel that if one achieved enlightenment in martial arts, they could get out. At that moment, Jang was truly desperate. He tried everything and then began practicing martial arts. Even though it was just the nonsensical stuff he'd seen in movies, TV shows, or web novels. What did that matter? He hoped that if he became a master and achieved his goal, something important would happen. At first, Jang imitated all the foolish martial arts moves he had ever seen. However, it was all meaningless. But the ability points he accumulated while trapped in the tower, clearing the stages hundreds of times, turned those meaningless actions into reality. Jang didn't want to bring up that dark history now, but at this critical moment, he had no choice but to do it again. Jang executed the 1-inch punch technique right on the boss. After finishing off the monster, the young man looked around, and thankfully, no one was there. He really never wanted to bring up his embarrassing habit of calling out his technique names. The system announced, "You have successfully captured Manhwa and proven yourself. You are invited to become an official guardian in the system. When the remaining time in the system runs out, you will receive an invitation." At this moment, everything Jang had ever wondered about could finally be answered. Suddenly, our main character noticed a camera floating nearby, following and recording his every move. Meanwhile, at the Aries Guild, they were still discussing Jang's case. The document they had wasn't from their own analysis team. These were the official ability stats calculated by the Hunter Association. However, the boss was furious. According to the video, it's undeniable. Jang-won wasn't just stuck at A rank. He couldn't even awaken his mana, and he didn't have any items, just a tracksuit. The director asked the department head if he had gathered enough documents. He replied that he had currently gathered everything he possibly could. According to the director, some things couldn't be solved with overwhelming power, so he had come up with a new plan. Get ready, and as soon as the preparations are complete, it will detonate immediately. The next day, at the Korean branch of the Hunter Association, a medal ceremony was held for the hunters who had stopped the Graves situation. Jang-won, of course, was also present at the award ceremony. Thanks to him, the livestream had hundreds of viewers. However, Jang-won's ridiculously shabby and unchanging tracksuit made even the Minister of Defense wonder if he should buy the kid a new set of clothes. Despite the minister's kind gesture, Jang-won's reply couldn't have been more disrespectful. "I don't need you to worry about it." This response only made the keyboard warriors even more excited. The old minister, having someone speak so insolently to him for the first time, was absolutely furious. Jang-won even bolted right after receiving the award without a single goodbye. This is the outskirts of Beijing, China, at the Pado Castle. This woman, soaking in the water, was watching Jang-won's video intently. She was completely stunned and asked for the man's name. The servants replied that he was the man who recently exited the tutorial tower in Korea, named Jang-won. Upon hearing this, she ordered a complete investigation into our protagonist, demanding not a single detail be missed from his past activities to the present. This time, the people from the Pado Castle had succeeded in claiming all the dungeons in the southern region. However, in the process, they clashed with the Aries Guild, and some of their members were captured. The cold mistress spoke. "What rank of member gets caught by those idiots from Aries? Isn't that pathetic? If they can't survive and return on their own, there's no place for people like that here. Accelerate the plan to monopolize the dungeon's rewards. When you're in the same territory, you can't leave anything behind." Somewhere else, Lillian was still feeling helpless about her famous but foolish older brother. Jang-won looked at his younger sister with a cluelessly innocent expression. The young man had no idea what was going on. After the chaotic scene at the awards ceremony with the Minister of Defense, articles about Jang-won blew up, becoming sensational headlines. Jang-won thought that whether it was 12 years ago or now, reporters all pulled the same kinds of stunts. No matter how much he tried to justify it, Lillian still found his act of accepting the award and then leaving on his own terms unacceptable. He even wore a tracksuit and slippers to receive the award. It was completely undignified. Jang-won's reasoning was simple. Since he wouldn't be seeing them again anyway, there was no point in minding his attitude or behavior. This is also why, after all these years, he continues to do whatever he wants. Jang-won was the reason Aries became an enemy, and he even threw public opinion into chaos. It hasn't been long since he left the tower, and he's already made so many new enemies. Who knows what he plans to do next? Only Hansu World believed that Jang-won wasn't just a reckless person who acted without thinking. The system announced, "You are invited to become an official guardian. When the remaining time runs out, you will receive the invitation. Time remaining, 14 seconds. At this critical moment, Jang-won accepted the offer to become an official member. Meeting Avi again, he immediately asked, "How much has my information authority increased?" However, she replied that by dealing with Hong Ma-a, his information authority, which was at the lowest rank, had only increased to the low rank. "What the hell is this now?" Jang-won said angrily, "Are you kidding me?" Afraid of what he might do, Avi quickly interjected, "I'm just saying what I was taught. Calm down." At this point, nothing could stop Jang-won. "What kind of bastard taught you that, huh?" Our protagonist was completely dejected. After working so hard to beat a boss, his rank only went up by one pathetic level. Avi added that although there isn't much information he can access now, there definitely will be later. "You've officially become a guardian, so I can now seriously tell you what you have to do. After you handle these matters, you will get what you want. From now on, you will have to stop the climbers, the people who climb the tower." Although Jang-won had been in the tower for a long time, this was the first time he heard them called tower climbers. However, Avi wasn't talking about the tutorial towers he was thinking of. The tower she was referring to has a total of 12 floors, including the new Earth. Our protagonist is currently protecting this place, the ninth of Earth's 12 floors. Your mission is to stop the climbers from reaching this ninth floor. All Jang Won wanted to know was who put him in the tower in the first place. However, finding that out was proving to be unexpectedly difficult. Because of this, he felt more frustrated than ever. The number of things he had to do kept piling up, making everything feel like a tangled mess. Complicated. Avi said that if the climber isn't stopped, the ninth floor will be destroyed. This meant that the place where he lived would also disappear. Jang was still furious and getting agitated, which made the woman beside him tremble in fear. She means that since it has to be done anyway, I should just shut up and do it. Ah, but the girl didn't actually mean that. The main character's attitude hurt her so much, she started to cry. Avi seems to be one of the system managers for the ninth floor. He didn't have to be so aggressive. She calmed down and explained, "The reason we chose you as the final guardian was for your own sake, and everything is aimed at benefiting you. Besides, there are rewards. The more climbers you deal with, the higher your achievements will be." Jang wanted to confirm one thing right now. What level of information authority was needed to hear about the person who created the guide tower and how they trapped him there? To know that information, the main character would need the highest level of information authority. This also meant that catching climbers would raise his rank. Jang had one more question. How many of them would he have to catch to reach the highest rank? The answer to that question depends on the climbers our main character catches. To put it simply, there are 5 high-ranking climbers. Catching that many would probably unlock the highest level authority. The red goblin he caught was a low-ranking climber. It seems like Jang was starting to get the gist of the situation now. The system announced that with his low information authority, an alarm would activate when a climber ascends. The young man felt the story was getting way too complicated. He couldn't live with such a constant headache. He only cared about this one thing. Suddenly, he got a call from Lee Seon. She told him something big had happened and urged her big bro to turn on the news immediately. The news reported that this was a shocking development and public opinion was currently in chaos. Hunter Jang murdered Aries member, Rut. This information is related to the crevasse attack that happened not long ago. After hearing this ridiculous news, Jang just gave a slight laugh. At Han Seol's house, Jang's phone was being blown up by hundreds of calls. His friend Lee Seon was so worried she was on the verge of tears. Who could have stirred up such a mess? Do you have any idea how famous you become after escaping the tower after 12 years? A few days ago, you handled things all by yourself. Other countries were starting to pay attention to you, but now you're being labeled as a murderer. Ever since the issue with Aries started, I've been worried sick. Even though his junior was so concerned, the main character acted as if nothing was wrong. He casually replied while relaxing in the most nonchalant way possible. "Don't worry about me. What are you guys worried for?" The girl was about to lose her mind. "Do you think this is the tower?" Seeing her reaction, Jang asked an incredibly innocent question. "Do you have a crush on me?" This question made the girl freeze completely. At this point, she had to take a deep breath to deal with this bizarre guy. "You just say one more word, and I'll let you have a taste of my lightning." The main character thought, she's already going crazy over a simple joke. If he were serious, it would be a huge deal. He opened his phone to see thousands of calls. This was the first time Han Seol had ever received so many missed calls. Jang was even trending #1 in keyword searches, and his juniors were being dragged into it too. Not only was Jang not worried, but he actually felt incredibly excited. Is this the first time you've been the #1 search topic? Talking to this guy is truly hopeless. The articles were all reporting on murder suspect Jang. Do his colleagues share similar tendencies? Another testimony from a different victim in Aries. Someone who was beaten by Jang. The damages the high-ranking hunter caused to Aries and their testimonies. Hundreds and thousands of articles had Jang in their headlines. Now, it wasn't just the main character, but everyone involved facing the court of public opinion. In 30 minutes, they would start the press conference. Jang had asked Xian to gather the reporters. However, his juniors were extremely frustrated because their senior had made no preparations at all before calling a press conference. Even if this is your style, are you planning to go up there and spout nonsense? Are you going to smash all the reporters' heads in and destroy Aries or what? Jang felt helpless. It seemed that in his junior's eyes, he was nothing more than an idiot. Meanwhile, the people at Aries were feeling incredibly smug because everything was going as smoothly as they had planned. As soon as they released the information, almost every news outlet reported on the case last night. After that, there will be a follow-up discussion. This further proves that social media is in a state of intense debate about Jang. They believe that with the current public sentiment, no matter how the main character presents himself, it will be extremely difficult to steer public opinion. This made the Aries Guild even more confident that they had victory in their grasp. What they want to do now is control everything. They will continue to use the outrageous things Jang has done in the past to create trouble and stay one step ahead of the main character. Moreover, the more his fame skyrockets, the more it becomes a poison for Jang. Right now, the upcoming press conference will be broadcast live, and to prevent any unexpected incidents, The Aries Guild has sent a few people over. At the press conference hall, Jang, the man of the hour, was sitting in the most nonchalant pose imaginable. They say great heroes walk their own path. The reporters were bombarding him with aggressive and relentless questions. Is the information being circulated true? Mr. Kim Jang-won? What was your reason for attacking Aries? What are your thoughts on Aries? Jang remained completely calm and replied, "First of all, I don't know how a press conference is supposed to work, so I'll just do things my way." He took out a phone and told all the reporters, "Listen to what I'm about to play, and then you can judge for yourselves." To be frank, I don't really know why Aries did what they did. I once turned down a recruitment offer from them, but I never expected them to show up like this. Jang then played all the audio recordings of the hunter that Aries had hired to assassinate him. Every single word was heard crystal clear by the reporters, and he even threw in a few high-definition photos as a bonus. Jang calmly said, "I'm sure you've all received the information from Aries. That's the swamp where the hunter named Shin Chan Kang was killed. I went there to hunt a boss, but I never expected something like this to happen. The way the media reported, this is very interesting. You all reported it as if Aries was the only victim." The reporters were completely shocked and asked, "Does that mean Aries framed you, Hunter Jang? Can you guarantee that the audio file is authentic?" I think in this day and age, voices can be easily manipulated. Jang decided to reveal everything. At this point, it would be a shame not to. "If you think this file has been edited, I believe I have more than enough proof for you. If you'd like, this is the phone of the hunter who came to kill me. Right now, because it was password locked, our protagonist couldn't check it thoroughly. He asserted that if it were handed over to a security firm or the police, they could easily investigate it." Jang said, "Even so, I brought it here first so you could see for yourselves how Aries' assassin tried to kill someone. I'm just a rookie who recently came out of the tower. When he suddenly rushed at me, I had no choice but to fight back with everything I had. I fought desperately to stay alive. Unfortunately, while the assassin was fighting me, he was suddenly swallowed by a mega alligator, a dungeon boss. It was a death that no one could have ever expected. However, before this, Jang had casually told the reporters that he was the one who killed the man. It was an unexpectedly clever move." The young man replied, "The reason I said that back then was because you could say his death was my fault. Because he was fighting me, he let his guard down. I've heard many people say that Aries is a wonderful place, so I wanted to let the matter go quietly, but I never imagined they would want to make such a big deal out of it." After explaining everything, Jang nonchalantly walked out, not caring about the outcome. Just as expected, the media immediately reported that the whole scheme to frame Jang was orchestrated by Aries. It was a classic case of their own plan backfiring on them, and it couldn't have been more painful. The boss went ballistic, unable to do a thing. Even in such shallow waters, Jang managed to capsize their boat. It seemed this was a golden opportunity to tear into Aries, and the reporters weren't about to miss it. An article like this was even more interesting than just another news story about a hunter. Kim Shi-hyun was completely surprised by Jang's brilliant handling of the situation. Our protagonist was like someone who could see the future. Watching the broadcast, everyone was left in awe. He even brought Shin Chan Kang's phone with him. For someone who usually has such a devil-may-care attitude, it was surprising to see such a meticulous side to him. However, Jang replied, "That smartphone is a fake. This phone didn't actually belong to the assassin, but the recording is real." Everyone knows just how sinister Aries can be. And to deal with a tough opponent, you need to be even tougher. That's why Jang had his recorder on and ready. He never expected to use it in this situation. Lelan worried, but if they inspect that phone, won't they find out it's a fake? However, Jang stated confidently that the phone would definitely not be discovered, because before the phone can be handed over to a security company, Aries will get to it first. Aries' headquarters is in the U.S. It's a massive guild with dungeons all over the world. Among all those countries, none had lost as much of its dungeon market share as South Korea. The question was, how would they make their move now? They could either pull some stupid stunt or try to make a deal. Either way was fine. If they fought Jang, they had a lot to lose, but Jang had nothing. Jang wanted to take a walk alone and told Shi-hyun not to follow him. When he arrived at his destination, a group of people was already waiting for him. He was actually quite curious to see what would happen. As soon as he went out alone, they appeared. The men said that someone was looking for Jang and demanded that our protagonist go with them. Suddenly, the young man let out a foolish laugh. "Why are you guys dressed like that? Okay, so you guys are from Aries? Ha ha ha. I guess the big shots from Aries are looking for me, huh?" The masked man said, "If you come with me quietly, you'll find out." Seeing this, Jang acted brazenly to challenge them. "What if I don't feel like going? Are you going to drag me? Thanks to you, I've gotten more famous. If you know who I am and you're still doing this, you've got some serious guts, don't you?" Before they could even raise a hand, the main character pointed right at them, making every single one of them jump in surprise. The protagonist even told them to go pull weeds on the side of the road. which made them absolutely furious. This group charged forward all at once, each one using a different skill, including speed skills, ultimate skills, and gravity enhancement skills. They surrounded Jang, aiming all their blades at the main character, but they were utterly shocked when their attacks had no effect. The protagonist just asked lightly, "Are you guys done with your little show?" Without another word, the main character sent them all flying. Now, all these people could do was surrender. Django grabbed one of them by the collar and asked, "Who sent you to find me?" On the outskirts of Wangdu, in Gyeonggi province, there was a hidden basement belonging to a guild of killer hunters. To build this basement area, they had to spend a fortune just to have a comfortable place to work. Team 1's mission for the day was to bring in a famous figure named Jang. According to their assessment, he'd been appearing on TV a lot lately, so he probably wasn't a coward. The thought of him being dragged here by the members of Team 1 assured them that their superiors wouldn't be upset in the slightest. And today, they could do whatever they wanted in the basement. They expected Team 1 to drag Jang Gun back by the collar, but the situation turned out to be the complete opposite. The captain of Team 1 even had to kneel and beg for mercy before the main character. With this kind of entrance, they immediately guessed this was Jang. As soon as he stepped into their secret base, the protagonist felt that they clearly had too much money to build an underground hideout like this. When asked why he came, Jang declared, "I'm the one who's going to send you all to the afterlife." In a room filled with countless torture instruments, a girl from the Pedigu Guild was being held hostage, tied up tightly. Looking at her body, it was hard to imagine just how much they had tortured her. A guy named Gaia Myong had gone this far just to make her reveal internal information and the personnel weaknesses of the other side. However, this girl was truly resilient. You couldn't get a word out of her even if you killed her. That's why he went crazy and ordered his men to drag her away and show her a fate worse than death. A few of the hunters were a little worried about what would happen if they killed her. However, Gaia Myong yelled that they didn't need to worry about it. "She's not talking anyway, so just get rid of her." In the moment they were about to finish her off, Jang Gun made a dramatic entrance. "It's you. You were looking for me, right?" Gaia Myong was both panicked and angry. "How did you get in here? Where's the captain of Team 1? Jang Gun replied with a friendly, innocent smile. "Oh, are you talking about those guys you sent to find me? They're probably still sleeping on the street." The protagonist then challenged him and gave him a choice. 1. Get beaten to a pulp. 2. Sit down and talk nicely. Suddenly, a hunter rushed out of nowhere to stab him, but before he could do anything, the main character sent him flying. "I'm clearly the one who was invited here. Why are you so agitated, buddy?" Gaia Myong assessed that, based on everything he'd shown, he definitely wasn't just A rank. The weakest hunters in this basement were B+ rank, while the stronger ones were A+ rank. Not to mention, they had even dispatched S rank ability users to fight Honu directly. Even so, not a single one of them could stand against the main character. He even took care of Kravis all by himself. He wanted to believe the monster's rank wasn't that important, but this guy might really be S rank or even higher. Even though Gyeon Myong was an S rank ability user who fought with weapons, he couldn't be sure of his chances of winning. That's why he had to tolerate Jang and told him to calm down and talk. Until he knew the true extent of Jang's power, he wouldn't act rashly but would assess the situation first. Jang suddenly brought up compensation. The protagonist was demanding they compensate him for the damages Aries had caused. "Sending hunters to kill me wasn't enough. You guys were the ones in the wrong first. You even tried to slander me with the media, didn't you? You think I'll just let it slide?" The protagonist demanded a compensation fee of 10 billion won and a few of the low-level dungeons they owned. Hearing this, Gyu Myong couldn't stay calm any longer and yelled, "Do you think you're in any position to make demands?" The main character thought this was already going easy on them, since for a group like Aries, it was just a small amount. Gyeon Myong could only curse inwardly. He thought the 10 billion was still manageable. It would just take some time to resolve. However, Jang wanted to demand the rights to the low-level dungeon, but the man was stalling for time, so our hero proposed that he would have to pay an additional 5 billion in compensation. This was truly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He gritted his teeth and tried to negotiate. "Hunter Jang, surely you don't want to maintain a bad relationship with us, do you? Whatever you want, as long as you join Aries, you'll get all the support you need. I can guarantee it." He even tried to persuade him, asking if it wouldn't be wiser for them to mutually benefit instead of becoming enemies. Jang didn't like beating around the bush and was getting extremely annoyed. He was clearly talking about compensation, but this guy just kept spouting nonsense. Jang shot back. "Why are you all the same? You think you're so great. Every time we meet, you put on this powerful act, but you can't even give me something this simple. What the hell good are you?" Every word from our hero was like a slap to Gyeon Mong's face. All Jang wanted right now was a straight answer from them. 1. Accept his conditions, or 2. More people die. In the end, the man had to grit his teeth and accept. Jang returned home, carrying an unconscious girl. 11 billion won and 4 vouchers to acquire low-level dungeons. Plus, The girl was also part of Jang's compensation. Sihui was extremely curious how our hero managed to snatch her from the hands of someone as powerful as Sion. Jang brought the girl back to use as a hostage, and at the same time, he was also a little curious about a personal matter. Right now, Sihui had to go out for a bit because today was a special day for the bosses, so he had to go hunt them all down. Upon observation, the tattoo looked a lot like a meaningless beginning, which really starts from abandoning oneself. At the same time, the mask created from that phrase also looked incredibly similar to her tattoo. Could this just be a coincidence? According to a system check, she was in a poisoned state and had B+ level strength. In other words, there was nothing special about her, and our hero had no memory of her at all. Jang decided it would be better to wait for her to wake up and ask her directly. Suddenly, our hero received a notification that a climber had appeared and was beginning to ascend the 9th floor. Hunu's remaining preparation time would be 5 days. After being summoned, Avi informed Jang that the person had arrived. The next tower climber has arrived. Jang wondered who the hell it was and when they got here. According to the information, this climber was much harder to deal with. Before that person arrived, Gordian needed to quickly prepare something. They had to awaken his mana quickly. Otherwise, it would be very dangerous. This climber seemed to be high level, but that wasn't the case. If a high-level climber were to ascend, mana alone wouldn't be enough. If a high-level being arrived, the world would be destroyed. Without mana, it would be impossible to deal with even a mid-level one. It seemed they didn't know where they would appear, and our hero was wondering if one would even show up this time. However, Avi still couldn't reveal that information to him. One might appear, or it might not. However, a different form might appear depending on the climber's abilities and achievements. Jang got angry once again over this useless information, and with old habits dying hard, he was about to punch Avi in the head again. "You're a man, yet you have no idea how to treat a lady gently," Avi said, flustered and scared. "Why do you always get angry and hit me? Didn't your parents teach you not to hit a defenseless woman? So uneducated." At these words, Jang's face darkened. "My parents died in a traffic accident when I was young." However, our hero didn't really care about the issue right now, so he didn't need her apology. Just then, Avi realized that maybe Jang wasn't as bad a person as she thought. At the Orang high-rise villa, Jang was screaming his head off, convinced that this magic circle was a scam. Seo Yoon said that he should be able to feel his mana any second now. But what the hell was going on? Seo Yoon cheered excitedly. "Why don't you try destroying it? That 5 billion won magic formation. Mages usually focus their magic to support each other, but I've never heard of magic not being deployed like this." Sihui also showed up, wondering why they still hadn't found anything after 4 days. He was there to deliver a letter to Jang personally. This is a letter from the Korean Hunter Association's Guild Establishment Committee. The younger ones were completely shocked that their big brother had established a guild without anyone knowing. Not only that, but our hero also had a dungeon and was planning to do a lot of things. He named the guild Guardian, or in other words, Protector. Jang suddenly remembered the girl he had brought back and wondered if she had woken up yet. However, she was still unconscious. The young man wondered if she might be brain dead. In any case, he'd already had a doctor check on her, so all he could do now was wait. Jang yelled out helplessly, "Is my mana really supposed to awaken if I struggle like this every single day?" Until now, our hero still couldn't feel anything. Seeing this, Seo Yoon felt helpless too. It would be better to just find someone to perform a mana piercing. It seems she was talking about Nakagawa Yasumi. When it comes to mana piercing, that's Master Yanamiu's skill, is very special. It said she'll directly pierce the blood vessels of any hunter who can't use magic, in order to raise their rank. Jang Won was stunned that such a method existed in the world. However, meeting this person would require going to Japan, which was a bit of a hassle. A moment of carelessness from Jang Won ruined the magic circle. Seeing this, Seo Jin flew into a rage, screaming and beating Sihai senseless, even though it wasn't his fault. In front of the intermediate level labyrinth in Sujinami City, Tokyo, Japan, this woman is Nakagawa Yasumi, a leader of Judiani. She is currently in the middle of an incredibly brutal battle. A man with a ponytail, holding a sword, approached and said, "Even if it was luck, you still managed to dodge my sword. I'll tell you who I am, but what name should I use, I wonder? Your kind calls me by countless names. Some call me Climber, others call me the Destroyer, a demon, and some even call me a psycho. But my true title is the Heavenly Demon." The system announced that through the passage, the climber had reached the 9th floor. Time remaining, 0 minutes, 0 hours, 0 seconds. Current location, Suganami, Tokyo, Japan. Suddenly, receiving this information, Jang Won couldn't delay any longer and told Sihui to get the car immediately and wait for him. Meanwhile, the news was reporting on the emergency response order due to the damages and casualties. This event was definitely caused by the climber's rampage. Sihui was extremely puzzled by this sudden change of plans and didn't understand why they had to go to Japan, especially since just a moment ago, Jiang Wan had said that piercing blood vessels was too much of a hassle. More importantly, they didn't have passports. This situation was getting more and more complicated. At the Japanese Hunter Association's conference room, Nakagawa Yasumi had just returned from the brink of death after everyone heard she had died in the battle with the Heavenly Demon. However, thanks to an artifact, she was able to be resurrected. The Heavenly Demon was incredibly strong, and she had to admit that fact. Thanks to worldwide news reporting the death of Nakagawa Yasumi, the top-ranked S-class hunter, not a single hunter dared to come and help. If even she was defeated, the others knew their fate would be the same. Right now, there were no reinforcements, and the hunters who could enter were left with no other options. Many civilians had also been sacrificed, and they couldn't just stand by and do nothing. On the screen, an image of Jiang Wan was being broadcast, showing him confronting the Heavenly Demon. At this moment, our protagonist used his information authority, but it couldn't be used on the climber. After looking at the Heavenly Demon, Jiang Wan wondered if this climber's concept was an Eastern historical drama. The Heavenly Demon didn't know Jiang Wan's title either. He stood and made a few basic sword swings. Since the protagonist had dodged his sword, he decided to answer and introduce himself as the Heavenly Demon. Although his power and the speed of his sword movements were immense, Jiang Wan was still able to dodge. At a glance, it looked like a simple attack, but it was actually a swing of the sword after gathering energy. Touching it would get you sliced into dozens of pieces. The plan now was to prevent the Heavenly Demon from swinging his sword, and getting closer to him would be more advantageous for Jiang Wan. In an instant, the protagonist made the Heavenly Demon cough up blood. On this floor, he finally considered Jiang Wan an opponent. Until now, on all the floors he had passed through, no one had been his match. After getting off the plane, Jiang Wan ran off without a word. And now, Sihui saw his buddy standing right there. Sihui wondered if he had known in advance when the climber would appear. During the confrontation with the Heavenly Demon, Jiang Wan seemed more fired up than ever, and he couldn't understand what the hell kind of skill this was. The Heavenly Demon explained that these attacks were just him using the Loi Len Then Kong, and the thing he used to slash the protagonist was the Thean Ma Thang Kiem. Nothing he used was derived from the system's power, what you would call a skill. His sword strike was too fast, and right now, Jiang Wan needed to dodge it. In a split second, he realized he needed to back off a little. This was considered expanding his range, and now all he had to do was rush in for the final attack. The Heavenly Demon couldn't react in time and was injured again. Jiang Wan used the Overlord's fist, landing a powerful blow on the Heavenly Demon. But surprisingly, he was completely unharmed. He walked forward and declared, "Let me say it again. You're not just interesting, you're magnificent. Ever since I became a tower climber, I haven't used it, but it looks like that's about to change. Jiang Wan is the first person to make me use my secret power." Before he could act, the protagonist needed to close the distance. The reason he's called the God of Thunder or the Heavenly Demon is because of the power of his Diet Thean Lolin Then Kiem. He truly is a ridiculous monster. After Jiang Wan's very slick move, the Heavenly Demon had to admit that Jiang Wan was incredibly sharp for knowing to move right behind him and grabbing his sleeve as he used his sword. Even so, the Heavenly Demon confidently asserted that the protagonist wouldn't be able to do anything to him. He couldn't dodge all of his attacks. Jiang Jun trembled as streams of electricity emanated from his entire body. The system announced that mana had been activated to its first level, forcibly injecting mana into his body. Forced mana activation. Mana is increasing. What the hell is going on? Jiang Jun let out a small laugh. This move was his own ability, not a system skill. The Heavenly Demon, from the countless martial arts novels he had read. Anyone who earns the title of Heavenly Demon has reached the pinnacle of martial arts. He was the very embodiment of the demonic path's power. Even after being hit by his heaven-annihilating Thunder Spirit Divine Sword, the protagonist was still determined to fight, which made the Heavenly Demon find Jiang Jun more interesting than ever. Jiang Jun even challenged him. "You think I'm scared?" The Heavenly Demon replied, "How arrogant. You can't defeat me. Why don't you just accept it?" With that kind of power, there was no way Jiang Jun could win. However, it seemed the lightning he'd summoned had struck his pressure points. Back when he was trapped in the tower, the protagonist had practiced many martial arts. Among them was a technique that he couldn't even replicate. Those who mastered it in the martial arts world called it the invincible divine art, first under heaven. Jiang Jun had no internal energy and didn't understand pressure points, so he couldn't learn this technique. He had only been able to imitate it based on that novel, which was a real shame. However, Jiang Jun could now confidently declare, "You will lose within 10 moves." The Heavenly Demon was stunned. Jiang Jun had learned it from the Heavenly Demon himself, and it seemed now was his time to shine. Jiang Jun gathered all his power into one point. Everything that happened in this battle was recorded in its entirety. The system announced the successful capture of Climber Heavenly Demon. The efficiency of the information authority began to increase. In the city of Pedo, the master had been watching Jiang Jun's battle. This only confirmed her belief that this man was definitely her master. Long ago, when she was on the verge of collapse, she felt that she couldn't go on any longer. At that moment, Jiang Jun appeared and defeated all the monsters. He was the one who taught her martial arts and was the first person to support her. He comforted her and gave her motivation. The remaining area is the dungeon in the eastern part of 1. If they capture that place, all the shares in the Central Plains will belong to Pedigu. What they want to do now is capture it within 1 month. This time, the queen has decided to go with her. She had sworn that when her master appeared in the world, she would grant him a position befitting him. At this moment, she felt incredibly anxious, as she was about to meet her savior again. The moment Jiang Jun stepped out of the international airport, tens of thousands of cameras and reporters focused on him as if he were a global superstar. The protagonist's face was a perfect picture of what the actual fuck. What the hell is happening now? The reporters bombarded him with questions. What technique did you use to fight the heavenly demon? As far as we know, you don't have any mana. Why have you been hiding it all this time? Did you know in advance this would happen in Japan? Jiang Jun yelled for everyone to be quiet. Si-hai also had something he wanted to ask. However, not knowing how to answer the reporters, Jiang Jun delegated the task of answering questions to Si-hai. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Jun had bolted, running for his life from the reporters, leaving a completely bewildered Si-hui behind. As soon as he got home, Jiang Jun saw that the girl he'd rescued from Aries had woken up. She bowed her head deeply in gratitude. Thank you once again. You saved my life. This young woman's name is Hong Jin. She is an officer of the Pedigu Guild. The Aries Guild captured her while they were raiding their dungeon. Because of that, she suffered a great deal. But that wasn't what he wanted to know about. It was the familiar tattoo on her shoulder. Hong Jin explained that this tattoo symbolizes the Pedigu Guild. She had asked Master Gui and learned that it was the Under Heaven symbol. It was tattooed directly by the master herself. During the process, that person told Hong Jin, nothing can be above you. Only one person can be heaven. Other than that, all will be beneath you. Before she could finish her sentence, Hyun Woo felt a wave of panic. His reaction terrified Hong Jin. Hyun Woo didn't want to remember the mistakes he'd made in the past. The very thing from the tower that he most wanted to forget was now coming from Hong Jin's mouth, giving the guy a massive headache. That was from a time when he still believed that if he cultivated his martial arts, he could one day leave the tower. Back then, the protagonist had a certain syndrome. He believed he was born in darkness, alone, and would be imprisoned in the abyss forever. Hyun Woo had believed in and acted out things that appeared in webtoons, novels, or anime. And now, some bastard wanted to expose his dark past by even carving a tattoo. After thinking for a moment, Hyun Woo remembered. That kid. It had to be her. He had just randomly saved someone, and it turned out to be a guild member of that kid from long ago. He reminded Hong Jin to tell Master Gui at the Pedigu Guild not to look for him under any circumstances. A few days later, Hyun Woo brought Hong Jin back to China for a program. The media was covering hunter-related topics, and they invited Jiang Woo for an interview as a guest. While watching TV, Si-yoon and the others were shocked to see their legendary older brother just casually sitting there. Jiang Woo announced, "If there's nothing else, I'd like to make a small announcement. I will be establishing a new guild. Anyone who wants to join, please submit an application." The guy even went around putting up flyers everywhere and wanted to gather the guilds for a press conference. If we help with this, Oppo will let us use the beginner-level dungeons, right? That's about it. After all, the master is the one who called us here. I'm the only one doing all these different jobs. While bustling about, Si-yoon curiously asked Jiang Woo, "Why do you need to start a guild? There's more than just 1 or 2 things to worry about. Isn't it a hassle?" Jiang Woo casually replied, "I just want to make money. I can already tell this is going to be profitable. All I have to do is monopolize the dungeons and manage them, and the money will just flow in, right?" Si-yoon's face was covered in question marks. He thought to himself, "Isn't my big brother rich enough already?" He must have had a tough childhood to develop a personality like that. After reviewing the profile of a guy with a ponytail, Jiang Woo bluntly rejected him. The man immediately flew into a rage. "Why? Among C-rank hunters, I'm the strongest. Did you even read my resume?" He seemed like the calm type, but he just flared up and yelled back, "I read it, and that's precisely why I'm not satisfied. Get out." The guy just trudged away, feeling dejected. There were still many people waiting outside for their interviews. They started whispering, "Isn't that the famous hunter who conquered his C-rank dungeon? He failed? Then what does it take to pass?" Jiang Woo had his own reasons. On that person's profile, it was fine that his lowest ability score was a D, but his disposition was listed as selfish. There was no way he could choose someone with that kind of tendency. Time to use a new skill. Huh. Even though at first I thought it was useless and complained loudly. Avi excitedly announced, "Congratulations, you've captured the Heavenly Demon Climber. I brought you here this time to upgrade your new skill." The only thing Jiang Woo wanted now was the Information Authority. He was getting annoyed with these useless rewards. "I will give you a choice regarding the Information Authority skill. The information feature you're aware of will be slightly enhanced. Let's see what kind of disposition this is and where the upgrade is. Wow, despite that, interviewing them directly showed that the information authority had really been boosted. The woman in front of him had a socialist disposition. He was a bit unsure if that was good or bad. He glanced at the two people next to her. One had a self-sacrificing disposition, and the other had a peace and friendship disposition. Jiang Wu looked thrilled. Here it is. This is exactly what I've been waiting for. He stood up and announced that the three people sitting before him were hired. They jumped for joy, thanking Jiang Wu repeatedly. He just needed these people to do their jobs properly. No need for anything too complicated. This was good enough. As soon as they got to the car, Si-yoon wondered what kind of interviews his brother conducted to be done in just an hour and a half. I've chosen the people who will bring money to the guild, so that's all that matters. So you're sure you picked capable people for the guild? It's fine, even if they're not. I'll handle the hard stuff. Suddenly, Jiang Wu remembered that no S-rank hunters had applied. Si-yoon turned to him helplessly. Bro, there aren't many S-ranks. There are only 5,000 in the entire world. 5,000 isn't a lot. What's your rank among them? This quarter, I'm ranked 163. Song Hyun is 175, and Sun is 161. If you're ranked 200 or higher, you get recognized wherever you go. Jiang Wu put on an innocent face while thinking, this guy is pretty amazing. Jiang Wu asked another question. I saw a YouTube ranking of S-rank hunters by generation before. A lot of names disappeared midway through. Why is that? Because they died. Aren't S-ranks supposed to be super strong? Why do so many of them die? They want to level up and get their hands on precious S+ rank artifacts. That's why so many die. Every hunter has a limit to how much their abilities can grow. For example, if a hunter's power is at C rank right after leaving the tower, their power can't increase beyond A rank. Normally, increasing by 3 ranks is the limit. If they insist on leveling up further, they have to find an S+ rank artifact. Jiang Wu asked another question. So those labyrinths become graveyards for S-rank hunters? You could say that. There are also hunters who never find an S+ rank artifact. And then there are hunters who do possess those items. In other words, they killed a lot of people to steal them. Those who kill other hunters are called killer hunters. They get removed from the rankings. Even S ranks are no exception. So the hunters from the Aries guild that came after you were that type. Jiang Wu thought to himself, they're all the same kind of filth. A bunch of simpletons. One of the 4 beginner-level dungeons stolen from the Aries guild was truly outstanding. Jiang Wu stood there, taking a deep, satisfying breath. From now on, this place is my dungeon. He told Si-yoon to go on ahead. He needed to go catch the boss and wanted to check how much money he could make. If I want to make a lot of money, I have to be quick. He walked up, opened the door, and stepped inside. As soon as he appeared, the 2 men inside burst out laughing when they recognized Jiang Wu. Kim Jiang Wu. Jiang Wu also replied with a bright smile, calling someone by their full name right after meeting them. You want a taste of my slipper again? They remembered what happened last time and flinched, their trauma kicking in. I'll be entering the dungeon now. This is my now. I suppose there's no problem with that, right? Huh? The transfer for that hasn't even been completed yet. Seeing him shout, Jiang Wu just gave a bright smile and replied, well, no. Please come in. It's been a long time since you've been here. As he was walking, he ran into a man who greeted him on sight. Welcome, Mr. Kim Jiang Wu. Who are you? Another one from Aries Y. It's true that I was sent by Aries Y, but I don't belong to them. I'm from the Hunter Assassinating Hunter group, Pandemonium. Have you heard of it? Pandemonium. Those who know that name and its origins can't help but be afraid. It's a hunter group comprised of top-tier hunters, all within the top 100 of the S rank. If you pay the right price, they will carry out any assassination mission. Their success rate is 100%. Gunling Jack, ranked 72nd among S ranks. Baibarum Ao, ranked 86th among S ranks. Master Aslan, ranked 91st among S ranks. Sakur Ania, ranked 52nd among S ranks. If you become a target of these formidable people, no one can escape with their life. Jiang excitedly pointed at the girl in front of him. Wait, you're that somewhat capable mage ranked 52nd. The girl's face was full of question marks. Why does everything you say sound so ridiculous? You call yourself a hunter, but you don't know I'm a top tier in the magic world? Seeing he was getting under her skin, Jiang provoked her further. That's why I'm asking. Such arrogance. The provocation was successful. The female mage went crazy. Any S-rank hunter above rank 50 will die by my hand. Don't ask why you died at the hands of Ania of Devef. Ania activated a binding spell, and something immediately wrapped tightly around Jiang. Is this the only magic circle you know? This isn't the time for you to be asking questions. Still don't grasp the situation? You fool. Jiang sighed. Of course I know. I was just asking to decide whether I should kill you all or not. So hot-headed. After this declaration, Ania's face darkened. Everyone, charge. Rush Zhang and skewer him so he can't say another word. In Xi'an, China, in Wangui's underground city. This is said to be Wangui's most important location, and this muscular man is Sraggle Dune, ranked 82nd among S ranks. This is truly disappointing compared to my expectations. You arrogant fool. If I fall here, my superiors will arrive immediately. Can you handle them all by yourself? The master smirked as the man wildly swung his weapon at her. But it didn't even come close. It's a shame about the technique you're using, but I want to see my master soon, so I have no other choice. The master activated the Divine Thunder Command Sword, and Sraggle Dune was sent flying by the blow. After a powerful impact, he was completely knocked out. The master recalled the words his subordinate had relayed. Don't look for me. He asked me to pass on that message. The master was happy that Hong Jin had met the master she wanted to see. Although she was a bit angry, she was also happy because her master was waiting for her too. Don't look for me. Don't look for me until you've kept your oath. Perhaps that's what he meant. For my master, to be able to meet my master, I must take control of everything. Master, please wait for me. After the recent battle, Zhang had brought back a small Ania, who was trembling like a leaf. Xi'an was like, "What the hell? You brought her back to fix the magic circle." Zhang turned to Ania with a terrifying expression and asked, "Hey, can you do it?" "I can. I can do it. But if I do, you'll spare my life, right? If you've made up your mind, then hurry up and start." "Yes, yes." Xi'an was still astonished that his brother had brought back the world-famous S-rank mage, ranked 52nd, like a sack of potatoes. An assassin hunter, looking so pathetic. How could you bring a criminal here? She was sent by Aries Y again. I spared her teammates and only brought her back. Xi'an was hit with a second wave of shock. Teammates? Don't tell me Pandemonium came after you, big bro. You defeated all of them? Wait a minute. Your abilities clearly aren't at a level where you could win so easily. Zhang, looking bewildered, also felt that something was off. You think my ability score is a bit unusual too, huh? Well, it's just a status window anyway. The young man figured that even if he asked Aries why, they wouldn't have the authority. That kid is scared, so she'll do a good job. Don't worry. She's the type of person who will do anything just to live. Zhang had figured her out after seeing the survivalist tendency on Enia's attribute window. And then came the tearful pleas. Please spare my life. I was wrong. I can create the magic circle with that item. Please, spare me. I'll do anything. Zhang then gave Xi'an detailed instructions. I heard you can fix the magic circle without a staff, and even without the skill. Here, take that guy's stuff. An S+ rank staff. An S+ rank rune. I'll be right back. Watch her carefully. Where are you going? When you receive a gift, you have to return the favor. The young man went to a convenience store and came out with a full bag of items. That's right, I definitely have to return the favor. Wearing a pair of slippers and his usual clothes, he sloppily made his way to Aries. The moment he set foot inside, everyone there screamed and got into a defensive stance. Get out of here. This area is off-limits to non-Aries Y members. The young man calmly asked, Is Heron Gu here? From his bag, he pulled out a justice bat. I'm here to give a gift. I doubt anyone who gets hit by this will sue me, right? The sounds of smashing and piercing screams echoed continuously. The staff at the Aries Guild couldn't possibly understand what was happening, and all this trouble was being caused by just a toy hammer. Django was still quite pleased with himself. Your spirits are pretty good, not running away and just continuously rushing forward to stop me. Are you all prepared to go to heaven? After this chaotic scene, they finally had to call the representative's office. Branch manager, Kim Jang-go is here right now with a squeaky hammer and he's causing a rampage. The screams continued to echo through the phone. The man in the representative's office thought resentfully, this madman Kim Jang-go isn't someone who can be dealt with using money, attacking us with a squeaky hammer. If this gets out to the public, the Aries Guild will lose all face. What should I do? Should I request support from the main headquarters? No, I can't do that. If the problems at the Korean branch get worse, my abilities will be questioned. Before he could even think it through, Django kicked the door wide open. He laughed boisterously. The branch manager's face was dumbfounded, but Django greeted him first. Long time no see. Have you been? The moment he saw Django, his face turned a dark shade of green. Django raised his hammer high. First we fight, then we talk, sweetie. He collapsed with a thud, his back slamming into the bookshelf. It hasn't been that long since we talked about compensation, and you're already sending me gifts. Do you not want to live anymore? About that, the branch manager stammered. Pandemonium was no match for Kim Jang-go either. Not knowing what else to do, he got straight to the point and asked, Compensation. What do you want for compensation? Django smirked. Quick on the uptake, aren't you? Prepare the compensation money. How does about 20 billion sound? The branch manager gritted his teeth. silently cursing Jang Go for being a madman. But he still had to stammer out, "I'll try my best to prepare it." But it didn't end there. Jang Go continued, placing the squeaky hammer on his head. "I don't care how many guys you send after me, but for every single time, you better prepare a compensation package to send me 2. Now, hurry up and call an ambulance for your subordinates." After saying that, he casually strolled away. The branch manager, left sitting there, grew even more resentful. "Kim Jang-go, I will tear you to shreds. If even Pandemonium can't deal with him, I have to think of another way. He must disappear. I can't receive support from headquarters, but I have an idea. I'll go to China and bring back the 500th ranked S-class from the Dragon Sect." Immediately, all information about the Squeaky Hammer rampage hit the news. 150 hunters from the Aries Guild were hospitalized by a perpetrator using a squeaky hammer. Keyboard warriors immediately began gossiping, and it didn't take a genius to guess who was behind it. Meanwhile, Jang-go was lounging around, reading the news about himself. Hansoku has transferred a dungeon to Kim Jang. Why would they do that? He must have some dirt on them. CEO Lu Shang came over and asked his older brother, "Did you know that 47 ambulances showed up at the Aries Guild building? Even if you didn't tell me, I've already seen the news. If the Aries Guild sues you, you'll be arrested immediately. Are you okay with that?" Jang-go sighed, seeming unconcerned. "Sue me? My life was threatened. It was just self-defense. Besides, I only hit them with a toy. What's so serious about that?" Siyun was helpless. "Well, it's not like many people can do what you do." Suddenly, Jang-go's face showed utter shock as he realized it was time for his class. "If I'm late, I don't get paid. The beginner's lecture that was requested from Japan a while ago, remember? It was too much of a hassle, so I didn't do it. The lecture fee is 50 million. Of course, if he was paid properly, he could find the motivation to do anything. Notice, a new climber has begun climbing the tower, reaching the 9th floor. Time remaining, 4 minutes and 12 seconds. You are invited. When the remaining time ends, you will be summoned. Time remaining, 1 hour. He was busy carrying a monster in his hands, and now he had to pay attention to this notification. Another climber, and ironically, our guy was in the middle of teaching a class. The students were busy filming him, to the point where the assistant had to remind them to focus. "It's nothing special. I'll show you all how to catch a monster with your bare hands. Let's go." After an hour, Jang-go was summoned again. "Why is there another climber so soon? I just caught the heavenly demon and my information authority still hasn't increased. Are you messing with me?" Avi explained. About that? Your information authority didn't increase, but it has been accumulated. This time, I'll give you information about the climber in advance. This climber isn't alone. They're coming with many comrades. Like the Kravas monsters I saw the first time, different from them. A low-level climber like Hong Ma dragged the Kravas monsters here. The system summoned those monsters to help low-level climbers destroy the world. Therefore, the monsters that appear with those low-level climbers can't be called comrades. Jang-go asked further, "So, is this climber a high-level or mid-level?" "It's a mid-level climber. Among those coming with them, is there someone higher than mid-level, stronger than the heavenly demon? That's a relief. If I catch this climber, will my information authority increase?" Seeing this, Avi also cheered him on to motivate him. "This skyscraper is the Arangui. How's the magic formation?" "Appa, I've told you so many times not to open the door with your foot. Do you want to break it? Always? What are you doing here?" He said he came to see how things were going. Anya was still scared, but one magic circle was almost restored. It also works better than before, and it lasts much, much longer. "Is that so? Then, could you do one more thing for me? Your special skill is teleportation, right? Put that into the magic circle." Anya reluctantly had to agree, but Siuzan felt something was off. A special skill of teleportation. If she had that skill, why didn't she run away? Anya explained, "With my current magic power, I can't activate that skill. I need the assistance of the magic circle. Only then can I use it. So even if I wanted to escape, I couldn't." Suddenly, Jangan received a notification. A climber had reached the 9th floor. Location: Germany. Jangan needed to get there immediately. At the central square in Berlin, Federal Republic of Germany, the man holding the spear was Master Sweer Gu. "Surrender, monster, and I will spare your life." "You'll spare my life? Ha ha ha. You're far too confident." Sweer remained stubborn. "Don't you see our numbers? No matter how strong you are, you can't break through the firepower of this many S-rank hunters." This man was sitting pensively in the German Hunter Association. He was monitoring the entire situation. "Does your confidence come from your numbers? How amusing. But it's better to fight with comrades. I, too, shall fight alongside my comrades. This isn't your fault." The moment another monster appeared, everyone panicked. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am your most ancient fear. I am the ruler of everything you imagine when you look into the darkness. the monster representative who steals your courage. I stand at the head of the night parade of 100 demons, the monstrous god of chaos. Then, she summoned a rebellious beast and flew up. Jangan sat with his legs shaking, looking up Germany and South Korea. The average flight time between Germany and South Korea is 11 hours and 10 minutes. The young man impatiently asked Anya, "How much longer until the magic circle is finished?" "About 5 more hours. Make it faster for me." After scrolling on his phone for a bit, Jangan realized his brother knew about the Gravas incident in Germany. "Did you receive a request for reinforcements, Appa?" The news was going crazy. Jangan held his phone and read, "Kim Jang, the proud hero of the Republic of Korea, has become increasingly famous since the Gravas incident in Japan, requesting hunter reinforcements. Kim Jang requests the Hunter Association of South Korea to send reinforcements." The young man complained, "Oh my god, what the hell are these reporters writing?" Seo-zon wondered, "Is Appa going to stop at this time?" "Yeah." His sister froze for a moment. That's just who Jangan Appa was, someone who dedicated himself completely. Jangan continued scrolling and read some more news. The most viewed article, an unreasonable proposal. Gravas in absolute agony. "Make a bet with me. The rules are simple. I will stay in this city for 24 hours. If any one of you can defeat me, I will stop my conquest and obediently return. You can come alone or bring your entire herd, I don't care. But if you cannot stop me, I will continue to destroy this city." Christian B., the head of the German branch, was having a massive headache over the incident. Regarding the current situation, a response order has been issued, but it's estimated that 2,000 people have died. The disaster is still ongoing, and the damages will only increase. As for the status of the hunters, there were 32 S-rank hunters and 68 A-rank hunters. All of them have been annihilated. The situation is far more serious than the Gravas in Japan. The International Association sent reinforcement requests to the top 5 S-rank hunters, but none of them could be contacted. Kristen B., the head of the German branch, was furious. A bunch of money grubbers. Suddenly, his assistant's phone rang. "Hello? If it's important, make it quick. I'm busy." Is that true? Branch chief? "We have reinforcements. It's a hunter from South Korea." "Who is it?" "It's Hunter Kim Jang, the one who killed the heavenly demon during the Gravas in Japan." With Anya's help teleporting him, Jangan arrived in Germany, landed safely. "Wow, this magic is pretty good. In the blink of an eye, I'm in Germany." He landed right where the monsters were rampaging, still in his legendary flip-flops. He leaped high into the air and kicked a monster straight in the face. "It's not you guys." The young man then jumped to another monster. "What? One hit and it's over?" Jangan punched relentlessly, raining blows upon the giant centipede monster. After it was exhausted and had collapsed, he grabbed one of its fangs tightly and asked, "Where is that brat?" The entire event was being broadcast live by a fly cam. Viewers became even more excited at Jangan's appearance. "This is insane. Breaking news, hot news. Kim Jangan has appeared in Germany." "What? Where? And when? Did the legend really come here? This is too epic." Jangan was now walking to face the female enemy. "He's here. He's really here. He's a living legend." The female monster had been sitting there, waiting impatiently. "Oh, so you're the first challenger." Jangan smirked. "You? For someone so young, you've got quite a sharp tongue." The girl got angry. "You're one to talk, running your big mouth. If you were going to show up, you could have been a little quieter about it. This city is in ruins, and you're responsible for it, right?" This guy really knew how to get straight to the point, trying to piss people off. And just like that, the girl has already lost her temper. "Are you arrogant, or just ignorant? You're saying some ridiculous things to me. What business is it of yours whether I'm arrogant or ignorant?" She had truly lost her mind. "I was going to take it easy on my first opponent, but you've gone beyond the limits of stupidity. Let's see if you can still talk after this." The dragon steps. The most arrogant one, Jian, only endured 7 steps. "Let's see how many you can withstand." Jangan had no damn clue what she was talking about and just stared at her blankly. She began to count. 1 step, 2 steps. Jangan began to feel the air around him turn strange. This was the power of magic. Her magical power was expanding, compressing the very space around them. 3 steps. It seemed those footsteps were the source of the problem. He had to stop her from taking another step. 5 steps. 6 steps. Jangan decided he would also have to fight using his ultimate technique. 7 steps. The magic was completely out of control. It wasn't just creating pressure anymore. Its power was erupting. Jangan felt as if his entire body was about to be torn apart, but doing nothing was not an option. Mustering his courage, he broke free and charged forward. She offered a bit of praise. "Oh, you're better than the so-called number 1 from the previous floor." 8 steps. 9 steps. Jangan activated the vanquishing demon god kick, but his attack only grazed her. The girl let out a faint smirk. Congratulations, you almost stopped my 9th step, but you won't be able to stop my final one. 10 steps. She unleashed an immense destructive power. Jangun felt it clearly. The magic inside his own body was on the verge of going berserk. He was just a moment away from being ripped to shreds. Still, the young man managed to endure until the very end. Not bad. You not only withstood the aftershocks of the 10-step annihilation, but you also blocked most of its destructive power. Impressive. Very impressive. Thanks to your endurance, the damage to this area is minimal. On the last floor I visited, it only took me 5 steps to completely obliterate the city. To Jangun, she was nothing more than a lunatic. He was certain she was even stronger than the heavenly demon, and the realization was agonizing. So, what will you do now? You may have blocked my attack, but you can't defeat me. Aren't you going to beg for your life? Or will you just cling to your pride and wait for death? Jangun struggled to remain calm, got to his feet, and pointed forward.
Hey, I only have one choice, and that is to destroy you. The girl froze for 2 seconds, then burst into maniacal laughter.
Excellent, excellent. You really are different from the other fools. If that's the case, then I, too, will follow the rules and face you with my full strength. I am the head warden of the night parade of 100 demons. My ultimate magic is chaotic divine power. I will let you experience it for yourself. The space was now completely different from before. It felt immensely heavier. Jangun's entire body was once again racked with pain. Just then, a system notification appeared, magical eruption within the body suppressed. Endurance rank has increased. Jangun's current endurance rank was S. It was only thanks to this that he was able to bear it. If his endurance could increase more, he could hold on even longer. External magic is invading the body. Magic will be assimilated. Magic rank has increased. Jangun also felt a transformation within himself. This was the same phenomenon he'd experienced when he met the heavenly demon. That's right, get a grip. Think. I have to remember my encounter with a heavenly demon. During my time in the tower, I've had tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of masters. Things like web novels, comics, cartoons, and movies. To a normal person, those are all just works of fiction. But to me, they were all my masters. And the martial arts they taught me. One of them was the art of Allah for sealing demons in the age of myth. The young man began to recall and apply the technique, activating the power just like that. The head warden of the night parade of 100 demons froze. What? What in the world is that? She tried to take another step, but her other foot was also stopped in its tracks. The girl flew into a rage. This bastard dares to grab my leg. There are still 8 steps left. The 10-step annihilation is a stacking technique. This is a master-level skill. It doesn't require taking actual physical steps. Simply repeating the motion of the steps is enough. The power from Jangun's magic circle was now blocking the 3rd step. That guy is using that bizarre technique to stop me. The power of the 10-step annihilation is being nullified. But do you really think you alone can stop me? The girl took 4 steps at once, and the spatial pressure bore down on him again. Let's see how you handle the true destructive power of the 10-step annihilation. It feels like the weight of the world is crashing down on you. You will endure all of this pain until the very end. Right at the 5th step, she was stopped again. A bewildered look on her face as she still couldn't understand what was happening. Jangun now seemed to be getting used to it all. Is this it? It's not that different from before. The girl was in shock. She had already used half of its power, yet Jangun was standing firm as if it was nothing. Now it's time to show my own strength. It's my turn. A magical flower began to glow. He activated the dancing flower kick. The system announced, successfully captured the demonic climber afflicted by chaotic divine power. The system invites you. Time remaining, 0.05 seconds. In a flash, Jangun was back with Avi, fighting so fiercely against the user of chaotic divine power. You've been through a lot. Based on the results of this battle, your information authority has increased from low rank to low mid rank. Therefore, we have summoned you here to inform you of the new information authority you have received. The guy looked completely bewildered, frozen in place. No. I was called here right after I captured the climber. Is this the first time? Well, I was so happy that I wanted to let you know right away. The thing Jangun noticed was that the room seemed to have gotten bigger. Avi explained that every time a guardian deals with a climber, this room also transforms. With your new low mid-tier authority, many things will change. One of them is that you can now decorate this system room. You just have to think of the interior you want for this space and press the button, and the scenery will change. Jangun did as she said, and in the blink of an eye, the room transformed into the 1st floor of the tower. He pressed the button again, and his own spacious room appeared, causing Avi to gasp in awe. I thought that even if you knew how to use it, you wouldn't be able to. This is the first time I've seen the room of a human living on the 9th floor. Do you normally just live in this room? I've been here ever since I became self-aware. Jangun was a little surprised. Did she really live her entire life in this tiny little room? So you sleep here too? Yes. When I feel tired, I lie down on this table to sleep. Jang Gon fell silent for a moment. He suddenly felt that this girl was truly pitiful. He got back to the main point and asked, besides this, is there anything else? The notification and information authority skills have been upgraded, and a new skill, entry, exit, has been generated. This is a skill that allows a guardian to return to this place once a day, even without an invitation from me. Oh, so can I freely ask about other things I'm curious about? Your information authority has also increased, so you can ask what you want. The young man opened his status window. It seems there's something a little strange about my information. Besides capturing the psychotic power monster and my abilities increasing, I think my abilities are stronger than what's being displayed. Can you answer that for me? Yes, since your information authority is low-mid, I can tell you a few things. Jang Gon was pretty excited to finally be able to dig up some information. That's more like it. Now, tell me, quickly. Avi began to explain. Because the creator of the tower wanted to prevent unusual powers from forming inside, they limited the increase of ability points. To put it simply, they've locked the ability stats. But this is only a feature that's locked within this system. Therefore, your displayed ability points will have a gap with your actual abilities. The guy's face went blank, as he didn't understand it all. Can you explain it more simply? Besides the information about the locked system, the Guardian's body continues to develop. That's like saying nothing at all. Jang Gon crossed his arms, finding it ridiculous. Is it really that simple? Then how different are my information window and my actual abilities? I can't tell you because you don't have enough information authority. Infuriated, Jang Gon got worked up again. Then what the hell else is there? Why am I trapped in this tower? What level of information authority do I need for you to tell me? I can't tell you because your information authority is still low. Jang Gon flew into a rage. If that's the case, when will a high-level climber get here? Can I just level up my information authority quickly? Avi flinched and stammered. What about the worlds that were destroyed? Meanwhile, at the One Gui estate in Shanghai, China, a fire was raging, growing stronger by the moment. The man foaming at the mouth was Himu Hyuncheon, rank 17, S-class. Parian was torturing him relentlessly. And to think you were a high-ranking figure in one go. How boring. Chanayan, get ready. Yes. This is the video of Sir Kim Janwon's Gravas in Germany. It's ready. After watching the masterclass performance, Parian felt very pleased. Master, you always exceed my expectations. Report on the current situation of all the GUI, including the newly occupied territory. Yes, our Hong Gook has taken possession of 92%. This place is the last one. The remaining 8% are those who submit to our pedagogy. In reality, we have completed the conquest of all GUI across the world. Parian sighed and then smiled. The time has finally come for me to fulfill the oath I made to Master all those years ago. Master, when you leave the tower, I will surely prepare a position worthy of you. It will certainly be the highest place. I will prepare the position. The time has truly come to meet Master again. After returning, Jang Gon received a lot of papers. Inside, the reward details stated that he could go live in Germany. Seun, curious, picked one up to read. Aside from the prize money and the item from the psychotic power monster, it's all complete tax exemption, huh? They're also providing a car and a house in Germany. A certificate of commendation from the Guild Hands World Office. Seun was excited. The rewards this time are much better than the ones in Japan, aren't they? By the way, what about the sword of the heavenly demon from back then? Seun announced that Jang Gon had given him that sword. Sao Jun acted slightly jealous that she didn't get anything. Jang Gon explained, you already have a good magic formation, don't you? It's also an item that a hunter would receive. Ah, that's right. But Appa, besides the item obtained from the psychotic power monster, what was the reason you went to stock Gravas? Kunu said he was curious about that too. Siwoo was also intrigued. Jang Gon grinned brightly. What's so special about it? If I have to say, my hobby is to stir things up. Only a strong person can do that. His buddies actually thought their big brother was telling the truth. From inside the building, they could see the towering guidance tower. Jang Go stood pensively, thinking everything over. One day, the guidance tower suddenly appeared along with monsters, and people were forcibly summoned. He was the first person to be forcibly summoned. Trapped in the tower for 12 years, from the first floor to the 100th floor, he had destroyed it thousands of times. During the time his companions left the tower, he also reset back to the first floor thousands of times. Now, the young man truly wanted to know why he was being kept in the tower. Third, Gravis. Information authority upgraded from lowest to low-mid. It was slow, but at least there was a change. Seeing her brother just standing there like a dummy, Seun told him it was time to go home. Is your head hurting a lot, Appa? What do you mean, my head hurts? Don't worry about it. It's nothing special. 10 days after dealing with the psychic monster incident, Django was once again dragged onto a live television broadcast. Hello everyone, I'm Lee Hyang, the host of the live TV show Getting to Know the Hunters. Our guest for this episode is none other than Hunter Kim Django. Even though it was a live broadcast, the young man couldn't seem to care less. He sat casually, scrolling through his phone. Kim Django, you said some pretty cool things at the last press conference, didn't you? What? Oh, that. I was just telling the truth. Ha ha ha. That's Kim Django's world for you. This is his most charming point. Ladies and gentlemen, let's look at the screen as we go over his biography. After dragging on forever, they finally reached the last question. And now for the final question. Could you briefly tell us about the special skills you possess? The young man was so bored he kept picking his ears and nose. Special skills? What's so special about them? I don't have any special skills. I just used something called martial arts that I created myself while I was in the tower. He said it was nothing, but the host started freaking out like a mad woman. Oh, our Q&A session ends here. Could we ask you to demonstrate the martial arts you just mentioned? To get an in-depth perspective, they even invited martial arts experts to the show. Django glanced towards the wings, looking excited. Them? The two old men began to show off with flourishing movements. If you know how to feel the flow of nature's energy to cultivate our Azure Dragon Sword's style, the Sage Entry method is passed down as a practical martial art. If you train for 10 years, your body itself will become an unbeatable weapon. Django just found it ridiculous after hearing them. Did these old geezers think they could fool him? He stomped his foot hard as if protesting their nonsense. He said, I think you two have misunderstood something. I'll be blunt and tell you the truth. Lately, there seem to be a lot of bad rumors about me. Let me ask you this. For people who don't understand the essence of martial arts and just try to learn it, can they really become stronger? A strong person is strong because they themselves are strong. That means martial arts isn't what makes a person stronger. So, I'll show you. Django snatched a sword, and a red light began to radiate from his body. The young man began to perform a few basic moves. The old man standing there was startled. Oh crap, that stance is the Azure Dragon baited breath that I just demonstrated. Django smiled brightly and declared, watch closely. This is how you use a sword. Not long ago, Django had read something similar in a web novel about the Heavenly Dragon Divine Staff. He wanted to try applying it. After activating the Azure Dragon Flash, right there in the studio, the ceiling looked like it was cracking open. The MC was choking on so much smoke that she almost bit the dust. After finishing his demonstration, the young man reminded the old man to go home and practice more. I'm strong because I myself am strong. It's the same with any martial art, so don't drag me into your theories. After returning to his company, Django was quite surprised by Anya's new appearance. The girl was still as scared of Django as ever. Sir, you're back. Her face had changed, so no one would recognize her. You don't have any problems working at my guild, do you? No, sir. Do you have enough work? Hearing that, Anya froze up. Yes, it's enough. Django began to express his thoughts. I've said this before. I hate enemies, but I saved you because you seemed useful. I will treat you like a normal hunter. What's wrong? You don't like it? No, sir. I like it very much. With a sinister smile, Django continued. Anya, so, as long as you don't betray me, you just need to do your job properly. But if, by any chance, you try to run away on your own, you know what'll happen, right? Anyway, if you need anything else, just tell me. I was just kidding earlier. The moment he left, Anya's complete helplessness was revealed. Just like that, I've been doing this accounting job for 10 days already. To be honest, life isn't so bad. The work isn't hard, and I don't have to work nights. The salary is decent, and I don't have to live in the shadows. But, is this really the life I want? The dungeon transfer from Aries Guild has been completed. At the same time, at Incheon Airport, the branch manager. Wait, do you really want to ask the Pedo Guild for help? That would be very dangerous. I'm sure the Django guy has already received the rights to the dungeon transfer. He probably received the money too. You know very well that we've already failed. The manager was silenced. No, it wasn't just a failure. It was a complete and utter failure. From gaining a monopoly to losing all power, and finally ending up in the same position as those I once controlled. I will skewer him at all costs. All those little tricks you're pulling won't do a thing. Don't worry, I won't let anyone escape. We're already on the brink of collapse. This person has truly been pushed into a corner. Our monopoly is over. A few dozen more dungeons won't change anything. Bring everything we can. Dungeon transfer rights, share money, artifacts. Everything that could possibly look appealing to them. Send it all to them. He has to go. In New York, this is the office of the founder of the Aries Guild, Matan Brand. The Korean branch has transferred a portion of its dungeons to another guild. According to the report I saw, the Korean branch manager, Hoguk, made a mistake. Matan Brand snapped his fingers on the table. A mistake. Everyone makes mistakes, right? Whether it's me or you. The important thing is to fix it. Only then is a mistake acceptable. From now on, when you report to me, use the word mistake. But if it hasn't been handled properly, if the mistake hasn't been corrected, when you report back to me, then call it a failure. I'm sorry, you don't need to apologize. He's the failure. And the Aries Guild has no need for failures. Do you understand what I'm saying? Handle all of it, sir. Yes, and make it clean. At the same time, get back all the dungeons that were transferred and eliminate that failure for me. Hoguk is currently in front of the Pedo Guild. They said they wanted to see the face of the person asking for a favor, so they demanded I come to this palace. What should I do? I've taken down so many of them before. They were already rivals of the Aries Guild, and now I have to ask them for help. This is a dangerous move, but if it means making Kim Jang-on disappear, I'll do whatever it takes. Hoguk decided to go inside. As soon as he entered, someone was there to greet him. Hoguk immediately felt excited. Kim Jang-on, you're finished. All the guards were wearing the distinctive buffalo horn masks of the Pedo Guild. Hoguk stood there thinking, this place. The master of this mysterious guild is known as the Dragon of the Pedo Guild, Parian. The moment he entered, he was shocked. A child. Hello, miss. I am the manager of the Aries Guild's Korean branch. I know. I heard you came to the Pedo Guild to ask us to eliminate someone. Is that right? Ah, yes, that's correct. What is this person's name? Hoguk suddenly froze, unable to speak. Suddenly, I had a feeling that saying it out loud would be a bad idea. Ah, no. Either way, turning back now will only lead to my death. There's no turning back now. Hoguk had no choice but to bow his head and speak loudly. I'm not sure if you've heard of him. Hunter Kim Jang-o is the one who killed the heretic god of power in Gravas, Germany. If your side could eliminate him, I will transfer 20% of the Korean branch's dungeons to the Pedo Guild, along with 80 billion. Parian sighed and stood up.
So that's it. If you're saying that, asking me to take care of Kim Jang-o, you're asking me to kill my master.
The fool went and poked a hornet's nest. Enraged, Parian blasted him on the spot. Hoguk was still dazed, completely unable to comprehend the situation. What on earth is going on? I came here to request Kim Jang-o's assassination. But why is the guild master reacting like this? Wait, she just said something about a master. Hoguk cried out, wait, I want to ask something. I understand that the Pedo Guild is refusing this request. But did you just say that Kim Jang-o is your master? That's right. May I ask where you and your master met? Inside the tower. Hoguk grasped the situation and began to calculate. So that's it. That's why she mistakenly thinks Kim Jang-o is her master. If that's the case, then there's a way to survive. He started asking more questions. Then, are you Korean? No. In that case, Kim Jang-o might not be the master you're looking for. Ho-ho, and why would you think that? You probably already know that there are a total of 158 towers on Earth. These 158 towers are managed by different regions. The tower built in Korea only summons people from Korea, and the 15 towers built in America are divided among the states. Therefore, if you're Chinese, there's no way you could have met Hunter Kim Jang-o, who was trapped in the tower in Korea. So that's what you wanted to say. She nodded naively over and over, and then, with a boom, the guy got blasted a second time. Who gave you permission to pass out? I was holding back to see what the insect who wants to harm my master had to say, but in the end, I had to listen to that nonsense. Are you saying I've mistaken my own master? Hoguk trembled violently. Parian lifted him by the neck and added, that's right, you are correct. Each tower belongs to a different administrative region. I understand your suspicion, but unfortunately for you, I have cleared the tutorial tower in Korea. At the time, I was truly filled with resentment. I came to Korea at my stepfather's behest and was dragged into the tower. But luckily, I met my master. Hoguk remained defiant. But how can you be sure your master is Kim Jang-o? Parian, who was already enraged, became even more furious. You deny my master to the very end, but it seems you only see one side of the story. Because by denying my master, you are denying me. My entire image right now is based on what my master wanted. The way I dress, my long hair that covers my back, the mark of the one on my back, and my name, Parian. You dare to completely deny my existence. You truly are an insect. Don't even dream of dying a comfortable death. You tried to murder my master, and you denied both him and me to save your own skin. I will personally show you just how great that sin is. Meanwhile, in Avi's room. How's this TV? It's more fun than just sitting blankly at a desk, isn't it? Avi seemed very excited. At first, it just seemed strange, but the more she used it, the more she liked it. She could press a button to watch any movie she wanted. The little girl now turned to plead with Jang-won. Guardian, can't you make that a game or something? What about a game? I've seen a TV before, but can't I just try playing a game once? Hello? You can't create that thing. The only things that exist beside me are the system and the guardian. I can't create other things because I don't have the authority. Finding her rather pitiful, with a poof, Jang Won pressed a button and instantly materialized a PC and a gaming setup. Overjoyed to the point of tears, Avi threw her arms around him. Thank you so much. I can finally do what I want. Suddenly, the young man felt that something was off. Wait a minute, I'm not even married, so why does this feel like I have a daughter? There's something I need to tell you. I might be mistaken, but you really never know, so I thought I should let you know. After hearing what she had to say, Jang Won returned home with a blank expression, not hearing anyone who tried to talk to him. He recalled Avi's words. Glimbers might also exist on the 9th floor, where the guardian lives. However, it was still just speculation and couldn't be confirmed. Before God left the tower, Gravas had appeared 3 times. Normally, when a boss dies, the portal also vanishes, but 2 of the 3 portals didn't disappear. It couldn't be confirmed, but there was reason to be cautious. As planned, they were going to Germany in 3 days, and his younger brothers also made up an excuse about wanting to sightsee to tag along. Speaking of the ruins in Germany, Salm was very optimistic, thinking that if there were mages who could use magic formations, the city could recover quickly. An architectural project that would take 10 years could be built in 1, but the problem was the number of dead and injured. Jang Won wondered, so if a monster appears and a Gravas incident occurs, no city would be completely destroyed. If there are mages, there's no need to worry. If that's the case, then why does everyone insist on going to Germany? There are plenty of other beautiful places. But the day after he went to Germany to receive his reward was the opening day of the auction house, which Jang Won found puzzling. What the heck kind of event is this? Kun said he would explain everything later. In short, the auction house organized by the International Hunter Association would be held in Germany this time. And even though Leipzig was destroyed, the schedule remained unchanged. So, you guys are all going to that auction house. And then what? Don't tell me you guys want to be teleported to the auction so you don't have to take a plane. Seeing his buddies pretend to cough, it seemed he had hit the nail right on the head. But the young man was also very easygoing. If that's what you want, that's fine. Sek looked ecstatic. Oh, really? We can? The International Hunter Association only deals in strictly selected items, so if you go, there'll be some cool stuff. Jang Won started thinking about the Hunter Association. From what he could tell, the association was considering whether Gravas still existed, depending on its class. If Avi's suspicion was correct that there are currently 2 Simbers on the 9th floor, the tower climbers aren't privy to that information, so if he checked them one by one, he might find out the truth. But that would be a bit of a hassle. Besides, Jang Won had other things to do. He had to become stronger than anyone else. It was safe to say he had become stronger after the last battle, but those were all mid-level Simbers. What if a high-level Simber appeared? Obviously, he had to prepare thoroughly. 3 days passed faster than he thought. A knock was heard. The auction will now begin. The group had arrived at the International Hunter Association in Germany. The assistant, Harangu's teammate, was burning the transfer papers for the ownership and management rights of the dungeon. Seongu had gone to meet Pedogi's master. An hour had passed since he received Pedogi's call, and he still hadn't returned. Something must have happened. Looks like Pedogi took care of him. I have to get out of here fast. The evidence is destroyed, so I just need to grab the money and escape. Anyway, if the headquarters punishes someone, they'll just punish Seongu. I'm just his assistant, so they definitely can't do anything to me. Just as he was about to push the door open to leave, a sword struck from behind. Oh, my apologies. I intended to end it in one blow, but I didn't expect to cut your hand by mistake. You're a knight? Ooh, you know? Well, you're a manager too, so you should know about us. The assassin hunters belonging to the main headquarters, the Knights Division. The Knights Division consisted of extremely powerful individuals who were in the top 40 of the hunter rankings before their names were erased. The manager knew for sure that he couldn't escape. Why? Why is the Knights Division here? Why ask such a thing? You should be the one who knows best. 2 more slashes, and before he could even cry out or beg, he was permanently erased. The traitor Aries Y must naturally die. After finishing the job, another person opened the door and entered. A small task like that would be a waste of their time. Is Seongu taken care of? That guy is being held by Pedogi, so we have to wait until he's released? Looks like we won't have to wait. Not long after he went in, a terrifying amount of magical power exploded from Pedigu's palace. Does that mean he's a goner? Most likely. And if he's not dead, we'll have to deal with him ourselves anyway. So, are we going to grab the guy who received the dungeon transfer rights from him now? No, numbers 4, 7, 9, and 10 will handle him, not us. What? 4 people to handle 1 guy. Ah, it's that guy. Right, the one who handled the last disaster. I guess he's worthy of that much effort. That naive, optimistic red-haired knight almost blurted out my damn name. It doesn't matter how strong that guy is with the artifacts our master gave us. Before he could finish, his mouth was covered. Watch your words. Number 8. Don't you know our names are a secret? Sheesh, so sensitive. Anyway, it's not like we have anything else to do. It seems the hunt has now begun. A lot of people have arrived early for the auction. It's still that legendary tracksuit. I wonder when Jianwu will ever take it off. He even innocently asked, "What do you mean?" Other people say so too, right? Do I really have to smile? Si-hun stammered. It's fine if it's your personal space, but isn't it a bit weird to wear that in a public place like this? What the heck? I wear tracksuits everywhere. I think it looks good and makes me look young. Everything that needs to be covered is covered, so what's there to be unhappy about? His friend was too tired to even argue. Whatever. Besides, everyone is used to seeing him like this. It's true that he even wore this outfit to receive an award, but not a single article mentioned his attire. Jianwu was surprised that there were no S+ grade items at this auction. Then again, it's not like you come across those items easily. Hearing S+, Jianwu flinched. He was hiding the crystal of an S+ grade Chaos Fiend in his pocket. This time, he had received the information panel for the Chaos Fiend. Crystal of the S+ grade Chaos Fiend. Skill: none. Information authority: the Chaos Fiend was born in the form of a small monster. Without help from anyone, she survived by eating the monsters in the basement. Eventually, she captured all the monsters and integrated them to obtain their essence. Jianwu was quite curious about the skill and supplement sections. There were no skills at all. The young man got annoyed. I wonder how long it'll take before I can see this entire panel. There are too few usable weapons, and the characteristics section is missing information authority. Jianwu opened up to look at other items. Meanwhile, the auction was still in full swing. 1 billion. This guest bids 1 billion. Any higher bids? The Jade of Yatagarasu has been sold to guest number 32. Jianwu sat there without a shred of excitement or anticipation. Ha, and I thought this would be interesting. I guess it's okay to interpret it my own way, right? The auction continued. The next item for auction is the Great Spear of Aslan. The starting price is 3 billion. Great Spear of Aslan, S grade. Supplement: none. Skill: extreme, shadow conversion speed. Information authority: this is a perfect replica of the spear used by Aslan, who built an empire with just a single spear. Although it is a replica, its abilities are. Information authority missing: Aslan, who focused solely on the spear his entire life. Information authority missing, and with the techniques he mainly used. Information authority missing. He learned things. Damn it, this is so frustrating. Missing. Authority again, so I can't get a full explanation. Feeling too frustrated, the young man decided to step outside for a bit. Call me when the auction is over. The sky was pitch black. Just as he stepped outside, a few police officers who were scanning the area with flashlights were suddenly sniped and dropped to the ground. Jianwu sensed something was wrong and managed to dodge a sneak attack from them. What is it now? A whole group of hooded figures smirked and asked, "Are you Kim Jianwu?" Right now, the 4 of us knights are going to make you disappear. We are all among the top 30s rank hunters in the world, appearing out of nowhere just to stand there and flex. Jianwu was so over it. He responded by smashing one of them in the face. Why are you guys always like this? If you're going to fight, then fight. Stop rambling. Let me just kick your talkative asses so you'll stop bothering me. The young man let out a savage, delighted laugh, so intense that it startled and terrified them. At this moment, life truly felt like a joke. Elsewhere, an assistant was reporting back to their leader, Aries Gu. So, Ongu isn't dead? According to number 5's report, that is correct. Relay a message to number 5. If he makes another mistake, tell him not to come back. What about that other guy? They are currently ambushing him. They should be fighting right now. But, will it really be okay? Our opponent is, after all, a hunter who has single-handedly dealt with 2 disasters. Are you doubting the capabilities of the knights? Who from the knights was sent to deal with Kim Jianwu? It's numbers 4, 7, 9, and 10. Sir. Then it's fine. In any case, I don't think the 4 of them can handle Kim Jianwu. What I'm doing is merely a test, to see what that guy is capable of. Model. Let's see if you can handle my artifact. As expected, with just a few casual moves, Django completely wiped out the 4 knights. Meanwhile, a masked figure emanating a purple aura was watching the situation. How are things going? Currently, 2 Simbers have been stopped. Who were the Simbers that once climbed to the 9th floor? The heavenly demon and monstrous strength, the mad god of the night parade of 100 demons. Ho ho, just consider those 2 as offerings for Camber. Nothing to worry about. Who is the next Camber? It seems they haven't decided yet, sir. Is that so? The appearance of an unexpected obstacle is making it quite interesting to see what happens next. After what happened yesterday, Django brought back a huge bundle. When Siyun asked what it was, he replied that it was his spoils of war. You're still so naive, little bro. Ah, about the auction yesterday. After it ended, we went outside and found you standing in the middle of a pile of dead bodies. We were completely freaked out. Do you know that, Django? Luckily, the CCTV recorded everything that happened before. Do you know the identities of those strangers? How would I know? I was interrogating them too. Who knew they'd all bite their tongues and commit suicide? Besides, how was the CCTV able to record it? Oh, that? It seems there was some kind of perception-breaking magic involved. But even if they bit their tongues, why did you smash their heads in like that? Django, who was actually bluffing to cover his tracks, stammered a little. Well, we were in the middle of a fight. How could I control my strength? Siyun, being very perceptive, looked his brother straight in the eye. From what I can see, it looks like you killed them on purpose. Am I wrong? In reality, Django was also surprised by the connection between the items and those men. That's why I needed to run a little experiment. It's normal to break a few things here and there while experimenting. Either way, it's impossible to find out the identities of those strangers. Even with their faces and the perception-breaking magic, we found nothing special. They must have erased all their records before becoming assassin hunters. After asking, Siyun turned around and insisted on buying souvenirs before returning to his country. Who they were for, nobody knew. As soon as his little bro left, Django turned back and opened the sack. Activate Belgrade's ASA Hunter Information Authority skill. Rank S+, additional details unknown. Skill, maximum acceleration. Acceleration. Because of the Information Authority, the truth has been revealed. Faker F173, rank S+. Skill, maximum acceleration, acceleration. Information Authority, no access. Copy, no access. New window. Vector F119, Vector F151, Vector F12, Vector F199. All the artifacts from the strangers had names like these. Faker means an imposter, a fraud. It wouldn't be quite right to call them labyrinth artifacts. They also have strange names and descriptions. Could these be man-made artifacts? Django examined them closely. Is that possible? No crafting information or related data can be found. There's definitely something unusual here. He recalled the events of last night. Compared to the hunters I've faced before, those strangers yesterday were genuinely skilled. They knew where I was and were prepared to attack me. If that's the case, there are only two possibilities. 1, they belong to Aries GUI. 2, they're mercenaries. But besides Aries GUI, I don't have any other enemies, so there's no need to wonder who the culprit is. But if so, what on earth is this? In the end, pointless speculation is useless. The origin of these artifacts isn't important. What's important is who sent them. Don't tell me the Asiongu guy is already out of his mind after taking just one light hammer blow. I'm not letting this go this time. He went to the office again and caused a ruckus, demanding to find that bastard Hosiu. The employees were all beaten to a pulp after informing him that the branch manager was currently away. This made Django even more furious. Who doesn't know that? I could tell just by looking at his office. Where is he now? They were about to stammer and not reveal anything until Django raised his fist. Then they begged. I'll talk. The branch manager didn't tell me his destination and has been absent for 4 days now. We don't know his exact whereabouts. He went to Beijing, China, to meet with Pedigu. Django smirked slightly, a little surprised. Holy crap. That evening, at Siyun's house. Siyun, do you know anything about Pedigu? Why do you ask? Well, Pedigu has taken over almost all the dungeons in China. Django was shocked to hear this. What? Last I heard, they only owned 50%, didn't they? But recently, it seems they've taken over everything. Why does that sound so simple? Of course, it's not simple. You're talking about a unilateral takeover, which is a whole different story. In China, you can't just get by with strength alone. Django sighed. But they were all taken over anyway. It's clearly a case of brute force. Actually, China's laws weren't like that from the beginning. Initially, all dungeons in China were state-owned. The process of transferring a dungeon was even more complicated. Why did it change now? I think it was about 3 to 4 years ago. It just suddenly changed like that. Is there a rumor that the person behind the legal amendment is the owner of Pedigu? Perfect timing. Right after the law was amended, Pedigu appeared and expanded its influence. The owner of Pedigu was already a very big figure in China before that. However, this story is indeed hard to believe. Django paused for a few seconds. My disciple and I have never spoken. Thinking about the outside world reminds me of my conversations with that girl. Do you know who I am? How dare you? Shut up. From this day forward, you will be my disciple, so you must learn some manners. What the hell is this? I have to move up quickly with my teammates to survive. It's too noisy. Save me, master. I don't want to die. Oh ho, who would dare do that to you? You are my precious and proud disciple. I absolutely will not let you die. Go now. I have taught you everything I can, but I still haven't learned anything from you, master. You no longer need any more teachings from me. You are no longer timid like you were before. Don't force anyone to do what they don't want to, and don't let others order you around, all right? In the moment of their parting, the female disciple, Parian, cried her eyes out. Now, go on and get out there. And don't forget what I told you. Nothing can be above you. The only one who can be above you is me. Everything else must be beneath you. Looking back on it now, I was talking so much nonsense. Who says something like that to a kid? At the time, they seemed like very fine and praiseworthy words, but now I see I was just in a tight spot and spouting nonsense. That's why you can't even remember everything you said now. Seeing how tense he looked, Siyun guessed he was lost in thought again. Jang was startled and asked, "Besides that, is there anything else?" If not that, there's a rumor that it's a very special place, almost like a kingdom. Other than that, I don't know anything else. I haven't had the leisure to look into the situation of foreign guilds. After saying that, Jang stood up, insisting on going to China. The exact place he wanted to go was Beijing. At the Pedigu Palace in Beijing, China, Parian couldn't fall asleep despite her warm blankets and soft mattress. 4 years have passed, but that memory is still vivid. Climbing the tower was a turning point for me. For the first time, I learned that there are things money can't buy. I realized how tragically weak I was. It was when I was at my lowest that I met my master. Following the way my father, a politician, had raised me since childhood, I had always lived like a soulless puppet. To me, affection was something that could be bought with money. Unlike my wicked father, who never even saw me as his daughter, my master was the one who taught me how to stand on my own in this world. He was the one who saved my life. Now, in China, there is no force left that can oppose Pedigu. I'll soon be able to bring my master here. It won't be long now, master. Just wait for me a little longer. At a hotel in Beijing, China, a message was sent to 2 knights. They were assigned the mission to handle a Shonu's assistant. Numbers 4, 7, 9, and 10 have failed. Numbers 8 and 5 are taking over the mission. What the hell? They're telling us to stop the guy who took out 4 knights. This has to be a joke. Who would do that? Don't cause a scene. A scene? How can you be so calm? I'm a bit shocked too. But it's not like we're out of options. The knights must prioritize their assigned mission. We can just stay in Beijing until we kill Herong Gu. Number 8 seemed very excited after hearing this. That's a good plan. But why did they tell us to stop Kim Jian World? Meanwhile, the leader, Aries Y, was still racking his brain over the analysis. He's too strong, without a single opening. It's clearly strange. At first, they should have just sent numbers 1 through 3. The Aries Knights have a total of 10 members, numbered in order of strength. However, it's not like the lowest numbered members are necessarily weak. Because each one has a reinforcement artifact, the variables in combat are unpredictable. And yet, he killed 4 knights all by himself. Just as numbers 8 and 5 were telling each other not to mess with him, the ground suddenly started shaking. Number 8 was slammed hard against the wall. You're the ones who took care of Choi Myung, right? Who are you? Why did you guys? Don't blame me. It's just that you handled Choi Myung, a target that Master 1 was supposed to kill himself, so I have no choice but to send you on your way. The next day, in the training room in the second basement floor of Arangui, Siyun was pleading. If you don't want to go, Appa, you don't have to. I'd like that, but everyone has a past they don't want to talk about. Since he was 10, Jang's parents had passed away while trying to make a living, so that dream was unrealistic. But then the tower appeared, and if you played this game without ever leaving the tower, it would have been fine. Meanwhile, his disciple is painting China black, and every piece of news is a shock. Let's not think about it anymore. I just need to grab Herson and get out of there. That's right, that'll do. Siyun was worried, but Appa, you can cross borders with a magic circle. Last time in Europe it was an emergency, so it was acceptable. But this time, isn't it just illegally staying in a foreign country? I'm not going sightseeing, I'm just going to catch Herson Gu. No, that's not the issue. What kind of trouble are you planning to cause this time? Before his little sister could finish speaking, the young man stepped into the magic circle. Siyun felt uneasy. Right now, Jang handles everything very well on his own, but I have a bad feeling that he won't be able to solve it this time. Anya was crying out miserably from exhaustion. Jang suddenly had to go to Pedigu, so she had to work all night. In the blink of an eye, Jang arrived, and one look at his face now told you that something was up with this place. Just how grand it was. At the gate of the Pedigu Palace on the outskirts of Beijing, after reading the sign on the castle which said, "Only heaven is above me," Jang understood his student's hidden meaning and went completely insane. This was the exact line the kid had once said, that nothing could be higher. There is only one being above me, and I am heaven. Everything else must be beneath me. While still in shock with his mouth agape, he was stopped by the guards. Where do you think you're going? State your identity. The situation was urgent. He couldn't leave it like this. The young man charged in, only to be blocked a second time. He then took a leap and flew straight into the fortress. First, I'll smash all these damn things, then I'll deal with Hyun once and for all. The moment he dashed inside, an emergency alarm blared, calling for soldiers. Jang thought that while these people were a little different, the masks were clearly his. After dodging their attacks, he was shocked again to discover that even their fighting techniques were his, but their execution had a few technical flaws. From their strikes to their martial arts, everything belonged to Jang. Could it be that my disciple taught them this way? Hyun started to look pleased and performed a few basic moves. That's not how you do it. You use it like this. An explosion sent all the soldiers flying. The young man thought to himself, if he had adjusted his power to this level, not so many hunters would have died. Just then, a familiar voice called out, "Master." He turned to look into those eyes. His instincts told him. The martial arts, the skills, the posture, and above all, the proud gaze looking at him. "Master, is it really you, Master? It's been a long time, my disciple." Jang decided to bring the artifact to Avi's room. Although I can't be certain, this is not an artifact. An artifact is something created on another floor. The system uses factors like legends and victories to rank them. Then it adds a supplementary skill and places it in a labyrinth, and it becomes an artifact. Hyun asked another question. So, if I have an item and toss it to another floor, will anything on that floor change? It's hard to say for sure, because any items you bring with you will be destroyed. To become a climber and ascend the tower, you must first discard all the items you're carrying. He took out a brightly shining ring. Then what is this? When I saw it, I thought it was a fake. It was probably made by a climber. Jang froze. Could it be that Arisui and the climbers are connected? Avi has told me about the existence of those two climbers before. Could I use this to search for Arisui while also gathering clues about the climbers? Glancing around the room, the young man changed the subject, frustrated by how incredibly messy Avi's place was. From food and books to video games, everything was thrown about in a total mess. The young man imagined it, then pressed a button, and everything returned to its proper place. Before he could even thank him, he looked around and the game console was gone. "I'm confiscating this until I return." Avi started screaming and throwing a tantrum. "What? No, you can't. I'll be good. I'll clean my room. I'll throw away the ice cream wrappers. I'll clean up after I eat. Just get it back to me." Jang felt quite pleased with himself, realizing he held this much power. At Pedigu in China, someone was spying before sneaking inside through the ceiling. He was here to rescue 2 knights from the dungeon and to eliminate Hyo So-gu. Before he could do anything, Parian appeared silently behind him. "Found the little rat. Are you also with Arisui?" The man was terrified, having not sensed Parian's presence at all. She flew into a rage. "It doesn't matter now whether you are or not. Just take this. Let me vent a little." A massive explosion in the middle of the night was enough to know the man's fate. Jang hadn't even had a chance to rest before his head started throbbing again. "I can't believe those kids could send me a rescue signal. Dealing with these kids was just too exhausting." The moment he opened his eyes, he saw 2 men standing before him. What the hell is going on? They seemed delighted to see him. "Oh, you're finally back." Jang suddenly grew anxious, looked at the clock, and remembered he had a recording session today. So Seun must have left early. One of the men from the other team sneered. "You don't need to worry about them. There was no one here when we arrived." Jang was about to ask a quick question, but then just declared, "What are you guys doing here?" "Well, it doesn't matter if I know or not. After all, I can just kill whoever comes at me." All 3 of them shattered the glass and went outside to confront each other. The S-rank number 8, Snow Ice, charged forward first, with the others supporting him as they attacked Jang together. The moment they threw their daggers, Jang caught them effortlessly in his hand. "Ha ha, let me return these to you." He raised the daggers, about to throw them back, but in a flash, they vanished. A man appeared right behind him, taking the opportunity to launch a sneak attack, but Jang activated a skill, Information Authority. The window belongs to Sonic, rank SST plus, Agility plus, supplement, skill, return. If it falls into another's hands, it will immediately return to its owner. Truth displayed by Information Authority VER F137, rank SST plus. Now he understood why it had vanished from his hand. Dozens of papers flew through the air, momentarily forming the shape of a sphere. The man descending with the books was named Medoza Hunter, the top-ranked hunter, the one with the highest magic power. Medoza Hunter seemed quite annoyed by Jang's constant smirking. "You can still laugh? How?" "Oh, really? You're as arrogant as I thought." Although Jang dodged it, he was still surprised that this guy was clearly much faster than the last ones. However, they were still slower than him. He pushed the guy away only to be attacked again, the area around them becoming obscured by a cloud of dust. Iceblood number 8 took that opportunity to launch a sneak attack from behind. They coordinated their attacks, driving Jang into a frenzy. Jang felt like they still hadn't mastered these abilities yet. The two of them looked around, bewildered, unable to find him. And then, he played a little peek-a-boo right behind them. Surprise, this is called the body flicker technique. The young man launched a finishing blow at them. The body flicker is a technique that allows one to move to another location in an instant. But that last attack wasn't successful. The Musa hunter panted and laughed mockingly. Did you really think I'd come here unprepared? How ridiculous. Let's see what you've got. In truth, Jang was also getting a bit exhausted. Using his magic too hastily had disrupted his acupressure points. They combined their attacks on him once again. One of them blew up the magic windows to obstruct Jang's movement. The other one clung to him, preventing him from getting close to his partner. They really deserved to die. At this point, he needed to stall for time. The body flicker skill needed a little more time before he could use it again. Seeing him just standing there motionless, the Musa hunter was confused. What is he doing just standing there? Is it a trap? Probably not. Alright then, if you won't dodge, I'll just run you through and finish you. A massive explosion erupted. The other guy thought it was all over. But life is never that simple. Jang reappeared out of nowhere. Well, gotcha. Let me tell you something interesting. Want to hear it? My stamina is ranked S+, C+. He threw the guy without hesitation, sending him tumbling away. His powerful hand then moved to grab the Musa hunter's face. Have you ever been on a thrill ride before? Or maybe you never got the chance. I'll give you a taste right now. The beatdown didn't last long, but the aftershocks it left behind were immense. Si-hyun had a mental breakdown when he came back to the site of his ruined home. He lost his home in a single night, and there was Jang, innocently standing beside him, patting his shoulder comfortingly. It's not your fault, Hyung. Who said it was Hyung's fault? It's just. I don't know when we'll ever finish cleaning this mess up. Just then, his sister June barged in. Whoa, it looks like a dump in here. Si-hyun sighed helplessly. Hey, did you come here just to tease me? At least this whole incident has been properly taken care of, right? I heard the government and the Hunters Association are going to compensate us, and it seems no one was killed or injured. That's true, but you should see this. The video of the apartment complex has already hit #1 on the trending charts. Why did Joan look so excited after watching it? It looks like the public's reaction isn't too bad. Huh. The core problem now was that Jang wanted to avoid reporters, so he gave them Si-hyun's phone number and even forwarded all the reporters' questions to Si-hyun, letting him bear the full burden. Thanks to that, Si-hyun's phone was blowing up with 192 missed calls and 423 messages. The poor guy could only cry his eyes out. I just changed my phone number less than a month ago. Only Jang was still full of energy. Hey, don't worry too much. Hyung, where is your conscience? It seems he planned on using the magic formation again. He tossed an item to Si-hyun. Here, catch this. Si-hyun was utterly shocked when he realized the item was an ST+ grade artifact. He suddenly found a new surge of motivation. Hyung, please leave everything to me. It just goes to show you, material possessions really determine one's mindset. Jang made his way to the magic circle. He recalled the face of the assassin who tried to kill him. The man had clasped his hands and begged for his life, and finally confessed everything. First, the person who ordered his assassination was Emton Brand, the master of Aries. Second, he was hiding a secret in his vault. Now Jang had all the evidence he needed. He turned to look at Anya. Are you all right? Ah, yes. Then let's start right away. They were in front of the Aries Guild headquarters. He then threw a phone to Anya. Take it. Anya was so surprised her jaw dropped. Then he added, Jian gave that to you. Take good care of it. Suddenly, despite being dead tired, she found a new surge of motivation. Anya was full of life again. System fully activated. In an instant, the young man had arrived, but the place was dark and gloomy. Where is this? Could it be? Anya betrayed me? Just then, Ntan Brand appeared. You're finally here? It's a pleasure to meet you, Ntan Brand. Oh, so you know who I am. Jang felt a thrill of excitement. Looks like the intel was useful after all. He replied, You sent people to kill me several times, of course I know who you are. So what's your plan? They all failed. The knights were just bait. The important thing is that I've learned all about you. For example, that you are the guardian of the 9th floor. Jang looked directly at him, but couldn't check his information authority. Could he be a climber? I thought something was off. But what if the master of Aries is a climber? Jang said loudly, Well then, this is great. I can take care of all my headaches at once. Spoken like a man who was able to stop 2 climbers. Do you know why I changed the teleportation coordinates and brought you here? What do you mean? You're just as confident as those other 2, aren't you? Wrong. It's because this place is trapped, Jang thought. This crazy bastard is too kind. He's even telling me there's a trap. How scary. He threw a punch straight forward, but it hit a barrier. This is different from those shoddy magic barriers. Just then, Jang was also sent flying backward. He looked completely bewildered, and as he looked up, he saw countless weapons floating in the air. Metatron Brand smirked and said, "Well, allow me to introduce myself. I am one who seeks reason and the core of all things. To those without power, I am a divine being. To those with power, I am no different from a devil. To the powerless, I grant them the strength they could never achieve. The rest call me the Destroyer. However, I am also known as the Copycat, Faker." He pushed the weapons toward Jang-O. Jang-O barely managed to dodge in time. He thought, "I can't get close to these things. I'll have to use Blink. If he has a barrier like that, attacking recklessly will only drain my stamina." So, he decided to go all out right from the start. He activated his power, but using the Asura Dance Fire Strike would take too long. This was the moment. He charged forward and challenged him. "Let's see you handle this." Activating the Divine Monster Slaying Kick, Jang-O attacked once more, but his opponent's face remained blank. He planned to keep kicking continuously with his Divine Sandals, but right in the middle of his assault, he was blocked by Metatron Brand. Not bad. To be able to generate this much magic power in just a few seconds. He decisively pushed Jang-O away. Afterwards, Jang-O couldn't recover the magic power in his hand. Metatron Brand declared, "It's useless. Your magic power is frozen. I have been watching you for a very long time. I was searching for this floor's guardian. I observed your battles with the Night Order, and as a result, I discovered that most of your skills require mana." Exhausted, Jang-O retorted, "You talk way too damn much." Metatron Brand continued arrogantly, "Don't you realize the situation you're in? You can't use any of your skills right now." Jang-O replied cheerfully, "Isn't it the same for you? That's right. I can't use mana either. However, I can make use of my artifacts." Jang-O tried to test it and realized it was true. "I can't even use my transformation spell." Seizing the opportunity, his opponent attacked him directly, injuring Jang-O. "Don't try to resist me. You're far too confident in your durability. All of my items are above S+ rank." At that moment, Jang-O was utterly bewildered. What should I do? It seems there's no way out. He desperately searched. Where is it? There must be something freezing the mana. He finally discovered a barrier, but it wasn't so strong that he couldn't break through, so it didn't matter. Jang resolutely charged forward, but a powerful light pushed him back. His slippers were the only thing keeping him balanced. With incredible speed, Jang gathered his momentum and charged forward again. That morning, he had read a lot of interesting things in volume 51 of Lightning Warrior. He decided to give one of them a try. Even though he couldn't use mana, he could still use techniques. The young man activated the Divine Lightning Kick. It worked. The barrier. The next time he was blocked by Metatron Brand, Jang spun around and snatched his weapon away. Metatron Brand was impressed. "Even though I've seen it before, I can't help but be amazed. You broke through my barrier without using any mana. I never expected you to have reached this level. Therefore, I will show you my respect and let you see some of my skills. This is the hero's holy sword, Ascalon. Do you know what's so interesting about it? It can borrow a skill from another weapon. There's a legend that the hero always fought alongside his comrades. If you use it, you can do this. Activating skills, acceleration, max acceleration, second acceleration, double acceleration, critical point, double critical point, single twist point, explosion, flame, extreme explosion, high flame, combo, extreme poison double combo, silver blade, shadow blade, mystic blade. The moment he began to move, Jang could see his movements, but there was no way to avoid them. This damn thing froze my mana. Jang blocked an extremely powerful attack. Metatron Brand continued to raise his weapon. Ice System, Aragon's Mace, Fire System, Solar Eclipse Divine Spear, Poison System, Venomous Spider's Dagger. Unfortunately, Jang started coughing up blood. Now for the finishing blow. This is the only weapon I haven't created, but I possess the original, the giant sword, Gigantomachia. Farewell, Kim. The moment that blade stabbed straight down, a brilliant flash of light erupted. After it faded, Jang was revealed, his jacket completely torn off, his body covered in battle scars. Ho ho, you're still alive. As expected, your durability exceeds my predictions. Jang spoke up. Hey, let me ask you something. Metatron Brand looked at him with contempt. You look like a little lamb right now. Since you're about to die, I'll listen to your last words. Why are you trying so hard to kill me? Because killing you is the easiest way to destroy this floor. Why do you even bother climbing the tower? The reason we climb the tower is to sit on the throne. The throne? Isn't that reason enough? Now, it's time to end this. Jang thought S+ rank artifacts. That last critical hit wasn't just a simple scratch. Haha, the power of this bastard. What are you laughing at? Are you going crazy because you're about to die? All right, I'll end this right now. Even in danger, Jang still managed to taunt. End my ass. What do you think I've been stalling for? Now, I'll use my power. Merton Brand's face was a picture of pure agony. My god, that's mana. But the mana freeze hasn't worn off yet. No, that's not Kim Jang-gun's mana. Jang-gun let out a loud laugh. Thanks for the info. And thanks for showing me exactly how you fight. Well then, see you later, you bastard. A fiery explosion erupted. All that was left behind were endless curses. Damn, that son of a bitch. In a flash, Jang-gun was back in Avi's room. His entire body was racked with pain. He had hit a control button that made it impossible for the other guy to track his coordinates. Merton Brand was going insane. I can't find his coordinates. I have to find him before he recovers. Suddenly, Merton Brand spotted a thread of mana lingering in the air. Teleportation connects one set of coordinates to another, allowing one to jump through space. A thread of mana is used for that. He reasoned that the mana thread should have vanished once the teleportation was finished. If it was still here, it meant Jang-gun had escaped into a separate space. After a moment of thought, he smirked, pleased with his own intellect. This wasn't something just anyone would have noticed. Now, I can find him. Meanwhile, Avi and Jang-gun were on the first floor of the tutorial tower. Although Jang-gun's wounds had been treated with mana, they were still very severe. Avi stood by, wishing. It would be great if we had a potion or a recovery artifact. Unfortunately, all I have is a first aid kit. A tower climber who can copy artifacts and freeze mana. This was a terrible situation. Gordian could only remain here for another 20 minutes. While she was still worrying, Jang-gun looked up and declared, I'm done. Really? Training. What kind of training? This only made Avi more worried. He didn't seem natural at all. Is he really all right? But before she could say anything, Jang-gun was already getting ready to go. Wouldn't it be better to use this time to come up with a strategy? Jang-gun just ruffled his own hair and said he'd be fine. This time, it'll definitely be different. Jang-gun teleported to Merton Brand's position once more. Kim Jang-gun, welcome back. Upon hearing this, Jang-gun burst out laughing like a maniac, leaving the other guy utterly confused. Sorry, Merton sneered. It's just hilarious that you come strolling back, without realizing your grave is already waiting for you. At this point, Merton Brand was thoroughly enraged. You dare to trick me. If you're that eager to die, I'll gladly grant your wish. But only Jang-gun knew that he had just mastered countless martial arts inside the tower. Most of them were just imaginary concepts from novels. What he had ultimately been training wasn't a martial art, but the kinetic redirection art. It was similar to a concept from wuxia novels, also known as the soft techniques. Ultimately, he had stopped practicing because he couldn't master it. The problem was that while he had many masters, there was no one he could actually ask questions to. However, in the short 6 hours he was away, he had achieved enlightenment inside the system room. Jang-gun had relentlessly followed everything the books described, even recalling his battles against the heavenly demon and the chaotic god of brute force. Their completely opposite fighting styles helped him grasp the principles of the kinetic redirection art. Now, it was time for a live test. Merton Brand was still reeling in shock, his eyes wide. He thought in bewilderment, what the hell is going on? He definitely hasn't changed. His wounds are still there, and he isn't carrying any new artifacts. But is this really the same guy I fought 6 hours ago? I planned to play around with him before the kill, but now, that's not an option. I need to finish Kim Jang-gun right now. Jang-gun's face was basically saying, hurry up and bring it, as he held out a single hand. You think you can block this with just one hand? You idiot. The moment the tip of his sword shot forward, Jang-gun stopped it with one hand. He even used that same hand to twist Merton Brand's arm back on itself. He let out a piercing shriek, which Jang-gun found noisy. Clenching his fist and using the fist of the fallen king, he sent him flying with a single punch. Seizing the opportunity, Jang-gun followed up with a divine palm strike, and then another. It seemed as if Merton Brand would be flattened into the ground, but somehow he recovered his balance and stood back up. You bastard. That's not mana. Is that some kind of skill? His ability, Gigantomachia, could absorb the power of other weapons. Merton Brand began to taunt him. Do you really think you can overcome this? Jang-gun just smiled, thoroughly amused. He thought it was amusing how many toys the guy had. Merton Brand, feeling he couldn't withstand this power, decided to end it all in a single attack. Jang-gun stood his ground, holding back the crushing power of the descending sword with just one hand. Then, he casually hefted it with that same hand, leaving Merton Brand utterly dumbfounded. Mana? No. This energy is mine. Jang-jin flew right up to his face, provoking him. That's right. It's all yours. And now, I'm giving it back. Activating the first form of the kinetic redirection art, Heavenly Void Rebirth. Merton Brand couldn't believe what was happening before his very eyes. It was as if everything was flowing in reverse. This is ridiculous. Jang-gun decided to end it with a final blow that would completely wipe Merton Brand out of existence. A system message appeared. You have defeated the Hidden Tower Climber. Location: New York, USA. Successfully defeated Faker Hasubun. Your information authority has been upgraded. Your information authority is low intermediate. After that intense battle, Jiang Wu obtained a pouch. Even though it was on Hasubun's body, it didn't disappear. Hasubun's subspace. Rank S+. No subspace skills. Stored objects cannot exceed 15. Determine the object to be brought into the subspace. This means this thing can hold anything. The sword was sucked inside, and the current stored object count is 1 out of 15. The giant sword, Gigantomachia.
Giant sword, Gigantomachia. Rank T+. Strength adjustment plus. Power skill.
Collective. Information authority for a treasured item used by the third floor guardian, the King of Giants. This sword can destroy a mountain and split the sky in a single strike. Its power is most effective when used by a giant. Insufficient information authority. Jiang Wu sighed. This thing is a bit stingy. Why doesn't it let me store everything inside? Wouldn't that be better? It's time to go home. But my clothes are all torn. I don't have a phone, and I have no idea where I am. While he was in a state of confusion, one of his men suddenly entered and announced, "Sir, it's almost time." They found Jiang Wu standing there menacingly, wearing a sinister smile. The guy charged forward, and Jiang Wu leaped up and unleashed a flurry of punches on him. "I'm a bit tired, so I'll go easy on you. Let's start with you taking off all your clothes and giving me your phone." 3 days later, at the headquarters of the Korean Hunter Association, reporters were buzzing with activity. Some were taking pictures, some were writing articles, others were preparing documents, all rushing to ask each other if it was true that Kim Hyun-gu would reveal the culprit behind the assassination attempt at his home. I wonder what he'll say this time. A moment later, Kim Hyun-gu's figure appeared at the podium, and the reporters immediately started shouting, "Ah, there he is. He's here. Get back to your spots." Everyone scrambled to snap photos, not wanting to miss a single hot scoop. Kim Hyun-gu sighed, looking down at the pack of reporters, and said flatly, "I will leave as soon as I've said what I need to say. As you all probably know, some intruders broke into my home to assassinate me." Kim Hyun-gu held up a phone and confidently declared, "I know who is behind all of this." Then, Kim Hyun-gu played a recording on his phone, and a clear voice rang out. "The person who ordered your assassination was Ma Brand." After hearing this, the reporters were all stunned, turning to look at each other in disbelief. "Ma Brand? Isn't he the president of the Aries Guild?" Kim Hyun-gu smiled, then held up the phone and said, "You might think I'm making this up, but it was caught on surveillance footage, and we have plenty of other evidence as well." Kim Hyun-gu flashed a challenging smile, looked directly at the reporters, and said clearly, "I expect the Aries Guild to provide an explanation for this soon. I'll be waiting to hear what they have to say." 3 days passed in a flash. On Gangdong Street, reporters were gathered in front of Kim Hyun-gu's house, shouting over each other, "Hunter Kim Hyun-gu, there are reports that the manager of the Aries Guild in Korea has disappeared. Do you have anything to do with that? Netizens are currently in shock over the situation. Please give us an official statement." Looking at Kim Hyun-gu, his body covered in white bandages, Lee So-dong's voice trembled as she asked,
"So, as you said, we're inside a tower, and Earth is the 9th floor.
Hansel Kagan thought for a moment, then sighed, "It's not that I don't believe you, but this is just too hard to believe." Lee So-dong nodded in agreement, saying, "Me too. I can't believe it. And you're a guardian, whose role is to protect the floor from invaders?" Kim Hyun-gu leaned back on the sofa playfully and said cheerfully, "Is it really such a big deal? You all just need to say, 'Ah, I get it,' and then let it go in one ear and out the other." Lee So-dong quickly replied, "Well, I sort of get it, but everyone just has this look of utter disbelief on their faces." He let out a long sigh, feeling a bit guilty inside. I didn't think it would turn out like this. It's quite a shock, but they had to find out sooner or later." Kim Si-hoon bowed his head and let out a short sigh. It's not surprising that someone with your rebellious personality would be the one casually going around stopping rifts. Hearing that, Kim Hyun-gu jumped up and yelled, "Hey, what do you mean, rebellious?" Lee So-dong looked at Kim Hyun-gu curiously and asked, "So does that mean you left before to stop Camber?" Kim Hyun-gu immediately shook his head and replied, "No, I went to go mess with the guests." Hansel Kagan, while scrolling through information about the Aries Guild, asked with wide eyes, "The Aries Guild seems to be doing fine." Kim Hyun-gu lazily replied, "I don't care about the Aries Guild. Its president is an invader. Thanks to that, I could kill 2 birds with 1 stone." This news left Kim Si-hoon, Lee So-dong, and Hansel Kagan wide-eyed with confusion. Kim Hyun-gu was enthusiastically explaining, "And that's the whole story for all of you." But suddenly, the noise from the crowd of reporters grew even louder. Kim Hyun-gu felt his temper rising and couldn't take it anymore, cursing in frustration. "Arg! Seriously, these reporters are too damn loud. I need to step outside for a bit." Hearing this, Kim Si-hun said. But you're still injured. Do you need me to take over? Kim Hyun-gu confidently removed his bandages and put on his jacket. Then he said cheerfully, "Don't worry, I'm fully recovered." Seeing Kim Hyun-gu step out, the reporters went into a frenzy. "Oh, he's out. Hunter Kim Hyun-gu, can we?" But before Kim Hyun-gu could say anything, he was startled by the sound of a car. In front of Kim Hyun-gu was an incredibly long, sleek limousine, along with a group of bodyguards in demon masks blocking the reporters. A lavish red carpet was rolled out at his feet, and before him stood a girl, bowing respectfully. Bowing her head, Mi Cheong smiled and said, "Master, your disciple has arrived." Kim Hyun-gu, on the other hand, was in a complete panic. He stammered, "Disciple?" Inside, Kim Hyun-gu was screaming, "What is she doing here?" After Kim Hyun-gu and Mi Cheong went inside, the three people remaining in the house just stared with a "what the hell is going on" expression. Kim Hyun-gu looked at Mi Cheong and called out, "Hey, disciple." Mi Cheong obediently knelt down, with 3 or 4 guys in demon masks behind her. They were extremely serious. Mi Cheong replied, "Yes, master." Kim Hyun-gu looked at the guys in the demon masks and asked curiously, "Who are those people?" Mi Cheong smiled and replied, "They are the personal bodyguards this disciple has prepared for you." Kim Hyun-gu sighed and said, "They're an eyesore. Tell them to leave." Mi Cheong immediately replied, "Yes, master." Right after that, the group of demon mask guys vanished in an instant. Hansel Kagan approached Kim Hyun-gu, asking with disbelief in his eyes, "Is that the Golden Dragon, the head of Willipedo?" Kim Hyun-gu asked back in surprise, "The Golden Dragon." Kim Si-hun timidly explained, "That's the nickname of the world's number 5 S-rank hunter." Hearing this, Kim Hyun-gu stared in astonishment at his disciple, who was nodding her head eagerly, and blurted out, "What?" Kim Hyun-gu found it incredibly hard to believe, thinking, "My disciple is ranked number 5 in the world? When I taught this kid, I taught her in my own image, so I'm sure I didn't teach her anything useful. Besides, some flashy martial arts." Looking at Mi Cheong's innocent face with her big, round, pink eyes, Kim Hyun-gu was completely baffled. So how the hell did she get so strong, suddenly? Mi Cheong slammed her head onto the floor with a thud and shouted, "I'm sorry, master." This made Kim Hyun-gu jump and say, "What was that?" Then Mi Cheong shut her eyes and continued to yell, "This useless disciple couldn't keep her promise to you." Kim Hyun-gu stammered, "What promise?" Right after, Mi Cheong launched into a tirade. "You said that no one was allowed to stand above me except for you, master." Hearing this, Kim Hyun-gu panicked, his jaw dropping as he yelled, "Be quiet." But Mi Cheong didn't get the hint and kept rushing forward, wailing and crying, "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm a useless disciple." Seeing that words weren't working, Kim Hyun-gu immediately resorted to action, bringing his hand down in a sharp chop on the top of Mi Cheong's head. This made her cry out in pain. Kim Hyun-gu scolded, "Don't make me say it again." Contrary to a normal reaction, after getting hit, Mi Cheong looked at Kim Hyun-gu with her big, round, sparkling eyes full of affection. Then, Mi Cheong swayed her body coquettishly and whispered, "Please forgive this lowly disciple." Kim Hyun-gu couldn't look at her directly, clutching his head and shouting, "Ah, my dark past." Just then, Kim Si-hun timidly called out, Kim Hyun-gu." Having lost all his patience, he snapped back, "What?" Kim Si-hun stammered, Mi Cheong." But before he could say another word, he saw Mi Cheong transform into what looked like a demon. With a thick, murderous aura radiating from her, she ground her teeth and said, "How dare you call me by the name my master gave me?" Kim Si-hun was so scared his head was covered in sweat, thinking in terror. I can hear her voice echoing in my head. While Hansel Kagan and Loli Seodong were leaving the apartment, Kim Si-hun asked, "What's your relationship with the Golden Dragon?" Kim Hyun-gu answered nonchalantly, "She's my disciple." He reached out and affectionately patted Mi Cheong's head while chiding her lovingly. "You too. Stop going around telling people you want to kill them." Mi Cheong, now as obedient as a kitten, replied, "I'm sorry." Kim Si-hun felt like his entire worldview had been turned upside down. He asked in bewilderment, "The world's number 5 is your disciple?" Kim Hyun-gu just calmly replied, "Yep." At that moment, the noise from the reporters outside started to drift in again. Kim Hyun-gu's head throbbed in annoyance. "Ugh, that crowd outside is so loud." Hearing this, Mi Cheong enthusiastically stepped forward to volunteer. "This disciple will go take care of those insects." Her kitten-like face was extremely excited. She clenched her fists and said with a grin, "I'll go kill everyone outside now." But Kim Hyun-gu quickly snapped, "Don't say things like that." Mi Cheong's eyes drooped, and she asked in a sad, small voice, "I'm not allowed to." Kim Hyun-gu turned to her and asked, "What do you think?" Suddenly, a notification appeared on Kim Hyun-gu's phone. he had received a message. Seeing it, the corner of Kim Hyun-goo's mouth curled into a meaningful smirk. Seeing Kim Hyun-goo get up to go somewhere, Kim Si-hun asked curiously, "Where are you going?" Kim Hyun-goo replied lazily, "I'm just heading over to Sungni Street for a bit." Then he grinned, showing his teeth cheerfully as he spoke. The Aries Guild has sent their reply. A little while later, Kim Hyun-goo arrived at a cafe, where a man was already waiting for him. "I'm here. You said you wanted to talk to the person directly involved. So, let's hear what you have to say." Hearing Hyun-goo's words, CW, the vice chairman of the Aries Guild, was so scared he could barely swallow. CW's forehead creased as a headache throbbed. He thought to himself, "Ugh, why do I have to clean up this mess after the chairman disappeared?" And to top it all off, the document this guy presented at the press conference implied that number 6 also vanished along with the guild master. This guy probably defeated the guild master. He's not someone I can afford to confront. Besides, the conflict within the guild is only getting worse because of this. I have to resolve this as soon as possible. After a long moment of thought, CW asked bluntly, "So, what do you want?" Kim Hyun-goo shot back, "Aren't you the one who's supposed to be telling me?" CW immediately backed down and stated his terms. "We will do our best to meet Hunter Kim's demands." Hearing this, Kim Hyun-goo said, "Then hand them over, all of your dungeons. Then get the hell out of Korea." Hearing this, CW slammed the table and shouted in outrage, "That's ridiculous." Kim Hyun-goo just smirked and shrugged. "Why is it ridiculous? If I demanded any more, you'd be completely annihilated." Kim Hyun-goo flashed a bright smile and provoked him. "You've done plenty of shady things behind my back, haven't you? Thanks to your little friends, I know everything." The fact that CW was sitting there, silent as a clam, proved Hyun-goo was right. Kim Hyun-goo was pleased. "I just said that off the cuff, but it must have hit a nerve, right?" Kim Hyun-goo knew it was time to close the trap. Flashing a perfect smile at CW, he laid out his terms. All right. Since you all worked so hard to get those dungeons, I'll go easy on you, just 40%. Give me 40% of the dungeons you own." When CW heard this, he knew he was finished. The Aries Guild is done for. After sealing the deal, ignoring the tormented CW, Kim Hyun-goo walked out, smiling brightly and humming a tune. Just then, Mission and a group of demon-masked figures knelt before him. Mission asked respectfully, "Master, have you finished your business?" Kim Hyun-goo said, displeased, "Didn't I tell you not to bring those guys with you?" The demon-masked figures immediately vanished. Mission said obediently, "I apologize, Master." Suddenly, Mission noticed something. He reached out and touched Kim Hyun-goo. At that moment, Hyun-goo was saying, "Don't do it again next time. Let's go home now." Seeing Mission hide his hand behind his back, Kim Hyun-goo grew curious. "What are you doing?" Mission just smiled and replied, "It's nothing." After Kim Hyun-goo walked to the car, Mission turned his head and looked back at CW, who was still inside the cafe, clutching his head in agony. While watching Kim Hyun-goo excitedly approach the limousine, Mission forcefully crushed the listening device in his hand. He then gave a silent command, "False Face Army, assemble." Meanwhile, in a desolate building, a blood-curdling scream echoed. CW was being restrained by a stream of dark energy. He struggled desperately, screaming, "Help me. I want to live." Suddenly, the stream of dark energy slammed CW's entire body against the wall, causing him excruciating pain. A person in a white robe and a demon mask stepped forward and said, "You are nothing." Terrified, CW stammered, Why is the Pedo Guild's special unit here?" The white-robed figure raised their sword and said, "Don't blame us. You brought this upon yourself." CW was terrified. I didn't do anything," but the merciless blade continued its path, piercing straight through CW and making him collapse in pain. The white-robed figure's voice rang out, monotone. "Remember this, we don't care what you do. However, if you dare to anger that person again, we'll be seeing each other again, no matter where you try to hide." Suddenly, Avi's reproachful voice rang out, "You're so selfish." Avi complained, hugging herself. "It's so cold in here." Kim Hyun-goo scratched his head, looking sheepishly at his phone as he asked, "Then why didn't you call me?" Avi explained, "I was restricted." Kim Hyun-goo said in surprise, "Restricted?" As she sat down and pulled a blanket over herself. Avi said, "When God enters the system room, I can't contact him for the next 5 days." Kim Hyun-goo suddenly leaned closer to Avi and asked with a grin, "Anyway, did any skills get upgraded this time?" Avi's eyes widened. "Oh, yes. Go ahead and open your system screen." After Kim Hyun-goo opened the system window and scanned his stats, he clicked his thumb and said, "My agility stat went up, but wasn't that already announced? Is there anything else?" Avi replied happily, "The character traits display has been upgraded." Kim Hyun-goo recalled. The system window had displayed it clearly at that time. He exclaimed, "Ah, that skill? It's really useful, Avi then explained. Before, it looked extremely simple, but now it will be changed to display content that's easier to understand. Hearing this, Kim Hyun-gu said excitedly, and what else? But Avi just said coolly, if you want to upgrade other features, your information authority level has to rise above average. Upon hearing this, Kim Hyun-gu looked as if all the life had been drained from him. His body went limp, and he fell back into his chair. He sighed and whined, how am I supposed to level up if things keep going like this? Seeing this, Avi tried to console him. Well, maybe. Maybe the tower climbers can answer that. Kim Hyun-gu asked, puzzled, how would that be possible? Avi said, there are people known as reclimbers. They climb the tower again after already reaching the top. I don't get why, though. Kim Hyun-gu smiled and said, are you saying that because they've climbed it before, they'll know information about the tower, right? Kim Hyun-gu thought to himself, faker. For that guy, everything is about getting to the top. That's what he said, but since I don't get what he means, I'll have to interrogate those reclimbers the next time I see them. After getting all the information, Kim Hyun-gu was about to get up and say, well then, I'm off. But Avi waved her hand to stop him. Guardian, wait. Avi's eyes lit up, her hands mimicking playing a game as she demanded, you have to make me a PlayStation before you go. The smile on Kim Hyun-gu's face froze. In the end, Avi won and successfully got the game console she had always dreamed of. As for Kim Hyun-gu, he could only trudge home with a big hole in his wallet. A few days later, in Gunji, Hanam City, looking at the building that was being hastily constructed, Kim Hyun-gu asked curiously, what is this? Mayan respectfully bowed her head and replied, it is a villa exclusively for you, master. Kim Hyun-gu was stunned, stammering, this is a house? Kim Si-hun quickly pulled out his phone to look it up. There's a place like this in Hanam. After seeing the results, Kim Si-hun was also scared speechless. Is this the land that was supposed to be reserved for the new city? Kim Hyun-gu asked worriedly. My disciple, how much money did you pour into this? Mian gently replied, it's nothing compared to what I've received from you. Kim Hyun-gu was exasperated, feeling terrified on the inside. Just how much was it? Seeing Mayan's attitude towards him, Kim Hyun-gu wanted to curse. What the hell? What is going on? Why is she suddenly being so nice to me? Mayan then asked, would you like to see the inside? Kim Hyun-gu nodded and replied, all right. But inside, he was still suspicious. It's not like she has some other plan or a hidden personality, is it? At that moment, Mian looked at Kim Hyun-gu with wide eyes and called out, Master. The system immediately displayed her personality as extremely loyal, with her target being none other than Kim Hyun-gu. There was no doubt about it. Suddenly, Kim Hyun-gu stammered, Disciple. Could it be? Faced with Mian's affectionate gaze, Kim Hyun-gu bluntly asked, are you a pervert? This caused both Kim Si-hun and Mian to be so stunned that they froze on the spot. Kim Si-hun was the first to react, shouting, Hyun, are you crazy? After returning to the apartment, Kim Hyun-gu scratched his head, recalling his younger brother Kim Si-hun's scolding. What are you saying to a child? He reluctantly thought to himself, she's not that young. Kim Hyun-gu glanced at Mian, who was approaching, and asked, hey disciple, aren't you planning on going back to China? Hearing this, Mian felt very hurt. She lowered her head, bit her lip, and stammered, am I perhaps bothering you? Kim Hyun-gu frantically waved his hands and replied, no, that's not it, but you're a sect leader. Hearing that, Mayan smiled happily again and said with utter sincerity, the place I belong is by your side. Kim Hyun-gu felt a headache coming on. After a moment, he managed to squeeze out a few words. All right, you can leave now. Don't wander around outside and just go do your own thing. Mian quickly replied, yes, sir. After Mian left, Kim Si-hun looked at Kim Hyun-gu and asked, Hein, did something happen between you and the Dragon Emperor? Kim Hyun-gu lazily propped his feet up on a chair and said, what about it? Kim Si-hun said, while imitating Mian's overly graceful manner, she keeps talking in this super profound way to her disciple. I'm so very grateful, she says, with this huge grin on her face. Kim Hyun-gu was also at a loss for words and just said, just pretend you don't see it. Kim Si-hun sat down and immediately asked, so, Hyun, when are you planning to go to America? Kim Hyun-gu was surprised. Why would I go there? Kim Si-hun said, didn't you get the message? The news said the International Hunter Association is inviting you. Kim Hyun-gu was quite surprised. Why? All of a sudden, Kim Si-hun replied, it's probably because of that world S rank evaluation. At this, Kim Hyun-gu searched his memory and then went, oh, is that the thing where you get money just for registering? Kim Si-hun sighed and said, I don't get why you remember it like that, but yes, that's the one. Kim Hyun-gu mimed playing a trumpet and making it rain, saying very arrogantly, do I even need to go? Your big bro is rich now. Kim Si-hun crossed his arms, smiled, and replied, it would be better if you go. After all, raising your rank on the world leaderboard is pretty prestigious. That means you'd be in the top 1% in the world. Hearing that, Kim Hyunu clicked his tongue. Fine, I'll go then. It's not like I have anything better to do anyway. A few days later, Kim Hyunu's group arrived in America. Looking at the magnificent facility in front of them, Kim Hyunu exclaimed, "This is huge. Does all of this belong to the International Hunter Association?" Mayim replied, "Yes, sir." Then Mayon turned and boasted, "Master, I can build a park this big, too." Kim Hyunu waved his hand dismissively. "That's too big." Suddenly, Kim Si-hun saw the newcomer and greeted him. "It's been a while, Mr. Liam." Senator Liam approached and shook Kim Si-hun's hand in greeting. "It has been a while, hasn't it, Hunter Kim Si-hun?" Then he said cheerfully, "Oh, Hunter Kim Hyunu." Kim Si-hun then introduced Senator Liam to Kim Hyunu. "Hyun, this is a member of the High Council, Senator Liam Low." Mr. Liam replied with a friendly smile, "Please, call me Liam." Senator Liam proactively shook Kim Hyunu's hand, praising Hyun-gu. "I saw your amazing performance." Hyun-gu happily started to say, "Oh, well." But before he could finish, Mr. Liam ignored him. Stepping in front of Mi Chi-hong, he extended his hand and said, "It seems the Dragon Emperor has come as well." But all he received in return was a soulless gaze and a terrifying silence. Kim Hyun-gu spoke up to break the atmosphere. "Anyway, did you come all this way to greet us personally, Senator?" Senator Liam smiled and replied, "Yes, I'm a big fan of Hunter Kim Hyun-gu. First of all, is Hunter Kim Hyun-gu here for a rank re-evaluation?" Kim Hyun-gu laughed and said, "There's no other reason I'd be here." Senator Liam chuckled heartily. "Follow me, I'll lead the way." Then, the group entered a room. Senator Liam introduced it. "This is the evaluation room exclusively for S ranks." Kim Hyun-gu looked around curiously and asked, "This is it?" Senator Liam pointed to the pedestal where a glowing 5-colored orb rested and said, "When you place your hand on that orb, it will compare you with the register information of other hunters and assign you a rank." Kim Hyun-gu said, looking a bit disappointed, "That's a little boring, isn't it? I thought there'd be a test or something." Hearing this, Mr. Liam just chuckled and replied, "Well, the simpler the better." Kim Hyun-gu glanced at the orb, then slowly placed his hand on it. The orb flared with light, and the people outside waited in silence, holding their breath. Suddenly, a notification window appeared in front of Kim Hyun-gu. After reading the information, Kim Hyun-gu's face was like, "Huh? What the hell is this?" After wiping out the monsters, Lee Seo-dong said cheerfully, "Great job, everyone." The others replied casually, "You worked hard too, Guildmaster." Wiping her sweat, Lee Seo-dong muttered to herself, "Whew, it feels like the monsters are getting stronger lately." "No, it's more like they're getting smarter." At that thought, Lee Seo-dong chuckled and said, "Nah, I'm probably just imagining things." Then she pulled out her phone to check the news. Seeing the latest news was about the International Hunter Association, Lee Seo-dong felt a little uneasy. Isn't that where Hyun-gu Appa went? I wonder what kind of trouble he'll get into this time." Lee Seo-dong sighed and said, "Si-hun went with him, but he's practically useless." Recalling a few days earlier, Lee Seo-dong had asked in surprise, "You want to postpone the Labyrinth expedition by 2 more weeks?" Kim Si-hun, while looking at some documents, nodded and replied, "Yeah, Suk-gun agreed too. We can take a break for a while." Lee Seo-dong smiled and asked, "Hey, you're planning to follow Hyun-gu Appa, aren't you?" Hit right where it hurts. Kim Si-hun flinched and asked back, "Essa, you're not planning to go?" Lee Seo-dong smiled and said, Not necessarily." Then she stood up. "All right, that's it for today's meeting." Suddenly, Kim Si-hun's voice called out, Wait a second." Kim Si-hun, trembling and awkward, said softly, "I have something I want to ask you." Lee Seo-dong was curious. "What is it?" Kim Si-hun looked at Lee Seo-dong, who was waiting with wide eyes, and stammered, What kind of gifts do girls like?" Hearing this question, Lee Seo-dong's jaw dropped completely, frozen in shock. Meanwhile, over at GUI Aries, things were looking pretty bad for CW. He sat dejectedly amidst a mountain of paperwork, stressing over how GUI Aries' stock prices were plummeting after Main Brand's death, and all of his artifacts had vanished along with him. Then, as CW trembled, thinking the biggest problem here was, he suddenly shot up. He flipped the table and screamed, "That damn Kim Hyun-gu, 40%? Are you kidding me? Son of a bitch." Just then, the door to CW's office opened. CW scowled in annoyance and yelled, "Didn't I say not to let anyone in?" Suddenly, CW froze and asked in confusion, "Mr. Mason?" Mason, a High Council member of the International Hunter Association, smiled and replied, "It's been a while, CW." CW hurriedly approached Mason and asked, "What brings you here?" Mason gestured and said, "Main Brand. I had a connection with him. Hearing that, CW panicked. Wow, they were quite close. Mason looked around the room and remarked, "It looks like things aren't going so well here." CW stammered, "I'm sorry." Then Mason said, "Don't worry, I'll support you." This rather surprised CW, who immediately asked, "Really? You're serious? But why would you help me?" Mason explained, "I'm not helping you. The one I'm helping is May and Brand. How would he feel if he came back and saw his guild in ruins?" Mason patted CW's shoulder and said with a fake smile, "So what I'm saying is, you just need to do as I say." Returning to our protagonist, Kim Hyun-gu, he was still staring at the notification window with a look of complete confusion. Seeing the words unable to determine on the screen, Kim Hyun-gu was absolutely pissed, roaring, "What is this? Why is it like this?" Senator Liam, standing behind him, looked on with doubt. Mr. Liam said anxiously, "Nothing like this has ever happened before." Kim Si-hun then stepped forward and, raising his hand, said, "Hyung, let me try." As soon as Kim Si-hun placed his hand on it, the screen displayed the number 172. Kim Si-hun's face darkened as he said in anguish, "My rank dropped." Kim Hyun-gu exclaimed, "This is insane. It's not broken, so why is it like this?" Mr. Liam was also worried. "I've never seen it do this before." Only Mi Chi-hong, who had been calm and silent until now, finally spoke up. "What a bunch of inferiors." Then, Mi Chi-hong declared loudly, "My master is heaven sent. It's obvious that master is number one." But before he could finish, Kim Hyun-gu cut him off with a shout, "Be quiet." Veins bulged on Kim Hyun-gu's face as he glared at Liam in frustration. "So I came all this way for nothing?" Senator Liam quickly put on a gentle smile and said, "Please, calm down. The party will be starting shortly." Kim Hyun-gu was curious. "A party?" Liam immediately explained, "Today is the anniversary of the International Hunters Association. I promise you'll get to eat and drink your fill there. How does that sound?" When Kim Hyun-gu didn't respond, Liam sighed. He thought to himself, "What should I do? This has to work." A little while later, the party began. Seeing the plates scraped clean, Senator Liam smiled at Kim Hyun-gu, patting his own full stomach with satisfaction. "Ha ha ha, I see you really enjoyed the food." Michi, who was beside him, was busy scribbling away, gleefully noting down her master's favorite foods and so on. Liam smiled and asked, "Hunter Kim Hyun-gu, do you?" But before he could finish, a rude voice interrupted. Well, look who it is." Both Kim Hyun-gu and Senator Liam were startled and turned to look. Only Michi was too busy checking out the guys to notice. The newcomer was Tank, the world's number 3 S-rank hunter. Senator Liam said, "I don't have time for you right now." Hearing this, Tank laughed contemptuously. "An old geezer like you thinks you can handle me. Ha ha ha." Their exchange caused a stir, drawing the attention of everyone around them. Kim Hyun-gu really didn't like the giant's attitude. "He's got a big mouth," he said, annoyed. "My ears are about to fall off." Kim Si-hyun, who was nearby, warned him, "You better not mess with that guy." "Why not?" Kim Hyun-gu asked. Kim Si-hyun explained, "He's known for his brutality. He abuses his authority as a hunter and openly breaks the law. It's said he should be classified as a murderer for the things he's done, but there's no proof." Suddenly, Tank glanced over at Kim Hyun-gu, an amused look on his face. "Huh, you look familiar. Aren't you that punk who's been causing a ruckus everywhere just because you stopped one disaster?" Tank stepped in front of Kim Hyun-gu and taunted him. "You better learn your place." Tank tapped Kim Hyun-gu's shoulder with his finger. "I'm really good at dealing with punks like you." Kim Hyun-gu smirked, lightly flicking Tank's finger away. "I think I'm the one who should be saying that." Feeling disrespected, Tank was furious. He yelled, "Yeah? Looks like you need a punch to learn some manners." Then, he clenched his fist and threw a punch straight at Kim Hyun-gu. Senator Liam tried to intervene anxiously. Stop it. If you two fight in here." Just then, Kim Hyun-gu swiftly ducked, dodging Tank's attack. Then he grinned slyly. "You're the one who needs to learn some manners." Kim Hyun-gu threw a powerful punch, sending Tank flying and crashing straight into a wall. Seeing the cracked wall and the cloud of dust, Kim Hyun-gu licked his lips and scratched his head. "Oops, was that too much?" Tank recovered quickly, jumping back to his feet and cursing, "You son of a bitch." Seeing him get up so fast, even Kim Si-hun was a little surprised. He thought, "I heard he's a true genius, practically immortal." Just then, Tank picked up a huge chunk of rubble and hurled it at Kim Hyun-gu. Kim Hyun-gu just grinned excitedly, then effortlessly raised a hand and shattered the rock. But surprisingly, Tank had used that opportunity to dash behind him. Then he yelled, "Die!" and landed a solid punch on Kim Hyun-gu, sending him flying several feet. Seeing the brutal fight, everyone panicked and started screaming, running for their lives. Run. As Senator Liam watched the fight, he grew worried for Kim Hyun-gu. "He's being overpowered," he thought anxiously. I have to stop them. This will only strengthen the Demon Mountain faction. Tank looked at the wreckage and said arrogantly, do you get it now? Huh. Punks like you are no match for me. Liam quickly ran over, saying, wait, we should stop this. But before he could finish, Kim Hyun-goo's arrogant voice cut through the air. Ridiculous. Both Tank and Liam jumped in surprise. Kim Hyun-goo stood up casually, dusting off his pants. That felt like a mosquito bite. Are you done yet? Now, it's my turn. The moment he spoke, Kim Hyun-goo was already in front of a terrified Tank. He quickly threw a punch that sent Tank flying several feet once more. Tank staggered to his feet, cursing, damn it. But Kim Hyun-goo was already behind him, casually cracking his knuckles. Hey, he threatened. Think you can take this one? You're the perfect punching bag for me to try out a few new moves. Right after that, Kim Hyun-goo began to relentlessly pummel Tank. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches, all accompanied by Tank's pathetic screams. All of this was witnessed by Kim Si-hun and Liam, and professionally filmed by Michi. Watching Tank take such a continuous beating, Kim Si-hun remarked with awe, he's lasting a long time, considering who's hitting him. As for Liam, he was scared stiff in the background. Finally, Tank's body collapsed to the ground with a thud. Kim Hyun-goo planted a foot on Tank's body and wiped the sweat from his brow, looking incredibly handsome. Suddenly, the handsome hero remembered something. Oh, wait a second. This guy is ranked number 3 in the world? Then, Kim Hyun-goo looked over at Kim Si-hun, Senator Liam, and Miri, who were all staring at him with looks of pure adoration, and said, so, if I beat this guy, does that mean I'm ranked 3 now? Huh. With sharp, crimson eyes, he resolutely said, I will climb to the top to meet my master again, the world's most prestigious S-rank, Musin. The scene changes to a phone displaying news about Kim Hyun-goo. Dong, holding her phone and reading the news, chuckled softly. I was hoping he'd leave a bit of an impression. Suk, who was eating, asked, are you worried about Hyun-goo? He'll be fine. He's strong. Dong looked down with a worried expression and replied, yes, I know, but I'm worried that the worst-case scenario will turn into a total catastrophe. Suk thought back to the past, to an image of a defiant and arrogant Kim Hyun-goo. He had swept away the trash of the hunter world far too easily. He ate while laughing heartily as he recalled everything that had happened. He's the kind of guy everyone wants to stand beside. Dong asked blankly, ah, Suk Appa, have you heard anything from Kim Si-hun? He looked surprised. Why? She replied, I think he has a girlfriend. The scene changes to Kim Si-hun, holding a red gift box. He looks surprised, then smiles with satisfaction, as if completely lost in love. Then, a voice from the room asked, who is it? Startled, he quickly hid the gift box in a large bag. Senator Liam opened the door and asked warmly, do you like this place? From a distance, Kim Si-hun watched the two of them talking. Senator Liam said, on his behalf, I apologize for what happened yesterday. Mary replied, oh, there's no need to be so formal. The scene then shifts to police officers carrying a dazed-looking Tan on a stretcher to the hospital. In a crowd, people were talking amongst themselves. After that incident, the party was cancelled, and Tan was taken away by paramedics. The one who stood out the most was Hyun-goo. He looked around blankly at the surrounding crowd and their chatter as Liam invited him to stay at a 5-star hotel. Liam asked Hunter Kim Hyun-goo, if you don't have any objections, could we talk for a moment? Hyun-goo asked blankly, you're not busy either, are you? Then he turned back to Miri. All right, I'll be back. You stay right here. Filled with anger, she shot him a hateful glare. Yes. She slammed the door shut and stomped angrily into the room. The air in the room was thick with awkwardness, with only Kim Si-hun and her inside. He shyly glanced over at her, trying to think of how to approach her. It would be nice to sit closer, but that doesn't seem possible. I thought she was an open person because she's always smiling when she's with Hyun-goo. Then he gently asked Miri a question. When she turned to look at him, his mind screamed, what do I even say? Then he thought of her favorite school subject. But instead, he asked with a slightly smug expression, so, how did you and Hyun-goo meet? Miri remained cold. Fine, I will tell you, but on one condition, he asked blankly. What is it? She replied shyly, what? Does master like? Kim Si-hun said, you mean what Hyun-goo likes, right? Right after he gets out of a tower, he likes food. She then asked about money and immediately left, leaving him with his jaw dropped. All right, fine, I'll just be over here for a bit. Then she went outside, slamming the door behind her, leaving Kim Si-hun completely bewildered. He muttered softly, she's so blunt. In another room, Hyun-goo was sipping tea with Liam. Liam asked calmly, I hope the tea is to your liking. Hyun-goo replied placidly, it's fine, let's get to the point. He was munching on a cookie with great relish. Liam smiled, you're very direct, very well. Then Liam got straight to the point, asking, I'm sure you know of Ma Sun, another member of the association's High Council. He receives support from the government and is also one of the top hunters. Even within the top 10, he has the support of ranks 1, 3, and 6. He's been very reserved, but now, we need a new card for our side. As he spoke, he clenched his fist resolutely. I want you on my side. With a thoughtful expression, Hugo returned to his room, looking tired. I'm back. He handed a bag of cookies to Kim Si-hun. The boy looked up, bewildered, and asked, You're back early? He replied, Yeah. Hugo glanced at the gift bag next to the chair and asked, I've been wondering about that. What is it? Kim Si-hun feigned indifference and tried to change the subject. It's just a souvenir. He pressed on. But it looks a lot like a gift. Are you planning to give it to someone? The boy got flustered. Just someone. He quickly changed the topic. So, what did you and Liam talk about? He replied simply. He told me I don't have to do anything. The boy was stunned by Hugo's answer and thought, is Liam being that accommodating? But he is the master of the world's rank 5 hunter, and he destroyed the Aries Guild, a top-ranked guild in the world. He himself is a weapon. As Hugo looked on, wondering what he was thinking, Kim Si-hun said, It's because there are rumors that you're on his side. Relying on your reputation, even Ma-sun wouldn't dare to touch Liam. I guess I've already helped a lot, even without participating in their little games. Kim Si-hun then asked, What did he offer you? But Hugo gave a non-committal answer. I'm not sure, but he said that's fine. Then he suddenly burst out laughing. Besides, he said, I can use the gate anytime I want, which was never mentioned before. The boy asked again. He said it's fine. That's pretty strange. He replied cheerfully. Yep, that's what he said. That if you want, you can attend the top 50's party in 2 weeks. You can also use the teleportation gate to get there. After hearing this, Kim Si-hun said, That's not too bad. The scene changes to the main office of the Aries Guild, where Maon is in a discussion with CW, the vice chairman of the Aries Guild. Has the problem been resolved? CW replied, Yes. The wild beast has been silenced, all thanks to you, sir. Ma-sun looked pleased. Really? That's good. CW thought to himself, what is he planning? And I don't understand why he would help me. Then, looking into Ma-sun's affectionate eyes, he realized that the story about Ma-il-bin was just an excuse. No, this is enough. My doubts will become a poison. I just need to protect what's within my reach. Noticing CW's pensive expression, Ma-sun asked, You seem to have a lot on your mind. Snapping out of it, he replied, I'm sorry. I still have many issues to resolve. Ma-sun reached into his inner pocket, reassuring him, It's all right. By the way, I have something for you. CW held out his hand to receive the mysterious object. What is this? With a sinister look on his face, Ma-sun said, From now on, listen carefully to what I have to say. If you help me, you'll be able to control the members of the Aries Guild outside the Washington statue. Outside, rain poured down in the dead of night. Inside a hospital room, TH sat up, his face contorted in pain. Damn it. A flash of lightning illuminated a corner of the room, revealing Ma-sun standing there. You're finally awake. TH was startled. Ma-sun. Ma-sun coldly approached the hospital bed. As he walked, he said, I told you to be careful of that, Si-tin Kim Hyun-woo. TH said angrily, What the hell is with that bastard? The pain pierced right through my adamantine body. I'm sure he used a technique similar to Musin's. As soon as he finished speaking, a voice echoed from nearby. He used a technique similar to mine, you say. The two of them turned in confusion, only to see the very person TH had just mentioned, Musin. Musin said coldly, It's been a while. Ma-sun asked, Your presence here. Does that mean it's complete? He replied, Yes. A smug smile crept onto Ma-sun's face. Good. Musin has finished his preparations. Now, it's our turn. 2 weeks passed, in front of a bustling skyscraper. Inside a room, Liam pulled back the curtains, looking outside expectantly. It seems Kim Hyun-woo really isn't coming. A voice spoke up. Are you still waiting for him? Eden came to the door. Just give up. If he hasn't arrived by now, it means he doesn't care. This was Eden, the Sword Saint, S-Class and ranked 4th in the world. Gel, known as the Silent, S-Class and ranked 7th in the world, replied coldly. Wouldn't most people at least send a letter or a note? Liam, still peering through the curtains, said, He's a little different. He must think this is necessary. Another voice cut in, drawing everyone's attention. It's time to head out. Councilman Liam said, Let's go. The party was a lavish affair, with everyone dressed formally in suits. Liam sipped from a glass of wine. Eden glanced at a group of high-ranking officials. The top brass are as slippery as ever, probably because they're all from different countries. Riley commented coldly, Everyone's busy networking. Liam was speaking with a guest, the man said. I heard the banquet hall was completely destroyed 2 weeks ago. It seems it's been restored to its original state. Liam laughed it off. It's all thanks to the mage-class hunters. Before he could finish, Eden, who was standing behind him, called out in alarm, "Hey, Liam, look over there." It was a group of people, and Musin was with them. Riley exclaimed in surprise, "Why is he here? He hasn't shown his face at the association since he broke into the top 5. How strange," Liam thought. "I have a bad feeling about this." A guest in a white suit asked in a clear voice, "Are all the hunters present? You can see that everyone has arrived, can't you? Besides, I didn't think you'd show up, Musin." Musin said enigmatically, "In that case, there's no reason to wait any longer." He then reached out, grabbed the face of the man in the white suit, and snapped his neck. As everyone stared in stunned silence, Musin's face remained cold, splattered with a few drops of blood. The sight terrified Liam. The scene changes to a high-rise building. Lai Xiaodong asked, "Hey, why don't we do this somewhere else?" Hyunwoo replied, "Why?" She answered pointedly, "You seem to have forgotten that this is my guild." He chuckled. "But there's no one here, is there?" To which she immediately replied, "Of course. That's because I restricted access to this area." Sakur Anya asked in a panic, "Really? Then we should move somewhere else. If we change locations, does that mean we have to start all over again?" Hyunwoo turned to them and said nonchalantly, "Yeah." So, seeing her utterly devastated expression, Sakur Anya trudged away wearily. "I hate night shifts." Hyunwoo scratched his head, trying to console her. "You can relax and take your time with it." Sakur Anya was completely exhausted, but she still had to draw the magic circle after finishing everything else. If she had to redraw this magic circle, it would mean another 2 weeks of overtime. Lai Xiaodong said, "Then you can just draw it in the morning at work. I can assign you to other tasks." Sakur Anya's face lit up. "Really?" She immediately bowed to Hyunwoo. "I'll do my absolute best, Guild Master." Li Xiaodong then asked him, "But, did you decide to accept Liam's offer?" Hyunwoo replied, "Yeah, it'll be convenient if I can travel anywhere using the magic circle." Lai Xiaodong said worriedly, "I don't think it's meant for leisurely trips. Shouldn't it be reserved for serious incidents?" Hyunwoo replied, "Well, since I'm always running into trouble, it'll make getting around much easier. I'd feel terrible if anyone got hurt because I was late." Just as Hyunwoo was about to ask Soyeon how long it would take, there was a frantic banging on the door, accompanied by a desperate scream. "Help! Is anyone there? Help me, please! Someone save me!" To everyone's surprise, Lee Sedong suddenly remembered and said, "Oh, that's right, the guy you captured. I forgot he was still locked up in here." She immediately ran to the door where the cries for help were coming from and opened it hesitantly. "You can come out." When the guy poked his head out and screamed, "It's the light," she slammed the door shut with a bang. A confused Hyunwoo asked, "Why did you close it?" She gave a small laugh. "He just startled me a bit." When Hyunwoo gently opened the door, the man was lying collapsed on the ground, looking weak. "Please, I'll tell you everything. So please, just save me. Just let me see a little bit of light." Hyunwoo thought to himself, he's only been locked up for less than a month, but it seems this torture was a bit too much for him. Hyunwoo gave a cold, meaningful smile and asked, "So, you'll tell me everything?" The scene changes to Sir Liam's party. The scene was chaotic. Everything was shattered, there was bloodshed, and bodies littered the ground amid desperate screams. "Help! Run!" The hunters were attacking the officials and guests at the party. The fight was intense and terrifying. Sir Liam shouted to the survivors, "Everyone, this way! Hurry!" S-rankers from the world's top 50 were brutally murdered, all in less than 5 minutes. How is this possible? Liam thought. Just then, behind him, Tank, his eyes filled with fury, roared, "I warned you," and then attacked Liam. At that moment, Eden used his swordsmanship to block Tank's attack, sending him staggering back. "You crazy bastard." Meanwhile, Riley was also casting her magic to fight the villain, shouting, "Liam, run." At the same time, Eden was struck down by Tank's blow. Liam screamed, "Why? Why are you people doing this?" Musin, having slaughtered countless people, replied coldly, "Because it's necessary for the end of the world." Liam was terrified. What are you talking about?" Just then, Hyunwoo and his disciple walked in, witnessing the horrific scene. "What is this now?" he said angrily. His eyes filled with killing intent. He looked towards Musin. Puzzled, he asked, "Why is this place in ruins?" He approached Liam with a smirk and said, "Why don't you tell me what happened?" Liam stammered through his tears. A voice called out, "Are you the one who defeated Tan?" Hyunwoo said in a cold voice. "And who the hell are you?" The man in the hat introduced himself coolly. "I am Musin." Hyunwoo asked the girl, "Who's that?" His disciple smiled and said, "He's the top-ranked S-ranker, Master." Hyunwoo gave an awkward laugh. "Is he the one with that funny name?" Musin said aggressively, "You've come at a good time. I was just looking to eliminate you." Hyunwoo, with a puzzled look, said, "Buddy, what are you talking about?" Do we know each other? Musin stammered in reply, no, I just need to kill you to climb the tower. Hyunwoo was stunned. What? Musin attacked Hyunwoo with all his might. Confused, Hyunwoo thought, to climb the tower? He smirked. Who are you? The system announced. Information Authority skill activated. Name, Shinchan Woo. Age, 33. Gender, male. Status, very good. Stats, Strength 5+, Agility 55, Stamina 5-, Constitution 55, HP 55, Luck. Skill, Memory Reconstruction. Unique skill equipped. According to the information I've received, he isn't a climber yet. Musin said arrogantly, I'm not a climber now, but soon I will become one. I need to leave this place to reach my destination, so you must die. I must kill you right here. His fist closed in on Hai Yumu's face. Stunned, Hai Yunwoo cursed under his breath. This crazy bastard. He was sent flying by the blow. Furious, he cursed. Damn it, he caught up to me. Musin spoke coldly. I hear you've also studied martial arts. Why don't we have a match? Hyunwoo was sent flying by another punch. Seeing this, his disciple rushed forward. Master. As she was about to intervene, the ferocious Tan blocked her way. He acted like a sleazy creep. Come on, play with me for a bit. The girl glared at him, radiating killing intent. Burning with rage, Hyunwoo got up and fought back. His strength was no match for the man. He growled in frustration. You said you weren't a climber. This pressure. It's no different from a climber's. Damn it. In that case, I'll go all out from the start. Musin sneered. It'd be a bit shameful if you ran away. Hyunwoo smiled confidently. I didn't expect the mana around here to be increasing. My 2 weeks of research weren't for nothing. The Asura's flaming dance strike isn't very efficient. It's very powerful, but it takes a lot of time. However, if I can immobilize the enemy, that's a different story. If I use the 10-step ultimate kill to temporarily increase the mana around my body, then 1 step from it should be enough. I am guided by the mana of a god, he roared. Asura's flaming dance strike. Musin calmly absorbed it with his life force. He looked on with a smug expression. Hyunwoo thought to himself, what the hell? With the Asura's flaming dance strike, he should be on the ground by now. Musin said coldly, for someone like you, that was a little disappointing. Hyunwoo was relentlessly beaten by Musin, staggering around like a drunkard. Musin frowned in annoyance. That kind of movement is a mockery of martial arts. Hyunwoo's face flushed with anger. So what? Is this any of your business? Musin sneered. There's nothing precise about your martial arts. All your mana does is flow through your blood vessels. It's just a simple release of power. It's not even done properly. That's your limit. I've trained in martial arts for hundreds of years. Don't think you can beat me. Kim Hyunwoo smirked contemptuously. What? Hundreds of years? Are you even human? The system prompted. Look at his stats. Skill. Information Authority. Name. Musin. Age. 33. Gender. Male. Status. Very good. Stats. Strength 50. Agility 55. Stamina 50. Vitality 55. HP 55. Luck. I guess reaching world number 1 will be tough for them. It must be because of this skill. Equipment Memory Creation. A unique skill. Musin said, of course, I am an ordinary human. However, my skill grants me infinite time for training, allowing me to practice all kinds of martial arts. That is why I can temporarily transcend this mortal existence. Kim Hyunwoo cursed in frustration. You've got to be kidding me. Musin mocked him. So for a delusional fool like you, I will show you the true meaning of martial arts. The true meaning of martial arts is that I must kill you. A roaring fist palm sent Kim Hyunwoo coughing up blood. Musin relentlessly attacked with the Blue Dragon Kick, Chain Kick, Blood Wind Fist, Evil Dragon Punch, Heavenly Dragon Steps, and his ultimate technique, the Holy Aurora. His eyes brimming with killing intent, he looked at Kim Hyunwoo and said, your endurance is quite impressive. Kim Hyunwoo thought grimly, he's too strong. With this destructive power, anyone else would have been toast by now. Should I make a run for it like last time? But if I do that, his next target will be Miri. Musin stared coldly at Kim Hyunwoo. Kim Hyunwoo thought, if I don't use that skill, I'm going to die. But my body can't fight back against him. A system notification appeared. You have endured all extremely powerful attacks. Stamina has increased. Musin said flatly, I must admit, you are very strong, but I will end this now. Hidden Dragon Palm. Kim Hyunwoo used an invisibility technique, unnerving Musin. Did he just disappear? Kim Hyunwoo appeared right behind him and chuckled. Surprise. Musin furiously charged. This time, he was the one getting beaten by Kim Hyunwoo, and he cursed in anger. You bastard. How is this possible? His frantic mana has vanished. It wasn't for strengthening. There must be another reason. But how? Kim Hyunwoo exploded with rage, shouting, I'm returning everything you gave me. Blue Dragon Kick. Chain Kick. Ultimate Skill. Holy Aurora. Musin was stunned. How can this be? Kim Hyunwoo scoffed. Did you really think I was beaten? You have no idea that I was observing you the entire time. I channeled mana into my eyes and watched how you use your own. It was quite easy to learn because it's so incredibly refined and rhythmic. I'm talking about those martial arts of yours, he thought to himself. The cost is steep, but if I don't do this, I have no chance of winning. Musin said, annoyed. That's impossible. You learn them just by watching. Kim Hyunwoo thought, that's an understandable question. There's a huge difference between seeing and doing, but with all the experience I've accumulated, and on top of that, the massive mana consumption, combined with my wide and stable ki channels, I was able to do the impossible. He smiled confidently and said to him, so, why don't we see what I've learned? Amidst the rubble, the two faced each other. Liam thought to himself, this is a huge problem. The other hunters aren't doing anything, and Miri is only ranked 5th. She can't fight the 3rd and 6th ranked hunters at the same time. Tank spoke aggressively, so Miri is just a little brat. Huh? Miri retorted irritably, get lost. He laughed stupidly. What are you gonna do about it? Gonna watch that bastard's expression. Miri said confidently, I wanted to watch my awesome master, but I guess that's not happening. If I let you live, you'll just get in my master's way, so I'll kill you right here. He froze. What? She stomped on a boulder, shattering it and shocking Tank. How the hell did she do that? He thought. I thought she was weaker than us. Miri said in a cold voice. You should prepare yourself, too. You've committed many crimes. Tank gritted his teeth, his voice menacing. You will die the most painful death imaginable. Kim Hyunwoo confidently attacked him. He was beaten by Kim Hyunwoo until he could no longer fight back, lying on the ground, cursing him. You damn bastard. You just keep getting stronger. Is that some kind of talent? This isn't something a normal person can do. Not even a genius could do it. It can only be used by those who have reached the pinnacle of martial arts. Therefore, Musin will use his full power to strike you down. Watch me now. A brilliant light enveloped him, forcing Kim Hyunwoo to step back. After a fierce battle, a powerful gust of wind blew past, and Kim Hyunwoo struggled to shield his eyes. A moment later, he looked up and was completely shocked by what he saw. Kim Hyunwoo was giving Musin a thorough beatdown. This made him resolve to use all of his strength and transform into a monster, a true monster, because he's a descendant of the Demon King. Kim Hyunwoo staggered to his feet and said scornfully, Ha, there's no way a camber could be this freaky. Musin was endlessly enraged by the insult. You won't be able to lay a finger on me again. Kim Hyunwoo smirked. Is that so? A red aura of power began to radiate from his body. He shoved his hands in his pockets and slowly walked toward him, coolly saying, I can do the exact same thing. Kim Hyunwoo swiped a hand under his nose, then smirked and continued, You're not the only one with martial arts skills. At this point, his voice deepened as he revealed, I still remember the martial arts that the heavenly demon used. Even though I won back then, I couldn't copy his techniques. Now I understand the principles of his martial arts. Kim Hyunwoo said slowly, It's like the thunder god. As he spoke, he immediately imitated the skill, surrounding himself with countless bolts of lightning. Round 2 began. Meanwhile, Mi Chang, with her overwhelming power, quickly took down her opponent. The man, still refusing to accept defeat, cursed at her. You bitch, how could you? In response to his words, Mi Chang didn't react at all. Seeing her silence, the battered scumbag continued to rage. First Kim Hyunwoo, then Musin, and now you. Why are my skills nothing compared to you people? The moment he finished speaking, Mi Chang's foot slammed straight into his face. Finally, the scumbag was knocked unconscious. Mi Chang casually touched her cheek and criticized him slowly. How foolish. It's not a matter of skills, but of martial arts. After dealing with him, she looked outside through the hole that had been punched earlier, her face filled with anticipation as she softly called out, Master. At that moment, the battle between Kim Hyunwoo and Musin was raging fiercely. Kim Hyunwoo was continuously overwhelming Musin, but Musin was as resilient as ever, seemingly an even match. The two immense powers clashed, creating a massive shockwave. Both were thrown far apart. Kim Hyunwoo struggled to his feet. His mana consumption was so great that his body had grown weak. He felt as if his entire body was about to fall apart. Musin, on the other hand, had his own calculations. He thought worriedly, At this rate, I can't win. Kim Hyunwoo weakly raised his hand, gathering what little spiritual power he had left. He worried. This doesn't look good. The mana consumption is insane. I'm about to run out of steam. Musin, on the other hand, thought differently. He didn't seem to have weakened at all. The two stared at each other for a long moment, and Kim Hyunwoo decided, I have no choice. The guy on the other side was no less determined. Musin's face grew serious. This is the only way. With that thought, the two rushed in to clash again. Eye to eye, they smirked at each other. There was no more time to waste. As Kim Hyunu prepared to attack, he suddenly froze. Musin unleashed his power, forming a black, circular sphere of spiritual energy with incredibly terrifying might. It made Kim Hyunu flinch. He continuously moved his feet to dodge, saying in alarm, "Wait, that's a necrosphere." Beneath his feet, the black spiritual energy swirled around him. Musin remained focused, maintaining the sphere above his head. He said with amusement, "Looks like you know a thing or two about it." Kim Hyunu was sweating bullets but still ran his mouth, pointing at the sphere and asking, "What the hell are you doing? That's not martial arts. Who just pulls a bunch of mana together like that? How is that any different from what I did earlier?" Musin ignored him and replied irritably, "It doesn't matter. I'll do whatever it takes to deal with you." Now, a bottomless black hole could be seen in the center of his chest, spewing forth a torrent of dark magic. Seeing his chance, Musin roared, "Demon God Annihilation." The extremely powerful dark energy shot straight towards Kim Hyunu. Musin was extremely confident now, thinking that this ultimate move would guarantee his victory. But he was immediately proven wrong, his eyes widening in shock at what was about to happen. What? That terrifying stream of magic was being blocked by Kim Hyunu's lightning. This made Musin cry out in horror. How is that possible? Kim Hyunu, with a bright smile, stood calmly and began to dismantle the entire magic spell. Musin's face turned pale. Still not believing his eyes, he asked again, "You blocked my necrosphere with lightning?" Kim Hyunu said smugly, just to shock him. "Well, since you taught me something just now, let me return the favor." Kim Hyunu explained, "I've improved it a bit, so let's see if you can block this." Unable to react in time, Musin could only stammer a few words. Kim Hyunu continued to use Thunder God's Advent, combining it with lightning to create a soul-shattering amount of power. He launched it straight at Musin, brilliantly illuminating the sky. Then, there was a deafening explosion. After the explosion swept through the area, Musin was nowhere to be seen. A moment later, the cool figure of Kim Hyunu appeared, hands stuffed in his pockets. The system also began to frantically display notifications. "You have defeated the Heavenly Warrior, a member on the Camber Reserve list who called himself Musin." Another notification appeared, resetting the ranking of the Heavenly Warrior. Information Authority has been changed from low to medium. Current Information Authority is medium. You will be invited into the system after a certain period of time. Time remaining, 3 days, 3 hours, 8 minutes, and 12 seconds. At this point, Kim Hyunu was so exhausted he could barely breathe, having spent too much mana in the fight. He quickly slumped to the ground. At the same time, an item appeared on the ground in front of him, his face streaked with dirt. Drenched in sweat, he pondered something deeply, finally reaching out to pick up the item. This is the system notification. Origin of the Heavenly Martial Arts. Incomplete. Class 5 plus skills. Unavailable. A secret training manual of the Heavenly Martial Arts belonging to the one known as Musin. To follow his first master, he lacked sufficient information authority. He had become a Greenber. With the help of this insufficient information authority, he could learn countless martial arts within the artifact and eventually named himself Musin. Because he was only on the reserve Greenber list, he had to wager the power of the maze to be able to climb the tower. Stone maze meter, 0%. Kim Hyungu held the item in his hand, wondering doubtfully, "What is this stone maze reserve list?" While he was lost in his questions, he suddenly heard someone call out, "Master." He looked up and saw Michi-on running towards him. Kim Hyungu felt relieved and let out a smile, then relaxed and lay down on the ground. "That was tough, but in the end, I still won." The atmosphere grew quiet. Michi-on stood watching her master rest on the ground. Meanwhile, at a secret base, a mysterious figure was preparing to report Musin's death to the designer. The designer, the tower's master, asked in disbelief. The anonymous Greenber and the reserve Greenber were both defeated. The mysterious figure nodded. "That's right." The designer stroked his chin, intrigued. How impressive. His gaze sharpened. Then he let out a cold snort and continued. "I've thought about this before. It's the role of a crisis. All living things do not evolve easily. Haven't you noticed that the ecosystem on the current floors is stable? Only when disaster strikes do they strive to survive, and from that struggle for existence, they slowly evolve." The mysterious figure sitting opposite him asked, "Are you suggesting that he is the crisis for the Greenbers?" The designer nodded. "It's quite possible, isn't it? Has he ever met a high-ranking Greenber?" The mysterious figure quickly replied, "Never." The one on the reserve list almost defeated him, but ended up dying before becoming an official Greenber. The mysterious figure paused for a moment, then hesitantly continued with his speculation. "But he will never meet a high-ranking Greenber, because the old gods who rule the constellations are hiding on the 8th floor." The designer agreed with this. "Then you are correct." At that moment, Kim Hyungu was still lying on the ground resting, a satisfied smile on his face, just as the designer declared that he would die sooner or later. One day after the incident at the Guardian Guild's security office, everyone was buzzing. Have you seen the news? The whole world is in shock. An excited person walked over and asked, what happened at the top 50 party? Hong Jin frowned and said to them, exactly. I heard it was a total massacre. But no one paid attention to her, only interested in the fight. Have you seen the fight clips? They're insane. The person opposite her replied just as excitedly, isn't our guild master cool as hell? This left Hong Jin speechless. Their comments rang out endlessly in front of her. His name is now famous all over the world. He's so amazing. The massacre occurred during the party for the top 50 hunters. Out of the 42 people present, 33 died. Of the 9 survivors, 4 can no longer continue as hunters due to the severity of their injuries. Hong Jin picked up her phone and read through the major news headlines. The various nations have not yet officially concluded the case. They will need to conduct a thorough investigation into who was behind this. The people who had been cheering moments before continued their joyous shouts. I'm so happy to be in this guild. Mr. Kim Hyun-gu is unbeatable. Hong Jin sighed. Looks like no one really cares about what happened. Just then, a voice spoke up. It's media manipulation. That startled Hong Jin. It was Seo and Young. She looked at her computer screen and continued. Because most of the top 50 rankers were wiped out, that would make people anxious, so they're hyping up a star to distract everyone. Hong Jin turned back, agreeing. She added, yeah, if the guildmaster knew about this, I doubt he just let it slide. Seo and Young advised. That's why we shouldn't say anything. Meanwhile, in America, Lai Xiu Dong asked the person in front of her with great concern, how are your injuries? Kim Hyun-gu's entire body was carefully wrapped in bandages like a mummy, with one arm in a cast. He even managed to smile and replied, you see me like this and you're still asking sarcastically? Lai Xiu Dong replied softly, I'm just asking out of courtesy. She continued, even after being treated by a skilled magician, you're still in this state. No wonder the senior was worried. Kim Hyun-gu was only focused on the result he had achieved as he spoke. Humph, at least I won. Lai Xiu Dong sighed. Still, it's worrying. With that, she quickly headed for the door. I'll be back after I finish your paperwork. Kim Hyun-gu gave a weak wave. All right. After Lee Seo Dong left, he grimaced in pain. He raised his mummified, bandaged hand, stared at it for a moment, and sighed. Humph. The after effects are no joke. Kim Hyun-gu recalled the battle and thought to himself, it was a good thing that it's not that bad yet. A normal person would have immediately lost control of their energy. Kim Hyun-gu lay on his bed, thinking how embarrassing it was. I tried to act on instinct, so I couldn't fully grasp the techniques I used. Maybe I need to read more books. It would be great if I could learn from someone. Suddenly, he remembered something and was startled. Ah, maybe this could be useful. Kim Hyun-gu took out the item he picked up last time and asked, do you know how to use this? 2 days later, in the ARB space, his supporter, Avi, spoke up. Ah, isn't this the origin of the heavenly martial arts, owned by someone named Muin? Kim Hyun-gu pointed at the system panel and continued. The labyrinth stone, that's right. I want to know how to complete this. Let me search. His supporter, Avi, tapped her fingers, calculating something. Numerous screens appeared in front of her. A moment later, the girl opened her eyes and said, there's a clue. Then she slowly explained. Guardian, I think you'll have to go to the labyrinth dungeon. I don't know if the labyrinth stone is a monster's mana stone or something else, but since it says Camber needs to clear a dungeon to move to the next floor, you might find the answer there. Kim Hyun-gu rubbed his chin in agreement. All right then. Suddenly, Kim Hyun-gu noticed something and jumped up, asking, that's right. Do I have any new skills? His supporter, Avi, pointed at him and replied, you do. Go ahead and open your status window. He quickly opened it. Name, Kim Hyun-gu. Guardian of the 91st floor. Age, 24. Gender, male. Condition, very good. Stats, strength 5, agility 5+, stamina 55, vitality 5-, willpower A+, luck B. Skills, authority, average information, psychology act. Kim Hyun-gu let out a sigh of relief. Phew, most of my stats have increased. He wondered if this psychology skill was new. How do I use it? Avi replied, twice a day. You can read other people's minds as long as you have access to their information. Kim Hyun-gu frowned, thinking to himself, it seems I can't use this skill on gamers. Well, it's better than nothing, I guess. His supporter, Avi, excitedly informed him that his notification system was also now nearly perfect. Now we'll signal the time and location of a gamer. At that moment, many game cartridges and consoles were laid out on the table. His supporter, Avi, looked at those things and remembered, I have something else I wanted to talk about. Seeing her gaze, Kim Hyun-gu teased her. You want a game console? His supporter, Avi, replied, flustered and embarrassed. It's not like I only play games all the time, you know. Only play games. Kim Hyungu asked, so what's up? Avi became serious. This is something I discovered recently. Or to be more precise, it's just a guess. Meanwhile, at the hospital, Mission was repeatedly calling him master in her mind, causing Kim Hyungu, who could read her thoughts with his new skill, to spit out the water he was drinking. Mission looked worried, quickly standing up to ask, Master, are you all right? He replied, I'm fine, I just choked a little. Outwardly, Mission quietly bowed and said, yes, but inwardly, she was having mischievous thoughts. Is Master really okay? His body might not have fully recovered yet. I wonder if there are any professional healers in Waipido. Maybe I could use an artifact? Anyway, if Master's body is injured, I'd get to touch him. Reading these thoughts, Kim Hyungu blushed and looked away. I've seen something I shouldn't have. Mission asked again, oh, where's Sun? Did she go take care of the procedures? She heard Master was being discharged soon, so she used a magic circle to go somewhere else. Mission's face was still full of worry as she looked up at him. Master, are you really okay? There's a crowd gathered downstairs. Master must be very uncomfortable. Hearing this, Kim Hyungu glanced out the window. He saw a large crowd below. Who are they? Oh, reporters. Mission said coldly, just give the word, Master, and I will kill them all. He quickly put on his slippers and got out of bed, saying slowly, there's no need for that. No matter what we do, they'll just find a way to stick to us. It would be better if I just held a press conference. Kim Hyungu decided to go down. At that moment, a swarm of reporters rushed toward him for an interview. Hunter Kim Hyungu! Hunter Kim Hyungu! Can you tell us? Hunter Kim Hyungu. Mr. Kim Hyungu. They kept pushing and shoving, squeezing him like a sardine in the middle, which was incredibly uncomfortable. He tried to calm them down. Everyone, please be calm. Someone took this opportunity to ask Hunter Kim Hyungu about the welcome party. Overwhelmed and exhausted, he started flailing his arms wildly and shouted, everyone shut up, let me through. He even roughly elbowed a nearby reporter in the chest. Kim Hyungu was getting annoyed. Move it, get out of my way. A guy standing nearby snapped a photo of him with malicious intent. He thought to himself, I knew Kim Hyungu was a rude guy, but this is just too much. Turns out, this guy was reporter John Z, who was staring at him with a cunning look in his eyes. He's probably looking down on us reporters. I'll have to show him what reporters can do. A moment later, the atmosphere quieted down a bit. Kim Hyungu cleaned his ear and said nonchalantly, since I'm not feeling well, as for everyone's questions. Before he could finish, someone spoke up. Mr. Kim Hyungu. Denzone relentlessly asked, there are rumors that you took advantage of the disaster at the party to kill the hunters you hate. Is that it? This malicious question made everyone freeze. Kim Hyungu shoved his hands into his pockets, annoyed. He hadn't said a word, but that reporter, Joe, wouldn't stop attacking him. Can I take that as confirmation of the recent rumor? Kim Hyungu didn't answer but let out an amused laugh, which made Joe smirk, thinking he liked that expression. That's what you get for daring to ignore a reporter. Then, Kim Hyungu suddenly said loudly, hey, get lost. Joe heard him, confused. What? Kim Hyungu sarcastically said, you're standing this close and you still can't hear me. Just then, someone leaned in and whispered in his ear, the internet. Is this on the internet? Right. Kim Hyungu then emphasized what he'd said earlier. If that guy isn't gone in 30 seconds, there will be no interview today. Joe was so angry he gritted his teeth. What? Mi Chong, watching from a distance, couldn't take it anymore and quickly ordered her subordinate, handle him. Understood. Mi Chong watched from afar, ensuring Kim Hyungu's safety. A little later, in another building, the news of Kim Hyungu's morning interview quickly became the top headline. Joe's rude question to Kim Hyungu had plunged the press conference into silence, and Kim Hyungu, not behaving as he usually does, had politely asked Joe to leave. The person was shocked and repeated, very politely. After reading it, Kim Si-hun was so shocked he couldn't believe his eyes. Hyung being polite, I can't even imagine it. It seems he's really changed. Kim Hyungu's voice rang out, Si-hun, I'm back. Kim Si-hun replied happily, oh, welcome back. How have you been? I'm fine. Kim Hyungu leaned on the sofa and quickly got to the point. By the way, I'll be going to a dungeon soon. Kim Si-hun was incredibly surprised to hear that. You're going to a dungeon, but you haven't been fighting for money lately, have you? Are you looking for an artifact? Kim Hyungu leaned back on the sofa and replied, no. I need to confirm a few things. Kim Hyungu directly suggested that he wanted Si-hun's guild to accompany him. Kim Si-hun was surprised by this. Huh? Why not your own guild? Kim Hyungu explained that he didn't have a map. Without one, he would have a lot of trouble clearing the dungeon. Kim Si-hun thought that made sense. That's true. You wouldn't be able to find a safe place to rest, and you wouldn't know where the monsters are concentrated. It would be a disaster if you got lost, too. He continued, "We can set off next week." Just then, Mi Chiang sat down next to Kim Hyun-gu. He smiled while patting her head and continued, "Great. Let me know the location a day before we go." Mi Chiang sat there in a daze, her face bright red. Kim Hyun-gu looked up at her. Suddenly, he thought of Hanarin, his second disciple. Kim Hyun-gu's eyes filled with worry. He wondered, "I wonder if that kid is okay?" The story of the two of them continued. An image of Hanarin standing with Kim Hyun-gu appeared. "When I was trapped in the tower, I tried playing the part of a master who teaches his disciple and then disappears, but it didn't work out in the end. After that, I gave up on that whole hidden identity style, but that kid proactively asked me to be her master." Hanarin placed a hand on her chest and said seriously, "Please, accept me as your..." In another scene, Hanarin and he faced challenges. The story continued. "Because she was going through a rebellious phase, I didn't teach her true martial arts, but since she wanted to get stronger, I still trained her." The rebellious phase here describes kids with grand delusions who want to show off and convince themselves they have superior intellect or hidden powers, because that can also be useful. Back to the present. Returning to their conversation, without mentioning the past, Kim Hyun-gu patted Kim Si-hun's shoulder and said, "Sigh. They say no news is good news, so she must be fine." Kim Si-hun picked up his device and looked up, thinking, "It looks like his mind is wandering again." Suddenly, Kim Si-hun saw a notification on his device. Kim Si-hun looked down and saw that it was a notification for a new article. He was surprised when he saw it, this article. Joe Michael. The report stated that reporter Joe Michael had gone missing after being demoted from his lead reporter position. Kim Si-hun thought, "Isn't that the suspicious reporter from before?" An image of Joe Michael appeared in Kim Si-hun's mind. Kim Si-hun asked himself, "That guy went missing?" He glanced over and saw Kim Hyun-gu patting the girl's head. Kim Si-hun reconsidered. That's not something he would do. The girl seemed to be enjoying it, feeling the warmth from his hand. She was both shy and happy, looking very cute. As Kim Si-hun read the article, his face darkened, afraid that he would be the next one to go missing. Kim Si-hun didn't know what to think. He trembled, huddled up, and clutched his device tightly. A moment of silence passed. Kim Si-hun suddenly thought, maybe I shouldn't get on his bad side. In another development, at the Aries headquarters in Korea, a skyscraper with countless rooms stretching up to the clouds, it was truly a massive headquarters. A voice announced, "Sir, Kim Hyun-gu has arrived." Inside a small office at the Aries headquarters, a young man in a formal suit stood quietly. Hearing the announcement, he let out a sigh of relief. He grabbed his tie and loosened it, thinking, "There's no more." CW thought anxiously, "I can't lose 40% of our dungeons to Kim Hyun-gu." CW thought of Mars, but realized he couldn't ask him for help. He pictured the hunters and the massacre that had shaken the entire world. The perpetrators were hunters from Mars's own faction. An image of Mars flashed in his mind, standing before the judging eyes of the public. CW continued to mull it over. Whether Mars was involved or not, he couldn't escape the public scrutiny. Then, another person came to mind, Liam. Because of that incident, Liam had seized a great deal of political power. A sudden noise snapped CW out of his deep thoughts, pulling him back to the present. CW turned to see Kim Hyun-gu casually opening the door and stepping inside. He smiled. Well, it's been a while, hasn't it? He was dressed so simply, a stark contrast to CW's formal attire. To anyone else, he would have looked like someone who'd just crawled up from the dregs of society. CW and Kim Hyun-gu sat down opposite each other in the room. Kim Hyun-gu spoke first. "I'm waiting for your answer," CW sighed, thinking to himself, "For now, I'll just have to try and negotiate him down as much as I can." CW started. "Wait a minute," Kim Hyun-gu ignored him, holding up a hand with a smile. "I don't want to drag this out." CW replied seriously, "You don't want to waste words on me, is that it? So let's keep it simple." He wanted to cut straight to the chase. Kim Hyun-gu pointed directly at CW. "All right. From now on, you can only answer yes or no. Got it?" Furious at his attitude, CW shot up and slammed his hands on the table. "What did you just say?" But Kim Hyun-gu remained perfectly calm, sitting with his legs crossed. He spread his hands wide and smirked. "It's not that big of a deal. It's a reasonable number, after all. For just 40%, it'll be as..." CW was seeing red. He gritted his teeth in fury, thinking, "This son of a bitch." "Hey," CW spat. Suddenly, a voice echoed through the room not belonging to either of them. "Please, save me." It was a recording, playing from a device in Kim Hyun-gu's hand. The voice continued, pleading, "I'll tell you everything. So please, just let me see a little bit of light. Please." Kim Hyun-gu stared at the device, the voice on it filled with raw emotion. "Please don't lock me in there anymore. Don't lock me in the warehouse again. I don't want to go in there. I don't want to." The voice was utterly desperate. Kim Hyun-gu turned to CW. You recognize that voice, don't you? Hearing the recording, CW froze. An image of the young man flashed in his mind, and CW was speechless. Suddenly, Kim Hyun-gu placed the device on the table. All right, think it over. You can't get out of this, Sonny. And just to be sure, let me give you a little piece of advice, he said loudly. If you refuse my offer, he continued grimly, Aries will suffer an even worse fate. Hearing this, CW began to tremble, breaking out in a cold sweat as he fell silent. So, he continued, I'll ask you one last time. He slammed his hand flat on the table. Do you want to see how this story ends? CW's hair stood on end. He was trembling so badly he couldn't speak. He placed his hands on his knees, trying to calm himself down. No. Meanwhile, in another city, a sun-drenched villa stood peacefully. A young lady stood looking out a glass door, looking thoughtful and relaxed. One of Miriam's subordinates knelt to give a report. By eliminating all other forces, we have completely seized control of all dungeons from the surrounding guilds. The young lady turned. All right. Good work. The subordinate looked up at Miriam, lost in thought. Lady Miriam is smiling so brightly. Just a few months ago, she never showed any emotion on her face. But now, she's so expressive. She looks truly happy and joyful. It's like she's a completely different person, the subordinate thought. Miriam spoke. Have you dealt with that reporter completely? A horned man appeared from the corner. My apologies, Bama said. A third party has interfered. Hearing this, Miriam turned sharply. Who? Judging by the signs of a struggle, it seems he was kidnapped. By the time we got there, he was already gone. Miriam's expression soured. Speak. You must know who did this, don't you? The first subordinate stepped forward and held out a device for her to see. Miriam looked at the symbol on the screen, not recognizing it. What is this? Her subordinate replied, It's the only clue we have. This symbol was drawn on the desk. The subordinate continued. It's as if they wanted you to see it. Miriam rested her chin on her hand, thinking, How strange. Look into it. With a wave of her hand, she gave the order. The horned man replied, As you command. She then addressed her first subordinate. You may leave as well. I understand, he replied. However, may I ask how much longer you intend to be away from your post? Miriam casually tossed her hair back. When Master arrives in China, we'll leave as well. In the meantime, I'm entrusting the guild's management to you. The subordinate was so surprised he fell silent. A deep blush spread across his face as he thought, Does she truly acknowledge me? Never trust anyone. Miri's subordinate bowed his head, thinking, And yet, you're trusting me? He replied, I will do my best. Meanwhile, Miri was still lost in her own blissful thoughts, smiling to herself. Master, Kim Si-hun said, Aren't you going to stay at the house Parion built for you? Kim Hyun-gu replied, It's more comfortable here. Kim Si-hun turned and asked, How did the negotiations with Aries go? He leaned back in his chair and said, It went smoothly. Within 2 weeks, the issue with the Aries Guild will be over. Before that, he needed to take care of a few things. Cog said it would exceed 40% of the mind invasion skill's capacity because of how things turned out. Cog thought to himself that he had no choice but to install it in the dungeon as Ma-sun had instructed. Lying down and scrolling on his device, he thought, I figured he would hesitate, but I never knew he was also involved with that Ma-sun guy. He held up his device and smiled. It would be impolite of me to just stand by and watch this happen. In another area, at the A-rank dungeon, the demonic underground gate, the sound of footsteps echoed. It was the sound of 2 skeletons moving strangely. The fact that the 2 skeletons could still move normally horrified Seo-hun, who was hiding and clasped his hands over his mouth. The 2 skeletons glided past the young man. He trembled all over, not daring to scream. Seo-hun was revealed. It was Hun from the operations department of the Aries Guild. Seo-hun thought, Thanks to my concealment skill, I don't have to worry about the monsters. But I don't want to be in here alone. Seo-hun picked up a black orb and thought, But I can get promoted to an executive officer just by following Mr. Sito's orders. Seo-hun knelt down and started digging. He just told me to bury it in the sand, right? As he was working, a strange foot appeared before his eyes. Startled, Seo-hun looked up and saw him. He, on the other hand, gave a friendly hello, while the other man leaned against the door, looking as terrified as if he'd seen a ghost. The atmosphere grew heavy. He wondered anxiously, what in the world is going on? An excited voice rang out in the middle of the room. Whoa, you're a little late. Kim Hyun-gu was already waiting inside. He was gleefully sitting on the back of Cog's secretary, who was crying pitifully from being trampled, a swollen lump from a punch already on his head. Beside them was Miri, Kim Hyun-gu's first and cutest disciple. She stood with an air of confidence, one hand on her hip as she waited. Kim Hyun-gu waved cheerfully. It's been about 6 hours, hasn't it? The unlucky secretary, who was being used as a table, whimpered miserably. Guildmaster, Please save me. Cog pressed his lips together, sweating profusely, but didn't dare to make any sudden moves. His mind was racing. Damn it, I'm screwed. I'm so dead this time. Kim Hyun-gu said with a sweet chuckle. Since you're here, why don't we have a little chat? This only made Cog shrink back in fear, a tiny sliver of hope left in his heart. Where are the guards? As he backed up toward the door, Cog bumped into a large, muscular body, which stopped him in his tracks. Turning his head to look, Cog got another huge scare. Standing right behind him were two strange figures, dressed from head to toe in black with masks that covered everything but their mouths. Kim Hyun-gu had approached without him noticing. He leaned in close to Cog's face and laughed in a demonic voice. Hey, you're dead meat. There's no escape for you, buddy. The threat made Cog go limp like overcooked noodles. Then, with a thump, blood splattered, followed by a tragic scream. Ah! Cog clutched his head, rolling back and forth on the floor, screaming nonstop. Ah! He screamed like he'd never screamed before, the sound echoing through the room and forcing Kim Hyun-gu to cover his ears. Geez, you're loud. He sighed calmly and said, I'll go easy on you, so stop screaming your head off. After hearing that, Cog instantly fell silent. He quickly clapped his hands over his mouth to stop any more sounds from escaping, his face still filled with terror. Kim Hyun-gu smiled with satisfaction, then raised an eyebrow slightly. He lamented with a vile expression. Looking at this, people might think I'm the bad guy. Cog's secretary, crawling on the floor, glared resentfully at Kim Hyun-gu. But you are. Looking at Kim Hyun-gu sitting in front of him, Cog couldn't help but wonder, where exactly did he get his information? As if reading his mind, Kim Hyun-gu voiced Cog's thoughts aloud. You're wondering how I know, aren't you? That caught him completely by surprise. Kim Hyun-gu looked at the pathetic man kneeling before him and sighed theatrically. He said sarcastically, You people start begging for forgiveness once you know you're dead. Every single one of you is the— Miri, standing by, nodded her head repeatedly, agreeing with her master's words. From out of nowhere, Kim Hyun-gu produced a rock the size of his palm. Should I tell you how I know? He threw the rock hard at Cog's head. It's because every bastard in your guild is exactly the same. Being literally stoned made Cog's head spin, his face turning purple as he cried out, Ugh. Kim Hyun-gu picked up the rock again, bouncing it in his hand with a smirk. Now spit out everything you know. If not. Cog was still clutching his head from the pain he'd just experienced, his legs shaking as he cried out. Ah. Kim Hyun-gu's hand was already blazing with fire as he growled furiously. If not, sensing the danger, Cog looked up, still holding his head in fear. Kim Hyun-gu threatened, I wonder what a head smashed open with a rock looks like. Maybe I should give it a try. He chuckled, raising the rock to his shoulder, his face full of sinister intent. I couldn't handle the immense pressure. I had no choice but to travel back in time to the past. Before that, Aries CW was holding a small, spherical object. You told me to bury this in the dungeon that Kim Hyun-gu captured. In the room, CW was conversing with a white-haired man. Judging by how he was addressed, the man appeared to be very powerful. What is that? CW repeatedly asked the man who was gazing out the window. He turned his head with a sinister smile. It's a detonator. CW froze, listening intently as Mason continued to explain, You know what a monster wave is, don't you? Looking at the table, CW explained. Yes. In the early days when the tower first appeared, it was a catastrophe. Our understanding of the tower was still very limited. At that time, only a handful of hunters were managing it. The newspapers were constantly running stories. Of course, back then, there were still some dungeons that couldn't be conquered. If the monsters in a dungeon weren't cleared by the deadline, a dungeon break would occur and the monsters would escape. They would destroy everything and hunt down humans. That is what a monster wave is. Standing under the moonlight, Mason was pleased with the answer. Good. You know all about it. I intend to create a monster wave. This statement made CW look worriedly at the orb in his hand. Mason held out his hand to elaborate on his dark plan. After that, he'll be shunned by the entire world for his lax management. Then, we will take back the dungeon. A perfect plan. Mason looked over at CW with a scheming expression. If everything goes smoothly, I will guide you in reorganizing the guild. Back in the original room, CW knelt timidly before him. And that's what happened. After hearing the story, Mishin was skeptical. How strange. She approached CW, revealing the skull tattoo on her slender back as she interrogated him. Why would Mason follow that guy's plan? At the time you're talking about, Mason had nothing to do with my master. Going to such lengths just to get rid of master is completely unnecessary. The more she spoke, the more a dark, murderous aura emanated from her. Unless, you're lying. The boy shrank back, his face turning pale as he stammered. Don't. I thought the same thing, Kim Hyun-gu said, resting his chin on his hand. So, Mason was only pretending to help me, but he had another plan behind my back. He covered his face, full of doubt. No way. So he was even willing to let? Meanwhile, in Washington, a wine decanter and a chessboard were set up for battle on a table. Mason held two large detonator orbs in his hand. He sighed, "Teesk," so it ended up like this. He sipped his red wine, bored, thinking about Muson's failure. He was a crucial step in destroying the 9th floor. In the dark room, a sliver of light crept across Mason's face. It cut diagonally across one of his eyes, making his scheming expression even sharper. Did I underestimate the situation? Mason was lost in thought again, an image of the Earth in space appearing before him. When I first reached the 9th floor, I thought it would be a piece of cake. The image of the Earth gradually shattered, clearly showing his disappointment. Then I met Hazma and was certain that we were prepared to destroy this world, step by step. Low-level Grambers don't have enough power to destroy the world on their own. The plan was proceeding smoothly without any issues, with only the final step remaining. Using Aries, I could monopolize all the dungeons in the world. Such a meticulously calculated plan. He had already arranged the chess pieces so clearly. With my own power, I successfully brought Muson and other hunters under my command. Now, if I place the detonator in Aries' dungeon and Muson's massacre begins at just the right moment, the 9th floor will be finished. On the chessboard, Mason moved his piece, knocking over his opponents in a display of victory. But ever since that guardian, Kim Hyunu, left the tower and opened the gate. If they just sit and wait, all those who have climbed to that place will die. Even Hasbo. The Hasbo symbol on the chess piece was decapitated, but what he left behind is still there. Although that assistant is quite cunning, he's not very smart. I didn't pay much attention to him because I thought everything would be fine as long as I controlled him. The appearance of Kim Hyunu destroyed all the potential pawns Mason held, as well as his entire plan. And then Muson was defeated by that guardian. Thinking of this, Mason furiously gritted his teeth. He crushed the half-full wine glass in his hand. Damn it. What did the glass ever do to him? Mason looked at his wine-covered hand with a cold expression. Humping. He took a cloth to wipe his hand and looked up at the chessboard. No matter. I still have a plan B. Using the organizations that have been built in the shadows. To Mason, these organizations were nothing more than sacrificial pawns in a game of chess. After finding Muson, I kept a close eye on him, thinking the plan would fall apart if I didn't supervise him. But after checking, I realized he had developed on his own. He became extremely powerful. As a result, a series of large barrels filled with explosive orbs were now placed before Mason. He exclaimed with satisfaction. Excellent. While he was enjoying the moment, a voice called out from nowhere. You look happy, don't you? Mason was still in high spirits, not yet noticing anything strange. Indeed. Oh, before he could finish his sentence, he was attacked. Startled, I turned toward the voice, only to see Kim Hyunu standing there casually. Ma-sun shouted, his voice filled with surprise. Is that Kim Hyunu? In response, the man just gave an arrogant smile. Oh, he's stepping forward. How does he always get it right when it comes to these kinds of deductions? Ma-sun stood up in fear and took a few steps back. A vision appeared with lines of reasoning. The guardian, the one called Ma-sun, is likely a climber hiding on the 9th floor. The scene flashes back to a discussion with Ai. In the cozy living room, she said, I've looked through the internet and the news. Until the first rift appeared, there was no evidence that Ma-sun ever existed. Her adorable face was serious as she analyzed. Then he suddenly appeared and got involved in shady business. On top of that, he has underground connections with Muson. She used logic to break down her suspicions. How could Muson, who is neither a guardian nor a climber, know the truth about this world? Did someone tell him? Hearing this, Kim Hyunu thought it made sense and fell deep in thought. I said worriedly. This is just my speculation. Her face clearly showed excitement, but she continued. If you don't think it's right, then don't go looking for him. A voice cut through the conversation. Your body hasn't fully recovered yet. Back in the room with Ma-sun, Kim Hyunu smiled lightly and cracked his neck to stretch. I've waited a long time to deal with you myself, but it's worth it. Ma-sun anxiously turned his head to look at the explosive marbles he had prepared. Kim Hyunu continued, You've brought all the evidence right here. The man questioned him, his voice trembling slightly. How did you get in here? Kim Hyunu smirked and got into his stance. You don't need to know. The system panel announced. Skill. Information authority. Red text reading unverifiable appeared above Ma-sun's head. His face was filled with worry. Ma-sun gritted his teeth as he looked at Kim Hyunu. He's a real monster. Wasting no time, Kim Hyunu gathered his inner power and charged straight at Ma-sun to attack. The entire room flashed with a brilliant light, accompanied by Kim Hyunu's fierce voice. You little rat, run for it. Hit by Hyunu's attack, Ma-sun let out a vicious scream of pain and was sent flying upwards. Before he could even react, Hyunu had already leaped up behind him. He launched a strike at Ma-sun's back, leaving him unable to fight back. Taking Hyunu's blow, Ma-sun crashed hard to the ground. After the painful landing, Ma-san angrily turned to face Hyunu and cursed, "You damn bastard." Before he could finish his sentence, Hyunu landed another blow to Ma-san's face. Ma-san screamed in pain, "Ah." Hyunu, radiating killing intent, said, "Hey, Ma-san." He then grinned smugly and said with satisfaction, "Let's end this quickly." Ma-san turned his head slightly, glaring at Hyunu with eyes full of resentment. Suddenly, Ma-san smirked and yelled, "Stop." Just as Hyunu was about to finish Ma-san off with the Twin Thunder God strike, his entire body suddenly became paralyzed. His raised foot froze eerily in midair. Hyunu, bewildered, had no idea what was happening. "What the hell? My body, it won't move." While Hyunu was still confused about the situation, Ma-san got to his feet, his face filled with killing intent. With a grunt, Hyunu fell to the ground. Ma-san looked down at him. Suddenly, Ma-san let out a furious roar, "You son of a bitch." Then he kicked out, launching an attack at Hyunu. Despite having fallen, Hyunu remained motionless on the ground, stuck in the same position as before. Hyunu's face still showed his confusion. He thought, "What's happening? My body is frozen like a stone." Ma-san walked closer to Hyunu. "Fool. Barging into my home with no preparation." Ma-san summoned a book and said, "Did you think everyone would just lie down and wait for you to defeat them?" Suddenly, multiple streams of light shot straight into Ma-san's body. He laughed and said, "I was going to let someone else handle you, but it seems I'll have to step in after all. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the voice of the people, Dronzer." At that moment, Ma-san was wearing a different outfit and a bright light shone around him. He spread his arms, laughed hoarsely, and said, "And this place. This is the restricted area that I've worked tirelessly for years to create. It doesn't matter how strong you are. As long as you're in here, you can't defeat me." Hearing Ma-san's words, Hyunu thought with some concern, "This is bad. So you can only use your power within this area?" Ma-san smiled and replied, "That's right." Hyunu thought to himself that killing a guardian was extremely important for him. Ma-san is nearly invincible in this area, but he's extremely weak outside of it. Besides, it doesn't matter how large the restricted area is. It only has a radius of 200 meters, and yet he decided to step right into it himself. Suddenly, he cornered Hyunu against the steps and spoke, "Do you have any last words?" Hyunu said, "I just have one question." The man narrowed his eyes in confusion. "Huh." Hyunu looked at Ma-san and asked, "How many climbers are there right now?" After hearing Hyunu's question, Ma-san gave a confused smile and thought, "How ridiculous. Is he that desperate?" Then, Ma-san answered Hyunu's question. "You're about to die, and that's what you're asking? Sorry, but I can't answer that, because there are always new climbers, even at this very moment." Hearing Ma-san's answer, Hyunu narrowed his eyes in anger and thought, "So, that means he doesn't know either. I see." Hyunu continued, "Then I will ask one last question. What do you know about those who reclimb the tower?" Ma-san thought for a moment and said, "They are the ones who have fallen from the constellations. They are beings who lost their power and were cast down, and they climb the tower to reclaim what they've lost. Simply put, they are former gods." Hyunu was a bit surprised by Ma-san's answer and said doubtfully, "Former gods." Ma-san grew impatient, not wanting to answer further, and said, "Our conversation ends here. This much mercy is enough for a man about to die. That's right, this is more than enough for a man about to die." After saying that, Hyunu unleashed his power, shot up to his feet, and said, "Isn't it?" Seeing Hyunu stand up, Ma-san was utterly shocked and said fearfully, "How are you able to move?" Ma-san stumbled backward, saying, "That's impossible inside a restricted area." "How?" While Ma-san was completely stunned, frantically flipping through the pages of a book, Hyunu said, "Of course, I've already figured out all your tricks." Hyunu smirked, walking slowly toward Ma-san. "Go to hell with that Rian thing of yours. This is simply mana control." Ma-san's face twisted in anger as he cursed, "You bastard." He then extended his hand, sending a wave of magic toward Hyunu and commanding, "Stand still, stop breathing, kill yourself." But it all failed. Hyunu used a technique to prevent the magic wave from entering his body. Seeing this, Ma-san was terrified. Hyunu looked at his own hand and thought, "My fight with Musin was really useful. I don't know the name of this technique, but it easily purges mana invading my Kai flow. When he blocked my Asura's scorching dance strike, he used this technique. I'm still too inexperienced." Then, Hyunu leaped high into the air, gathering his power and declaring, "Now, it's my turn to attack." Hyunu used Asura's scorching dance strike, swinging it down toward Ma-san and causing a massive explosion. After landing the blow, Hyunu smirked and said, "He wasn't anything special after all." Suddenly, Hyunu's jaw dropped. "Huh. What the hell? I can't sense any presence." Before Hyunu was a scene of utter chaos, but there was no sign of Ma-san. Hyunu muttered, "He must have run away." Cough, cough, pant. Ma-sun was now sitting in a chair, covered in injuries. Ma-sun thought, if I hadn't used teleportation, I would have been dead. The damage to my body is severe, but I'll be fine. Ma-sun sat in the middle of a room flanked by bodyguards. He thought, Plan B was started with the Mexican underworld, but now it's a secret organization that has engulfed all of Europe. As long as I have this organization in my hands, I can start over. As Ma-sun was smiling to himself, a voice suddenly spoke out. There you are. Ma-sun looked toward the source of the voice, smiled, and said, Ah, it's been a while, hasn't it? Footsteps approached Ma-sun. A girl with purple hair was entering, escorted by a male bodyguard. That girl was Hannerin. Hannerin smiled, looking at Ma-sun. The sun rose high, its light shining down on the rooftops, reflecting off the glass of the towering skyscrapers. In the middle of it all stood one building that outshone the rest, the headquarters of the Global Hunter Association. Senator Liam picked up his phone, looking at a 33-second-long audio recording. He spoke with confusion. This isn't urgent or rushed at all. Kim Hyun-yu shrugged casually and told the senator, just listen to it first. Liam thoughtfully followed his advice and pressed play. His eyes focused intently on the contents of the recording, a hint of worry clearly visible on his face. From the recording, a familiar voice emerged, talking about Musen's failure. Upon hearing this, the senator's face turned pale. He showed clear astonishment, his eyes wide and his body breaking out in a cold sweat. What could possibly make a powerful senator so afraid? The recording hadn't stopped, so the voice continued to speak about destroying the 9th floor. As the recording played on, Liam panicked and loudly asked Kim Hyun-yu. This voice is, in stark contrast to the senator's expression. While Liam was in a state of panic, Hyun-yu wore a faint smile, a trace of arrogance and contempt playing on his lips. He still hadn't answered Liam's question, so the senator had no choice but to continue listening to the recording. The voice on the recording introduced itself with authority. I am Riona. Wasn't this the person that Kim Hyun-yu's subordinate had already eliminated? The senator knew the context of this conversation. Wanting to confirm his suspicions, he asked Hyun-yu again, is this real? To confirm it for the senator, Hyun-yu closed his eyes and gave a slight nod in agreement. After understanding the situation, Senator Liam fell into deep thought, propping his hands on the table as he pondered. This truth about Ma-sun was quite shocking, but he clasped his hands together and considered it. Thinking about how easily Ryan Sada was destroyed, a brilliant idea sparked in the senator's mind. With this, we can overcome Ma-sun's faction and the Hunter Association. He had devised a plan. He would give this recording to his subordinates, already imagining the scene in his head. Even if Ma-sun is criticized, it won't be easy because he's still very nimble in the political arena. But this recording is enough to sink him completely. A perfect weapon to expose his dirty deeds. He now held a fantastic weapon in his hands. Senator Liam returned to his conversation with Kim Hyun-yu. He knew the man must have a reason for giving this to him so easily. Since I'm handing this over, let me ask first. You brought this to me, so you must want something in return, right? How efficient. If only everyone were as reasonable as our dear congressman here. Kim Hyun-yu happily stated his terms for the deal. I'm glad you catch on quick. It's not much. I just need you to manipulate the media a little. You mean, like, downplaying it? Not only did I find it hard to believe, but even Liam Lowe, a man of supreme power, was stunned when he heard it. Bewildered and astonished. The media? He asked casually. That's right. Kim Hyun-yu replied nonchalantly. I don't want to be bothered by that pack of reporters anymore. Kim Hyun-yu playfully rocked his chair, gesturing as if his terms were an incredible bargain for the congressman. This is a win-win situation. You'll easily be able to strip Ma-sun of his power, and my life will get a lot easier. Seeing that he had nothing to lose from the request, Liam agreed to the deal, though he still had some slight concerns. Alright, but if this is released anonymously, they'll surely use every trick in the book to cover it up. But things would be different if I were the leading congressman. So, he's playing his cards right. Huh. Give this guy an inch, and he'll take a mile. And yet, our Kim Hyun-yu agreed. Good, let's go with that. After achieving his goal, our Kim Hyun-yu ended the conversation. He pushed back his chair to leave. I'll be going now. It seemed Liam Lowe had something more to say and quickly told him to wait. He stated his own request. Can I ask you a few things? Kim Hyun-yu was a little startled when he said that. He turned his eyes back toward the man. The senator brought up the issue that was on his mind. I saw it on the news before you arrived. There was a massive mana explosion at Ma-sun's estate this morning. The scene shown was nothing but a pile of collapsed ruins. Not a single trace was left. Without any hesitation, Liam directly stated his thoughts, wanting Kim Hyun-yu to confirm them. Did you kill Ma-sun? Unsure how to answer, Kim Hyun-yu looked a bit dejected, scratching his head in thought. Not yet. Oh, Senator, that doesn't mean he didn't do it, just that the time isn't right. The day will come when Ma-sun falls at our protagonist's hands. There was a good reason he didn't kill him. Hyun-yu reported back to Mr. Liam. Miriam and I searched the area. We couldn't find any trace of him. He must have escaped. Rummaging through his thoughts about those villains, Kim Hyun-yu remembered that Gimber usually disappears after dying, but I didn't receive any notification, which is a bit annoying. Hyun-yu clicked his tongue in frustration. Just when you think he's being serious, he goes and makes that "oh my god" face. Kim Hyun-yu pouted and grimaced, blaming himself. From now on, I shouldn't get involved in these political matters. But now I have to find that rat again. Oh, what a pain. Well, you've already started, so you have to see it through, right? You can't just irresponsibly leave it halfway. What kind of hero does that? To serve his own goal of taking down the enemy, Kim Hyun-yu put on a businesslike smile, wanting to ask Liam Lo for a favor. Congressman, I need you to search for Ma's son. Before he could finish his sentence, a strange blue-purple light appeared before his eyes. It blocked his vision, causing him to widen his eyes in bewilderment. Huh? The scene changes to the location of Kim Hyun-yu's second disciple, Hanarin. She walks step by step past the corpses sprawled on the ground, a very sinister smile on her face. Approaching Rian-sa, Hanarin spoke up. You look tired. Sitting on a throne of status, he clutched a wound on his chest and said, I have a few problems to solve. When he said this, she feigned doubt. Problems? He got straight to the point. Kim Hyun-yu is the bastard standing in our way. Hanarin's heart skipped a beat when she heard that, because the name he had just mentioned was her master's. Knowing he had ill intentions toward her master, her eyes sharpened as she glanced at him. In a nonchalant tone, she played dumb and asked him, Oh, is that so? Ryan-say thought she was on his side. He complained to her, Because of him, our secret plan has been delayed a little. Walking up the stairs, step by step, Hanarin played along with him. What a pity, she said, not letting on that she was on Kim Hyun-yu's side. He said trustingly, Don't worry. With you as my right hand, the organization has grown this much. It won't be a problem for me to conquer this world anymore. Nice plan, but too bad you're not the main character, buddy. Suddenly, Hanarin contradicted his statement. No, that's not it. Ryan-sa panicked a little. His face fell and he broke into a cold sweat, a huge question mark appearing over his head in confusion. A thwump sound rang out, blood splattering everywhere as a sharp sword pierced through Ryan-sa's chest from behind the chair, causing him to look down with astonished eyes. He probably never imagined this would happen to him. His face still hadn't registered what was happening. From behind the chair, Hanarin's face slowly peeked out, a wicked smile on her lips. As for Ryan-sa, having just taken a direct hit to the chest, the veins in his eyes bulged in pain as he screamed. Oh, what a pity for a life full of ambition but with misplaced trust. Stepping out in front, Hanarin mocked him with a jeering tone. I pity you for being too foolish to believe what's happening right before your eyes. Ryan-sa looked up at her with hateful eyes. His body, weakened from blood loss, trembled all over as he whimpered like an abandoned dog. Looking away, he desperately searched for a lifeline. Was someone like him really going to die such a pathetic death? With eyes like a hawk, Ryan-sa scanned his underlings below and reached out a hand, pleading for help. Where's everyone? What are you doing? He yelled, still ordering his subordinates to seize her. But upon receiving his command, his underlings remained as still as statues. Could it be that they, no longer wanting to serve under him, had already pledged their loyalty to Henry? Witnessing his betrayal by everyone with his own eyes, Ryan-sa was filled with a speechless resentment. He could only grit his teeth and accept his fate, while Henry continued to taunt him in his final moments. Why so shocked? Even with his sword run clean through him, he somehow found the strength to grab her shirt and demand answers. How? How could you betray me? What can I say? You're just unlucky. Ignoring his obvious desperation, she gently brushed his hand away. Prying his hand from her collar, she retorted, cornering him. What are you talking about? Radiating an overwhelming aura, Hanare placed one hand on her hip and pointed the other straight at his face, clarifying the meaning of his accusation. It seems you don't understand the meaning of betrayal. Are you implying that you and I were on the same side? In the spacious hall, beneath elegant lanterns, Hanare's powerful words echoed clearly. It's true that I received a great deal of help from our initial exchanges. I didn't intend to kill you. An expression of discontent crossed her face, as if blaming him for bringing this upon himself. Until recently. But I still couldn't believe a word you said. You have no pride. None. You really should read up on Nam Kao's Lao hack. Maybe you'd learn something about dignity. It's pathetic to see someone live so shamelessly. Hanare finally unleashed her pent-up anger. I built this organization from nothing. And you claim that I am your right-hand woman? You think I'd ever bow my head to someone like you? How could he argue? Her words hit too close to home. Ryan-sa could only clutch his wound and snarl like a cornered animal. To teach him a lesson about his place, Hanare continued her verbal assault. In that case, you just foolishly admitted it yourself. The head of the Illuminati was decided long ago. Below, colorful light streamed through the stained glass. Hanare raised her hand into the light, reminding him with an arrogant air, Wasn't this organization created as a gift for that person from the very beginning? Rayona seemed utterly shocked by her words. What? Neither quickly nor slowly. Hanari began to slowly pull the sword from his body, telling him, maybe I should tell you why you have to die, though this moron probably wouldn't understand anyway. She had been pulling the sword out slowly, but then suddenly yanked it free, sending a long spray of blood across the floor. The blade tore through the bench behind him, making Rayona cough up blood in agony as she withdrew the crimson-stained sword. Her eyes blazed as she delivered her final warning. You are not the master of the Illuminati. You tried to harm my master. Did you think I would simply stand by and let that happen? At her words, Riona's head slumped forward, motionless. Unsure if he was truly unconscious or just planning his escape, Hanari gave an order to the men she had won over. Get rid of him. And the chair. But then, something unusual happened. The hand resting on the chair began to move quickly. He wasn't trying to escape. Rather, because his body was that of a climber, it was disappearing upon death. In an instant, not a trace of him remained. Hanari's eyes widened in shock. He vanished. Witnessing this vanishing act, Hanari immediately thought of two beings, the night parade of 100 demons and the heavenly demon. She came to a conclusion. So, he really was one of them. Her hand gently touched the horned skull on her shoulder. It was like a support item. Hanari mused to herself, Master, no matter what battle you must face. Touching the skull, she closed her eyes with a faint smile, making a promise to herself and to Kim Hyunwoo that she would help him at any cost. The scene cuts back to our protagonist, Kim Hyunwoo. A large system window popped up with a notification. You have found and eliminated a hidden climber. Location, Mexico City. You have successfully captured climber Riona Segrin. Avi, Kim Hyunwoo's supporter, pointed to the screen and concluded, There's no doubt about it, Riona is dead. Our hero, Kim Hyunwoo, found this hard to believe. Really? He asked, just to be sure. I was with Liam, so I just assumed it was some kind of error. Avi explained that his information authority score had increased. Still, he couldn't quite understand the situation. Hyunwoo rested his chin on his hand, lost in thought. What in the world happened? He had no idea his disciple had given him such a surprise. What a wasted opportunity. He could only assume that Riona had been finished off by the lingering effects of one of his own attacks. Was he hit by one of my attacks earlier? But the timing is weird. The logic didn't add up, so his thoughts shifted. Or was he killed by someone else? He did escape while heavily wounded, after all. He might have a pretty face, but he was no simpleton. The more he thought about it, the more frustrating it got. In the end, he decided to let it go. An enemy had been defeated, and that's what mattered. He leaned back in his chair. Whatever. Knowing how he died isn't going to help me anyway. All that matters is that the job is done. To make sure his job was secure, he asked Avi doubtfully, I'm guessing there aren't any more of them hiding, right? Avi replied uncertainly. I think so. Hearing the answer he wanted, Hyunwoo relaxed. All right, then I have no reason to be here anymore. Avi asked, You're leaving already? Kim Hyunwoo quickly made an excuse. Yeah, I got a few things to take care of. He gave an enthusiastic smile, leaned in close, and said to Avi, What's wrong? You want a few more game discs? His words hit a nerve, and she bashfully made an excuse. No, that's not it. Her words said one thing, but her actions said the complete opposite. She pulled Hyunwoo's hand forward, and he, confused, could only follow her. Avi pointed to a high-tech device on the computer screen. She revealed her desire. This one looks promising. Hyunwoo was shocked by her request, unable to hide his surprise as he said loudly, This device? Knowing he was about to refuse, she tried to persuade him with sparkling, expectant eyes. It's the latest trend. If I have it, I'll be able to do my work more efficiently. Unable to refuse those hopeful eyes, he reluctantly agreed. Fine. After their conversation, he walked out the gate wearing an incredibly tacky pair of 3-striped sandals. The iron gate slowly opened. Waiting outside the gate was Mi Jong. She bowed respectfully. Master, you're here. Seeing his disciple waiting, Kim Hyunwoo asked, How is everyone else? She answered him, I think they're all ready. Finally, the two of them got into a white car. As the car started, Kim Hyunwoo lowered his voice. All right, let's go. He reached out and patted Pito Jila's head beside him. When he patted her head, she shyly blushed and drew back. He commanded, Let's move out. Arriving at the labyrinth dungeon, she, worried that the plan might have flaws, looked up and asked him, Master, if the others aren't ready, will it be okay? It'll be fine. But that's what other people would say. As for Kim Hyunwoo, he could carry the team all by himself. It's unclear if there was a hidden meaning in his words, but they made the faint-hearted Mi Jeong shyly cover her face. They aren't necessary. All I need is my disciple. With a line like that, how could the young lady possibly escape? Hearing him say that, Mi Jeong was completely smitten, cupping her cheeks with both hands and looking adorable. Master, How could you say something like that? What else was he supposed to say? But he meant he wanted to borrow her power, not what the young lady was thinking. Good grief, what a wild imagination. Despite his little disciple being completely love-struck, Kim Hyun-woo remained focused on the information on his phone. He looked on thoughtfully. Humph. On his phone were a series of sizzling hot articles about the latest news. It was about the death of Rian Sha. Breaking news. The truth about the Hunter massacre. The demon god was the culprit behind it all. Shocking news of the Musen massacre. Demon god. Shocking news of the Musen massacre. Maon hired Kim Hyun-woo to assassinate him. Aries Guild Master Maon spoke out, saying, "I have no relationship with that man." Reading the latest news, our dear Kim Hyun-woo scoffed. It hasn't even been half a day. He's as swift and efficient as I expected. Satisfied with what Liam had done, he couldn't be bothered anymore and put his phone in his pocket. Looks like I don't have to worry about that issue anymore. Holding a piece of cloth in his hand, the system screen displayed a notification for a new mission. Origin of the incomplete Weasel Labyrinth Stone. Progress. 0%. He resolved to do his best. A small, ugly goblin charged straight at Kim Hyun-woo. It had no regard for its own life, nor did it have any sort of strategy. It just rushed in like a moth to a flame. Because of its pea-sized brain, it received a painful kick to the face from him. That one blow was enough to take it down. One look at Kim Hyun-woo's fist was enough to understand the power it held. So much so that white smoke was still drifting from his hand. He clearly showed his boredom with these pathetically weak monsters. Iska. It wasn't that he was worried about strong enemies. Rather, he was complaining that their numbers were too large, which would take up too much of his time. Why are there so many of them? Just when he thought he had defeated all the goblins, Mi Jong, who was beside him, said, "Master, more are coming. Let your disciple handle them." With his hands still in his pockets, he now showed clear excitement on his face as he told her, "No need." As he spoke, his hands moved back and forth like an illusion, and the area around him seemed to be summoning magic with a stream of red power. With a single move, he flashed past the puny goblins with a predatory, demonic grin. The skill he had just used was the Overlord's Annihilating Fist, whose wide area of pressure and immense power sent the creatures flying everywhere. Every last one of them took the full force of the blow, flying like baby birds learning to fly. His teammates from afar witnessed the entire process of him taking down the enemies with such speed. Hansel couldn't hold back his admiration and exclaimed, "Whoa, he's seriously strong." Lee Seo-jiang also had to admit, "Even though I already knew that, I can't help but be amazed every time I see it." Kim Si-hyun said nothing. He was lost in his own thoughts. If Jin Ah-seop and I joined forces, the three of us could probably defeat that number of weasels. But it wouldn't be as easy as this. He looked at that overwhelming figure. His get-up sports shorts paired with three-striped sandals slouching lazily made him look no different from some street punk. But Kim Si-hun was completely in awe of his strength. Is this the gap between us and him? Suddenly, an enthusiastic voice called out his name. Hearing the call, Kim Si-hun turned to look. It turned out the excited person was Park Gammon. He was holding a camera, recording the video of Kim Hyun-woo defeating the goblins. His face beamed with joy at being allowed to tag along. "Thanks for letting me be your porter." He was live streaming the recent battle. "All right, is the live stream good? The view count is insane. This is amazing." Along with it came a flood of excited comments, and they gave our Kim Hyun-woo a nickname. Kim Si-hun, watching the stream, was also astonished. He's also extremely famous. While he was engrossed in the stream, the star of the battle called out, "Hey, you, get up here." Realizing Kim Hyun-woo was calling him, Kim Si-hun jumped and replied, "Huh? But we're only on the 14th floor." But his system had already displayed a notification. Labyrinth attack completion rate, 100%. Yeah, we've met the quota. Kim Hyun-woo clenched his fists, trembling with anger. All I had to do was kill monsters for the completion rate to go up. I can't believe it was that easy. What was I even worried about? After completing the mission, he spoke up, asking about everyone's well-being. Besides, it doesn't matter what we do down here. Will you all be okay? Perfectly fine. Just as he predicted, they were confused when he said that. What do you mean? The group, worried about him, wanted to be sure and asked again. You don't have a map. Will it be okay for just the two of you to go up? Wait a minute, do you two even know how to read a map? Surely a brute like Kim Hyun-woo wouldn't be skilled in such matters. He glanced over at his disciple as if expecting an answer, but she just turned her face and looked away. There was no escaping it. Kim Hyun-woo cleared his throat loudly. "Ahem, disciple." She replied with a sullen face. "Yes, master." Not wanting to make things difficult for Mi Chi-young, he forced a laugh to brush it off. "Ah, never mind." Hearing that, she let out a quiet sigh of relief. "Yes, master." The young Park Gammon, acting faster than he could think, volunteered to be their guide. "Let me go with you too. I can read a map." He seemed jumpy, but he looked pretty sharp. But Kim Hun-yu didn't need him. I don't really care, but won't you lose your salary if you leave now? He couldn't care less about a measly salary. What he was aiming for was real money. The kid looked on with excited anticipation. Anyway, I can just earn money through my live stream. It's settled. He boldly shouted, "All right, follow me." Meanwhile, in Naren's castle, a bucket of cold water was splashed directly in John Michael's face. The cold water shocked him out of his daze. As he came to, he found his entire body tightly bound to a cold, iron chair. John Michael panicked, shouting and demanding, "Why are you doing this to me? What did I do wrong?" The orange-haired underling with slick-back hair mockingly answered his question. "Who knows? I don't know either. Maybe it's because you pissed off our boss. It was a line you wanted to punch someone for, a reason used in every action movie." Hanari appeared from the doorway of the sealed cell. The underling noticed her presence and turned his head to look. Without beating around the bush, Hanari, her face burning with anger and arms crossed, got straight to the point. "Was it you? You're the one who gave my master a hard time. You're not getting away with this." Hearing her words, he panicked, sweat pouring down his body. John Michael still wasn't sure who she was referring to. "Master?" For some reason, he grew more and more panicked to the point where he began to stutter. "A hard time? What do you mean? Hunter Kim Hun-yu? Wow." A final spark of intelligence. As if to confirm his words, Hanari walked over to a panel of control buttons. She flashed a forced, yet dangerous smile. The moment she pressed the red button on the panel, a powerful electric current shot through the iron chair, jolting John Michael with a paralyzing shock that made his whole body convulse. She warned, "Do you understand now?" He screamed in agony from the electric shock. Ah. On the verge of tears, he trembled and begged Hanari, "Please stop. Help me. I didn't know." You think ignorance is an excuse. For someone as devoted to her master as Hanari, she would see this through to the end. You didn't know. To save his own life, he played along. Yes, I really didn't know. She was only pretending to ask. Hanari knew the truth all along. She gave him a physics lesson using the right-hand rule, her face serious as she spoke to John Michael in a sharp tone. "Are you aware that the articles about my master are under strict control?" Hearing this, John Michael seemed to have a sudden realization. So that's what it was. By the time he realized it, it was far too late. But what could he do when he wasn't the main character of the story? Looking at a small logo on Hanarin's collar, a very familiar image jogged his memory. It was from before, in the reception room, when John Michael was getting water from the cooler and chatting with someone next to him. "Hey, doesn't this whole thing seem fishy?" The person next to him was a bit confused and asked, "What do you mean?" John Michael immediately voiced his thoughts. "I mean, Kim Hun-yu. Why does everything about him sound so heroic?" "Because he is a hero." "Are you jealous or something?" The office worker next to him didn't hesitate to share his opinion. "It's understandable. He's the one who caught Musin, the man who started the massacre, right?" Although his words seemed correct, they couldn't dispel the man's suspicion. It was as if everything about him was being covered up. John Michael posed a series of questions he'd been thinking about for a long time. How come there aren't any conspiracy articles or rumors about him? Wouldn't journalists want to write something different to make a name for themselves? Before he could finish, the office worker cut him off. "Don't dig too deep." He was cut off right as he was getting into his sarcastic rant. John Michael was suspicious. Huh? The office worker told him to just do what everyone else was doing. The simple stories about Kim Hun-yu currently get more views than any scandals about him would. As if to give John Michael a warning, the young man slapped him on the shoulder and said, "There's no point in standing out. Don't do anything stupid. You'd have to be clueless not to get such a hint." And yet, John Michael didn't understand, questioning the subtle warning. He grabbed the young man's hand, about to ask something. Before he could speak, a familiar eye tattoo appeared on the back of the young man's neck. He asked him, "Huh, have you always had that tattoo?" Fearing he would discover something, he quickly covered it with his hand and made an excuse. "Ah, it's recent." Back from the memory to the present, the same familiar image was in front of John Michael. Hanari crossed her arms, a dangerous smile on her face as she asked him, "Do you remember now? Not that remembering will save you." But she said it to let him have his final moments. He was now trembling with immense fear. Seeing Hanari's hand approaching, his face was a mess of tears and snot. He still couldn't believe everything had happened so quickly. How? How is this level of information control? She grabbed his head and began to get physical with him. While giving him a lesson in electricity, she offered him his final parting words. "Isn't that a disciple's duty?" John Michael screamed like a madman from her electric magic. Ah! He was like a lost puppy without its mother. "In my opinion, this Hanari has sacrificed so much for her master in secret. I hope our Kim Hun-yu doesn't let her down." Just as he was completely eliminated, the scene changed to Kim Hun-yu's location, where his system window displayed a new notification. Labyrinth stone level at 100%. The labyrinth stone is full, therefore you may use the power of Artron one time. Looking at the reward from the system, he let out a smirk that stretched from ear to ear. showing just how happy he was. Holding the great sword in his hand, Kim Hun-yu said with determination, "All right." The system window presented him with a choice. Would you like to use the origin of Tron, the sword of the heavenly demon? Yes or no? Kim Hun-yu excitedly told Michi, "Disciple, I need to go somewhere. So please take care of the dungeons." She asked him curiously, "Where are you going, master?" Without explaining the details, he only revealed that I need to go meet a few people. The system window still showed the choice, and it was obvious what our hero would pick. The moment he pressed the option, Kim Hun-yu was teleported to a strange place. It was nighttime here, with a sky full of stars, looking very ancient. After looking around to scout the area, Kim Hun-yu looked down at his hands and remarked, "This is more detailed than I thought. I can probably bring my equipment with me." After a quick glance around, Kim Hun-yu was surprised by a figure in front of him. "By the way, where did that guy come from? It seems like he just phased right through me." Turning his face to investigate, he didn't know what to say, nor how to react properly. His face froze, his feet glued to the spot. That familiar back with a long, high ponytail belonged not to a woman, but to a man who looked like he was from ancient times. That person was holding a sword identical to the one he had just been holding. Before he could process the situation, the man turned his face to look at him. How could I ever mistake that face? It's the heavenly demon, or by his other familiar name, Chioma. Is this the one Kim Hun-yu has been searching for day and night? Meanwhile, on the 8th floor, the dragon used the last of its strength. It spread its undamaged wing to move, trying to hold up its injured head. It squeezed its eyes shut in pain, but forced them open to say, "Is that all you can do?" The antennae on the Monkey King's helmet twitched. The king sat cross-legged in the air, laughing scornfully in reply. "I thought you were the floor guardian." Scratching his head, the Monkey King grinned with a clearly triumphant face. "Heh." The dragon gritted its teeth and glared, saying, "Who are you? I can't believe you possess such power in that half-human, half-beast body." Wukong hopped around on the sharp rocks nearby. "You so-called guardians are foolish to judge others by their appearance alone." As he spoke, the Monkey King raised his hand, and from midair, a glowing ribbon appeared, twisting into a spiral. The Monkey King closed his eyes and smiled gently, saying smugly, "I'll show you just how special I am. You fool. Those ribbons are coming together to form a staff." The Monkey King said, "Watch closely, you ignorant lizard. I am no ordinary being." The Monkey King spun his staff behind him and said with a triumphant smile, "I am the one who wreaked havoc in the heavenly palace, the handsome Monkey King, Sun Wukong." Kim Hyun-woo was watching the heavenly demon from behind, when suddenly the heavenly demon whipped around in surprise. "How did you get here?" Hyun-woo stood frozen, bewildered. He stiffened, forcing a smile as he thought to himself, "Huh? He recognizes me. I was sure that Odin's skill was to travel to the past. It allows its user to teleport to its past and learn martial arts from its master." Abe had confirmed it, but after seeing his reaction, the heavenly demon calmly asked him, "How were you able to enter this dimension of reincarnation?" Surprised to hear that, he asked, "What?" "The dimension of reincarnation." The heavenly demon calmly replied, "Did you die too?" Hyun-woo shouted, "How could I possibly be dead?" The heavenly demon looked down and replied indifferently, "Well, you can't enter here unless you're dead." Hyun-woo shouted impatiently, "Hey, whatever. Just let me in." The heavenly demon didn't bother to reply, turning his face away. Hyun-woo thought angrily, "He's completely ignoring me." Then he closed his eyes and calmed himself down. "All right, calm down. Let's analyze the situation. First, I used Odin's power and successfully returned to the past to meet the heavenly demon. We shouldn't know each other, but he recognizes me. He was suspicious. Besides, the system had already announced that the effect of the source had been reduced. He continued to think about what he'd seen. Hyun-woo scratched his head. What exactly is going on here? I came here to learn martial arts from the heavenly demon, the man standing right in front of me. With that thought, he clasped his hands together and said, "Hey, teach me some martial arts." The heavenly demon glared at him and said, "Are you kidding me?" Then the heavenly demon spun around and walked away, leaving Hyun-woo standing there, completely stunned. Not giving up, he followed him, saying, "I said, teach me martial arts." The heavenly demon replied coldly, "Stop buzzing around me." He snapped, "Just teach me." The heavenly demon, without hesitation, retorted loudly, "Get lost." Hyun-woo bit his lip hard in anger, scoffed, and thought to himself, "Calm down. I need to stay calm. Who would willingly teach someone their own skills anyway?" With that, he pouted, forced a pleading smile, and said, "Then, could you just show me a few basic moves?" The heavenly demon remained unmoved, replying coldly, "Fuck off." Hyun-woo's face stiffened in shock, and the last thread of his patience snapped. Then he blurted out, "What did you just say, you son of a bitch?" The heavenly demon turned his head back and repeated coldly, "I said, get lost. Weren't you the one who cursed me out before, calling me a 10-second teacher or something?" Go use that massive amount of mana of yours somewhere else. Hearing that, Hyunwoo yelled, "Curse you out, huh?" Saying that, Hyunwoo grinned and clenched his fist. A large, red circle of mana radiated from his back as he spoke arrogantly. "How about you get a taste of what being cursed out really feels like?" The heavenly demon watched, letting out a small, "Oh?" His indifferent attitude seemingly unchanged. He said nonchalantly, "That insane amount of mana you have is still the same, huh?" "No, I suppose it has improved a little." Seeing the heavenly demon's indifferent attitude, Hyunwoo snapped, "You're pretty relaxed for someone who lost last time, aren't you? Guess you don't mind losing again, huh?" Hyunwoo yelled. The heavenly demon smirked and slowly walked down the steps, saying as he went, "No, that won't be happening again." His hand moving to draw his sword, the heavenly demon continued, "Because you can't kill me anymore." Hyunwoo grinned confidently and charged straight forward, preparing to punch the heavenly demon as he yelled, "We'll see about that." The powerful attack forced the heavenly demon back a little, but when the dust settled, it was clear he had easily blocked the blow with just one hand. The heavenly demon flexed his other hand and said, "I'm much faster than before." Then, with a single push from his blocking hand, he sent Hyunwoo flying backward with immense force, crashing hard and kicking up a cloud. Hyunwoo went flying, smashing into a wall, causing cracks to spread all around it. He sat there, clutching his stomach and panting, thinking to himself, "I didn't even see it." The heavenly demon thought to himself, faster than before. And stronger, too. Then he beckoned provocatively and said, "Want to try again?" Quick as a flash, Hyunwoo charged forward, and once again, his attack was blocked by the heavenly demon with a single hand. He quickly attacked with his other hand, but the heavenly demon dodged it with ease and grabbed that hand as well. He struggled, head bowed. Grimacing, he put all his strength into his leg, swinging a kick upward while shouting, "How are you so different from before?" The heavenly demon suddenly let go of both his hands, leaning back to dodge the kick. Hyunwoo gritted his teeth, thinking angrily, "I was able to beat him before." As if reading his mind, the heavenly demon spoke, "Isn't it obvious? I have my restrictions." Hearing that, Hyunwoo asked, "Restrictions?" The heavenly demon replied, "That's right. I was a Grim Reaper when we fought before." Hyunwoo, still clutching his stomach, asked, "What are you talking about?" The heavenly demon continued, "I couldn't use my full power because it was sealed." "How much do you know about climbers?" "You, a guardian of the 9th floor. How do you think climbers are ranked? Based on individual strength? Wrong. It's based on their achievements. It doesn't matter if you're a hero who saves the world or a villain who destroys it. It's no different from what people call black or white, good or evil. The tower only calculates and assigns ranks based on a climber's achievements." Hyunwoo rubbed his shoulders and asked, "So, once a climber becomes intermediate, is their power limited?" The heavenly demon looked a bit surprised and said, "I thought you were an idiot, but you catch on pretty quick." The heavenly demon held his sword, looked up at the sky, and said thoughtfully, "My combat ability is on par with a top-tier climber, but inside the tower, it's restricted because I don't have enough achievements. Just like that time we fought." As he was speaking, the heavenly demon raised his sword, slightly unsheathing it. "Why don't we stop the chit-chat? You said you wanted to learn martial arts, right? Well, I'll show you, since I'm pretty bored right now." Hyunwoo thought cautiously. "This is so sudden." The heavenly demon pointed his sword and continued, "That is, if you can kill me." Hyunwoo raised his hand in response without the slightest hesitation. "Of course. For a second there, I thought you changed your mind." Hyunwoo smirked, clenching his fist. "I can't learn any martial arts if I kill you, so I'll just beat you to a pulp instead." The heavenly demon calmly replied, "Don't worry. Bring everything you've got, because if you die here, you won't really die." Hyunwoo asked, confused, "What do you mean?" The heavenly demon raised his sword and said, "You need more experience to learn." With that, the heavenly demon moved like lightning, swinging his sword in a single slash that cut right through Hyunwoo, sending blood flying. He could only mutter. Before he could even process what was happening, the slash had hit him, leaving his body in shock. "My first death." That was Hyunwoo's last thought. The scene changes to the night sky in front of a high-rise apartment. Kim Si-hun asks, "Hyunwoo went missing after his encounter with the heavenly demon." Myeong replied irritably, "That's right. With just the two of them in the room, an uncomfortable atmosphere descended." Si-hun thought, "What is it now? He might not be normal, but it would have been better if you told me beforehand." Myeong looked like an abandoned puppy, and his silent stare just made her angry. "What are you looking at?" Si-hun turned and walked away, thinking sadly, "She's always like this whenever Hyunwoo isn't here. I should just stay away." Suddenly, two figures in horned skull masks appeared on the ceiling, startling him. Once spotted, the two figures quickly fled. Kim Si-hun cried internally, "How many times has this happened? I can't even get any rest in my own home. I need to head back as soon as the house is repaired." With a cold gaze, Miriam glanced at a tightly tied brown bag on a chair. A sound, which only she could hear, was coming from inside. I see. So you can hear my voice. A mystical golden light emanated from the bag. Miriam thought in confusion. Strange. I'm the only one who can hear that voice. It's not magic, but it's still very suspicious. If this wasn't Master's. As she was thinking, a voice from the bag reached Miriam's ears. You could wield my power and become even stronger. Little one, don't you want power? Miriam was confused. What is it talking about? Who is that? As she stared at the mysterious bag, an image appeared from within. A girl covering her mouth as she licked her lips, surrounded by a constant, mystical golden glow. She giggled and said to Miriam, "You don't need to be so wary of me." Then she added, "After all, I can't do anything without your permission." Next, she was seen sitting with her legs crossed in the bag's infinite space, as if reclining in a comfortable chair. She was surrounded by golden light with waves of water rippling beneath her feet. She introduced herself, "I am the master of all monsters, the chaos god of monstrous strength." In a forest somewhere, under a sky full of stars, something fell to the ground, moving too fast for the naked eye to see. A foot landed hard on the grass, making a long sliding sound. Yu tried to throw a punch at the heavenly demon, but it was easily blocked with a completely nonchalant expression. Next, he reached down to grab his shoulder. Then, using all his strength, he pulled the heavenly demon down and brought his knee up toward his face. Even though it happened in a flash, he managed to block the knee with his hand. Then the heavenly demon regained his footing, stood up straight, and twisted Yu's knee, sending his body spinning through the air as he cried out in pain. "Oh." Immediately after, he looked at him with a smug, mocking expression as he drew his sword, tilting his head and stating, "I recall reminding you that your attacks are too basic." As soon as he finished speaking, the blade was fully drawn, flashing brightly. While Yu's body was still spinning in mid-air, he was struck by a sharp slash before he could even react. Immediately after, Yu's body crashed to the ground with a loud thud. At the same time, blood started gushing from his stomach. Seeing this, he couldn't help but cough violently and curse in anger. Damn it all. Then Yu jumped back to his feet, his face filled with rage, while the wound on his stomach was already healing on its own. He yelled, "Stop." Then he glared at him and cursed again. "You bastard." Finally, unable to take it anymore, he grimaced, pointing a finger at the other man and screaming recklessly while the wound in his stomach continued to heal itself. "You said you give me advice while teaching me martial arts," he added. "You said that in this goddamn world, I couldn't die. But do you have any idea how many times you've already killed me?" he demanded. Seeing this, Cheonma calmly gripped his sword and answered, "Hunu, probably. About 99 times." Hearing how nonchalant he still was, he grew even more furious, practically fuming as he yelled the correction. "No, it was 100 times." Hearing this, the man tilted his head back, closing his eyes with a satisfied, provoking smile. In a soft voice, he shared his thoughts. "I'm quite pleased with that myself." Then, he shamelessly asked, "I've let out enough of my anger, so why don't you fight back?" Seeing such a contemptuous attitude, Hunu's face darkened. He clenched his fists so hard his whole body trembled with rage, grinding his teeth. "Damn it! Stop messing around, you bastard." Then, as if itching for a fight, the other man asked, "Hey, Hunu, do you still want to fight me?" Hearing this, Hunu's tightly clenched fist suddenly froze. Then, he began to remind him, "You should know by now." Cheonma trailed off, before making a firm declaration, "You can't defeat me." Hearing that, Hunu's face contorted as he fell silent. The man was right, and there was no way to argue. Next, he saw the man's ferocious expression, along with the damned stats above his head. 100 battles, 100 losses. Faced with his serious gaze, Hunu finally accepted the truth. Then he remembered Bakwi Yahang and realized that he wasn't the type of person who would give up on martial arts. Then, Hunu remembered the image of Hasabun and considered further. Even when he was cornered, he remembered the deadly battle with those demons and realized it once more. Even when he had a significant weakness and no special skills. The images of those three people shattered in his mind like a mirror, and Hunu finally accepted it in his heart. There's no way I can defeat him. Back in reality, Hunu collapsed to the ground. But he immediately shot back up, his face filled with a thirst for battle. "Not yet. Don't jump to conclusions." Then he pointed at Cheonma. "If I win this fight, it doesn't mean you'll win forever." Cheonma shook his head, looking fed up. "More nonsense." Hunu took an attack stance, his expression resolute. "We'll see about that." Hunu then closed his eyes to compose himself, while his inner voice reminded him, "Focus." At the same time, beads of sweat dripped incessantly down his face. Then, he urged himself on once more. "Just focus on one thing." The image of sweat drops multiplied in his mind, followed by an urgent inner command. He paused for a moment. As he focused, a giant drop of water enveloped his opponent in his mind's eye, with the sound of flowing water creating tiny, dripping. He screamed, confirming his target in his mind. Cheonma. Back in reality, he leaped up and accelerated with boundless power towards Cheonma. Cheonma thought coldly. How annoying, as he drew his sword to counter. There was a slicing sound as the sword cut into Hanu's abdomen, causing fragments to appear, but it seemed to instantly regenerate to its original state. Cheonma was stunned as he witnessed this. He's different from before. He recovers instantly after dying. He unleashed a flurry of slashes on Hunu. The attacks came relentlessly. 100, 104, then 120, 150, 200 times, 300, 500, 700 times. Cheonma attacked Hunu with all his might, but he responded powerfully. Don't think you can beat me with a move like that. You can't even execute your moves properly by increasing your MP that way, Hunu taunted. You're not just foolish, you're not even proficient in Tai Chi. That's not martial arts. You were a fool to show off your martial arts in front of me, Hunu said, raising a powerful fist. Death. Death and mockery can't stop me. Then, a series of images from his past flashed by a past where he was always bullied, always struggled in life, always endured things alone, always the target of his friends' gossip. He trained and entered the tower, and his battles with cold-blooded killers forged the man he is today. Hunu's eyes blazed red as he shouted with determination. I will never give up. Suddenly, an explosion shattered the quiet night sky atop the mountain. 2 explosions, both caused by Hunu. He was unleashing waves of attacks on the ground. Cheonma thought, he's crazier than I thought. Within the deep recesses of Cheonma's mind, a quiet space appeared, dense trees under a sparkling, star-filled night sky. This place is a virtual space. It's where those who fail to climb the tower stay until they get another chance to ascend. In this place, no one dies. No one at all. It's a place where the concepts of life and death don't exist. The rule is that no one can enter this place except its master. But somehow, this guy managed to. What he said sounded so ridiculous, especially coming from the mouth of someone I've killed. Cheonma thought pensively about Hunu. I don't know if he's crazy, but I accepted his request and even added a ridiculous condition. He sighed. From the very beginning, I never intended to teach that bastard martial arts. I was just bored and decided to humor his pathetic little request. That's right. From the very beginning, I've always used my own swordsmanship to defeat Hyunwoo, and I still feel satisfied every time I kill him. When he looked into Hyunwoo's eyes, Cheonma noticed they were always filled with sarcasm and prejudice. It was filled with astonishment, but it was so annoying that he could tell Hyunwoo wasn't subdued at all. Despite being killed countless times, the guy just wanted to fight even more, which annoyed him to no end, as his hateful glare clearly showed. Cheonma was still struggling internally. And so, from that point on, I started giving it my all against him, 200 times. I quite enjoyed it, seeing him die without being able to withstand a single blow. Then, on the 400th time, Cheonma defeated Hyunwoo, feeling utterly triumphant. I laughed at him, the guy who couldn't even last 3 seconds. The rock shattered once more. The 700th time, he defeated Hyunwoo. It was quite satisfying to completely crush his strongest moves. On the 1000th time, Hyunwoo fell before Cheonma's blade. I completely shattered the martial arts he had built up. I was certain he wouldn't be able to stand up anymore, when everything he had built was torn down. But he got up again. Cheonma was astonished by Hyunwoo's perseverance. Defeated thousands of times, yet he still stood up to fight. Cheonma's grip on his sword tightened as he furiously continued his assault on Hyunwoo. This irritating feeling welled up inside my chest. He can't even handle a few of my attacks. But why do I feel so damn irritated? Cheonma's eyes, burning with hatred, glared at the determined Hyunwoo. He was still wrestling with his thoughts. My own suspicions were raising questions, and after killing him another 200 times, I finally realized it. What is this feeling? It's something I felt a very long time ago. Something I've only ever felt one other time. It's the same feeling I had when I became a climber. It's faint, but it is unmistakably the feeling of danger. Is it because he never gives up? Even as he pondered this, he continued to fight Hyunwoo, defeating him time and time again. The surrounding landscape was also being torn apart by their battle. Cheonma gritted his teeth, thinking, don't make me laugh. I'll bury you. I'll crush you so that you can never stand again. He then launched an attack, but lost in his thoughts, he moved too early, leaving an opening. I was too hasty. Seizing the opportunity, Hyunwoo quickly landed a punch right in Cheonma's face, knocking him flat on his back. Hyunwoo said smugly, exactly 295 times. What did I tell you? Nothing lasts forever. Cheonma scowled in anger after being defeated for the first time by Hyunwoo. The scene shifts to a dark, crimson hell, where Wukong sits, waiting for something. A voice called out from behind him, Are you finished? It was the Blue Lion. Wukong got up and asked, What took you so long? The Blue Lion replied, Stop complaining. Wukong shot back, annoyed, You'd be complaining too if you were in my shoes. It's been 3 months since I split that lizard's head open, Wukong said, gesturing to a dead lizard behind him. Wukong then asked, "You're here, so does that mean you're done with your part?" The blue lion answered, "Of course." Wukong looked puzzled. "Then what about your other brothers? White Elephant and Great Phoenix?" Just as he said that, the two of them arrived. "We're a little late." The blue lion turned to them and asked, "Did you two clean up properly?" The two replied, "We've completely cleared out the west, the east, too." Wukong shook his head with a small laugh. "How ridiculous. You guys climbed all the way to the throne, and it took you a full 5 months just to destroy one region." The blue lion and the other two became enraged. "Hey, you're only recognized as a high ranker because all your achievements are public knowledge. But the only thing we're recognized for is our existence as the 3 demon kings of the East Saturday." The narration introduces the 3 demon kings of the East Saturday. They were said to have devoured 100,000 soldiers in a single bite. The one who trampled legendary beasts, from legends, with tusks and a trunk that ensnared all things. And the one who wiped out an entire kingdom, devouring its king, its ministers, and all its subjects. Those achievements alone allowed the 3 of them to become mid-level tower climbers. After listening, Wukong laughed softly. "You're all just making excuses." Suddenly, the ground beneath them shifted, cracking open as a towering skyscraper emerged. Wukong was taken aback. He leaped down below. "All right, let's make a plan before we start climbing." The blue lion looked down and sighed. "Hasn't it always been like this?" Wukong raised a hand, opening a mystical teleportation gate. It was a bottomless purple vortex. "I'll still take the south. Blue lion, you handle the north. White elephant, you go east, and Great Phoenix, you go west." Before leaving, Wukong turned back to remind them all. Most importantly, finish everything within 2 months this time. I still have work to do. And with that, he vanished into thin air. The scene shifts to a high-rise apartment. Inside, a phone on a table suddenly starts ringing. It's a call from the administrator. Team leader Kim Si-hoon answered the phone. "Hello." Before he could say more, the voice on the other end blurted out, "This is Hunter Im-hoon. We have an emergency." "Where is Hunter Kim Haimwoo right now?" he asked, confused. "What's wrong?" The person on the other end replied, "Get back to work. A disaster-level alert. In 3 hours, a catastrophe will occur in South Korea. We need the help of Hunter Kim Hyunu." Miri, who had her head down, suddenly woke up, her fearful eyes looking towards the sword kept in the glass case. Back to the scene where the battle between Hyunu and Chon Ma was still raging fiercely. Day after day in this space, the two men fought each other relentlessly. Time was measured by the number of endless battles between the two. Neither would yield, and both struck without mercy. Hyunu kicked at Chon Ma, but then retracted it, replacing it with a heaven-piercing punch. He smiled smugly. "That kick was just a feint, you bastard." The battle continued. "Bring it on." Chon Ma chuckled to himself, thinking, "That crazy bastard. This is probably the 5,000th time he's died." Hyunu was still smug. "Well, who told you to mess with a madman?" Chon Ma suddenly felt a sense of dread, thinking, "What is he? How can he fight to this extent?" Hyunu maniacally lunged towards Chon Ma with his fists radiating red power. Chon Ma thought, "I've killed him 5,000 times. Is it even possible to lose a battle 5,000 times without taking a single break? Furthermore, he should have fallen into despair by now, seeing all his efforts go to waste. I started using the Thunder God technique against him since his 3,200th death." After being defeated, Hyunu lay on the ground and reached up to grab Chon Ma's collar, startling him. Chon Ma looked into Hyunu's eyes, thinking that his eyes were still resolute even in that state. Hyunu was still arrogant. "Looks like I've caught you again." Chon Ma chuckled lightly, grabbing Hyunu's hand. "You truly are a mad dog." Hyunu remained steadfast. "Thanks for the compliment." Then the battle resumed, and Chon Ma was once again lost in thought. "The sense of danger I used to feel has long since vanished. This feeling I have now is astounding." As he thought back on his battles with other players, he remembered, "I climbed from a street beggar to the sovereign of the sky. And I saw many types of people while climbing the tower. But I've never met anyone like this Kim Hyunu." To describe this man, he is a person with an immortal will. From a wandering swordsman to one who considered himself the strongest in the world. Their wills all shattered when they met me, because I broke the swordsmanship they had built up. But what about Kim Hyunu? He came to me knowing he had no chance. If I kill him 1,000 times, he comes back 1,001 times to challenge me again. I have broken everything he's built, yet he continues to stand back up. His eyes were incredibly belligerent and determined. Chon Ma thought again, it's as if he doesn't even have the concept of giving up. That's why I'm so astounded by Kim Hyunu. Not as the heavenly demon, but as a human, Mu One. The battles continued to rage on. When Hyunu used a technique, Chon Ma said, "That's a sloppy teleportation technique. It only looks similar." He easily dodged Hyunu's move. "You need 3 steps to use teleportation." Hyunu suddenly realized something. continuing to fight with techniques meant to defeat Chan Ma, only to receive his criticism. Martial arts aren't skills meant to look flashy, you need to understand their essence. That's not how you use footwork. The Heavenly Demon fist steps. Stop daydreaming and focus on the 3 basics. The Thunder God technique is fundamentally different from other martial arts. You can try to copy it just by looking, but achieving its true power isn't that simple. Chan Ma explained the techniques to Hyunu while they fought. The important thing isn't creating the lightning, but that the lightning must exist naturally within your mana. His 80-second death. Chan Ma continued to speak, and the battle didn't stop. Once the lightning exists within your mana, you need to give it shape. That will be your basic form in any situation. Despite hearing the lecture on that technique, Hyunu was still defeated for the 8,423rd time. Hyunu suddenly thought after this defeat, how many times have I died now? Whatever. I don't even know anymore. Every step I take is different from before. This is the power of martial arts. He looked at his own hands, and he continued to fight with the techniques he had learned, but still failed. Chan Ma continued, now, break the shape you've created. From now on, the technique and the key within your body will follow you with every move. His 1,100th death. Chan Ma, a being of great power, stood on a high rooftop looking down at Kim Hyunu. His 14,000th death. Watching Chan Ma, he said, the flow of mana through every pressure point in the body will naturally create lightning, and dozens of other techniques are used to maintain an extremely powerful Thunder God technique with just the right amount of mana. Hyunu's eyes remained determined. It's perfect. Chan Ma looked down coldly. Well, now for the final step, but now I finally understand. Despite all his failures, Hyungu's beaming eyes said it all. The two of them continued to fight as brilliant lightning flashed. Cut to the International Hunter Association's control center in the US. The gray-haired woman spoke into the intercom. The civilian evacuation is actually being coordinated by the police. It's complete chaos. A man named Liam asked, how much longer do we have? The man behind him answered, we have an estimated 10 minutes. Flashing back 31 hours earlier, we weren't worried when a disaster was identified in the US because we had Hunter Kim Hyungu. But just a few hours later, disasters were also identified in both Thailand and Mexico. And finally, one was also confirmed in South Korea. Liam looked at the map, which was covered in alarming red dots. There's only one Hunter Kim Hyungu, but there are 4 disasters. What's the situation in those countries? The gray-haired man replied nervously. Thailand and Mexico have called upon most of their guilds, both domestic and international, and have also invited S-rank hunters. As for us, Hunter Jelly and most of our guilds are preparing for the disaster. Liam said worriedly to everyone, that's right, we've prioritized ourselves first. Although we're worried about South Korea, where a disaster has been confirmed, it's Hunter Kim Hyungu's home, so there shouldn't be any problems. We can't get in touch with him, but he should be fine. He can fight for humanity. Unless he somehow left the planet. Cutting back to Kim Hyungu's house, Kim Si-hyun was worried. Hyungu isn't here right now. It's like he's vanished from the face of the earth. Kranbi and Leo Dong were anxious. We have to keep this a secret from everyone. It could cause chaos, but it's been a month since he disappeared. We can't just keep waiting for him in this situation when we have no idea when he'll be back. Kim Si-hyun said decisively, we have to face this disaster on our own. Then he turned to look at Hyungu's disciple. What are you going to do? Miryong. Miryong gave the 3 of them a cold look. Kim Hyungu, death number 1,424. And the death count is still rising, because he won't let the Heavenly Demon kill him even one more time. A bright light surrounded Kim Hyungu. The Heavenly Demon looked surprised. To think, he's already reached that level? It was no longer just a massive concentration of mana. The concept of reflection itself was embodied in his black wings, and the very notion of a boundary was made manifest in that black orb. For me, the one worshipped as the Thunder God, to be pushed back by a demon god of black flame. Despite having died 10,000 times, the 2 of them glared murderously at each other. The Heavenly Demon spoke coldly. Why don't you kill me? Hyungu stammered. Well, a disciple doesn't kill his master, right? Kim Hyungu burst out laughing. The Heavenly Demon was furious. Are you mocking me? You crazy dog? When did I ever accept you as my disciple? Hyungu laughed loudly. Oh, my. The Heavenly Demon said coldly, if you're done, then get lost. I can't get any rest with you bothering me. Hyungu gave a goofy grin. Even if you didn't say anything, I was gonna leave anyway. Hyungu walked away slowly, provoking his master. Hey, thanks for everything, you dog of a master. The Heavenly Demon sneered. You crazy bastard. A disciple from beyond the grave, eh? Not bad. Cut to the city of Montana in the US. Inside a training camp, a tense Riley gave the command. It's appeared. Fire. Boom. The whole sky exploded. The hunter stared tensely at the flames. Riley said, with a determined look in his eyes, what a warm welcome. The being known as Wukong grinned sinisterly. I was planning on wiping everything out with my clones, but now I've changed my mind. Riley spoke into a comms device. Just as expected, it's not effective against a disaster-level threat. Everyone, get into position. Proceed with Plan B. Wukong smirked triumphantly. Since it's come to this, I guess I'll have to deal with you myself. First, let's get rid of the weaklings. Grow, Ruyi Bang. Another disaster struck in Thailand. The entire city was engulfed in flames. The great rock emerged from the rubble, saying flatly, "This one looks rather primitive." A voice echoed, "Oh my, and who might you be?" The great rock was stunned. "What?" Hyungu's voice growled, "You approached me even after seeing me. Great rock, you've turned this place to rubble. Are you insane?" The great rock snarled, "I'll take special pleasure in killing you after I'm done playing with you," he roared, breathing fire that obscured Hyungu in a hazy inferno. Hyungu joked, "What's this guy with the funny name saying? You're Camber, right?" The great rock, now scorched, screamed, "Impossible." Hyungu snapped his fingers and smirked as an announcement rang out. "You have successfully defeated the great rock, one of the 3 demon kings of Satadong. Location, Bangkok, Thailand. You have successfully defeated Camber, the great rock. As the Void Bird, your information authority has increased. Your information authority is now at the intermediate level." He looked surprised. "Huh? Thailand? What? Why am I in Thailand?" In Uijeongbu, South Korea, Seon was beaten and lay under the rubble. Seo Kangyun was pinned down, unconscious. The one called the Blue Lion said arrogantly, "You think those attacks could even scratch me?" Miriam landed a heavy blow on him. He smirked. "You're quite entertaining. You're different from the others. But now I'm bored. Watch this." Miriam couldn't block it and screamed in agony. Just then, Hyungu arrived with a vengeance. He met up with Avi and asked, "So, you're telling me the Cambers are appearing and running rampant all over the world?" Avi's eyes widened as she spoke. "That's right. This has been happening for a while now." Hunu asked thoughtfully, "Can 4 Cambers really appear at the same time?" And before this, Nan Shin of the Night Parade of 100 Demons also appeared with a ton of followers. Avi shook her head. "No, that one's different. Unless it's an extreme coincidence." Hunu asked, "So, what's the situation now?" Avi's eyes widened as she said, "It's highly likely that they have a leader. I told you before, didn't I? There are Cambers that can bring others with them, depending on the achievements they've accumulated. There must be a leader among those 4. Hunu leaned in curiously, asking, "And this leader brought 3 other Cambers with them?" Avi replied, "It's possible if it's a high-ranking Camber. Their power is comparable to a natural disaster." Hunu silently thought to himself that he'd come to ask why he'd appeared in Thailand, but that probably didn't matter anymore. He asked, "So if I take down the leader, will the others disappear too?" Avi replied, "I think so." He asked Avi again, "Then where is the leader now?" She pointed to a map and said, "I think they're here, in the United States." He fell into thought. Perhaps the easiest way was to just take down the leader to get rid of the others. But an announcement rang out. "A Camber has reached the 9th floor. Time remaining, 000. Location, Montana. Announcement, a Camber has reached the 9th floor. Time remaining, 000. Location, Mexico City. Announcement, a Camber has reached the 9th floor. Time remaining, 000. Location, Gwangju, South Korea. If I go to the U.S., what will happen to the people in Korea? Even with Miriam there, she can't take on a Camber. What should I do? An idea flashed in his mind. He imagined Miriam being beaten down in some faraway place. Miriam swore in frustration, "Damn it." Hunu heard her voice. Where could Mr. Hunu be? Miriam wondered to herself, what was I just thinking? I told myself that we had to protect South Korea on our own, but here I am, thinking of relying on him. It wasn't his fault to begin with. It's all because I'm too weak. Damn it. I can't die here. It hurts so much. My martial arts techniques aren't working. All my confidence was passed down from my master. Her master once told her, "The martial art of the supreme ruler is incredibly powerful. If it can't stand against an enemy, then you can only blame your own childish weakness." She thought to herself, "I never once believed I was strong. The only strong person in the world was my master. Anyone weaker than me was just an ordinary person. That way of thinking is what made me weak. I was always looking up to his strength, but I just stood still. I never thought about striving to become even stronger." The Blue Lion smirked menacingly. He said, "Shall we end this? You should feel honored. I'll show you the achievement I gained from devouring 100,000 soldiers." With a mighty roar, the Blue Lion unleashed all his power, causing Miriam's eyes to widen. A voice echoed in her mind, "Looks like you need some help, don't you?" Miriam was stunned, thinking, this is the same voice I heard before. The voice continued, "Then let me help you. All you need to do is accept my power." Mirion shouted defiantly, "I refuse. My master told me there's no such thing as power without a price." The voice boomed. "So, you refuse my power because you fear the price? Fine, then." A brilliant light enveloped Mirion, giving her no time to react. She screamed, "What?" The mysterious entity growled, "This time, there is no price to pay. Now, feel my power. The power of the one who rules over all demons and stands at the head of the night parade of 100 demons. My power. The power of Nan Shin of the night parade of 100 demons." The power surged into the girl, filling her with vitality. She smugly sealed the blue lion's mouth. The blue lion growled, thinking, "Why can't I open my mouth? What is this flow of mana around me?" Mirion smirked with contempt. "What are you?" "Whatever, it's too late now. I'll just devour this mana as well." 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, 4 steps, 5 steps. The blue lion stuttered in frustration. I can't move my body." The mysterious voice spoke faintly. How ridiculous. Showing off such a pathetic achievement. She was stunned. "What did you say?" she asked. She took a 6th step, and the mysterious entity spoke coldly. "If my achievements were widely known, someone like you would be easily defeated. And even if they were, you still wouldn't stand a chance of winning against me. Why? Because I am just like you. Did you really think you were the only camper with a little-known achievement?" She took a 7th step, speaking with confidence. "If all of my achievements were known, I would introduce myself by a different name." 8 steps. 9 steps. "I wouldn't be called Nan Shin of the night parade of 100 demons." 10 steps. The 10-step absolute kill. But the lord of all monsters. In the ruins of Mexico City, the white elephant stood frozen in place, a frustrated look on its face as it wondered, Why? Can't I move?" It suddenly heard a voice. "Isn't that a bit flashy?" A man coldly asked. "You're that voice. What did you do to me?" Hunu's eyes widened as he laughed loudly. "Just a little. Experiment. I gained a lot of useful skills recently." Heh. The white elephant's face flushed red with anger as it gritted its teeth and snarled. "Damn it. You're insane," Hanji and said flatly. "I don't want to hear that from a monster who destroyed an entire city, but that's all right. I should thank you for helping me kill the people I was planning to kill anyway, and for becoming a lab rat like this." Backjaw shouted in a rage, "You, what the hell kind of person are you?" She replied smugly, "Well, I don't think that's something you need to worry about right now. Now, shall we get back to the main topic? Ranked 4th on the Dark Wind World list. This is an experiment to test the soul's loyalty. Do you understand?" In a hospital, Seon was beaten unconscious and admitted. Suddenly, Seon jolted awake. A worried Han Seol Kang asked, "Seon, are you awake?" Seol Kang was surprised. Seol Kang, Appa. She sat up in pain, looking around in a panic. "A hospital? What happened?" Seol Kang said gravely. "I don't really know either. It seems the climber that appeared in South Korea has been dealt with, and they said Si-hoon carried us here on his back." Seon shouted in alarm. "What?" She angrily made a call to yell at him. Seol Kang laughed out loud. "Just leave him be. He must have his reasons." Elsewhere, Hyun-woo was frustrated for letting the man fall. He punched the wall hard, his brow furrowed in frustration. "Damn it. The only thing I could do was run. I just ran into some guy on top of the Imperial City." The two stared at each other, wide-eyed. Hyun-woo asked blankly, "Who are you?" Elsewhere, Sun Wukong sat under the late-night sky, his expression pensive. Is there something out there? I only needed about 300 clones to clear the 9th floor, given our power against a low-level climber, but half of them were destroyed instantly. I knew it, Hyun-woo said with a grin. "You're the main body, aren't you?" Startled, Wukong turned around only to be sent flying by a punch. Wukong, enraged, charged forward. "Take this." He powerfully shoved Hyun-woo off the city wall. Wukong refused to let up. "You're not getting away." Ruyi Bang, extend. The staff grew, forcing a terrified Hyun-woo to flee. He leaped to the neighboring building, breathing a sigh of relief. Wukong grinned and said, "You're quite interesting. State your name." Hyun-woo gave a goofy grin. "Me? I'm just a zookeeper. I take care of an animal just like you at the zoo." Wukong roared with laughter. "You must be insane." Hyun-woo burst out laughing. "I'm getting pretty excited. This is my first time catching a monkey." A system notification appeared. "You have defeated a climber in Gwangju, South Korea. You have successfully defeated climber Lam Su." Notification: "You have defeated a climber in Mexico City." "You have successfully defeated climber White Elephant." He thought smugly, "I don't know why the other climbers were eliminated, but now it's time to see the results of my training." Wukong frantically used his powers. Ruyi Bang, extend. Ruyi Bang, retract. Hyun-woo watched Wukong with a crazed look in his eyes. The monkey confidently chanted, "Ruyi Bang, grow. Watch me." He slammed the staff down once, causing the entire city to erupt in a fiery explosion. Wukong said disdainfully, "To enter a fight when you have nothing." Before he could finish, Hyun-woo shot out from the rubble and grabbed Wukong's leg, making him shriek in terror. Ag! Hyun-woo grabbed his leg, spun him around like a top, and slammed him into the ground. Hyun-woo smirked triumphantly. "See? I wasn't lying." Wukong gritted his teeth in fury. Hyun-woo said confidently, "Is that all you've got for a high-level climber? You're all talk. Now, shall we start over?" Wukong aggressively got to his feet and stubbornly swung his staff at Hyun-woo. Hyun-woo toyed with him, making him curse in frustration. Damn it. He thought to himself, what kind of monster is this? Where did a monster like him suddenly come from? I've never faced this kind of danger while climbing the tower before. And because my title as Sun Wukong is so well known, I should have had an easier time climbing the tower. Hyun-woo chuckled smugly. Don't be so quiet. Scared, are we? That guy's power. It's something that shouldn't even be on the 9th floor. Wukong thought. He said with disgust, what good would talking do? It's a waste to use this skill on the 9th floor, but I'll show you. Feet, open. Seal, release. Witness the true power of the one who wreaked havoc in the heavenly palace. The true power of the handsome monkey king. A blinding light enveloped Wukong as he roared and attacked. Down below, Hyun-woo let out a contemptuous laugh. Hey buddy, how about we call a truce? Wukong erupted in fury. What? Hyun-woo said dismissively. A skill like that, I can do it too. As all the agents' eyes turned to the sky where Hyun-woo was fighting, Liam watched intently as he battled the creature. The battle was intense. Sun Wukong used his classic techniques, while Hyun-woo fought with confident aggression. Wukong was losing his cool. I have to land a fatal blow, Wukong thought. Hyun-woo laughed smugly. What do you think you can possibly do to me? Hearing this only enraged Wukong further. He gritted his teeth, scowling at Hyun-woo. You just wait. You're tougher than you look. Hyun-woo said nonchalantly. If you're only focused on those lightning bolts, how do you plan on blocking my next attack? Wukong was sent flying into the air by Hyun-woo's attack. He gritted his teeth, his face contorted with rage. Hyun-woo told him, it's too late now. Watch this. Asura's flaming range strike. Wukong cried out in alarm. This mana fluctuation. It's too powerful. I can't block this. You damn bastard, he thought. There's no way. How can I lose to a mere resident of this floor? Hyun-gu laughed loudly. You're pretty good for a monkey. Wukong screamed, how dare you? No one disrespects me, the handsome monkey king. Fine. Even if I can't climb the tower anymore, I'll drag you down with me. Wukong glared at Hyun-gu with murderous intent. Hyun-gu smiled with delight. What a surprise, so many monkeys. Wukong shouted, this is your end. I will kill you. Hyun-gu watched carefully and smiled smugly. Wukong was boiling with rage. This is your end. 18 thunderous cudgel strikes. 1,000 streets exploded. With no sign of Hyun-gu, Wukong wondered, has he been annihilated? The flames blazed even higher as Hyun-gu stepped out confidently. His aura infuriated Wukong. What? How is that possible? Hyun-gu thought, the real secret to the existence of reconstitution isn't from the outside. It has to come from within. The limit isn't about just pouring in everything you have. By precisely balancing and calculating to the point where you can completely master its core, you can absorb it. Watch me. Ultimate Killer Strike. He completely absorbed its power, killing it on the spot. The entire street was left in ruins. An announcement rang out. You have defeated a Grim. Location: Billings, Montana, USA. Your information authority has been upgraded from intermediate to upper intermediate. Your current information authority is upper intermediate. You have successfully defeated the handsome monkey king, Wukong. Your information authority has accumulated. Your information authority has been upgraded from intermediate to upper intermediate. Your current information authority is upper intermediate. Hyun-gu smiled gleefully, his limbs still intact. My mana is still circulating normally. Good. I plan on taking down those cambers without getting too injured this time. I always had to rest for 2 to 3 days after every battle. My training with the heavenly demon was very effective. He confidently praised himself for being so good. Announcement: Ruyi Bang. Level 55. Augmentations: none. Skill: Reaction Nullification. Information Authority. This is the weapon used by the handsome monkey king, Wukong. This weapon was taken from the Celestial Palace by Wukong when he caused a rampage and needed a weapon for himself. It was once just the sea-calming divine needle but became a weapon. When Wukong possessed it, it can extend and shorten, and also enlarge at the user's will, with almost no limit. When no author JT is satisfied, it can be temporarily enlightened into the Vajra Ruyi Bang. At that time, all stats will be increased, and the user will be able to borrow power from its main body, the handsome monkey king. Hyun-gu held the Ruyi bang and laughed loudly. I'll read the notifications later. For now, I need to get somewhere I can contact everyone. He walked down the street happily. At a certain point, he had a thought. The International Hunters Association building should be right around here, right? He shouted, "Extend, Ruyi bang." The Ruyi bang lifted him to a large building. Two tall skyscrapers stood side by side, their exteriors covered in gleaming glass. This was the headquarters of the World Hunters Federation. The main character's voice rang out, "Thanks for letting me borrow this. I'll wear it." Kim Hyun-gu smiled, one hand in his pocket, the other holding up and admiring his new sportswear with a black jacket, paired with black pants that had two white bands on the right arm and right leg. Hyun-gu was still full of praise, seeming to really like this outfit. This design isn't bad either. The senator standing beside him was still very surprised by this young man. Senator Liam was still stunned as he recalled the moment the main character fought Wukong. He was completely unharmed after that battle. Is he even human? The senator was utterly astonished to see Hyun-gu hovering in the sky, on a staff, and he even appeared so strangely. It was even more shocking to learn that he was also a tower climber. Hyun-gu asked, "So all the tower climbers disappeared and there hasn't been much damage in Korea yet, right?" The senator answered hesitantly, "That's right. Not as much as in other countries." The senator wondered, "But, I'd like to ask something." Hyun-gu was curious about what the senator was going to ask. On a phone, a status update from the account BAM appeared. Posted 9 minutes ago, Kim Hyun-gu has stopped the cataclysm. Click here to see the details of the official recorded clip in a few hours. But we believe that the cataclysm has been found and stopped. I have truly witnessed the entire truth and written it here. What's the conclusion? P.S. From Korean Brain. Oh, right, except for Mexico. We still don't know who stopped the other cataclysms. Kim Si-hun finished reading the status on social media. He looked over at Hyun-gu, who was lying with his head on Miri's lap. Holding her phone, she was slightly embarrassed, her face blushing red. She was frozen, not knowing what to do. A hospital visit, Hyun-gu had come to check on them. Miri was clearly experiencing a mix of indescribable, confusing emotions that made her face turn red. Si-hun ignored Miri's presence and asked the main character, "You said you were teleported to Thailand, so how did you get here?" Hyun-gu answered as if it were obvious. "Oh, that? I ran and swam." Si-hun couldn't believe what he was hearing. "Huh? Swam? What are you talking about?" Hyun-gu looked up and replied calmly, "I did a triathlon, minus the cycling." "No, you've lost your mind." Si-hun still didn't believe Hyun-gu's words. His eyes were filled with doubt. A girl in a patient's gown was heading toward the door, from which many sounds were coming. "Hyun-gu, you said you practiced with Chioma, right? With a sword?" That's right." The beautiful Seo Dong, still cheerfully carrying her IV bag, walked toward the lively chatter of her friends. She and her four-wheeled IV pole approached the door. "Can I come in here?" A voice called out. Seo Dong looked into the room, where Si-hun was standing with a heavy heart. So suddenly, she had heard Si-hun's words, "I'm so exhausted." She wasn't sure what to say. Recalling the past, she called out Kim Si-hun's name loudly. "Why did you leave on your own yesterday?" "I was so worried, you know," she said as she smacked Si-hun hard. He just leaned into it, muttering an apology. Si-hun lowered his face slightly, a look of disappointment on it. "It's just that I'm frustrated with how weak I am." "Is it because of Cheonsa? You are considered very strong." "He's a tower climber." Seo Dong was worried about her friend. Si-hun denied it. "No, it's not just Cheonsa." Si-hun stood there, recalling the image of Miri with sharp horns on her head, and also the Dragon Emperor. Seo Dong thought about that image. The skull tattoo with long horns and sharp fangs still made her shudder a little. "I was so shocked when I saw it, but he was incredible, even just from watching the way he moved. Before, I just denied reality, telling myself that Hyun-gu would fall out of the rankings. But my thinking changed after experiencing all that." Si-hun helplessly recalled the image of Hyun-gu with one hand in his pocket, the other covering a yawn, wearing slippers. Si-hun looked at his own hands. "I have to protect the things that are important to me with my own hands." He clenched his fist, resolute. "That's why I have to get stronger." Seo Dong felt somewhat relieved. She poked Si-hun, teasing, "What? I think you're being way too tense." He replied awkwardly, "Ah, well, not really." Back in the present, though she could still see Si-hun's lingering gloom, she had faith in him after everything. After what he's been through, he'll take action soon. She really admired him. He's improved. In the room, Si-hun sat on a chair opposite the sofa where Hyun-gu was lying with his head on Miri's lap. An image of Chan Ma, clad entirely in black and holding a great sword, appeared in Si-hun's mind, calmly saying, "Only if you can kill me." Si-hun thought to himself. But is Chan Ma even teaching him properly? Hyun-gu spoke up. "You won't be able to walk for a while. right? I'll help you with a few things. Sihun smiled brightly. Thanks, Hihun Yu. At that moment, Seo Dong walked in and cheered. Sihun Appa, they said I can leave the hospital tomorrow. Oh, really? That's great. How much stronger did you get after returning from the imaginary space? Did your average stats change? Sihun asked. Hyun Yu rubbed his head and sat up. Who knows? I haven't even checked my status window. Miri, with a blushing face, watched Hyun Yu. The status window displayed the name Kim Hyun Yu, guardian of the 9th floor, age 118, gender, male, condition, very good. Stats, strength S+, agility S+, C++, stamina SS, health S+, mana S+, luck B, skills. Hyun Yu glanced at it and muttered to himself, it hasn't changed much. It seems our main character realized something. He shouted in panic, what the hell is this? His hand flipped a red switch. The room completely changed. A TV, speakers, and furniture appeared before Hyun Yu and Avi. She exclaimed with delight, whoa. He smiled and asked, satisfied? Avi was extremely excited. Yes, the room expanded because the commission data increased. I can make a game room now. My dream has come true. Hyun Yu glanced over to tease her. You're happier about this than you were when I defeated the tower climber. Avi got flustered. Of course not. Hyun Yu's face was full of pride and satisfaction. He asked seriously, but why am I 118 years old? After returning from the imaginary space, Avi replied, I think I know the reason. It's because the status window counted the time in the imaginary space, but in reality, it was only a month in the outside world. It's the time difference between the tower and the imaginary space. Avi held up a finger and explained excitedly. She explained, it seems like one day here is equal to 1 year in there. Yes, that must be it. Hyun Yu asked again, is that even possible? Avi laughed. It's the only way to explain why the Guardian's age would suddenly increase. The main character was in deep shock. I spent 100 years in that place. I'm already 118 years old. Are you kidding me? He flopped down and thought. The tutorial tower was the same. I've been through this before. Right. I'm not an old man. He tried to convince himself. Avi suddenly remembered something and exclaimed, oh, that reminds me. I wanted to tell you about the creator of the tutorial tower. He was surprised. Oh, the creator of the tutorial tower is... The creator, Avi confirmed. Hyun Yu was confused. Really? And what about the creator? He still didn't understand. Avi replied in surprise, that's what I wanted to tell you. The creator is the creator. Hyun Yu placed his hand on Avi's head, his voice low. Is that all there is? Avi was flustered. I tried to get all the information on the Guardian. He took his hand off her head and said, it's fine. I've been waiting for you. Avi's surprise turned to frustration at Hyun Yu's words. She slammed her hand on the table and yelled, 5 days. Hyun Yu was startled by Avi's reaction. Hyun Yu stared blankly at Avi. No, give me 7 days. I think I can find out where the creator is. She clenched her fists resolutely. Of course, I can't guarantee it 100%, but please, trust me. All right, I'll trust you. Hyun Yu smiled. Miri, female, 21 years old, good condition. Hyun Yu asked, the essence that Jackie Io mentioned. Did you borrow Jackie Io's power? He held a small brown pouch in his hand. His disciple replied, yes, master. Hyun Yu looked seriously at the bowing Miri, my successor. You could call it that. It seems the power of some tower climbers still remains on the 9th floor, one in Korea and the other in Mexico. He recalled Avi's words, thinking that the power he sensed in Korea was probably Jackie Io. But Mexico has a successor there. A notification window appeared. You have found and defeated a hidden tower climber. The location is Mexico City. You have successfully defeated Sword King Gan. Ah, that reminds me, that guy Ma's son died in Mexico. He pieced the events together. This had to be related to that man's death. He glanced at his disciple, who was sitting meekly and anxiously. She bowed her head, thinking, Master must be furious that I used it without his permission. Hyun Yu let out a soft laugh and reached out to pat Miri's head reassuringly. It's all right, my disciple. Her eyes widened in surprise. She hadn't expected this at all. He praised her. Everyone probably would have died without you, right? Good job. She looked up at her master with a bright smile, her cheeks flushing slightly as all her worries melted away. Thank you, master. At the World Hunter Association, towering skyscrapers with a blue and white color scheme stood in the distance. Excuse me. Liam, dressed in a gray suit, sat with his hands clasped on the table. He asked worriedly, could you please repeat that? A man stroking his pure white mustache spoke with a mocking smile. You still don't understand what I'm saying. Rui Bang belongs to the state of Montana. A fat, middle-aged man in his suit sat with his legs crossed, putting on an air of self-importance. He was the senator from the state of Montana, Atelic Bot. The newspaper articles about his activities, attitude, and treatment of the people showed that the senator had neither skills nor connections. He just had a lot of money. Rumor had it that he enjoyed collecting rare statues, but I never expected he'd want Rui Bang. Liam, sitting at the other end of the table, tried to reason with him. Hunter Kim Hyung-gu prevented a catastrophe in the state of Montana. Anicap's brow furrowed in dissatisfaction as he cut him off. Are you implying that our association didn't participate in fighting the disaster? Before Liam could finish, the man continued, I want to speak privately with Hunter Kim Hyung-gu. He closed his eyes as if by habit, stroking his beard, and nonchalantly demanded, I'll take care of the rest. That's the problem. The senator was so nervous he was breaking out in a cold sweat. Suddenly, the wooden door swung open. What's this fun little chat going on without me? A defiant voice rang out. Liam shot up and yelled. He shuffled closer in his slippers and asked the man to repeat himself. Kim Hyung-gu leaned down, looked at Aniclimax with a wide grin, and asked, What do you plan to do with my Rui Bang, huh? The man looked up, his face filled with terror when he saw him. You're Hunter Kim Hyung-gu. After a few seconds, he calmed down and cautiously confirmed. He shot the man a cold glance. I left the Hunter Association after they said it was necessary for their progress. As he thought back to that conversation, he remembered happily giving Liam his weapon, and he understood the hidden meaning behind it. Liam stood up, leaning his hands on the table. Aniclimax introduced himself. I am Aniclimax, the senator from the state of Montana. We were just talking when Kim Hyung-gu raised a hand to cut him off. Ah, I've heard all the gossip about you. Basically, even though I was the one who stopped the disaster, you all handled the damages I caused. He replied cheerfully. Hearing his words, the man asked with satisfaction, So, are you saying you agree to hand over Rui Bang to us, correct? Kim Hyung-gu smirked mockingly and said, You catch on quick. Then he asked curiously, But what if I don't want to hand it over? He didn't seem to care. Then you wouldn't be sitting here anymore. At this point, Liam didn't even bother to intervene and just put his face in his hands. He warily dialed 911, thinking, It's all over. Kim Hyung-gu flashed a friendly smile. A few seconds later, a scream echoed throughout the entire skyscraper. You bastard! Do you know who I am? The man roared in a fit of pained rage. You! He was curled up on the floor, with one hand clutching his head and the other pointing at him. He shouted, You think you can get away with this after what you've done to me? He looked at the man calmly. You can never be a hunter again. Before he could finish his sentence, he was struck in the head again. The blow knocked him unconscious, with steam rising from his head. He casually stuck his hands in his pockets and replied, I've earned enough to stop being a hunter anyway. Senator Liam was frozen, unsure of what to do. Understanding the senator's concern, he turned and said, Oh, I didn't kill him, so don't worry. Liam asked helplessly, How do you plan to handle this? But Kim Hyung-gu just grinned slyly and told him not to worry about it. Just give me back Rui Bang. The next day, in the underground parking garage, a man in a suit holding a document was approaching a car. As soon as he got in the car, a blonde man immediately asked, Evan, what did the inspector say? Evan began to explain. He wants to leak malicious rumors about Kim Hyung-gu to the media. You, repeat Aniclimax's order. If there's nothing, then just make something up. You all need to use your heads, he yelled angrily. He asked with amusement. He's pretty funny. Have you come up with anything yet? The middle-aged man with brown hair replied seriously. Should I take care of him? Aniclimax, he said with curiosity. Wow, you decided so quickly. You served him for 10 years. Even felt a bit sad. I haven't gotten a single thing from him, even calculated. Of course, that's when I compare it to what I get from this place. He glanced over, a knowing smile spreading across his face as if he understood everything. Everything is for the master. A girl with purple hair appeared, her back facing them. On her left shoulder, she wore a pauldron shaped like a deer's head. Around her were thorny, purple roses. Our organization, Illumidu, in Ham. Kim Si-han was surrounded by lush trees and tall mountains. He looked at the piece of cloth in his hand and asked, This is the source of Chan. Kim Hyung-gu explained gently, Yep, if you place it on Chanma's sword, the system panel will open. He chuckled, gripping the fabric tightly. Thanks. Suddenly, he turned to his right and saw Saker Ania sitting beside him, drawing a magic circle. He exclaimed, Oh, you look exhausted. You have dark circles under your eyes and your face is so pale. Kim Si-hun gently reminded her, You said it was heading to Mexico, right? You shouldn't wander around aimlessly there. They are in the process of recovering, got it? Kim Hyung-gu said, looking at his disciple. It's okay. I need to check a few things. He gave a brief explanation about the successors, saying their appearance was no longer a rare occurrence. Miri, who was being stared at, widened her eyes, but she just looked blankly at her master. The problem is, they can't be predicted. Tower climbers have a duty to climb the tower. A tall, gray tower appeared. On the left, sinister-looking monsters with swords were climbing up, while on the right, serious-faced people with shields were descending. The Guardians are there to stop them. Kim Hyunwoo thought to himself. Both sides have their own role to play. However, the successors are different. All sorts of monsters appeared from a crack in a door. Each of them has their own personal objective. Some use magic circles. A successor who tries to protect their own floor is considered a guardian. A large, powerful-looking man with long hair wore a wide-brimmed hat. Other successors become tower climbers instead. Some just lie around idly reading a book, resting their chin on their hand, or they simply do nothing at all. A muscular man stood with his fists clenched, his face stern. Or they use their power to invert the world. In any case, it's not necessarily a bad thing. These thoughts swirled like smoke from the pouch in his hand. "I believe in you," Mary imagined Kim Hyunwoo saying as he gazed at her passionately. Those words pierced her heart like an arrow, causing her to fall to her knees, completely infatuated. He calmly turned and walked away. "Wait for me until I get back, all right?" She touched her cheek shyly and replied, "Okay." He then turned to Si-hun and asked with concern, "Are you going straight in?" Kim Si-hun clenched his fists and answered resolutely, "Yeah." Surrounded by a purple light, he said, "Send my regards to Chanma." Before leaving, he pointed challengingly and declared, "I'm using the martial arts he taught me. They're extremely useful." He reappeared in a different location. Under his feet was nothing but dense smoke and rubble everywhere. He glanced around his surroundings. In Mexico City, rubble was strewn everywhere as mages worked to rebuild the city. He raised a hand to his brow, looking from side to side. Then he said, "There's nothing here. How am I supposed to find any trace of a successor?" At that moment, a man in a black suit appeared next to him. Surprised, he glanced over. The man placed a hand on his chest, bowed respectfully, and said, "I have been waiting for you, Mr. Kim Hyunwoo." He shoved his hands in his pockets and stared at the man, bewildered, with no idea what was going on. An eye-shaped insignia on the man's jacket began to glow. He spoke at a measured pace, "Please allow me to escort you to our master." A system notification sounded. Kim Si-hun was holding a sword with both hands. "Do you wish to use the source of Chan on your troll sword?" Kim Si-hun stared at the sword in his hands with a look of surprise, wonder, and curiosity. "Oh." Kim Si-hun looked around the plainly decorated apartment and sighed. "It hasn't even been that long since I had this place rebuilt. And yet, I'm back to living like this." He shuddered, recalling the previous warning, and pressed the text that appeared in front of him. "Hyung told me not to mess around and start trouble with him, because his personality is so disagreeable. For even Hyung to say something like that, does that mean this guy is even worse than he is?" After he pressed the text, a sudden flash of blue light shone directly on Kim Si-hun. He froze, startled. When the light vanished, the scene around him started to transform. The previous room had been replaced by tall rock formations surrounding him. Kim Si-hun frantically looked around at his new surroundings. He still had no idea where he was. The scenery before him was just a lush, overgrown forest. Where am I? Kim Si-hun's eyes flew open in fear as he heard a noise from behind. Who the hell are you? The man in the mysterious black attire sitting in front of him, staring at Kim Si-hun, was Chan Ma. Chan Ma looked at the person before him with a pensive expression. Kim Si-hun reflexively turned his head back timidly, his mind racing. It's really Chan Ma. What should I say? Should I tell him Hyun sent me here? Kim Si-hun's face started to break out in a cold sweat as he thought frantically. No, I came here to become independent from Hyun. I have to tell him my real reason. Kim Si-hun turned completely around, clasped his hands together, and looked at Chan Ma. I came here because I want to learn martial arts from you. Chan Ma started to get annoyed. Where do brats like you keep crawling out from? Chan Ma stood up as he spoke. This is the last time. Chan Ma glared at him. Kim Si-hun quickly spoke up. Wait. Kim Si-hun was scared, but kept his hands in the same position. Don't tell me. You have some business with Kim Hyun-gu, don't you? He thought to himself. I have a bad feeling about this. Chan Ma clenched his fist and slammed it into the pillar in front of him with a loud crash, nearly shattering it. He was furious, an aura of rage flaring around him. Damn it. I just came back from hibernation and he wants to provoke me like this? Kim Si-hun watched Chan Ma in fear and backed away. Kim Si-hun shuddered as he remembered. Sorry, Hyun. I don't think I can pass on your message to him. Chan Ma snapped. Get out. Kim Si-hun looked at Chan Ma, stunned. What? As Chan Ma turned and walked away, he said, You wouldn't be able to learn it properly anyway. Kim Si-hun froze at Chan Ma's words. Recalling a past image, Kim Si-hun cried out, Please, at least teach me just once. Kim Si-hun looked at Chan Ma, placing a hand on his chest. I need to become stronger because I have something I must protect. Kim Si-hun continued, pointing toward Chan Ma. If you keep refusing me, I'll follow you and bother you until you finally agree. Chan Ma gritted his teeth and glared at Kim Si-hun. From the nonsense you're pulling, I can tell you're a friend of that psycho. If you want to learn so badly, let me show you how I treated that bastard. Kim Si-hun continued. Then you'll have to beat me. Chanma unleashed his power, lunging straight toward Kim Si-hun while saying, then I'll teach you my martial arts. A loud sound erupted, and a thick cloud of smoke billowed everywhere. Kim Si-hun died on the spot. A system window appeared. Kim Si-hun has died for the first time. In another scene, surrounded by rocks of various shapes, Kim Hyun-gu looked at the person opposite him in surprise. What? David bowed and replied, yes, sir. Kim Hyun-gu looked on with a smug expression. And what if I say no? Then I will go and receive new orders from the boss, David continued. Kim Hyun-gu asked, so who is this boss of yours? I think you should go there and find out for yourself, David said. Kim Hyun-gu began to think seriously. So what he means is, he won't reveal any information here. Right now, I don't think he can take me down. Kim Hyun-gu looked at the David in front of him, but more importantly, perhaps the boss he mentioned is the same person Y was talking about. As he was led away, Kim Hyun-gu couldn't help but exclaim at the sight of the elaborately decorated gate before him. What is this? David gestured toward the elevator and introduced it. This is the elevator that connects to our headquarters. Kim Hyun-gu stepped inside, looking at the elevator's interior. He thought to himself, did they really use real diamonds to decorate an elevator? An elevator decorated with diamonds, with transparent walls offering a view of the outside scenery. They really invested a lot in this. The elevator doors opened, and before Kim Hyun-gu were 2 rows of people lined up and bowing, which surprised him. What the hell? Kim Hyun-gu muttered in confusion. A voice rang out, I've been waiting for you for a long time. It was none other than the girl with striking purple hair, Hanarin. Hanarin smiled as she looked at Kim Hyun-gu. Master. Kim Hyun-gu suddenly froze. I have 2 disciples. One is Mion, and the other is. Past images began to flash back. We're screwed. Kim Hyun-gu pulled up his mask, his eyes fixed on the source of the voice. With our current strength, we can't escape this tower. Who knows? Maybe we'll level up, so let's kill people instead of monsters. One of them pointed his sword at Hanarin and said, sorry about this, Hanarin. Hanarin glared angrily at the man in front of her. You traitor. Suddenly, a mysterious person wearing a mask appeared. It was Kim Hyun-gu. With a single punch, he sent the 2 men flying, stunning Hanarin. Hanarin looked on with an admiring expression. This girl, Hanarin. My relationship with her is actually quite strange. She's more like a companion to me than a disciple. Back in the present, Kim Hyun-gu looked up, lost in thought. Well, I still trained her the same way I trained Mion anyway. Even though she didn't seem like a companion at first, after spending so much time together in the tower, she became more and more like one. The 2 of them, each carrying a large log, laughed and talked the whole way. Then, after a year and a half by my side, she left the tower. Hanarin smiled, surrounded by a brilliant purple aura. I will prepare everything you need, master. After saying those final words, are you the one who killed Ma's son? Kim Hyun-gu asked, looking on from a throne while holding a glass. Hanarin asked. Hanarin smiled as she explained to Kim Hyun-gu, I should have killed him before he laid a single finger on you, master. But I wasn't strong enough back then. But why did you build this underground castle? Kim Hyun-gu asked, still puzzled. Well, you were the one who said it. That it would be interesting for master to have an underground castle. Surprised, Kim Hyun-gu unconsciously pointed at himself. Ah, Hanarin continued eagerly. Besides that, I've prepared everything you wanted. Master. First, I have 14 acres of land in America. I've built a private villa in every country in Europe. I also prepared a casino and enough money for you to spend for the rest of your life. And there's more. Kim Hyun-gu was just raising a glass of water to his lips. When did I ever say I wanted those things? Just as he said it, Kim Hyun-gu suddenly remembered. Ah, images from the past came flooding back. Master, what do you want to do after you get out of the tower? Hanarin asked, looking at Kim Hyun-gu who was lying down with his arm as a pillow. Kim Hyun-gu replied cheerfully, well, I can think of a lot of things to do. Pointing to the sky, Kim Hyun-gu continued, sleep all day. Live a comfortable life without having to work. Live the life of a billionaire, you know? So you want a lot of money? Hanarin looked at him and asked, that's right. Just like those rich kids, no need to work, just traveling all day. Partying in a private mansion. It would be even cooler if it were underground. A castle, or something like that. I see. Anything else? Kim Hyun-gu continued. Las Vegas. I've always wanted to try gambling at a casino. And what else? After Kim Hyun-gu recalled this, he froze and spat out all the water he had just drunk, thinking, don't tell me she actually made all those ridiculous dreams I spouted back than a reality. Oh my! Hanarin offered a towel to Kim Hyun-gu. Kim Hyun-gu took the towel. Mind-reading skill. Hanarin clasped her hands together, looking at him excitedly. I prepared everything you wanted, master. Then, the word master echoed 1,000 times in his ears. Kim Hyun-gu thought to himself, has she lost her mind? Hanarin gave a wicked smile, repeating the word master over and over. This made Kim Hyun-gu break out in a cold sweat. The system window displayed information about Hanarin, age 24, gender female, status extremely excited, and stats for strength, speed, stamina, and health. Mana, luck, personality, extremely loyal. Ultimate skill, insufficient authority to view. Kim Hyun-gu thought to himself. It seems her stats are quite similar to Miriam, the successor. At this, Kim Hyun-gu asked, you said you became a successor, thanks to the book you got after taking out my son.
So, what are you going to do from now on?
Hanarin paused for about 5 seconds. Pardon? He meant, how did she plan to use the power she now possessed? This was the crux of the matter. This girl could become a guardian or a tower climber. Kim Hyun-gu seemed to be overthinking it, though of course, by using psychological techniques, she probably wouldn't go against his word. But he couldn't trust the system, 100%. If she becomes a tower climber, I'll have to. Just then, Hanarin replied, how will I use this power? My power belongs to you, master, so I will only use it for you. Kim Hyun-gu agreed. Ah, right. He continued to ask, so you were the one who eliminated that player. Hanarin replied, yes, he was the perfect target for me to test. The power of the successor. Kim Hyun-gu asked again, so you only use your newly acquired power? Hanarin replied, no, I also use my original overlapping poison technique. This new power has a rather low output. Kim Hyun-gu gave a sly grin. You must have struggled a lot to take him down, huh? Seeing as you turned the city into such a mess. Hanarin smiled too. Oh, it wasn't that hard, master. I intentionally took him down slowly. This statement completely rattled Kim Hyun-gu. Ah, Hanarin said. Last time, you told me that if you had enough money, you would buy an entire city, because you could do whatever you wanted with it. Now we have enough. She said it so casually. So you can play SL with this city, if you'd like, just as you wanted, master. Faced with Hanarin's enthusiasm, Kim Hyun-gu flinched. He thought she was even worse than Mi Yang was at the beginning. What the hell? Just then, a lump appeared on Hanarin's head. Kim Hyun-gu asked, the reason you're only seeing me now, Hanarin cut him off, is because I wanted to meet you after I had obtained everything you wanted. Kim Hyun-gu asked again, and the reason I wasn't caught up in any conspiracy theories or nasty rumors is also thanks to you. Hanarin replied, I've already taken control of all of them. Kim Hyun-gu looked at her like she was from another planet. Just as I thought, her way of thinking isn't normal, at all. Why are all my disciples like this, even though I'm so normal? Or am I really? Birds of a feather flock together. After that, Kim Hyun-gu started to walk away. Ah, since we're done here, I'll be heading back. Hanarin looked regretful. You're going back? What about all the things I prepared for you? Kim Hyun-gu just wanted to get away. He spoke again. I'll take a look at them later. Hanarin replied, understood. In that case, let me see you off. Kim Hyun-gu agreed. Ah, okay, thank you. But in his mind, he thought, huh? She's not clinging to me. The scene changes. Kim Hyun-gu asked again, why are you following me? Hanarin replied, the only place I belong is by your side, master, forever. Hyun-gu asked, what about your organization? Hanarin said, I've taught them well enough that they've matured and can operate on their own without me. This scene felt so familiar, it reminded him of Miriam. Is this déjà vu or something? He wondered. Well, whatever. It won't hurt to bring her along. Just then, Kim Hyun-gu said, make sure you stick close to me. We have to stay in the center of the magic circle. Hanarin replied cheerfully, yes, sir. Kim Hyun-gu began his patrol. He thought to himself, Anya did say she'd improve the magic circle. If I don't need her now, I can still use it with my own mana. How convenient. Then, speaking into his communicator, he said, Hanum, can you hear me? On the other end of the line, Miriam was being contacted through a ruby. Don't tell me you're pretending you can't hear me again. Miriam replied, I'm thinking about the conditions you offered. In her mind, she thought, Master said I could have the crystal, but I can't just decide like this. There's no telling what kind of trick she'll pull. Then, Miriam asked, what was your proposal again? On the other end was Hayaki Yako. She said, you're doing this on purpose to wear me out, aren't you, you little brat? First, share all of your senses with me. Second, if you encounter a demon lord, hand over control of your body to me. Given the situation, where, in the contract, does it say you get to reconsider? This was no joke. Hayaki Yako was getting tense. Miriam replied cluelessly, I think. All of it. Hayaki Yako screamed, stop talking nonsense. Miriam said, but you can never be too careful. For example, if I share my senses with you now, Doesn't that mean you can check on my body whenever you want? Yahello grew even more furious. That's impossible. Didn't I already tell you that? Once a contract is made, its terms are absolute. Miriam became even more suspicious. The terms weren't actually that bad for her, which made this reaction all the more strange. Suddenly, a bright light appeared. Miriam jumped for joy. Master. She was as excited as a kid whose mom just came home from the market. But before her master could even finish his sentence, Miriam's hopes were dashed. She complained, Master, you brought some other girl with you. Little Miri was completely traumatized. Kim Hyunu asked, What? Were you waiting for me? Miri stammered, Master, who is that girl next to you? Kim Hyunu asked, Why are you holding onto my arm like that? Hanarin said, matter-of-factly, Master, you told me to. You said to stick close to you. Kim Hyunu replied, I don't think I said it like that. Standing beside them, Miriam was about to explode. Get away from my master. At that moment, Kim Hyunu spoke up. All right now, since everyone's here, let me make some introductions. This is my first disciple, Miriam, and this is my second disciple, Hanarin. Miriam asked with a trembling voice, second. Hearing this, Hanarin asked, Master, so she's your disciple? Miriam panicked even more. Master, Hanarin, cool as a cucumber, asked, Why are you acting like that? At a loss for words, Miri could only stammer, well. I didn't know he had another disciple. Hanarin had found Miriam's weak spot. She leaned against Kim Hyunu's shoulder as he tried to push her away. Hey, I told you to stop. Hanarin just said, I'm just doing this to express my happiness at seeing you after all this time. Master, talk about confusing. Miriam was in absolute shock. Her soul seemed to drift into the void, floating on and on, unable to return. Then, Miriam decided to call out Yahello's name. Yahello replied, What? Miriam said, I accept your offer, leaving Yahello completely stunned and bewildered. Why the sudden change of heart? Miriam replied, full of fighting spirit. Oh, I just figured I'd have to use that power sooner or later anyway. A while later in his room, Kim Hyunu was left speechless by the scene before him. This place is a mess. So, you found it? Avi asked with pure innocence. Huh? Found what? The next second, she flinched at the sight of Kim Hyunu's remote control. No, I found it. I found it. You're talking about the creator, aren't you? Kim Hyunu replied, Right. So, where's the information? Avi collapsed before his overwhelming presence. First, I'm sorry, but I couldn't find the creator's current location. No matter what I tried, the information is locked because I don't have the proper authorization. But I did find another clue. Kim Hyunu asked excitedly. Another clue? Avi replied, It's to buy the premium package. Ah, my mistake. I found the location of an artifact. It might lead us to the creator. Just as Lee Si-dong was about to open the door and enter the room, a loud argument suddenly erupted from inside. How dare you, you little nobody. Just from overhearing a snippet of this verbal battle, Lee Si-dong broke out in a cold sweat. Unbelievable, she thought to herself. I left the documents inside, but now I don't want to go in at all. It was definitely just a few days ago. Lee Si-dong crossed her arms and called out to him. Kim Hyunu asked coldly, What is it? She then asked curiously, What are those two doing? In front of them, an incredibly fierce battle was taking place between Miriam and Hanarin. The little girl loudly declared, I'm the master's first disciple. Kim Hyunu calmly explained. They said they were just having a little argument. However, on the other side, Hanarin smirked and replied arrogantly, So what, you shorty? The moment she finished speaking, the two of them lunged at each other, sending dirt and rocks flying everywhere. At the same time, a massive explosion echoed throughout the area. Seeing this, Lee Si-dong was utterly astonished. This is a fight to the death. What do you mean? A little argument. Just as Mission leaped high into the air and kicked directly at Hanarin, she quickly used the book in her hand, easily blocking the kid's kick. Mission was still quite shocked by Hanarin's defense, so the kid growled, Stop. But her opponent didn't answer, just smirking, which made Mission so furious she let out a groan. Oh. Without another word, Hanarin suddenly raised her fist and punched Mission right in the eye. The sudden attack caused the kid immense pain, and she quickly covered her eye. Lee Sol-dong asked curiously, Why aren't you stopping them? Kim Hyun-woo chuckled and replied, They wouldn't listen anyway. Hearing this, she froze on the spot and immediately tried to reason with him. Well, at least try to do something. At this rate, something bad is going to happen. While unleashing a continuous combo attack, Mission yelled out her question. What kind of filthy hole did a thing like you crawl out of? Hanarin quickly blocked the kid's attack with her hand and replied with a sneer. A thing like me? A thing like me is the one most suited for our master. Seeing that things had gone too far, Kim Hyun-woo finally spoke up. That's enough. As she charged straight forward, Mission loudly declared, Master is mine. Hanarin quickly rushed at her and screamed, "Shut up, you shorty." He couldn't take it anymore. Kim Hyun-woo suddenly jumped down and bonked each of them on the head, then yelled out in frustration, "Stop." Hanarin quickly rubbed her head and questioned him loudly, "But master, you're the one who allowed us to have a verbal spar." Glancing over at the shattered railing, he shot back, "Does this look like a verbal spar to you?" After speaking, Kim Hyun-woo glanced over at the deep crater the two troublemakers had made in the ground, and at a loss for words, he thought to himself, "Good grief, these two are like cats and dogs." With that thought, Kim Hyun-woo pointed to the house and ordered in a stern voice, "Go inside and reflect on your actions until I get back." Mission immediately replied, "Yes, sir." Hanarin added warily, "Fine." As she walked past, Lee Sol-dong became extremely curious. She quickly asked, "But who was that girl? She's not inferior to the Dragon Emperor in his successor form." Kim Hyun-woo answered calmly, "My second disciple." Hearing this, Lee Sol-dong couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "Ha." Thinking she hadn't heard him clearly, Kim Hyun-woo repeated, "She is my second disciple." Overwhelmed by this cruel reality, Lee Sol-dong could only shed tears while screaming internally, "He has another disciple. If another troublemaker like that causes problems, I won't be able to handle it." She trembled as she looked at the chaotic situation with those two menaces, feeling exhausted. "I can't even stop the two of them if they fight." Just then, Hanarin crossed her arms and said in a loud, arrogant voice, "You little." Mission immediately shot back, "Are you trying to start something again?" Lee Sol-dong screamed in her mind, "Where are you, Kim Hyun-woo?" At the same time, he kept digging in his ear as if it was tingling from someone calling his name. Avi asked, "What's wrong?" Kim Hyun-woo replied nonchalantly, "My ear is so itchy." After scratching his ear, he beamed and asked, "Anyway, where is the artifact that can lead to the creator?" Avi frowned and answered seriously, "Ah, it's on the 835th floor." He asked in confusion, "The 835th floor? Where the hell is that?" She replied, "I only recently learned about it myself." Then, Avi continued to explain, "From the first floor to the 9th floor, they share a common structure and are relatively similar. Basically, they are similar in that they all have existing civilizations, but their structures are different." She gestured, opening a virtual space to demonstrate. For example, the 8th floor is made up of a multi-dimensional space, and although the 1st and 3rd floors also have civilizations, their scale is relatively smaller than the other floors. Kim Hyun-woo crossed his arms, trying to look intelligent, and answered while sweating bullets, I think I kinda get it. Probably." He said that, but in reality, he didn't understand a single thing. Kim Hyun-woo immediately pushed it out of his mind and asked Avi with a smile, "That's not the main issue, right? Can I even get to the 8th floor?" She replied, "You can go to the 8th floor right now if you want." However, Avi added, "But you need to enter the artifact to find the way there." At this point, she quickly materialized a list which included the blind man's compass, the Silver Age hand, and the giant's heart, the giant's eye, the giant's tooth. Kim Hyun-woo couldn't help but ask doubtfully, "There are 5 of them." Hearing his question, Avi started sweating and reassured him, "But you'll find them quickly." While looking at the file in her hand, she continued, "The locations of 2 of them are already known, and the remaining 3 are all owned by a single person. Look." Saying that, she held it up for him to see. Seeing this, Kim Hyun-woo suddenly smirked, then quickly stood up and said with determination, "All right, I'll be back later." Just then, his eyes drifted to the file beside him. Kim Hyun-woo mumbled to himself, "Looks like it won't take long." At the same time, Mission, feeling a bit curious, asked, "What's that thing on your shoulder?" Hanarin arrogantly asked back, "You mean this mask?" Then she sneered and showed it off slightly. "It's the thing that model. Master gave it to me." Hearing this, Mission immediately stood up and questioned loudly, "What? No way. Master took such good care of that mask." Hanarin let out a sound of admiration. "Oh." Then she smiled and asked, "Could it be that you haven't received the gift yet?" Mission boasted loudly, "Master taught me martial arts." Hanarin beamed and replied, "Really? That's amazing. I guess you can just keep learning from him and be a disciple forever." Mission clenched her fists, her eyes blazing with anger, and warned, "I'm going to kill you." Just as the two were about to brawl again, someone suddenly spoke up, scolding them, "I told you two to reflect on yourselves, and yet you're fighting again." Seeing Kim Hyun-woo, both of them immediately called out, "Master, Master." He suddenly frowned and silently blamed himself. "I shouldn't have brought Hanarin along, should I? I thought they'd get along since they act so similarly, but I was wrong." After thinking to himself, he cleared his throat and said, "Ahem, whatever. I have a few things I need you to do." Hearing him say that, both of them were extremely surprised. Mission quickly glanced at Hanarin and asked in a low voice, "Just give the order, Master." While glaring at the girl, Hanarin added, "What do you need me to do, Master?" Kim Hyun-woo immediately assigned the tasks. Michin, go to Hong Kong and bring back the blind man's compass. Hanarin, go to Mexico and find an artifact called the Hand of Time. Hearing this, Hanarin chuckled and asked, "Do you need anything else?" He replied, "No, but remember to bring it back with as little trouble as possible." "Got it," she answered decisively. "I will." At that moment, in the state of Montana, an old man was furious, shouting, "How is that possible?" He screamed as if he were about to break the phone's speaker. "I said I'd pay any amount." The person on the other end of the line replied awkwardly, "No matter how much money it is, it's impossible." Hearing that, Atlee was infuriated and demanded loudly, "What? The director of the biggest television network in America is telling me it's impossible?" The person on the other end of the line replied in a low voice, "I'm very sorry." They continued softly, "And I sincerely advise you, it's best if you don't get involved with him." Hearing this, he slammed the phone onto the floor and cursed loudly, "Damn it." Then he covered his face with his hands and ruffled his hair, saying, "All they say is no. Why can't they do anything about that bastard Hunter? Why?" The secretary suddenly spoke up, "Senator, you have a visitor." Atlee Pot asked in surprise, "What did you say?" "I don't have any appointments today," he replied. "Ah, I forgot to mention, this person didn't have an appointment." Then the secretary added with a sinister expression, "It was more of a one-sided announcement." The senator scowled in annoyance. "What is this guy talking about?" Just as Atlee finished speaking, a loud crash echoed, followed by a cloud of dust and debris. Seeing a huge hole blasted through the wall, Atlee Pot was terrified and screamed, "What the?" Suddenly, someone walked in and complained irritably, "Shut up, you're deafening me." His jaw dropped when he saw who it was, and he screamed in terror, "You, Kim Hyun-woo?" It was none other than him, appearing before him with an incredibly arrogant demeanor. He had punched a large hole in the wall and was looking straight at Atlee, senator of the state of Montana. Terrified by the scene, he trembled and pointed a shaky finger at Kim Hyun-woo, yelling, "What the hell do you think you're doing? How dare you destroy my house?" Kim Hyun-woo replied softly, "What am I doing?" Then he said calmly, "According to my investigation, you've been up to some pretty shady things. You can't fool me. For example, using bribes to manipulate auction results." Hearing these words, Atlee Pot froze. Unable to move, sweat pouring down his face, he shouted as if his guilt had been exposed, "What the hell are you talking about? I'll sue you for breaking and entering." Before Atlee Pot could finish, Kim Hyun-woo started throwing down official newspapers from the American hunter community. Atlee instinctively took a fearful step back. Kim Hyun-woo continued in a sarcastic tone, "ABC News, the Owen West American Press Company, Central." He looked at the paper in front of him, a smirk on his face as he said with feigned weariness, "Damn, I'm too lazy to read all of this." Then he asked bluntly, "Did you do anything else this past week besides call these people?" With that, Kim Hyun-woo threw the paper down on the table right in front of him. Atlee Pot then asked slowly, "Was it fun trying to manipulate the media?" Atlee Pot's voice trembled as he interrogated Kim Hyun-woo. "How did you know?" Kim Hyun-woo said nothing. In this situation, he just gave a bright smile. Atlee Pot looked to his side and yelled at his secretary, "Don't tell me you were the one who did this with Even." The secretary gave a sinister smile and said slowly to Atlee Pot, "Ah, well, you should have treated me better from the start." Atlee Pot's face turned beet red with rage. Clenching his teeth, he flipped the table, sending everything flying, then pointed straight at his secretary and screamed, "You son of a bitch." The secretary bowed low, handing a file to Kim Hyun-woo with both hands as he spoke cautiously. "This is the list of gangs that man hired to harm you, Mr. Kim Hyun-woo." He replied nonchalantly, "Let's see now. You hired a few gangs to attack me, too. Are you trying to do it the same way the Aries Guild did?" Atlee Pot stood frozen to the spot, his eyes wide as he could only let out a single sound. "Go." Fear had completely consumed Atlee Pot. He felt dizzy, his face flushed crimson, and his eyes welled up with tears. He worriedly thought to himself, "I'm in trouble. It's all over now. I'm going to be killed by that bastard." Kim Hyun-woo snapped Atlee Pot out of his delirium, saying, "Hey, to be honest, I want to deal with you by publishing these documents everywhere." Atlee Pot collapsed to the floor, his face pale as he listened to every word. He continued, "But that would be too cruel, wouldn't it?" Kim Hyun-woo crouched down to Atlee Pot's level, offering a deal. "So, let's negotiate a little," he continued in a soft voice. "I heard you've been frantically collecting artifacts. Is that right?" Looking at the glass display case filled with all sorts of items, Kim Hyun-woo continued, "Hand over the artifacts from the Giant's collection that you spent the last 10 years gathering, and I'll take this secret to my grave." He flashed a bright smile at Atlee Pot. "How about it? Isn't that a much cleaner solution?" The scene changes to a magnificent mansion. Gothic architecture appeared before their eyes, with stained glass windows tinting the golden sunlight. creating a scene that was both magical and splendid. Choi-an was known in the papers as the master refiner. He was confident that he bowed his head to no one. A second later, Choi-an appeared with a forced smile. He said reluctantly, yes. Sweat poured down like rain as he clasped his hands together. He bowed his head to Mission and continued in a low voice, "May I ask why the Dragon Empress has come here?" Mission looked at him and stated her demand clearly. "Give me the blind man's compass." Choi-an began to question her. "Are you talking about?" Mission slammed the table, shouting so loudly it made Choi-an jump, scaring the soul right out of him. She cut him off mid-sentence. Though Choi-an was smiling, his face was so pale with fear it was completely drained of blood. He immediately agreed, his hands clasped tightly together. "Understood. We'll prepare it as quickly as possible. Give me 3 days." And Mission immediately cut him off. 3 hours. Choi-an questioned her again in disbelief. "Why, yes, ma'am." Michin arrogantly propped her leg on a chair and demanded calmly, "Bring it to me in 3 hours." Choi-an tried to add, "But the artifact is at the villa on the island. We can't." Suddenly, the air around them blazed with a hateful fire as demonic horns sprouted from Mission's head. Her face became strangely dark. Seeing this terrifying sight, Choi-an didn't dare delay, immediately shouting in a loud voice, "I'll go get it right now." Mission leaned back in her chair and called out behind her, "Number 1, follow him and provide support." The attendant instantly received the order, bowing his head and saying loudly, "Understood." An image of Hannarin suddenly appeared in Mission's mind. She said arrogantly, "Don't worry, master. I'll bring it back in 3 hours." Michin was furious. She thought to herself, "No matter what happens, I have to get it back before that girl does, at any cost." Right now, the compass was already in Avi's hands. The blind man's compass. Rank, 5. Augments, none. Skill, search. Information authority, no authority. A blind man who could see everything created this artifact for his companion. The blind man's compass allows the user to locate any place they desire. However, its power was lost when the tower was destroyed because it could no longer function correctly. Unable to hide her surprise, Avi asked doubtfully, "So, master, you collected all of these in just 2 days? I thought it would take at least a week." Kim Hyun-gu sat comfortably in his chair. He said it was because everything went quite smoothly. He happily thought to himself, "Hannarin brought hers to me in less than an hour, and so did Mission." Mission glared at Hannarin, her eyes sparking with jealousy. Kim Hyun-gu asked Avi, "Anyway, it's good to have these things, right?" Avi immediately confirmed, "That's right. All we need to do now is merge them back together." Kim Hyun-gu was surprised by Avi's abilities and asked loudly, "Huh, you can craft artifacts, too?" Avi was busy with the machinery. She answered Kim Hyun-gu as she worked. "It's possible if they were originally one piece to begin with." In the dark room, the only light came from the mystical blue glow of the machinery. She placed the blind man's compass into the device. A series of beeps signaled that the activation process was underway. Avi focused, continuing to perform other operations. Kim Hyun-gu could only watch with wide eyes. Avi flipped a switch, concentrating completely, oblivious to everything around her. The previously dormant compass suddenly sprang to life. Its needle danced wildly, emitting sparkling rays of light. It shone right into Kim Hyun-gu's eyes, forcing him to cover them with his hand. After a few adjustments, the blind man's compass made its debut with a new look. It was a heart-shaped compass with 2 gears, one large and one small, plus a turquoise eyeball. The system displayed a notification. Blind man's compass, complete form, rank 55, no additions, pathfinding skill. Search, detection, information authority. A blind man who could see through everything created this artifact for his companion. The blind man's compass allows its user to locate any place they desire. However, its power was lost when the tower floor was destroyed. Because it can now operate precisely, it has the ability to find any location the user desires and can detect nearby dangers. Kim Hyun-woo joyfully held the compass in his hands and exclaimed, "Its appearance and description have changed." Avi replied with a smug look on her face, "This is the true power of the blind man's compass." She puffed out her chest, proud of her own abilities. Kim Hyun-woo stared at the compass, mesmerized, and couldn't help but ask Avi, "So, does this mean I can go to the 835th floor now?" Anya, sitting on the floor, looked up and answered Kim Hyun-woo, "Yes. If Master uses its power in the labyrinth, the compass will guide you." Kim Hyun-woo said with delight, "All right, that's great." The scene shifts to deep within the labyrinth, where Kim Hyun-woo has arrived, wearing his legendary sandals. He lets out a long yawn. Whoa. The area is filled with skulls and corpses lying everywhere, still clad in iron armor. Kim Hyun-woo glanced at the compass. A thin, thread-like beam of light was pointing. He licked his lips, growing impatient, and said, "How much deeper do I have to go?" Kim Hyun-woo scanned his surroundings, murmuring softly to himself, "Because there's no light in here, I have no idea how many days have passed. I'm out of food, too. He paused for a beat. No, forget about the food. The problem was, Kim Hyun-woo suddenly remembered what he told his two disciples back home. You two stay here. You need to protect this place in case anything happens. Hanarin quickly nominated herself, pleading with him. Then, Master, you should take me with you. Hearing this, Michi scowled at Hanarin and yelled, What did you say? Hanarin placed a hand on her cheek and said provocatively to Michi, Since my fellow disciple here is the Master's first disciple, shouldn't she be able to protect this place all by herself? Not to be outdone, Michi raised her voice sarcastically. You don't know a damn thing, fellow disciple. The only one who can help our master is me, his first disciple. Neither side would back down, directly provoking each other without a care in the world. Hanarin smirked contemptuously and continued, Didn't Master tell us to protect this place? Then you should be the guard dog. I mean, you should protect this place. Michi's eyes widened as she glared at Hanarin, her voice mocking. I wish I could just rip that mouth of yours open right now. Should I? From a distance, Kim Hyun-woo could only remain speechless. Stamping his foot and returning to reality, he thought to himself, Right now, those two are probably having a war of words and tearing the city apart. Suddenly, a goblin ran up, interrupting his train of thought. It let out a shout, Eric. And then countless goblins rushed in, surrounding Kim Hyun-woo. He immediately gave them a taste of his powerful fist, sending them flying 100 meters with a single swing. Kim Hyun-woo brought a hand to his chin, wiping away sweat as he thought, It's a good thing they started using honorifics with each other after I told them to stop fighting. But they only changed how they addressed dead goblins with their tongues lolling out lay at his feet. Kim Hyun-woo picked one up to inspect it, speaking slowly. Come to think of it, it seems like these monsters are getting weaker and weaker, huh? Suddenly, a sly smile appeared on his face. This meant, clutching the blind man's compass tightly, Kim Hyun-woo walked on, guided by the magical light. A bright smile spread across his lips as he exclaimed, I'm close to the labyrinth's exit. Radiant morning light shone on an apartment building as a clear voice spoke up. Hello, Hunter Lee So-don. The other side replied. Hello, Anya. Hunter Lee was carrying 2 freshly bought cups of coffee. She hurriedly said to Anya, I was planning to see Appa off before he went to the labyrinth. Has he already left? Anya gave a quick glance and replied calmly, Yes, that's right. Disappointed, Lee So-don held out the 2 cups of coffee towards Anya. I told him to contact me before he left. Gosh, he's always like this. Miss Anya, would you like one of these coffees? Noticing something was off, Lee So-don's eyes widened. She stared intently at Anya and asked in confusion, Anya avoided Lee So-don's gaze, lightly twirling her straw. Lee So-don's focus shifted to the sword resting nearby. Anya continued timidly, I wanted to ask you something. Lee So-don encouraged her. Yes, go ahead. Anya replied shyly, asking slowly, do you know when Hunter Kim Si-hoon will be back? The moment Anya finished speaking, Lee So-don froze, her wide eyes fixed on her friend. Anya's question was truly a difficult one. On the 853rd floor in the Atlantean Empire, screams of pain filled the air. Arg! Irk! Fresh blood splattered everywhere. Suddenly, an axe swung past, its blade stained with blood. An old man carrying an axe glanced down, smirking as he said, Chi, how boring. He was the tower climber, Preda. At Preda's feet, a troop of soldiers lay scattered across the ground. Only one man remained standing, Khan, continuously panting to control his breathing. He couldn't help but let out a grunt. Ack! He was the sword master, the low RD of the Atlantean Empire. Looking at Preda before him, he thought helplessly, that man, he's a monster. Swinlows believed he was the strongest foe he had ever faced. Then, Swinlows turned back and urged, First Night Division, don't give up. A few soldiers were struggling to sit up. Winloss shouted, If we fall, the Empire will. Before he could finish, a powerful slash cut through the air, creating a massive explosion. Debris flew everywhere. Winloss stood speechless at the sudden attack. The soldiers who were hit could only groan in pain. Ugh, Ard. Every one of them was struck so hard they coughed up blood. Slot watched the horrific scene in fear as Brett growled, I'm not done playing yet. A crazed smile spread across the old man's face as he said, I will show you all my masterpiece. He swung his axe down and continued, the one I achieved as the last survivor of Predigati. A light appeared in the sky as old Brett roared, Ah, the demon of gluttony. Suddenly, a loud voice cut him off, shouting, Extend, power pole. At that moment, Brett, with a bloodthirsty expression and a crazed smile, prepared to swing his axe down to slaughter all the soldiers. Suddenly, a giant metal pillar slammed down from the sky. Brett's agonizing scream echoed throughout the area. Winlost, holding his sword in a defensive stance, was completely stunned. What the? A young man in a tracksuit let out a breath. It was Kim Hyun-woo. He looked up at the light in the sky where his staff reached and cursed. Ah, damn it. I didn't think the exit would be so high up in the sky. Kim Hyun-woo stared blankly at the system window, puzzled. Huh. Did the notification just say, I killed a tower climber? And where the hell is the Atlantean Empire? Winlost and his soldiers could only stand there, completely dumbfounded, their jaws hitting the floor after witnessing what just happened. Kim Hyun-woo then retracted his power pole, saying excitedly, Guess I should get going. Huh. The Rui Jinggu bang immediately shrank to fit in the palm of his hand. He looked around with an excited expression. Looks like I've arrived. Someone then called out to him. Kim Hyun-woo glanced over, confused. Winlost, his face full of astonishment, approached and hesitantly asked who Kim Hyun-woo was. Following Winlost was a soldier, limping and clutching an injured arm. Elsewhere, the sound of clashing weapons rang out. Kim Si-hoon was drenched in sweat, his face bitter as he gnashed his teeth. Ugh! Kim Si-hoon took a hit, and the terrifying force sent him flying. He cried out involuntarily, Gah. At that moment, a pair of feet strode towards Kim Si-hoon, and an annoyed voice said, You've already died 1,000 times. Choma looked down on Kim Si-hoon with a contemptuous gaze, like some kind of zombie. Blood trickled from Kim Si-hoon's mouth as he glared at Choma with resentful eyes. He could only manage a pained grunt. Shaking, Kim Si-hoon used his wooden sword to prop himself up. He remembered how his first few deaths had forged his determination. In this land where he couldn't die, his desire to grow stronger fueled his relentless and determined training. Kim Si-hoon thought sadly, I listened to what Hyunwoo said, endured everything, and swung my sword to defeat Choma. But how many times has it been now? Kim Si-hoon asked helplessly. The eagerness on his face was gone, replaced by exhaustion and despair. Doubts filled Kim Si-hoon's mind. Why do I even need a sword? Why do I have to become stronger? Kim Si-hoon struggled to hold his body up, kneeling on the ground as he answered helplessly. I don't know anymore. Choma frowned and said to Kim Si-hoon, Just give up. You've died over 1,000 times, but you still haven't landed a single hit on me. Hearing this, the dejected Kim Si-hoon lifted his head and looked at Choma with a sad expression. Choma told him bluntly, You don't stand a chance. Then he added cruelly, Go back. Upon hearing this, Kim Si-hoon's face darkened, his eyes filled with disappointment. Kim Si-hoon recalled his glorious memories, times when he was exhausted but still helped his comrades, times when he boldly encouraged others. Remembering those days, Kim Si-hoon couldn't help but punch himself in the face, screaming in his mind, Get a grip. Choma was taken aback by Kim Si-hoon's strange action. Kim Si-hoon held out his hands to catch the blood dripping from his nose. He let out an exhausted breath. Phew. Then, Kim Si-hoon stood up, calmly wiped his nose, and looked at Choma with determination, saying, I will never leave until I learn martial arts from you. Choma said, annoyed, Have you lost your mind? Just like that acquaintance of yours. Fine. If Kim Si-hoon wants to keep training, Choma is more than willing to oblige. Both Choma and Kim Si-hoon quickly took their fighting stances as wind swirled around them. Choma said provocatively, Come on, fight me again. Meanwhile, Lee Seo-dong was leisurely sipping an iced Americano. She brushed her hair back and asked Anya, How is the dungeon management going? Anya replied shyly, Everything is progressing well, thanks to your help. Anya smiled happily and continued, We have fewer staff than we have dungeons, but thanks to the integrated management, we're now less worried about them being destroyed, and we've also learned so much from you. Lee Seo-dong pointed to her left and asked, What are those constructions next to the building? I remember the buildings next to it used to be a newly built villa, but I heard they rebuilt them into new buildings, and they're really tall now. Anya replied, The building on the left is the Korean branch of the Royal Guild. In her mind, she immediately thought of Miriam. After hesitating for a moment, Anya continued, And I was told the building on the right is owned by a newly established guild, but I'm not so sure. Can a normal, newly formed guild really build such a huge building? Lee Seo-dong looked up at the ceiling and nodded. Ma'am, and in a place with two powerful guilds like this, no less. Realizing something, she suddenly exclaimed. Ah, Lee Seo-dong recalled the scene where Kim Hyun-goo's two disciples, Miri and Hanarin, were fighting fiercely. After fighting for a while, Hanarin left in a huff. Lee Seo-dong suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. Don't tell me. Seeing her strange expression, Anya asked, What's wrong? Lee Seo-dong politely replied, Ah, no, it's just something else. On the 8th floor, a magnificent and splendid palace appeared, surrounded by dazzling gold plating. Even the staircase was exquisitely carved. The maid said gently, This way, please. Kim Hyun-gu strode behind the maid, looking around the palace with a bewildered expression. He recalled the moment he met Swinlows, who had praised Kim Hyun-gu, saying the Orb of Truth was a treasure of the kingdom. But since you protected this empire, I will report it to the king. Hearing this, Kim Hyun-gu was very excited. Now, thinking back, he felt lucky that he had found the artifact's location quite easily. At that moment, two maids opened the large door and announced, "The hero of the empire, Kim Hyun-gu, is entering." Behind the door was an old king sitting majestically on his throne. Standing next to him was Swinlos, bowing respectfully. Swinlos' face was full of tension. The moment the king saw Kim Hyun-gu, he exclaimed, "It's you. You're the one who defeated the monster, harming the empire?" The king asked Kim Hyun-gu. The king then continued, "I have asked guards other than Lord Swinlos to invite you here." Kim Hyun-gu glanced up, feeling a sense of unease. He looked at the dignified king before him and thought in confusion. Am I supposed to follow some kind of etiquette? All right, forget it. I really don't know how to start. He looked at the king and gave a slight smile. Ah, His Majesty smiled brightly on the outside, but inwardly he was thinking, "How rude," he said in a sweet voice. "First, I want to thank you. You have protected the empire from the apocalypse that monster would have caused, and for that, I will hold a week-long feast to celebrate this occasion." The king's words went in one ear and out the other for Kim Hyun-gu. Right now, all he could think about were Miri and Hanarin. He gave a perfunctory reply, "Yes, thank you, Your Majesty." Kim Hyun-gu then added, "But I want something else." The king said gently, "Of course. I heard you wish to possess the Orb of Truth." Then, His Majesty lowered his voice and said, "Unfortunately, we cannot give it to you." After hearing this, Kim Hyun-gu felt the atmosphere become extremely tense. After processing the king's words, Kim Hyun-gu's face contorted with anger. He gritted his teeth and asked, "What?" The king continued speaking calmly, "Your achievements are highly commendable. However, the Orb of Truth is, you could say, the guardian deity of this empire, and my royal guard also objects to it." Swinlos didn't dare to look Kim Hyun-gu in the eye. The king continued, "But if you solve the problem currently plaguing our kingdom, things might be different." Hearing this, Kim Hyun-gu clutched his head, bewildered by the absurdity. He shouted, "What?" His mind was a mess of chaotic thoughts. "I don't have time for that." Kim Hyun-gu was now extremely frustrated, glaring at the king while grinding his teeth. He thought impatiently, "I need to get back quickly." Seeing Swinlos with a face full of fear and tension, his eyes squeezed shut, Kim Hyun-gu's heart filled with suspicion. Wait, the atmosphere right now is too strange. Kim Hyun-gu immediately activated the system to use a skill. After reading the contents of the notification window, Kim Hyun-gu's eyes widened in shock. He then slammed a fist into the ground, the powerful force shattering the floor. The content on the system window was as follows: "Letting this young man handle the barbarians in the east isn't a bad idea. If he returns alive, I will grant him a position in this empire, allowing him to decide the empire's fate. If he refuses, I will have to consider finding a way to kill him with the Orb of Truth." These were the king's inner schemes. Kim Hyun-gu glared at His Majesty with eyes full of fury. He clenched his fists and cursed through gritted teeth. Is this old man insane? In this world, mythical creatures exist. They are beings chosen by the heavens and live for hundreds of years. They store divine energy within their bodies and possess intelligence equal to or even greater than that of humans. And then, a fluffy tail appeared in the darkness. The owner of the tail exclaimed, "Oh, so it's a nine-tailed fox spirit." She was marveling at the teleportation gate. This fox had lived for over 1,800 years and had become a mythical creature. The fox spirit's name was Kumiho. She was currently both excited and nervous in front of the teleportation gate. Kumiho said, "This is now the 9th floor. If I take the throne, I can achieve my goal." After speaking, Kumiho reached her hand through the gate. The teleportation gate reacted the moment she touched it, shooting out intense bolts of electricity that made Kumiho jump. She hastily pulled her hand back, utterly terrified, exclaiming, "What? What is this insane amount of mana?" She broke into a sweat, looking at her trembling, painful hands and stammered, "Not just one, but so many." She swallowed hard to suppress her fear. Kumiho told herself, "But it's for the throne." With that, she dove into the portal. On the other side of the gate, constant explosions and screams echoed through the night. It turned out to be Mission and Hanarin, fighting with everything they had. One was a magic user, the other a physical fighter. One side cursed, "You bastard." The other immediately shot back, "What did you just say? You, shorty?" Kumiho stood between them, eating snacks, drinking tea, and enjoying the drama. Kumiho was stunned into silence. She had just arrived on a new floor and was already facing a super hard level challenge. Hanarin laughed maniacally, shouting, "I'll be the one to catch that tower climber, so you can just crawl into a corner and hide." Mission's face contorted with anger as she yelled back, "Don't be ridiculous, you bitch. You think I don't know you're trying to seduce Master." The two disciples lunged at each other again, kicking up a thick cloud of dust. Kumiho covered her face with her hands, trying to stay on her feet. She lowered her hands and looked at the scene before her, her mind screaming over and over, "What is this? I know this place is too much for me. I have to run." But with some incredible talent for clumsiness, Kumiho tripped over her own feet as she turned to flee. The little fox cried out, "Oof!" The sound of Kumiho's fall reached the two disciples, who stopped pulling each other's hair and turned to look at her with extremely annoyed expressions. Kumiho's face went pale when she saw their expressions, and she let out a cry of fear. "Ah!" When the two disciples saw Kumiho's 9 tails, they turned and glared daggers at each other. In a flash, Mission and Hanarin charged towards Kumiho like 2 rabid dogs. The two pushed and shoved each other, screaming in each other's faces, "She's mine. You're mine." Kumiho screamed and ran for her life. Meanwhile, at the palace, Kim Hyun-woo shouted in disbelief, Second place?" After hearing Kim Hyun-woo call him a crazy old man, the king just smiled, and the whole room fell silent. A few seconds later, after the words sank in, the king stammered and yelled at Kim Hyun-woo, "What? How dare you?" Kim Hyun-woo nonchalantly cleaned his ear and asked, "Did I say something wrong?" By now, the king was trembling with rage. Seeing this, Kim Hyun-woo calmly said, "There are 3 reasons why this is laughably ridiculous." He paused, realizing he was getting a bit carried away, and was afraid he'd curse and ruin his image. Kim Hyun-woo regained his composure and continued, "First, I took care of the tower climber who was threatening this empire, and perhaps even the entire continent." Kim Hyun-woo raised an eyebrow at the king and smirked, "But you have the gall to try and use me for your own benefit. Did you not know I can read other people's minds?" The king remained stubborn and refused to admit it, shouting, "Nonsense." Kim Hyun-woo walked up the steps toward the king and continued in a calm voice, "Second, you tried to keep me here to ramble on about 3 useless rewards." A sword immediately blocked his path, preventing him from going any further. With Swinlows protecting him, the king tried to justify himself. "Well, for those in middle age, status is the most important thing." Kim Hyun-woo said calmly, "Perhaps for people on your level, that would be an incredibly valuable reward." He placed his hand on the sword and lowered it. Then, as he crushed the sword, Kim Hyun-woo sneered, "But I'm not from around here, you idiot." Swinlows broke out in a cold sweat when he saw Kim Hyun-woo shatter his sword with his bare hands. Kim Hyun-woo's voice deepened as he concluded. And finally, the king whimpered in fear, pulling Swinlows in front of him as a shield. Swinlows tried to remain calm and issue a warning. "Mr. Kim Hyun-woo, we are very grateful for your help. But please, stop this disrespectful attitude at once." But inside, Swinlows was overcome with fear. Kim Hyun-woo pouted, shaking his head. "Perhaps because we're having a conversation, you've misunderstood a few things." A black orb appeared behind Kim Hyun-woo, crackling with hundreds of electrical. Looking the king straight in the eye, Kim Hyun-woo asked arrogantly, "Do you really think you're in a position to negotiate with me?" A while later, under the bright moonlight, Kim Hyun-woo held a crystal orb, admiring it. "So sparkly," he praised. The system displayed the orb's information. This was the Orb of Truth. Rank 55. Additional skill, none. Authority access. Cooldown until next use, 28 days, 11 hours, and 23 minutes. This purple crystal orb possessed the authority of information. It was an artifact created in secret by a mage who had discovered the truth about and realized he could block the system. The orb would tell the user everything they wanted to know in exchange for the user's mana. However, the cooldown time would depend on the level of information sought. After admiring the orb, Kim Hyun-woo glanced behind him with a look of annoyance. It was Swinlows. Kim Hyun-woo said softly, "I told you, you don't need to see me off." Swinlows remained silent, not daring to look Kim Hyun-woo in the eye. Kim Hyun-woo asked evenly, "Are you still following me?" Swinlows sighed awkwardly and said, "No, not at all." Swinlows bowed 90 degrees and said, "I just wanted to apologize for angering you. You are our hero, after all." Kim Hyun-woo awkwardly scratched his head and declined. "There's no need to apologize." Kim Hyun-woo turned away, put his hands in his pockets, and didn't forget to say goodbye. "Well, I'm leaving now." "Wait." He tossed Swinlows a military-style ration pack and said, "Take this." Swinlows stared at Kim Hyun-woo with a puzzled expression. He smiled generously, pointed at the packet, and added, "It's pretty good." Holding the divine weapon, Kim Hyun-woo commanded, "Extend, power pull." The golden-banded staff immediately grew longer, shooting straight into the sky. Swinlot, caught by surprise, raised a hand to shield himself. As the power pole retracted, Swinlot looked up at the moon and said hesitantly, "That thing. Travel well." He then looked down at the package, utterly bewildered. The packaging was printed with the words military MRE, so it was military rations. Elsewhere, Choma asked with disgust, "Did you know about this? That Kim Hyun-woo really surprised me." Choma asked coldly, "And what about you?" He pressed his sword to Kim Si-hun's neck, while the younger man lay completely exhausted on the ground. Cho-ma said in frustration, "Ever since you stepped in here, after experiencing death as many times as he has, what have you even learned?" Cho-ma continued ruthlessly, "Your progress is so poor, it's like you haven't progressed at all." Hearing this, Kim Si-hun reacted. Lifting his head, he whispered weakly, "Ah. But still, you mean I am making progress, right?" Hearing this, Cho-ma's eyebrows twitched. Leaning on his weapon to stand, drenched in sweat, Kim Si-hun asked with a forced smile, "If I die another 100,000 times, I can reach his level, right?" Seeing this, Cho-ma let out an intrigued smirk. He approached and said bluntly, "Martial arts don't suit you. No matter how much you endure, you're just an idiot. But don't worry." Cho-ma continued, "In this world, there are some martial arts that are perfect for an idiot like you." Upon hearing that, the sparkle returned to Kim Si-hun's eyes. He smiled happily and said, "Okay." Cho-ma raised his sword and said, "I won't teach you martial arts." Instead, Cho-ma then took a fighting stance and declared seriously, "I will teach you a skill." Then, Cho-ma lowered his voice, looking directly at Kim Si-hun, and said, "Before I started climbing the tower, and before I used the name Cho-ma, I met someone, a fool. But that very foolishness is what made him strong." Mist and smoke swirled around Cho-ma, and a massive, dark shadow appeared behind him. Cho-ma declared in a grave tone, "I will show you the first form of the heavenly light sword." In a dark cave, the sounds of running footsteps and heavy panting echoed. Sparkling crystals were embedded in the stone walls. A male mage, lighting the way, turned to those behind him and said, "They're coming. Get ready." Behind him was a girl in workout clothes and bare paw gauntlets, panting heavily to catch her breath. The mage spoke fearfully to the girl with the bare paws. "The white bones are opponents that even I, the 32nd ranked S-class, have to be cautious of. Defend yourselves with everything you've got, or we'll all die," the mage yelled. The girl suddenly stopped, seeming to notice something. She placed a hand on the mage's shoulder and said hesitantly, Something feels off." The mage asked, extremely impatiently, "What is it?" The girl pointed forward, her face full of bewilderment, and said, "I don't know if monsters can even show expressions, but no matter how I look at it, they're terrified." The white-boned spirits were running for their lives, some even carrying their belongings and tripping over their own feet. Every single one was screaming as they rushed forward. "Can monsters make expressions like that?" the mage blurted out. He stared at them in shock, sweat pouring down his face, and muttered, "Don't tell me." At that thought, he spun around in a panic and warned, "There's something even stronger than the white bones chasing them. Everyone, group up. We have to run, now." Just as the mage finished speaking, a flash of light shot past, snapping a white-boned spirit in two. The mage stood frozen, his mind reeling. A voice called out, "Extend, power pole." Immediately, a massive object shot past, tearing through the air. The mage and the girl ducked, shielding their heads. The mage looked up at the sky and stammered, What was that?" A man appeared, smiling and tilting his head. "Hey," the girl exclaimed. "It's a person." "Retract, power pole," the man commanded, then jumped up and shouted with excitement, "I'm finally back on the 9th floor." At his feet was a crying white-boned spirit. It was, of course, Kim Hyun-woo. The sun rose higher, its first rays shyly filtering through the canopy of leaves, gently blanketing the mansion in a shimmering golden light. Kim Hyun-woo licked his lips and murmured, "I can't believe I was gone for 2 weeks." Beside him, Mission and Hanarin exchanged a look. Suddenly remembering something, Kim Hyun-woo cheerfully turned to Mission and asked, "You said you had something to give me, right? What is it?" Mission replied, startled, "Ah, master, please take this." A shining orb was held out in front of him, and the system displayed a notification. Orb containing the divine power of the 9-tailed fox. Adds the following skills to your skill frame: strength enhancement, rest, absorb, detoxify, dig, exchange, and minor heal. Information: an orb that stores the divine power of the 9-tailed fox. Its power was separated and placed into this orb for magic practice. The orb has become a separate half of the fox's power. As long as the orb is not broken, its owner will possess half of that eternal regenerative power. Hyun-woo was stunned, his voice trailing off. So, you mean?" His gaze swept over the tightly bound Kumiho in front of him, who was struggling and making muffled sounds. Hyun-woo observed her silently, thinking, "Is this that tower climber?" As if reading his mind, both Hanarin and Mission rushed forward, eager to take the credit, a situation where neither was willing to back down. "That's right, master. I caught her myself." "Oh, senior sister, you should tell the truth. I'm the one who caught her." Hyun-woo, looking weary, casually asked, "How did you two manage to catch her?" Hanarin and Mission, like two cats with their fur on end, clawed at each other, both trying to take the credit. It was me. Hyun-yu, exasperated, tore at his hair. Miri, you explain. Hearing this, Mission was incredibly pleased, shooting Hanarin a scornful look before replying, yes, master. With that, the group entered the villa to find a place to rest for a while. Hyun-yu relaxed on a lounge chair, looking at his phone. So, the World Hunter Association requested help, and you two went together and caught her? Mission quickly chimed in. That's right, although we did cause a little damage along the way. Before she could finish, Hyun-yu cut her off, his expression turning serious. A little, he held his phone out in front of the two of them. On the hot news feed, the faces of his two disciples were plastered all over, with headlines about the terrorism caused by the Emperor Dragon in Malaysia. The Hunter has declared war on the Emperor Dragon, accused of being the one who caused the terrifying darkness. The two of them glanced at each other in embarrassment, not knowing what to say. Seeing this, Hyun-yu decided to let it go for the moment, quickly shifting his gaze to their uninvited guest before speaking. All right, there wasn't too much damage anyway, but why is she still alive? Hearing her name, Kumiho flinched and turned her head. Without letting his two disciples speak, Hyun-yu gave a cold command. Now, finish her off. At that moment, after struggling for a while, Kumiho finally managed to loosen the rope tied tightly around her mouth. She cried out, please, spare my life. I've lost all my powers now. I can't do anything without that divine orb. Hyun-yu was stunned into silence. This tower climber was begging for her life. She bowed her head, tears streaming down her face, her voice choked with sobs as she pleaded. Now I'm just a fox with many tails and can only use a little magic. Hyun-yu tightened his grip on the orb in his hand, his gaze wavering as he looked at Kumiho. It seems she's telling the truth. Just then, the system issued a notification that the nine-tailed fox had lost nearly all of her power after losing the divine orb. Feeling a bit of compassion, Hyun-yu turned to ask his disciples' opinions. So, why don't we let her live this time? The two of them put on a merciful expression and nodded. Yes. Then Hanarin, closing her eyes warily, tattled. Michin interfered when I was about to kill that fox. Michin shot her a furious look and shouted, What are you talking about? You're the one who got in the way. The two of them immediately started arguing. Didn't you kick me? And I'm sure you're the one who bumped into me first. Helpless against the childishness of his two disciples, Hyun-yu groaned, Stop it. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Hyun-yu's mind. He voiced his concern. Don't tell me. The reason you two couldn't kill her is because you both wanted to be the one to do it first. He hit a nerve. Both of them blushed and turned away, not daring to look at each other. Hyun-yu thought to himself, I'm sure these two are special, but they act like children. With that thought, he crouched down in front of Kumiho and spoke softly. Hey. Kumiho answered fearfully, Why, yes, I'm here. He spoke in a cold tone. If you want to live, tell me everything you know about the tower. The nine-tailed fox trembled with fear. That's too vague. I don't know exactly what you want to know. Sensing that the person before him wasn't cooperating, Hyun-yu's hand tightened into a fist, which he held up threateningly. Kumiho shrieked in terror. No. It's not that I don't want to tell you. After a long session of weeping and wailing, Kumiho finally agreed to talk. All right, I get it. I just need to tell you everything from beginning to end, right? 2 hours passed. On the rooftop, only Hyun-yu and the nine-tailed fox remained. His two disciples had been kicked out for their constant bickering. After telling him everything, she finally concluded with a single sentence. That's everything I know. He pondered deeply, thinking about the useful information she had provided beyond what he already knew. After thinking, he asked softly, So the reason tower climbers want to climb this tower is to achieve various accomplishments, right? Kumiho nodded slightly. That's right. Whoever can reach the top of the tower will be recognized by the master and sit on the throne, after which they can receive any accomplishment they desire. Hyun-yu was skeptical. What exactly is this accomplishment? Kumiho patiently explained. To put it simply, it will allow you to possess any power you crave. At this, he thought to himself, if those evil bastards managed to climb the tower, they would definitely seek power for no good. He muttered, That's so twisted. Why would they do that? They go through all that hell to climb the tower just to get that one power. Kumiho spoke softly. An accomplishment isn't just about power. It's more like a wish. For example, do you know about goblins? Hyun-yu nodded in reply. They're low-level monsters, the weakest of their kind. The nine-tailed fox continued. If a goblin monster receives an accomplishment and becomes a sword god. Surprised by this information, Hyun-yu exclaimed, So they would gain the ability to use the power of a sword god. It's more than that. Obtaining someone's achievement is the same as taking everything from them. Kumi shouted loudly. From the sword, God's power to his date of birth, his thoughts, habits, all the memories he's experienced, and everyone he's met, you truly get everything. and that goblin won't just become someone who receives the sword. Hearing this, Hyunyu was a bit stunned. If he could obtain the heavenly demon's achievements without going through all the hardship, it was definitely something worth wishing for. Just then, the Kumiho's voice grew softer, letting out a weak hiss. With shimmering eyes and a choked voice, she stared at him, pleading, "I've told you everything. Will you spare my life? I haven't done anything wrong since I came here." He burst out laughing and said, "Let me think about it." The nine-tailed fox exclaimed in shock, "What?" With a hint of mockery, Hyunyu's deep voice rang out slowly. "So, how about I grant you a quiet death?" Hearing this, she quickly shook her head. "No, that's not a good idea." After some convincing, Hyunyu finally agreed to spare the young woman's life. She cheered with joy. "Wow, it's so great to be alive." Her scream echoed throughout the villa complex. Night began to fall, enveloping the room in thick darkness. The inner demon sat motionless, a lonely phantom in the silent space. He gave a sinister smile and quietly asked the person across from him, "Are you certain?" The man in black, his face hidden in the shadows, spoke in a hoarse voice. "Yes, there's a chance he'll find out the truth soon." In the suffocating silence, the inner demon's savage laugh and deep voice rang out. "This is getting interesting." A deadly aura filled the air. The mysterious man in black slammed the table in frustration and shot to his feet. "There's nothing interesting about it. If this continues, that freak will eventually climb the tower. Even though he isn't a tower climber, if he climbs this tower, we'll be in trouble." Realizing his reaction was a bit extreme, the man in black fell silent and bowed his head, his gaze somewhat avoidant. He quickly sat down, showing remorse. He spoke softly, "My apologies." The inner demon's eyes swept over the other man for a moment. Then he let out a cold laugh and replied, "It's fine. You have a point. Damn it. I want to see just how far this freak can go." As the inner demon's cold voice faintly echoed, an image of Hyunyu with his bright face flickered in his mind. A Punisher destroying another Punisher. Meanwhile, Avi tenderly cradled the newly acquired orb, its mystical light bathing her face. After a thorough inspection, she nodded in confirmation. "That's right. This is the orb of truth I told you about. When the cooldown ends, we'll know who its owner is." With that, she handed it back to Hyunyu. He stammered, "But if that's the case, wouldn't it be easier to just ask the orb directly who pulled me into the trial tower?" Avi's eyes widened in amazement. "Ah, you're right." Hyunyu gently rubbed the orb and said softly, "Of course, I already planned to negotiate with that person." Just then, the system window suddenly displayed the items that could be kept. 4 out of 15. The giant, the extendable staff, the divine orb of the nine-tailed fox, and the orb of truth. Hyunyu pondered for a moment before asking, "I have something I want to ask. Can I spare a tower climber?" Startled by his sudden question, her eyes went wide as she asked, "Why would you ask that?" He replied coldly, "They can't kill her because they're too busy fighting amongst themselves." Speechless at his reasoning, she popped a piece of cake into her mouth and thought, "Actually, I was aware that a tower climber had appeared. As my information authority increases, I'll be able to detect, to some extent, the amount of mana on the 9th floor." Hyunyu tilted his head, a puzzled look on his face. "What? So you already knew the tower climber was spared?" Frozen by his question, she got up in embarrassment to check the system window again. She answered hesitantly, No. That's really what happened. Initially, the tower climber's energy was immense, but after the battle ended, it shrank to a point where it was difficult to sense." Hyunyu absent-mindedly said while eating ice cream. "She doesn't have the divine orb and is just a low-level tower climber, so keeping her around shouldn't be a problem." Disagreeing slightly, Avi suggested, "But since we don't know what might happen, shouldn't we place a mark on her?" Hyunyu exclaimed in surprise. "A mark?" Avi nodded. "It's something I've been researching recently. There are many artifacts on the 9th floor that could be useful if they were combined." Hyunyu hazarded a guess. "Is that mark an artifact?" Avi's face lit up as she imagined it. "Yep. It's something similar to the moon chain." She pouted and demanded, "What do I need to create it?" "About 5 artifacts." Hyunyu leaned his head back warily and cried out, again. Sensing his anxiety, she enthusiastically held up her tablet and waved it in front of his face, saying, "It's not that difficult. Lately, there's been someone acquiring artifacts." She brought the screen closer to his face and introduced the person. Hyunyu casually glued his eyes to the tablet while comfortably sipping his smoothie. Unconsciously, he let out a sound. He read the title of the article that appeared. Senator P appeared, visiting an artifact auction before. Sergeant Park, who was recently injured in the gas explosion, was discharged from the hospital this week. While he was away, Chi Anma watched Kim Si-hun leaning against an old tree. He stared at him and muttered, "You're finally of some use." Drenched in sweat, Kim Si-hun replied, a bit sheepishly, "It's all thanks to you, master." Chioma turned away coldly, his gaze as sharp as a dagger sweeping over his disciple, and his hoarse voice rose, "Master, I've never had a disciple as weak as you. Now get lost. I have nothing left to teach you. He was cold on the outside, but deep down, Kim Si-hun understood his master. He was the type to be cold on the outside but warm on the inside. Despite acting strict, he always secretly cared for him. Thinking this, he smiled softly as he watched his teacher's back fade into the night, his long black hair fluttering in the wind. The silvery moonlight gently fell upon his slender shoulders. Seeing this image, his heart filled with gratitude. He quickly clasped his hands and bowed sincerely. Thank you for everything, Master. After speaking, he gently closed his eyes and focused his mind. Summoning his power, a strong surge of energy enveloped him. Without waiting for Cheoma's reply, Kim Si-hun hurriedly used an instant movement technique. He vanished into the night. When Cheoma turned back, all he saw was a brilliant flash of light that quickly faded. Si-hun was gone. Cheoma silently turned and continued walking, a slight smile on his lips. Humph. The second one is more polite than the first, isn't he? He recalled his student with satisfaction. Elsewhere, a flash of light appeared, and Si-hun materialized by a small stream. After the recent instant movement, he slowly opened his eyes and began to observe his surroundings. Suddenly, he saw two figures lying collapsed right at his feet. They were lying on the cold ground. He cried out in alarm. What is this? In front of him, a tall, crimson monster roared. Grr! It looked at Kim Si-hun with amusement and boomed. Another one comes to offer his life. He was none other than the legendary poetic demon tower climber. Si-hun cried out in alarm. What the hell? I just got out. How could I run into a situation like this right away? Without hesitating, the red monster leaped. It charged straight for Si-hun, its voice filled with glee. You should be happy. You get to be finished off by me. The poetic demon roared. The monster's roar was deafening. Si-hun anxiously looked around, thinking to himself that he didn't have a weapon since he had just returned from a dimension of imagination. Suddenly, a blinding streak of light shot up from the ground, shining directly. As he shifted his gaze downward, he discovered a large sword stuck firmly in the ground right beside him. In this urgent situation, without time to think, he boldly pulled out the sword and pointed it forward. Involuntarily, the image of his strict master's warning appeared clearly in his mind. His master's every word still echoed in his ears. He was a fool, but that very foolishness made him strong. His master's deep voice echoed slowly. From birth, he had no talent for swordsmanship, so he was cast out by his own family, preventing him from learning any martial arts, but he wasn't broken. Even knowing he had no talent, he still practiced martial arts. Well, not really martial arts, because he only practiced a single technique, having never been taught any others. He practiced that single technique for more than 50 years. It was probably the only move he learned before being abandoned by his family, and his heart tightened hearing this. The images from his memory flashed by like a fast-forwarded film before abruptly stopping, pulling him back to the present. Si-hun took a deep breath, quickly steadying his emotions. He gripped the hilt tightly, raised the sword, and slashed straight ahead, shouting softly, Heavenly Light Sword, first form. A flash of light erupted, and the poetic demon's jaw dropped in surprise. Si-hun's hoarse voice rang out, Super Strike. As he finished speaking, the blade in his hand swung down on his opponent. Just as his master had told him, the man who was cast out by his entire family had practiced the same single technique over and over, and he had earned the title of the invincible one-strike blade in the martial world. And the sword strike Si-hun had just delivered was the same one that legendary successor had learned truly a divine skill, felling the opponent completely with a single blow. At that moment, Si-hun's system notification sounded. Notification: you have successfully defeated a tower climber from the VIS location. You have successfully defeated the poetic demon. Information authority has been accumulated. Your current information authority is at the high intermediate level. Elsewhere, Kim Hyunu also received a similar notification. He was so surprised he couldn't believe his eyes. He read the system window over and over, blurting out, Huh? What? Kim Hyunu scratched his head and sighed softly. I tried everything to get here, and he's already dead. He wondered in a daze. My disciple didn't do it, so who else could have? Who could have gotten here one step ahead of me and snatched him away? Suddenly, a loud, bustling crowd rushed in from behind, with people jostling each other and begging the person in front, Please, answer us. The chaos cut through his train of thought. He curiously turned his head to look and suddenly heard someone in the crowd shout, Hunter Kim Si-hyun. He exclaimed in surprise. Hey, is that Si-hyun? Hyun-woo jumped for joy. Oh, why are there so many people? This is so annoying. Since the crowd around Si-hyun was too thick, Hyun-woo decided to just jump through them and land right there. Where Si-hyun was standing, he looked up, bewildered, at the dark figure in the sky calling his name. Si-hyun. His eyes widened in shock as he exclaimed, Hyun-woo. Quick as a flash, Hyun-woo landed with a thud and eagerly asked Si-hyun, When did you get out? Before he could finish his sentence, Hyun-woo was stunned, his jaw dropping at the scene before him. "Did you do this?" Hyun-woo's soft voice asked. Si-hyun scratched his head and sheepishly admitted it. After their reunion, Hyun-woo and Si-hyun went back to the villa to rest. It seemed Hyun-woo had a lot to ask him. The two of them talked from morning till night. Hyun-woo's deep, warm voice suddenly broke the silence. "So after you died 10 times, he stopped killing you and just taught you martial arts." "Ah." Si-hyun picked up his coffee cup, savoring it. "Ah, I don't even remember the last time I had coffee," he replied softly to Hyun-woo. "Yep. The time he spent teaching me was probably longer than the time he spent killing me." Hyun-woo was a bit stunned to hear this and couldn't help but exclaim. "What is it?" Si-hyun asked, confused. "What do you mean? What is it?" Hyun-woo said, furiously crushing a water bottle. "All he ever did was kill me." The rage inside him was boiling, almost impossible to contain. "That guy totally plays favorites," he complained bitterly. Sensing the tense atmosphere, Si-hyun gave a small, forced laugh and tried to change the subject. "Hyun, we haven't seen each other in so long. Aren't you curious about anything else?" Hyun-woo pouted, shooting Si-hyun a jealous glare. "No. What happened between you and that guy is plain as day. I'll let it slide this time," he thought to himself. Suddenly, remembering something, Hyun-woo asked Si-hyun while wiping his hands. "No, wait. Did you give him my message? What did he say?" He let out a small ah. Si-hyun looked a bit awkward and glanced away. He said, scratching his head. Recalling the unpleasant image of his master, Si-hyun reluctantly relayed the answer. He said, "Handle it yourself." Hyun-woo's eager face instantly darkened. His initial excitement vanished, replaced by rage. He furiously lifted his sword and cursed under his breath. "That son of a bitch." Then he summoned the system, and a notification screen appeared. "Do you want to use the origin of Archon and the Sword of Chioma?" "Yes." Converting Stone Labyrinth. Seeing Hyun-woo's blazing fury, Si-hyun cautiously chimed in, trying to quell his anger. "Ah, but I think he actually liked it. He was probably just too embarrassed." Hearing this, an image of the heavenly demon's scowling face popped into Hyun-woo's mind. He exclaimed in horror. "You mean the heavenly demon?" He imagined the heavenly demon's embarrassed face as he said, "Handle it yourself." He shuddered and cried out. It looks like he was so embarrassed he was blushing. What the hell? Is he a tsundere? After shaking those ridiculous thoughts from his head, Hyun-woo calmed down, casually resting his head on the sofa. "All right, let's stop talking about that nonsense," he said softly. Si-hyun slowly brought the coffee cup to his lips, then smiled as he looked at the person lying on the sofa. After lying on the sofa for a moment, an unconscious smile appeared on Hyun-woo's lips. The quiet atmosphere was suddenly broken by Si-hyun's voice. "Oh, and Hyun-woo, I'm very curious about this." He looked with interest at the kumiho and murmured, "What's that?" Hyun-woo replied coldly, "That's a tower climber." The kumiho, in agony, cried pitifully and looked at them with pleading eyes, but neither of them paid her any mind. Si-hyun even responded indifferently, "Aha, I see." Suddenly realizing something was wrong, a startled Si-hyun got closer and shouted in his ear, "A tower climber? Why haven't we killed her? She's dangerous." Hearing that, the kumiho screamed in fear. "No, please spare me." Taking the opportunity, Hyun-woo teased her with a suggestion. "Fox stew." The kumiho, resentful, clamped her mouth shut, not daring to say another word. Si-hyun was also taken aback by his slightly overboard joke. The room suddenly became strangely silent. Si-hyun then tentatively asked, "Why did you capture a tower climber?" Hyun-woo replied nonchalantly, "Oh, I just caught her because I wanted to raise a fox as a pet." Si-hyun stared at him in disbelief, his expression unfriendly. Noticing this, he lowered his voice and quickly explained, "I'm kidding. She's an informant. It seems she knows a few things, so I'm keeping her around to make use of her." Si-hyun felt something was off and frowned skeptically. "But won't she run away if you loosen the ropes like that?" Hyun-woo gave a wry smile. "She's lost all her power." In a corner, the exhausted kumiho leaned against the wall, silently weeping and complaining to herself. "My legs are completely numb." Over here, Hyun-woo spoke up after a moment of thought. "And I don't plan on keeping her like this forever." "Then what will you do?" Si-hyun asked in surprise. Suddenly, a loud noise came from outside. The peaceful door was suddenly thrown open. Mission and Hanarin were shoving each other, fighting to be the first one in. They both shouted at once, "I'm back, master. My master has returned." Hyun-woo waved happily. "Ah, you're back?" Si-hyun. Over here, he was completely surprised. He stared wide-eyed at the two girls in front of him and asked, "Who's the person on the left?" Hyun laughed and exclaimed, "Ah, it seems you've never met her before, right? That's Hanarin, my second disciple." Hearing her name, Hanarin flinched involuntarily. Hyun's jaw dropped in amazement. "You have two whole disciples?" Elsewhere, under a torrential downpour, an ancient temple appeared faintly. Inside, the faint figure of a mysterious young man stood silently. He gently held out his hand, letting the cool raindrops fall and touch his palm. The rain poured down relentlessly, and suddenly, he clenched his drenched fist, his determined gaze fixed on a distant point. Noticing the presence of someone behind him, he spoke softly. "What is it?" The man in black slowly approached and said in a low voice, "We're not forcing you to stop using your achievement here." Gucci arrogantly showed his annoyance. "Is there something wrong? Don't I deserve to receive the Blue Dragon's achievement by climbing the tower the proper way?" Helpless against Gucci's arrogance, the mysterious man in black lowered his voice to persuade him. "You should go down to the 9th floor. There's a freak there that needs you to take care of them." "A freak I need to deal with now?" Gucci's deep, husky voice rang out, mingling with the pitter-patter of the rain. The man in black beside him continued in a low voice. "If you successfully resolve this issue, he said he will grant you another achievement." Hearing this, Gucci turned his head in surprise. A smile involuntarily formed on his lips as he murmured, "Is that so?" As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his hand high, like a god summoning lightning. Immediately, bolts of lightning shot down from the sky, concentrating in his palm. His husky voice echoed softly against the quiet sky. "Then give him a message for me." He smirked confidently and turned around. The faint moonlight washed over his face, gradually revealing his features. He was the man once called an ascetic monk or a hermit, but who had instead turned into a demon due to his own karma. He curled his lips into a confident smile. "I'll be back up soon after I've dealt with this thing." Meanwhile, as the sun began to rise over the hillside, a thunderous voice echoed from inside the mansion. This nine-tailed fox. Seeing how soundly it was sleeping, Hyun couldn't help but remark, "She looks way too comfortable." Suddenly remembering something, he reached over to rummage around her and whispered, "When I put my mark on her before, did she hate it that much?" After searching for a moment, the necklace finally appeared. Hyun thought blankly, has this Kumiho already gotten used to it? This necklace was a seal of ownership created through the combined efforts of Miri, Hanarin, and Avi. Just then, a seal shaped like a lock suddenly appeared on the back of his hand. A system notification then appeared. The seal of ownership includes 5 supplements: skills of restraint, control, mind reading, and information authority. A seal created by a sovereign to control matters related to trust. The physical freedom of the sealed person will fall completely into the hands of the sealer. The sealer can control the actions or read the mind of the sealed person. He stared at the seal in astonishment, lost in thought. Matters related to trust? This seems more like enslavement. He involuntarily glanced towards the 9-tailed fox. He felt a little bit of pity. Oh well, either way, this is a good thing for me, since I'm the one using it. Let's give it a try. At that moment, his mind-reading skill suddenly took effect. He could faintly read the thoughts of the Kumiho in front of him. "Ah, this is so comfortable, so wonderful, so warm. This is truly a good sleep. So nice." She stretched comfortably, feeling as if every cell in her body was being reborn. She murmured softly, "I love this life," then rolled over to the other side and went back to sleep. Hyun stared wide-eyed after her, vaguely wondering what the hell she was even climbing the tower for. It seems like all the other tower climbers fight until the very last second. Is she really satisfied without getting any achievements or even anything else? He rested his chin on his hand, vaguely pondering the reason this 9-tailed fox was climbing the tower. After thinking for a while, he decided he would ask her someday, just not today. Suddenly, a loud beeping from the door cut through the silence, making Hyun turn around with a start. Jia calmly opened the door, her eyes widening when she faced Hyun. "Ah, you're here? Didn't you say you were going somewhere today?" Hyun replied gently, "Jia, I was about to leave, but what are you doing here?" She spoke shyly. "What do you mean?" "Of course I'm here to learn sorcery." "Ah, no, I mean magic." Just then, Lai Seo Dong noticed the figure in front of her and greeted her cheerfully. "Good morning, Kumiho." Jolted awake by the noise, the 9-tailed fox's eyes shot open, darting around the room. When she recognized the familiar figure in front of her, she was instantly alert. In a flash, her body transformed back into the appearance of a girl. She cheered happily. "Hello, Miss Seo Dong." The two joyfully launched into conversation. Lai Seo Dong whispered, "I'll be in your care again today." The Kumiho eagerly nodded in agreement. Okay. With that, they both went over to the sofa to chat. That 5-part form I taught you yesterday. Let's put that aside for now. We're going to learn the rules of heaven and earth. Besides, we should start with the basics. Should we start with the 5 stages of the Earth's core first? Lee Seo Dong listened intently to Kumiho's lecture. Watching this, Hyun Woo muttered helplessly. They're completely lost in their own little world. Perhaps motivated by Si Hyen learning martial arts from Chun Ma, Seo Dong had started learning magic from Kumiho. Although, I have no idea how they're progressing since I can't understand a single thing they're saying. But Seo Dong has always been a fast learner, so I'm sure he'll do fine. Just then, the system displayed a new notification. Orb of Truth cooldown phase has ended. Time remaining until next use, 0 days, 0 hours, 0 minutes, 0 seconds. Hyun-woo let out a cheer. Awesome, it's finally ready. He whispered excitedly, time to go in. A brilliant flash of light appeared. Avi was sitting bolt upright, her eyes lighting up the moment she saw Hyun-woo walk in. She called out, "You're here?" He responded in surprise, "Well, this is unexpected. You're not playing games today?" Avi replied softly, "Today is an important day. I've been focusing my searches on this." Hearing that, Hyun-woo sounded intrigued. "Oh, you sound pretty confident." Avi got straight to the point. "Ah, where's the Orb of Truth?" Hyun-woo happily replied, "Right here. Catch." Avi caught the orb from Hyun-woo, placed it on a pedestal, and said, "Well then, shall we begin?" Avi stared intently into the orb, her eyes seemingly drawn into the swirls within as her fingertips gently brushed its polished surface. Her lips softly murmured mysterious incantations. Hyun-woo's eyes widened in surprise. "I've never heard this language before. Did she learn that through her searches?" Suddenly, a blinding light burst from the orb, causing Hyun-woo to flinch and cover his eyes. The system then chimed with a notification. Hidden power of the artifact unlocked. The orb's effectiveness has increased by 500%. Cooldown time has increased by 100%. He cried out in astonishment. "What the hell?" Wiping sweat from her brow, a tired Avi explained, "This is the true way to use the Orb of Truth. If you speak the language programmed into it, you can maximize its effects." Hyun-woo asked curiously, "You found this out with your information authority, didn't you?" Avi nodded in agreement. "Mayim. It looks like most of the information that was locked is now open. The remaining data can also be accessed if I unlock it." Hyun-woo burst out laughing. "What is this? It's like the internet?" At that moment, the system suddenly chimed. From now on, anything the Orb of Truth hears will be interpreted as a question to be answered. The two of them stared at each other, their eyes wide with shock. Hyun-woo stared at the orb with a hint of fear. Avi, stunned, clamped a hand over her mouth, afraid to utter a single word. The orb began to glow, and an image of his future self gradually materialized inside. A voice boomed from within it. "Which bastard locked me inside this trial tower?" Hyun-woo was seething with rage, his fists clenched as he stared fixedly at the orb. After a moment, the image gradually faded. The orb returned to its original, glossy form. Hyun-woo and Avi stared at each other again, completely bewildered. Angrily, Hyun-woo slammed his hand on the orb, yelling in frustration, "Why won't you work?" Avi rushed to stop him in a panic. "Ah, you can't hit it." But Hyun-woo, stubborn as ever, shot back defensively. "Machines only start working when you give them a good smack." Avi cried out, exasperated, "It's not a machine." They argued back and forth for a moment. Hyun-woo, now completely livid, picked up the orb and was about to throw it when Avi held him back. He yelled furiously, "I put everything on the line to get this damn thing, and now it's just going to ignore me. Hey, who locked me up? Answer me, damn it." Suddenly, a strange light filled the entire space. Stunned, Hyun-woo looked around the room and uttered, "Huh." The whole room was bathed in a purple light. Not understanding what was happening, he cried out in alarm, What's going on?" He suddenly realized Avi was gone. Hyun-woo's eyes darted around frantically. "Avi, where did you go?" Suddenly, a deep, raspy voice echoed out, "I fear we do not have long to speak." His face filled with suspicion. Hyun-woo quickly scanned the room, trying to locate the source of the voice. Before he could make sense of it, a shadowy figure loomed in front of him. Hyun-woo was immediately suspicious. "A person? No, something feels strange." He asked with suspicion, "Who are you? And what is this space?" The figure calmly replied, "I am the creator." Hyun-woo's eyes widened in utter shock. "What? Hold on." But before he could continue, the mysterious figure quickly interrupted. "It is difficult for me to explain everything thoroughly at this moment, so I will only relay the most essential information. Find the created tower and come to me at the source, Tron. There, I shall reveal to you the truth about all the matters that entangle you." The deep voice droned on. Hyun-woo finally snapped, yelling in frustration, "Why don't you just tell me right here, right now?" The deep voice spoke again, this time with a stern edge. "Kim Hyun-woo." His name echoed through the cold darkness with an unnerving clarity. Hyun-woo froze on the spot, as if he'd been flash frozen. The voice continued, ringing in the air. "I am the one who imprisoned you within this tower. Come find me, Guardian." As the last word was spoken, the shadowy figure faded away, disappearing into the void. Completely baffled, Hyun-woo yelled after the figure, "Hey, stop," but it had already vanished, and ran off. He lunged forward, trying to stop him, yelling, "Wait, gatekeeper," but it was too late. His hand grasped at empty air as he softly whispered the word, "Gatekeeper." Just then, the strange light vanished, returning the room to its original state. Avi, standing beside him, asked worriedly, "Are you okay?" Confused, Kim Hyun-gu grabbed her hand, softly calling Avi. He noticed his supporter was instinctively grabbing his collar, as if she were about to throttle him. "What are you doing?" At his question, Avi jumped and quickly let go. She stammered, It's just, you wouldn't wake up. You suddenly passed out. You scared the life out of me." Kim Hyun-gu scratched his head in confusion. "I passed out?" Avi recounted what had happened. "Yeah, you just suddenly slammed your head down on the table." Hearing this, Kim Hyun-gu fell into deep thought. He thought to himself, "It seems only my consciousness was pulled into that place." Kim Hyun-gu began to wonder about the creator's words. What did that guy mean by the truth about everything you're caught up in? What the hell was that? Looking at the mysterious purple orb before him, Kim Hyun-gu hesitated for a moment, wondering if he should use it again. Just then, the system displayed a notification. Cooldown time, 6,399 years, 364 days, 23 hours, 55 minutes, and 31 seconds. Kim Hyun-gu couldn't help but curse out loud. God damn it. Seeing his dark expression, Avi looked confused. "Didn't you get your answer? Why don't you look happy at all?" Kim Hyun-gu sighed and replied, "Now I have even more to do." He then sat alone on the sofa, lost in thought, before adding, "And a new problem that needs to be solved." Kim Hyun-gu clenched his fists and thought to himself, "But thankfully, what I need to do now is crystal clear. No matter what happens, I have to find the person who trapped me in here. That's my top priority, isn't it?" He vowed to himself, "You just wait." Suddenly filled with determination, Kim Hyun-gu smirked, flashing a smile so bright it could be in a commercial. Filled with resolve, he thought, "Whatever the truth is, you're going to die." Then Kim Hyun-gu asked, "Avi, can you find the tower that was built by the creator?" Avi replied, "It's locked, but I'll find a way." Seeing how hard Avi was working to help him, Kim Hyun-gu gently patted her on the head and said softly, "Call me the moment you find anything useful, all right?" With that, Kim Hyun-gu turned to leave, not forgetting to say goodbye. "I have to go now." Suddenly, Avi called out loudly, "Wait, gatekeeper." Surprised, Kim Hyun-gu asked, "Huh? Did you already find some information?" Avi replied anxiously, "No, that's not the problem right now." Then she urged, "You need to go, now." Seeing Kim Hyun-gu's completely baffled expression, Avi quickly explained, "Someone has seized the throne by climbing the tower. He's one of the conquerors currently advancing to the 9th floor. Usually, people who are trained to be ascetics or hermits, or those trained to become ordinary mages, are supposed to preserve the natural order and avoid killing." At that moment, Jung Gucci was floating above the city, enjoying the cool breeze blowing through his hair. However, there are degenerates like him who defy all morals. John Gucci muttered to himself, "Come to think of it, I came all the way down here and I don't even know which freak is which." Then he let out a sigh and smirked. "Can't be helped." As soon as the words left his mouth, John Gucci began to cast a skill. Dark, gloomy clouds immediately rolled in, blanketing the entire city. He said in a low voice, "It might be a bit of a pain, but I guess I'll just have to kill them all." Rain quickly began to pour down, and the entire city was shrouded in a bleak atmosphere. People scrambled for shelter, cursing the terrible timing of the sudden downpour. Suddenly, a powerful streak of light flashed across the sky, then came crashing down like a bolt from the heavens, creating an earth-shattering explosion. Thick smoke and fire followed. People screamed in panic. They were utterly terrified, yelling, "What the hell is going on? There's a fire. Somebody help me." The flames spread rapidly in all directions, as everyone desperately tried to find a place to hide. "This way, run. Someone call the fire department, now." At this, Gucci broke into a look of pure satisfaction. He was one who had bypassed the arduous training required to climb the tower. That bastard used various heretical methods and transformed into the dark monk, Jun Gucci. The name Jun Gucci was always synonymous with the people's suffering. A moment later, people were in a panic, asking each other, "Hey, have you seen the video on YouTube yet? It's on the news, too." Everyone frantically checked for updates, completely shocked. "This is crazy." Some girls worriedly wondered, "What are the hunters doing?" On their phone screens was a Shopee sale livestream. Oops, I mean, Jun Gucci's threatening video. He smirked and said softly, "I'll give you 1 hour. Don't make this painful. Come find me, you freak." After finishing his speech, Jun Gucci even made some dramatic hand gestures to end his threat in the most badass way possible. At that moment, a notification appeared on the screen, beep. This livestream has ended. Netizens were once again thrown into a frenzy. Holy crap, is this for real? It's not CGI, is it? I'm telling you, it's real. It's right in my neighborhood. One person cursed in frustration. "What the hell? What did that guy do? Was he mocking us?" Someone else said, "Look, This is all over the news. Looks like this is serious. According to the news reports, it seems the Hunter Association was wiped out right from the start. A user named Princess Luna worriedly asked, "What are we supposed to do? They're all just keyboard warriors acting like they're about to head into battle themselves. This is insane. It looks like there are a ton of casualties." Someone else commented, "Shouldn't Kim Hyun-woo have been the one to handle this guy? Does that mean the high rankers are just going to show off again?" Meanwhile, the people at the command center were just as anxious. "We've received intel on Hunter Kim Hyun-woo, provided by Hunter Kim Si-hun." Someone quickly asked, "What did he say?" The subordinate reported, "He's on his way here now." Hearing this, the senator let out a sigh of relief. Liam thought anxiously to himself, "The International Hunters Guild can't solve a single thing. Without the hunters, how can we be this useless?" He turned and said softly, "Sometimes I wonder." Looking up at the screen, Liam continued in a grave voice, "This world should have been wiped out a long time ago. Perhaps. Our lives wouldn't even exist right now. Hunter Kim Hyun-woo is the one struggling to hold this world together. A world that should have vanished long ago continues to survive." Just then, a voice called out, "Mr. Chairman." Liam then said, "No, forget what I just said. Those words were unbecoming of my position. What I mean is, the monsters that have appeared, and Hunter Kim Hyun-woo, the one who stops them, are all very interesting. 1001 of this." Looking up at the screen, the senator was once again lost in his tangled thoughts. Then, he said in a low voice, "I'm putting all my faith in you. Hunter Kim Hyun-woo." Meanwhile, Joan Gucci let out a huge yawn. He sat casually atop a pile of flames, nonchalantly shaking his leg. "Is an hour too long? It's only been 10 minutes, and I'm already bored to death." Then, Joan Gucci curled his lip into his sinister smirk. "Maybe I should just end this now." Suddenly, something caught his attention. Before Jeon Gucci now was a powerful vortex. He wondered, "What's this? Something's approaching me at an incredible speed." Jeon Gucci chuckled. "Ha." A staff was hurtling toward Jeon Gucci. He said, amused, "There you are. You must be that freak I've heard about." Just then, Kim Hyun-woo appeared, radiating a powerful aura in his flip-flops and tracksuit. He casually raised a hand and flashed a mischievous grin. Then, Kim Hyun-woo kicked straight off the staff, using it as a launch pad. As he hurtled toward Jeon Gucci, he yelled, "Stop shooting your lightning all over the place." Just as his fist was about to connect with his face, Jeon Gucci simply gave a contemptuous smirk. He then effortlessly dodged Kim Hyun-woo's attack, as smooth as silk. Jeon Gucci said softly, "I am a sorcerer who can ride the clouds and walk on the wind. This is called short-range teleportation magic." Kim Hyun-woo quickly grabbed his staff to steady himself in mid-air, then grinned cheekily. Then, Kim Hyun-woo drew his weapon, and a brilliant light engulfed the entire area. The giant's greatsword was 100 times larger than his own body. Jeon Gucci's eyes widened in shock. That's not a size you can dodge with simple teleportation magic. Without giving his opponent a moment to react, Kim Hyun-woo grinned and charged forward, shouting a few taunts just for the fun of it. "You idiot." His giant's greatsword came crashing down with a blow that made the very heavens and earth tremble. After a moment, thick smoke and dust filled the air. Everything around was in ruins. Kim Hyun-woo stepped into a puddle with his flip-flops. He looked around frantically and wondered, "It's not over already, is it? Where did he go?" Just then, Jeon Gucci's voice rang out. "To think power like yours exists on the 9th floor. I finally understand why they call you a freak." He walked over leisurely as he spoke. Jeon Gucci curled his lip into a disdainful smirk. Kim Hyun-woo asked in surprise, What do you mean by freak?" Jeon Gucci pointed directly at him and demanded, "Where did you get that power?" Then, Jeon Gucci started rambling to himself. "Wow, what an interesting subject. Definitely worth looking into. It would be a waste to kill you now. I think it's better to let you live for now, and dissect you piece by piece later. I wasn't expecting much when I came down here, but what a pleasant surprise, eh?" Kim Hyun-woo tried to get a word in, but was completely ignored. After a moment, he became incredibly pissed off. Kim Hyun-woo finally roared, "What the hell? Hey you, did you just escape from a mental asylum? Damn it, I'm the one who wants to ask you something." Jeon Gucci replied leisurely, his tone incredibly provoking. I know, such a hot temper. I've heard all you freaks have a weakness." Kim Hyun-woo was incredibly annoyed. What the hell is this lunatic even talking about? A real tower climber, all right. But his only response was a vacant smile. Jeon Gucci shot back, "All right now, such a venomous tongue. What a goddamn bastard." Kim Hyun-woo asked angrily, "What did you just say?" Then he said bluntly, "I could tell you were a pathetic loser just by looking at you." Jeon Gucci tried to maintain his smile, clenching his fists tightly. His body trembled. "Humph, what the hell do you know?" After that, Jiunguchi completely lost his composure, pointing directly at his opponent and cursing, "You son of a bitch, what did you just say?" Seeing this, Kim Hyun-gu flinched in surprise. Jiunguchi sneered contemptuously and continued, "You damned rule breaker, do you have any idea you just crossed the line?" Without giving his opponent time to react, Jiunguchi added caustically, "You thought I was easygoing just because I speak elegantly. Have you never read the classics?" The clueless Kim Hyun-gu scratched his head, wondering to himself, what is this guy rambling about? Then he replied confidently, "I don't read that kind of crap." Hearing this, Jiunguchi spoke sarcastically, "You're so low class." Not one to back down, Kim Hyun-gu shot back, "So what? I never even went to school. I've been working since I was a kid." Hearing that, Jiunguchi couldn't help but be shocked. What? What about your parents?" Kim Hyun-gu calmly replied, "My parents died a long time ago." Jiunguchi suddenly froze stiff. Without another word, a furious Kim Hyun-gu charged forward, roaring, "You should have picked your fights more carefully, you bastard." His attack created a powerful explosion, sending dirt and rocks flying everywhere. Jiunguchi was thrown back but immediately jumped to his feet, growling, "Ever since I became a Taoist master, I've never met anyone who interests me as much as you." He was so angry he gritted his teeth, clenching his hands into fists. "I'm not going to let you die an easy death, like I'm afraid of you or anyone else." Brimming with fighting spirit, Kim Hyun-gu charged straight at his opponent. "You're the one who won't get an easy death for destroying this city." His attack slammed Jiunguchi's body hard into the ground. He squeezed his eyes shut in pain, still clutching his weapon tightly. The moment Jiunguchi got up to counterattack, Kim Hyun-gu agilely dodged the blow. The two were locked in a fierce struggle, neither willing to give an inch. Their attacks then collided, creating a brilliant explosion in midair. Suddenly, Jiunguchi's image became blurry and zipped around at high speed. A moment later, Kim Hyun-gu was surrounded by 4 of them at once. Thinking his eyes were playing tricks on him, he exclaimed in shock, "Clones." Kim Hyun-gu stroked his chin, thinking to himself, "Isn't he the only one who can use this?" Seizing the opportunity, Jiunguchi's clones immediately charged into attack. Kim Hyun-gu yelled in surprise, "Ah!" The next second, he was sent flying into the sky. In midair, Kim Hyun-gu suddenly heard a strange voice. A Taoist turns around. It was then he realized he had fallen into a mystical array. That voice continued to echo in his ears, able to cast spells with the mind. Just then, a green chain quickly wrapped around Kim Hyun-gu's body. It was the 5 paths engraving art. No matter how much Kim Hyun-gu struggled, he couldn't break free. He glared angrily at Jiunguchi and yelled curses. "Damn it, let me go." Suddenly, Jiunguchi asked a completely unrelated question. "Do you like dragons?" At the same time, Jiunguchi leisurely petted his 2 pets. On one side was a royal golden dragon, and on the other, a water king dragon. Jiunguchi said with delight, "Thunder dragon, water dragon, combine." Then he commanded loudly, "Go." Kim Hyun-gu was now in agony in the middle of the tense formation, still unable to get his bearings. Kim Hyun-gu had to scream in pain. Arg! Boom! An earth-shattering explosion occurred, followed by tens of thousands of powerful lightning bolts. Thinking he had settled the matter, Jiunguchi smoothed his hair and said softly, "Humph. It took too much effort to deal with this rule breaker." Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock. "What? How?" Kim Hyun-gu was completely unharmed. He flew into the air and spoke, "I don't get why you guys keep showing off your lightning to me. Thanks to that, I managed to escape those damn chains." Then, his eyes blazing with fighting spirit, he pointed directly at Jiunguchi and called him a bastard. After that, Kim Hyun-gu launched a kick, defeating the Divine Monster King's kick. The force of his attack sent Jiunguchi flying about 10 meters away. He cried out in alarm. Then another cataclysmic explosion occurred, lighting up the entire sky. Kim Hyun-gu calmly landed on the ground with the wings on his back. Suddenly, a clone of Jiunguchi fiercely swung its chain and charged forward, roaring, "I'll kill you." Kim Hyun-gu calmly asked, "Oh, you can change the size of your clones?" But suddenly, a red bolt of lightning struck down from the sky. Jiunguchi's clone, completely unaware, continued to charge forward at breakneck speed. Dust and smoke filled the air, debris flew everywhere, and the powerful lightning bolt continued to strike down. High above, Kim Hyun-gu calmly unleashed bolt after bolt of lightning with a leisurely, contemptuous air. They're just clones, after all. It was then that Jiunguchi realized his opponent's formidable strength and could only let out a cry. Before he could even process it, Kim Hyun-gu zipped behind him for an ambush. Did you think the same trick would work a second time? In the blink of an eye, Kim Hyun-gu's attack sent Jiunguchi flying high into the clouds as he screamed loudly, "You! Who are you?" Jiunguchi was in a complete panic. He thought to himself, this can't be. Me, Jeonguchi, being pushed this far by a mere rule breaker. Jeonguchi immediately made a decision. This is no time to hide my skills. At that moment, Kim Hyun-gu stood with his hands on his hips, satisfied. No. He looked up and couldn't help but chuckle. Hey, maybe I overdid it a bit. Suddenly, he froze solid and his smile vanished. Watching the raindrops pitter-patter down, Kim Hyun-gu was puzzled. Huh. A heavy downpour began, quickly extinguishing the raging fire from before. Kim Hyun-gu wondered, what is this now? A sense of unease suddenly washed over him. No, something's very strange. Something is about to happen. Kim Hyun-gu decided to use his skill to test the water's power pole extend. He told himself, I need to deal with him as quickly as possible. Suddenly, Kim Hyun-gu's expression hardened as he stared straight up at the sky. Seeing Jeonguchi's illusions dancing around chaotically, Kim Hyun-gu watched and judged. What is this? Doesn't he know those clones are useless? Is he trying to hide from me? Just then, Jeonguchi flashed an incredibly sinister smile, and then his voice took on a demonic tone. There was once a great serpent, an Imuji. Feeling as if something was weighing him down, Kim Hyun-gu became extremely uncomfortable. What is happening? That demonic voice continued. To become a dragon. Kim Hyun-gu struggled to break free from this pressure. It doesn't matter what it is, I have to stop it, Jeonguchi continued, and that dragon began to train for thousands of years. It learned magic for 2,000 years. As Kim Hyun-gu fought back, he shouted in frustration, damn it, why are there so many clones? To the side, Jeonguchi raised his hand to the sky, performing a spell and gathering achievements for 10,000 years. Kim Hyun-gu activated his power pole skill, Extend, but despite his struggle, Gucci smirked, pleased with his magic, gathering divine power for 15,000 years. In addition, it has endured for a total of 35,000 years. Suddenly, Kim Hyun-gu stared in horror at the scene before him. An instant later, a vortex of lightning struck him directly. Kim Hyun-gu cried out in pain. Gah! As he fell, he thought helplessly, I can't stop it. I have to attack him again. Suddenly, Kim Hyun-gu realized something was wrong. Huh? What? Why is it getting farther away? It was then he realized, ah, I'm not the one who's falling. Looking up at the gloomy sky, Kim Hyun-gu concluded that the creature had become an azure dragon. Jeonguchi let out a slight, satisfied smirk. He then transformed into a monstrous figure, his arms growing long like deer antlers. His claws also grew sharper. This was the azure dragon Gui. All the while, Kim Hyun-gu continued to freefall straight to the ground. His staff spun a few times in the air, and then Kim Hyun-gu landed softly in a super cool pose. He shot a sharp glare and stuck out his tongue, making sure everyone knew he was the main character. Suddenly, Jeonguchi charged ferociously. Kim Hyun-gu immediately took a defensive stance, ready to counter. He frowned with worry, focusing all his concentration on this intense battle. He's too fast. At that moment, their attacks collided, creating a powerful flash of light. Startled by that terrifying power, Kim Hyun-gu let out a soft cry. Guh. He couldn't believe it. I was the one who attacked, so how did I end up in this dangerous position? Just then, Jeonguchi smugly grabbed his arm and said scornfully, You can't defeat me. Kim Hyun-gu screamed in pain, Arga. However, even as sweat poured down his face, he still managed to retort, hilarious. Do you really think you can become a dragon just by combining them? Without letting Kim Hyun-gu say another word, Jeonguchi launched a fatal blow, sending him flying into the stratosphere. Kim Hyun-gu flailed in mid-air, coughing up a mouthful of fresh blood in shock. Not stopping there, Jeonguchi's eyes blazed with killing intent from behind as he unleashed another ferocious, powerful strike. Kim Hyun-gu just let his body fall, not knowing what else to do. He then hit the ground with so much force that the earth around him shook violently. Kim Hyun-gu grunted in frustration. Oh! He then angrily swung at the despicable Gucci. You bastard! However, he easily dodged it. Seizing the opportunity of his opponent's agitation, Jeonguchi landed a punch right in Kim Hyun-gu's chest. The pain was so intense it contorted his body. Staring at the arrogant Jeonguchi before him, Kim Hyun-gu was furious but helpless. He thought to himself, I can't touch him. He's not revealing any openings. Even though I focused on developing my Divine Thunder technique to its peak. At this point, Kim Hyun-gu took a few steps back into a defensive stance. Getting in close isn't working. Facing his exhausted opponent, Jeonguchi arrogantly declared, 32. That's how many times I could have already destroyed you with the attack I just used. But as I've said, I won't kill you that easily. Just then, the two horns on Jeonguchi's head generated an incredibly powerful stream of blue energy. He casually continued, with the power of the Azure Dragon, a being that can control the rain, thunder, and even the sky. Then, as Kim Hyun-gu summoned a bolt of dark lightning, he finished the sentence, You can also create things like this. Immediately, bolts of lightning flickered across the gray sky before striking Kim Hyun-gu directly. It made him jolt and yell, "Ah!" Looking at the situation, Kim Hyun-gu calmly analyzed it. Does every single raindrop contain lightning? And it's even stronger than before. He told himself, I can't let this rain hit me. Kim Hyun-gu then channeled his internal energy, spinning his staff with the speed of Doraemon's hopter to block the attack's effects from the lightning storm. Seeing this, Jun-gu-chi smirked in amusement. Humph. What a desperate struggle for survival. He then growled, do you really think a pathetic umbrella like that can stop the divine lightning? Just then, a bolt of lightning struck Kim Hyun-gu directly, causing him to scream in agony. Arg. Kim Hyun-gu gritted his teeth in frustration. So weak. I can't even move my body anymore. My vocal cords are shot too. I can't even use my voice to activate my hypnosis skill. Jung-gu-chi casually sat cross-legged, mocking Kim Hyun-gu with a satisfied look. He said contemptuously, finally, you look like the pathetic stray dog you are. Kim Hyun-gu could only lie trembling on the ground. Seeing his opponent was still alive, he continued nonchalantly. I'm surprised you're still conscious. No, wait. For a mercenary like you to withstand the Azure Dragon Beast's lightning. How interesting. Kim Hyun-gu couldn't help but wonder. A mercenary. Before he could say anything, Jun-gu-chi spoke. In any case, as a token of my gratitude for letting me test this power, I'll show you the greatest power you could never hope to possess in your lifetime. Kim Hyun-gu's eyes widened in shock at the sight before him. Jun-gu-chi then unleashed his technique, Rise of the Azure Dragon. A majestic Azure Dragon was instantly summoned, its powerful aura engulfing the entire sky. Facing that terrifying attack, Kim Hyun-gu struggled to sit up, weapon in hand, then he roared to unleash his inner power. Just then, Kim Hyun-gu's staff suddenly flashed with light, and a reproaching voice echoed in his ear. You utter fool. Surprised, Kim Hyun-gu looked up. Huh. He was now surrounded by a dry, desert-like place, thick with dust and smoke. Kim Hyun-gu looked around in a daze, wondering, what? Where am I? Where did Jung-gu-chi and that dragon go? Kim Hyun-gu checked the condition of his body, looking perplexed. My wounds are gone, too. Am I dead? The Monkey King, seeing his clueless expression, couldn't help but speak up. Ahem, you bastard. Wukong casually balanced himself on his thin tail and asked, you let that snake defeat you. He then continued, what are you staring at, you bastard? Kim Hyun-gu turned, pointed directly at the Monkey King, and replied, are you that monkey from before? Wukong angrily announced his title, I am the Great Sage, equal to heaven. Kim Hyun-gu then asked, where is this? No, wait, what happened to me? Sounds like a line from one of those transmigration stories, the Monkey King said. This is the imaginary world inside the Ruyi Jingu Bang. Kim Hyun-gu looked confused. Imaginary what? Like an imaginary world? Well, it's a little different from that, Wukong answered casually, but he didn't elaborate on how. Seeing this, Kim Hyun-gu asked bluntly, you don't know a damn thing either, do you? The Monkey King angrily insisted, I do know. Kim Hyun-gu said dismissively, then explained. Wukong immediately flew into a rage, jumping up and down and shouting furiously, it's just an imaginary world. Just think of it as your mind entering my world. Kim Hyun-gu judged him silently in his head. His explanation sucks. Kim Hyun-gu plopped down on the ground and asked directly, so, in short, what happened to me? The Monkey King replied. He calmly explained the situation. You are still about to receive a fatal blow from that snake. While you're in here, only your consciousness has been accelerated. Kim Hyun-gu asked again, so you mean time flows at different speeds in here and out there, right? Then he scratched his head and continued awkwardly. So, you brought me here to lend me your power? The Monkey King answered curtly. What? Nope. Wukong had been sitting there, eating snacks and drinking tea while watching the fight with great amusement. Watching you get beaten by someone weaker than me was hilarious, so I just brought you in here to mock you. Hearing this, Kim Hyun-gu couldn't help but get furious. What? He shouted right in the Monkey King's face. What did you say? Wukong waved his hand dismissively and said, did you really expect me to help you? Then he added a light jab. What was it you said earlier? That I'm a monkey, and you're the zookeeper. Hearing that, Kim Hyun-gu could only feign ignorance. Not stopping there, the Monkey King continued his tirade. And you have the audacity to ask me to lend you my power after saying something like that. Where did that arrogant look on your face go? Huh? Then Wukong said in a softer tone, to be honest, I could lend you my power. If you get on your knees and beg, I might just take pity on you. The Monkey King continued smugly. After all, that snake couldn't even take a single hit from me. Kim Hyun-gu stroked his chin, thinking for a moment. Then he agreed, all right, fine. The Monkey King, seeing everything was going according to his plan, was overjoyed. All right, since you're begging like this, I have no choice. However, Kim Hyun-gu replied curtly, I don't need your help. Wukong jumped up in surprise. What? Then Kim Hyun-gu brought up the past. You were defeated by me. The Monkey King was absolutely furious that his humiliating past was being dredged up again. I was not defeated by you. Kim Hyun-gu bluntly twisted the knife in Wukong's wound. You were annihilated, weren't you? You didn't even stand a chance. You showed off your achievements, but they didn't do a thing to me. The Monkey King raised his voice to argue. That was only because my achievements as the great sage, heaven's equal, were captured. However, Kim Hyun-gu paid no attention to his words. Hey, but the fact that I destroyed you doesn't change, does it? Then he added venomously. Normally, people borrow strength from someone stronger. Who would borrow power from someone weaker? Hearing this, Wukong could only grind his teeth in frustration. Hey, I can totally destroy that damn snake with my own power, you know. Seeing his chance, Kim Hyun-gu took advantage of the situation and said, Then let me see it. Let's see if I can really beat him. The Monkey King hesitated for a moment, then Wukong slumped down, trying to rack his brain. Damn it. Kim Hyun-gu couldn't wait any longer and asked, Are you going to lend it to me or not? The Monkey King fought an internal battle. Kim Hyun-gu, on the other hand, just smiled calmly, a scheme brewing behind his eyes. After a moment, Wukong cursed in frustration. You scheming bastard. Kim Hyun-gu replied cheerfully, Thanks for the compliment. By now, Gucci had been waiting for Kim Hyun-gu for a while. It was like a monster waiting for a superhero to transform. He amusingly talked to himself like a lunatic. As expected, the Azure Dragon's achievements are truly incredible. It's the kind of achievement one should get after killing that bastard. Suddenly, Joan Gucci froze solid, standing motionless for several seconds. Looking at his Azure Dragon, he wondered, What? Something's not right, is it? A flash of light suddenly tore through the gloomy sky. Jeon Gucci shouted in shock, This is... In the blink of an eye, his pet was taken down. Jeon Gucci couldn't believe his eyes. My Azure Dragon. Looking towards the source of that powerful lightning bolt, Jeon Gucci was stunned. What the hell is going on? Just then, a familiar pair of eyes lit up. Kim Hyun-gu, dressed in the Monkey King's attire, had appeared majestically. He grinned with delight, not forgetting to greet his opponent. Long time no see. The kid was in a perilous situation. Kim Hyun-gu was suddenly pulled into the space of the Ruyi Jingu Bang by Wukong. Wukong was sitting in front of a stream of light, observing. He frowned and let out a cold snort, then began to complain endlessly. I only called him in because I thought he was an interesting guy. I was planning to take the opportunity to form a favorable contract, but it looks like I failed. Wukong lay down, put his feet up, and continued cursing Kim Hyun-gu. I don't know if he's just incredibly brave or a fool who fears nothing. That crazy son of a bitch. The more he thought about it, the more Wukong suddenly burst out laughing like a madman. But that's also why I chose him. Wukong recalled the things Kim Hyun-gu had done and wondered to himself, Are you a rule breaker? Wukong's gaze became resolute as he thought, If Kim Hyun-gu really is a rule breaker, then... Wukong looked around, then remarked that this place was quite impressive for someone who was already dead. This is an incomplete space created when I could no longer climb the tower. No comrades, no subordinates, nothing at all. Maybe he really can do it. At that moment, Kim Hyun-gu appeared outside, looking badass in the great sage's armor. With a total jerk-face expression, Kim Hyun-gu said, Long time no see, you flamboyant Taoist. He even flashed a smug grin at his opponent. Joan Gucci was startled and asked, What's with that outfit? With that, Joan Gucci quickly swung his blade in a slash that passed right through Kim Hyun-gu. Now, in his shining armor, Kim Hyun-gu spoke cleverly. What's wrong? Did you think I'd charge in again? Jeon Gucci gritted his teeth in fury. No. Could it be? As soon as the words left his mouth, Gucci hid among the clouds to use his tricks. Kim Hyun-gu scratched his head helplessly, but he had been warned by Wukong beforehand. Try to get above the achievement clouds of that snakehead. Ah, no. The Azure Dragon looks powerful, but it's not as terrifying as it seems. That swindler's tricks are probably hidden in those clouds. Thanks to Wukong's guidance, Kim Hyun-gu quickly found the location where Jeon Gucci was using his formation. He cheered happily. There it is. Jeon Gucci cursed at that bastard. Without another word, Kim Hyun-gu immediately pulled out the Ruyi Jingu Bang. A single strike swiftly destroyed the magic circle created by Jeon Gucci. He screamed endlessly, No. Jeon Gucci was still confident enough to boast. Do you think you can defeat me just by destroying that magic circle? Not afraid of anyone, Kim Hyun-gu replied bluntly. Yeah, that's exactly what I think. With that said, Kim Hyun-gu relentlessly beat down his opponent, quickly paying him back for all the humiliation he had suffered earlier. Unlike the previous attack, this time I'm not getting hit by lightning when I attack him. The system also displayed information. Golden Chain Mail, rank 55. Effect, none. Skill, Defense. This item is temporarily summoned. Information restricted. This is the armor that the great sage, Heaven's Equal, took from the Dragon King after wreaking havoc in the Dragon Palace. Information authority insufficient, but its power remains intact. The Golden Chainmail is said to be able to resist all attacks of any attribute caused by insufficient information authority. Kim Hyun-gu was filled with excitement, thinking to himself, so this is the power that comes from being equipped with a top-tier item. Huh. Jeonguchi, having been utterly slapped down, growled and cursed endlessly. Damn it. While Jeonguchi was still stunned, Kim Hyun-gu had already brought his as-you-will cudgel, crashing down on him from above. He started spouting some nonsense, saying that people claim the best way to teach a swindler a proper lesson is to hit him on the butt with a stick. The immense power created a massive explosion. The two young men faced off, neither willing to back down, but it seemed that at this point, Gucci was at a disadvantage. Kim Hyun-gu taunted him, "Why are you trembling so much while using that sword?" This made him so angry he gritted his teeth, unable to say a word. Kim Hyun-gu continued to criticize his opponent relentlessly. "You call this swordsmanship? Actually, this guy's swordsmanship isn't bad. His sword is incredibly fast, in fact." Kim Hyun-gu smirked. "But 32 times? You're making me laugh my ass off. You think you can kill me with that piece of trash, do you? I've fought against a master swordsman for over 100 years. When I tried to slash him, I got stabbed. And when I tried to stab him, I got slashed. When I tried to watch the tip of his sword, it was already piercing my heart. And when I followed the path of his blade, everything went dark. So this level of swordsmanship is nothing compared to the heavenly demon." Jeonguchi remained silent. Seeing this, Kim Hyun-gu continued his verbal assault. "Hey, I've been going easy on you, you know. I could have killed you over 100 times by now." Gucci's whole body trembled. He lowered his head and uttered a single word. "Damn it." With the as-you-will cudgel slung over his shoulder, Kim Hyun-gu continued to spew arrogant words to belittle his opponent. "Oh, what are you so deep in thought about? Where's that cool attitude you had earlier? And now you're cursing? I guess it's because I'm too strong, huh?" At that moment, Jeonguchi couldn't take it anymore and unleashed his fury in a massive explosion, forcing even Kim Hyun-gu to jump back and dodge. What? Enraged, Jeonguchi immediately used the awakening of the Azure Dragon to summon rain and lightning. He screamed maniacally, "I'll kill you. I will destroy you right now." Kim Hyun-gu looked up at the sky, a little startled. Oh no, it's raining again. His fingers had transformed into dragon claws, pointing straight at the sky with a bolt of black lightning. Thunder, lightning, and rain came pouring down. This was the power of the Azure Dragon. Kim Hyun's entire body was engulfed in a white screen of lightning strikes, but Kim Hyun-gu wasn't afraid at all. He even smirked. At this, Jeonguchi regained his confidence and sneered, "You're not even going to try and dodge." But before the form of his Azure Dragon could fully materialize, it was smashed to pieces by Kim Hyun-gu's as-you-will cudgel. After taking care of it, he said smugly, "Did you think I was going to scream like you just did? You used the Azure Dragon's manifestation, didn't you? Thanks for that. Thanks to you, I have a new ultimate move now." With that, Kim Hyun-gu countered with his Black Dragon. Gucci was completely overwhelmed. "Why can't I move?" He gritted his teeth in confusion. "The mana around me is rising." Kim Hyun-gu quickly ended the fight, shouting a command, "Black Dragon, manifest." Unable to resist, Jeonguchi stood there helplessly, screaming, "No!" The Black Dragon swiftly lunged forward and chomped down on him, after which his entire body vanished, sending him straight to the afterlife. The sky gradually brightened and a system notification appeared. "You have successfully defeated a conqueror from the top of the tower. You have successfully defeated the Dark Hermit Conqueror, Jeonguchi. Your information authority has accumulated. Your current information authority is at the high intermediate level." The battle ended, and the outfit he was wearing gradually faded away. Exhausted, Kim Hyun-gu collapsed onto the ground. He sighed. "Looks like the time limit on this power is up." His face was now covered in beads of sweat. Kim Hyun-gu breathed a sigh of relief. He had also just picked something up in his hand. He glanced up at the sky. Dark clouds were still lingering, making it look like the apocalypse. He had obtained an item, an Azure Dragon Orb. Kim Hyun-gu said excitedly, "I should check the items I got from taking that guy down before I pass out." He checked his information authority, but the information from the system took him completely by surprise. Azure Dragon's achievements, rank, effects, skills. There's no information at all. The information authority is a gemstone containing the essence of the Azure Dragon's achievement, the most powerful and noble of the 4 holy beasts and the leader of the dragon race. The Azure Dragon is the guardian deity of the East, possessing the power to control rain, clouds, wind, and lightning. The Azure Dragon has climbed the tower. And at this point, The system kept repeating insufficient information authority, which infuriated Kim Hyung-gu. What the hell is this? All the information is hidden, not even a single hint. He gritted his teeth and put a hand to his forehead, saying helplessly, I can't even move now. He looked at the azure dragon orb with a sense of regret, then stopped thinking about it and spread his arms out to the sides, relaxing into sleep. He was still optimistic enough to think that someone would come and rescue him. 3 days later, Hanarin finally came to pick him up. She said cheerfully, Are we going straight home, master? But he asked about another girl instead. Where's Mirion? Hanarin, still looking excited, replied, Oh, she's busy. A few hours earlier, Hanarin had used a little trick to send Mirion somewhere else. Senior, there are some bad rumors about Master in Asia. How could you be so bad at controlling the media in this region? Kim Hyun-woo said sympathetically. Well, the girl is a guild master. After all, that reminds me, I should probably stop by my guild too. It's the one I created, so I should at least pay a little attention to it. He shouldn't just pay it a little attention, right? What kind of guild master is he? With that, the two of them quickly got in the car to head back. Hanarin flashed a victorious smile. She encouraged herself, thinking, I'm finally alone with Master. Hanarin was thrilled that the little shorty wasn't here today. I have to take advantage of this precious time. She glanced at the road ahead with a suggestive smile. I already told the driver to go slowly on purpose, so now I can have a nice, long chat with Master. Hanarin, lost in her delusions, covered her face and thought, maybe. Something else will happen after that? But suddenly, Kim Hyun-woo spoke up. I'll be right back. There's somewhere I need to go for a moment. This startled her, and unable to accept reality, she yelled, What? Master, where are you going? Kim Hyun-woo instructed her coldly. Just stay in the car and keep going. It'll only take a few minutes. Hanarin froze. Without waiting for her to finish speaking, he logged in and completely vanished. She was left in the car, utterly confused and embarrassed. Hanarin was furious, clenching her fists. The clueless driver then asked, Should I start driving at a normal speed now? Not one to give up, she instructed the driver. Don't go there right away. Just drive slowly around this area for now. The driver obediently followed her orders. Hanarin tossed her hair back, continuing her delusion that she would definitely enjoy her date with Master. Meanwhile, Kim Hyun-woo quickly took out the Azure Dragon's orb and gave it to Avi. He asked impatiently, Did you find anything? Avi turned the orb for a moment, then shook her head. No. I could at least see some information if it were beyond my authority, but with this, I can't even find anything similar. Damn it. A little disappointed, Kim Hyun-woo took back the Azure Dragon's orb. I guess there's no avoiding it now, he asked. What about the other matter? The tower that the creator made. Avi seemed to know something and exclaimed, That. It seems the creator's tower is on the upper floors. A tower on the upper floors? Avi pulled up a screen in front of him and said, I need to research it more, but it seems the creator made another tower besides the Tower of Trials. I don't know what it's used for yet. Kim Hyun-woo stretched out on the sofa and said slowly, So that's why I should head to the upper floors. He then asked, Right, wait a minute. Weren't you almost done with your research? Avi continued, The problem is finding its location. Avi's expression grew tense. She furrowed her brow and said, It's on the upper floors, but I don't know which floor it's on exactly. Hearing her answer, Kim Hyun-woo was speechless. Sensing his slightly dismissive attitude, Avi held up 2 fingers to bargain and save face. If I search a little more, I can probably find it. Give me about 2 to 3 weeks. Kim Hyun-woo didn't push her. All right. He thought grimly, Find the created tower and come to me at the source of all evil. Kim Hyun-woo said with annoyance, That creator guy is a real piece of work. Suddenly, his eyes widened as if he remembered something, and he shouted, Wait. He held up a finger and said, I have the achievement of the Azure Dragon, right? Doesn't that mean I can use the source of all evil on it? Avi nodded. Yes. Then you'll be able to learn the achievement of the Azure Dragon without me having to decipher it. I should go straight to the labyrinth right after stopping by the guild office. That's it then. I'm going. Back in the car, when Hanarin saw him return, her face lit up as she said, You're back, Master. Kim Hyun-woo glanced around, confused. We're not there yet? He noticed something was off and said, Why does it suddenly smell like roses in the car? Hanarin lied, I know, right. The traffic was bad, so it's taking a little longer. Hanarin happily leaned on his shoulder. With 24 years of being hopelessly single, Kim Hyun-woo could only look at the girl beside him and think, she seems like she's in a good mood. 30 minutes later, the car finally arrived. He quickly got out. Hanarin, still excited, grabbed onto his arm. Kim Hyun-woo still didn't notice anything strange, just thinking, does she like car rides this much? She had made the driver go around for 1.5 hours when the trip normally only took 15 minutes. We're finally at the office. Let's go in. Hanarin enthusiastically opened the door. Kim Hyun-woo announced, I'm here. A horrifying scene unfolded before their eyes. Sekaran jumped back in a panic. Next to her was Kim Si-hun, his face covered in lipstick marks. The two of them were in the middle of a passionate embrace, fooling around in the room. When Kim Hyun-woo saw them, he was at a loss for words. He looked like he'd seen a ghost, but Hanarin, on the other hand, was absolutely thrilled. He stammered, "Excuse me, I'll be back in 5 minutes," but then suddenly stopped. "Wait," the interrogation began. "How long have you two been seeing each other?" Kim Si-hun and Anya sat trembling on the sofa. They began to tell their story. "It was around the time before you went to the International Hunter Association, right?" "What?" "That was a long time ago. Anya also comforted me during our separation before that." "You're Anya." Guildmaster Si-hun. Kim Hyun-woo listened intently as his junior recounted their dramatic love story. He thought to himself, "Is this really that serious? Why does this feel like I'm interrogating criminals?" Thinking this, he turned to them and said, "Why are you two so scared? It's not like you've committed a crime. There's nothing wrong with keeping your relationship a secret." Anya was extremely flustered at this point. He continued, "And Anya. Before, Anya was a hired assassin, and Si-hun is a close junior of mine. But you're not our enemy anymore." Hearing this, Anya replied with joyful gratitude. Guildmaster Kim Hyun-woo awkwardly brought up what he'd just seen. "But still, you two should be more careful in the middle of the office." Hearing that, they were so embarrassed they didn't know where to look. He quickly tried to explain further. "No, I'm not saying you two can't do that, but it would be really awkward for me to catch you like this again, right?" "Oh, stop it," Anya said cheerfully, holding a stack of papers in her hand as she spoke to Kim Hyun-woo. "The Guildmaster has an invitation for you," he asked in surprise. "For me? What kind of invitation?" He held the invitation, not understanding a thing. "What is this?" "An invitation to become an exclusive model for Adidas Sportswear. You know Adidas, right? The world-famous sportswear brand." "Of course." "Aren't these clothes I'm wearing from Adidas?" he said, bewildered. "They're asking me to be a model? That's a bit of a hassle." Anya replied, "They've made a very attractive offer. They said they'll pay you 15% of the profits earned from the product you advertise." Hearing this, Hanarin immediately ran over and grabbed his arm. "Master." Hanarin's face was full of excitement as she continued. "The profits from advertising a product for a multinational corporation are astonishingly high. It's way more than what we make from dungeons. 15% is a once-in-a-lifetime offer." She held his hand, urging him relentlessly. "You should do it." "No, you have to do it." But before they could finish, Anya and Kim Si-hun started mimicking them. "You have to do it." "All right, fine." A few days later, Kim Hyun-woo was giving a speech at a product launch. "And so, with this, I'd like to conclude that regarding the current issue, the Seong Guild has no further announcements." Lee Seo-dong was listening intently to his speech. She turned to him with a grin and said in a teasing tone, "You're working so hard, aren't you?" Kim Hyun-woo closed his eyes smugly and asked, "What do you mean, hard work?" Lee Seo-dong said with a hint of regret, "I arrived too late." He reassured her, "You played your part too." After the Guardian Guild defeated the Aries Guild and took back most of the dungeons that Aries had monopolized, the Korean Hunter Association began to flourish. Hunters who previously couldn't afford to enter dungeons were now able to pay a reasonable entrance fee. And because of that, small guilds, which were unprecedented in Korea until now, began to form. Since the monopoly system was gone, the hunter industry was slowly but surely set to change, and Kim Se-hun, Lelian, and Han Suo acted quickly. They moved to change the management of their monopolized dungeons, following the Guardian Guild's example. Kim Hyun-woo looked at his schedule and smiled faintly. Without the unhealthy competition, profits won't be an issue if we continue managing things this way. As he was speaking, Kim Hyun-woo suddenly stopped, his eyes fixed on the fluffy black fur bowl on Lee Seo-dong as he asked, "Is that the fox? What's it eating?" She answered slowly, "Oh, this? They're cat treats. It seems to like them, even though foxes are related to dogs." She laughed, amused, and said, "Isn't it just adorable?" Kim Hyun-woo wondered aloud. "It is cute, but how did you manage to bring it out here?" Lee Seo-dong answered honestly, "The fox has been teaching me witchcraft recently, so I brought it along to go to the Aran Guild's training room together." He grew worried and asked, "Is that really okay?" "It's not only dangerous, but also incredibly fast." Lee Seo-dong winked and pointed to the small carrier, reassuring him. "Don't worry, I put it in here and you didn't even see it, right?" She explained further. "If someone sees it, they'll just think it has unique fur or something." After hearing that, he broke out in a cold sweat. Kim Hyun-woo mumbled, "Still, it's half human. Is it really okay to treat it like that?" "Oh, no. I was just talking to myself." On Jeju Island, the photographer was constantly giving directions. "Yes, please look this way." "All right, this time, let's try a bit of a wilder pose." "Yes, yes, just like that. Thank you." Kim Hyun-woo frowned, wondering to himself, "What's going on? They're being way too nice." The two photographers were constantly flattering him. Here, have some water. We have snacks over here too. And one of them praised him endlessly. Thank you. You're the best. Kim Hyunu picked up a water bottle and took a sip, his face still showing disbelief as he thought to himself. Even with a personality as weird as mine, someone was actually willing to hire me. Well, no, there's one thing. After eating, Kim Hyunu got back to work, striking a pose as if he were waiting for someone. That's right, perfect. He thought to himself, shouldn't I go learn how to be a photo model? The person over there thinks I'm looking at someone with a loving gaze. Great. Now cross your arms and give a small smile, like you just woke up. Shouldn't poses for sportswear ads be more dynamic? He kept doing it anyway, because he was getting paid. Meanwhile, Hanarin and Miryong were posing for a photo together. These two didn't particularly like each other. Both were thinking the exact same thing. Why am I posing like this? But on the outside, they both radiated friendliness. Hanarin and Miryong's eyes flashed, clashing with each other. Neither one was willing to back down. In the photo studio, the work went smoothly. The photographer couldn't stop praising them. Great work, everyone. He even walked up to Kim Hyunu to compliment him. You were amazing today. Kim Hyunu acted modest, saying, It was nothing. I was just doing what I was paid to do. Kim Hyunu grabbed the hoodie he was wearing and asked, But I can wear this home, right? It's a bit of a hassle to change. The photographer nodded. Yes, it was only used for today's shoot, so it's fine. With that, Kim Hyunu stuck his hands in his pockets and coolly walked away. Well, I'm off. Get some rest. See you later. The photographer watched him go, judgingly. I heard he was a real jerk. Doesn't seem like it, though, does he? At that moment, Kim Hyunu was feeling very satisfied. It feels so liberating to be done with work. But suddenly, his expression turned lifeless. As Kim Hyunu walked past his two female disciples, he could smell the gunpowder in the air. Miryong said smugly, Hey, sister, this car only seats 3, so you should take another one. But Hanarin, who was already in her seat, retorted, Oh my, then what's this seat for? It's for you to sit in, so shut up and let's go. The bickering continued, but the car finally started moving. Sitting in the car, Kim Hyunu looked out the window and thought, Tomorrow, I'll enter the labyrinth to find the source of the demons, and I also need to test out the Azure Dragon's achievement. Once in the car, Hanarin and Miryong sat opposite each other, still glaring daggers, their murderous intent palpable. Kim Hyunu decided, I'm not taking them with me. At that moment, in the photographer's office, many beautiful photos were hanging on the wall. He was excitedly reviewing each photo, leaning back in his chair and taking a sip of coffee. Wow, these pictures came out great this time too. The photographer didn't notice a dark shadow appearing behind him. The shadow slowly approached, holding a massive sword. At the same time, in the 14th level underground labyrinth, the growls of demonic beasts echoed endlessly. Kim Hyunu shouted, Extend, Ruyi Jingu Bang. The staff quickly expanded, slamming hard into the demonic beasts. He arched his body, executing incredibly spectacular attacks. Kim Hyunu grinned victoriously, but Wukong immediately threw cold water on his parade. You're terrible with that staff. Kim Hyunu's eyes widened as he stared at the Ruyi Jingu Bang and asked, Hey, you've always been quiet. Why the sudden lecture? Wukong replied, It is because we have formed a contract, if you wish. To use my skills properly, you must master the Ruyi staff technique to a certain level. Hearing this, Kim Hyunu was a bit hesitant. You want me to learn staff techniques? That'll take a lot of time. Watching Kim Hyunu through a large screen, Wukong continued, I do not expect you to learn everything. I only ask that you learn the basics. Kim Hyunu asked doubtfully, If I learn the basics, will I be able to use them effectively in battle? You probably don't need to use that much. Wukong explained further, It seems you still do not understand a few details. Do you know the principle of borrowing another's achievement? Kim Hyunu replied, The principle for borrowing another's achievement. Wukong looked up, appearing very thoughtful. A tower climber will not easily lend their achievement. That is because if the borrower does not meet a certain standard, they will be unable to use the achievement ever again. Kim Hyunu still didn't get it. What do you mean by that? Hearing his question, Wukong puckered his lips in contempt. Wukong bellowed loud enough to burst his eardrums. You idiot. If you want to use my achievement, then you need to know how to use a staff. And right now, you are incapable of using it properly. Wukong continued to shout, It's like 0 multiplied by 100 is still 0. If you don't meet the standard, my staff techniques are useless in your hands. Annoyed, Kim Hyunu dropped the Ruyi Jingu Bang and covered his ears with both hands. Such a noisy monkey. I'm being serious. Wukong fumed. What? You want to die, monkey? But Kim Hyunu, with his usual arrogant tone, shot back. Damn it. You're just a loser that I beat. Are you done talking yet? The Ruyi Bang clattered to the ground. Kim Hyungu was completely exhausted and had to concede. All right, you win. You're the best. Sun Wukong gloated triumphantly. Humph, you should have said that from the very beginning. Kim Hyun-gu glared, thinking to himself that it was no wonder he was going crazy. The great sage's staff techniques were on a completely different level. He couldn't even dream of achieving that right away, he considered. Besides, it's not just some ordinary staff technique. It's the art of the Ruyi Bang itself. Let's give it a try. Finally, Kim Hyun-gu managed to reach the 15th underground level. He looked at the Ruyi Bang and asked, "But, can you always talk to me?" Sun Wukong explained, "Only since we formed a contract." Kim Hyun-gu was skeptical, "But I don't remember seeing that part in the contract." Sun Wukong kept insisting, "It's a basic feature. How could you not see it? All contracts have special conditions." Kim Hyun-gu posed a question. "Then why are there times you don't talk to me?" Sun Wukong sat inside with his arms crossed and said frankly, "Because I don't want to be driven crazy every time." Those words made Kim Hyun-gu clench the Ruyi Bang as if he was about to lose his mind. "What did you say?" At that moment, the roars of massive monsters echoed continuously. Kim Hyun-gu looked tiny in comparison, and it wasn't just one, but many enormous monsters. Kim Hyun-gu confirmed once more. "So, I have to fight them with just the Ruyi Bang, without using any special staff techniques, right?" But Sun Wukong casually replied, "Just go ahead. I'll tell you what you need to do as we go." Kim Hyun-gu spun the Ruyi Bang in his hand, then struck a cool pose and said excitedly, "Well then, let's get started." Meanwhile, at the palace, Emperor Long was sitting comfortably on her throne. She stroked the throne she was sitting on, recalling the advice Kim Hyun-gu had given her. "Don't spend money wastefully," is what Master said. "That's why the throne in Hanem is smaller than usual." She sighed. "To think that the Emperor Long's throne is so shabby. It's so frustrating." Just then, a subordinate beside her bowed and called out to Emperor Long. With that, he presented a carefully sealed stack of documents. Miri took it, her face flushing slightly, and gently ordered, "Everyone, leave." She slowly peeled off the seal with her own hands. Miri was incredibly excited when she saw what was inside. So adorable. Miri looked up and snapped, "Don't talk to me." The night parade of 100 demons looked through the mirror, clearly amused. "Aren't you overreacting a little? Didn't you tell me I could talk to you normally?" Miri quickly explained, "This isn't a normal situation." Hearing this, the night parade of 100 demons just scratched his head and gave a wry smile. The night parade of 100 demons said understandingly, "Ah, since you're embarrassed, I won't say any more." Miri composed herself and continued to look at the contents of the file. They were photos of Kim Hyun-gu from today's photoshoot. After looking at them, she was so delighted that she squirmed in her seat. Then, Miri looked at Kim Hyun-gu's picture and imagined 1,001 cliché, dramatic scenarios. Things like Kim Hyun-gu looking at her with infatuation, reaching out to take her arm. And with one photo, her wild imagination even had her thinking she was sleeping next to Kim Hyun-gu. There was also a scene of him holding an umbrella for her in the rain, just like in a romantic drama. Miri hugged the stack of photos to her chest and kept calling out, "Master." While she was lost in her happiness, Miri's gaze suddenly sharpened with vigilance. She asked the approaching person, "Who's there?" It turned out to be Hanarin. "Oh my, I was just wondering if you were here." Hanarin walked in with a smile, and behind her, men in black suits stood motionless. Miri was a little alarmed when she saw that all the masked warriors had stopped moving. Miri angrily prepared to raise her hand for a challenge. "Did you use a skill? What is the meaning of this?" Hanarin calmly explained, maintaining her composure. "Hold on now, I didn't come here to fight you. If I wanted to do that, I would have brought all of my subordinates," Miri declared boldly. "Even if you brought all of them, you still wouldn't be strong enough to fight me." Hanarin maintained her cheerful demeanor and continued, "I was just kidding. I came here because there's something I want to talk about." Miri asked impatiently, "What do you want to talk to me about?" Hanarin got straight to the point. "It's about those pictures you're holding." Hanarin held up a file identical to the one Miri had, even taking out a picture of Kim Hyun-gu from inside. Miri, feeling like she'd been caught, panicked and yelled, "That's." Hanarin replied calmly, "Don't get the wrong idea. I'm not like you." Hanarin stated honestly, "I also made a request to the photographer. If they had given me the pictures you're holding, I wouldn't be here right now. But they wouldn't give them to me, no matter the price, because they were threatened that if they gave them to anyone else, they would be eliminated." Hanarin held the picture in her hand, her face devoid of emotion as she stared at her opponent. "I think you've probably guessed why I'm here, haven't you?" Miri, gradually regaining her composure, asked, "Don't tell me." Hanarin slowly walked up the steps. That's right. In Hanarin's beautiful hand were many different photos of Kim Hyun-gu. Hanarin cornered Miri, asking, "Don't you want these pictures?" This left Miri frozen in bewilderment. Sun Wukong was sitting with his arms crossed, watching a replay of the match on a screen. Fight. His face suddenly twisted into an ugly grimace. The sounds of battle echoed relentlessly. Boom, Boom. On the screen, Kim Hyun-gu wielded his staff with With his staff, he could crush countless opponents. After his victory, a cool-looking Kim Hyun-gu appeared on the screen, beating his opponent with the staff. Wukong praised him seriously. Is this guy really that good with a staff? He recalled the previous times he had taught Kim Hyun-gu not to rely on brute strength. He seemed a bit clumsy at first, but once he learned how to utilize the staff's range, he took full advantage of it, and he used his footwork to maintain a safe distance from the monster. Unlike other techniques, staff techniques have many variables. They must be carefully considered when fighting an enemy because it is an all-powerful type of weapon. It can be used in both close quarters and long-range battles. Wukong continued his analysis in a low voice. When held for long-range combat, it can have the same attack range as a spear, and when held for close-quarters combat, it can even rival a short sword. A staff can produce countless different effects simply by changing the way you hold it. Therefore, to reach a master's level and unlock the staff's true potential, one must sacrifice a great deal of time. At this point, Wukong paused, stunned. But that guy. The image of Kim Hyun-gu striking the monster with his staff reappeared. He used it with such mastery. It left Wukong amazed and full of admiration. Even though I only taught him a few basic points, he can still control the staff at will almost perfectly. Wukong couldn't help but acknowledge him in admiration. Is this what they call a genius? In a dark, deserted place, Kim Hyun-gu stretched his chest and shoulders after a tiring day of training. Kim Hyun-gu licked his lips, a few drops of sweat running down his face, and thought to himself, as expected, I'm nothing short of a natural-born talent. If it weren't for the effort I put into fighting that demon, it probably would have taken me another 100 years. He recalled his battle with Juan Wuqi, thinking he had probably learned this by facing him head-on. After enduring countless pains, I realized the importance of every single step in battle. But I didn't just learn that. I learned everything from footwork to reacting to attacks from all sides, the essence of 100 years. That's everything I learned. At this point, Kim Hyun-gu, extremely excited, continued, while that guy was beating me to a pulp. That's why knowing just a few basic points is enough. At his feet lay a pile of monster corpses. Kim Hyun-gu was extremely confident, thinking that things like this were just a walk in the park. He proudly praised himself, I really am a fast learner. Wukong also acknowledged this, he truly is a genius. Through the screen, Kim Hyun-gu prompted Wukong, do you have anything else to nag me about? No, that's more than enough. Kim Hyun-gu held the item with great interest as the system information appeared. Incomplete Root of Chronos, level 5 plus 0 adjustment, no skills, information authority. The secret of Chronos, the one revered as the god of martial arts on the 9th floor. He tried to become a tower climber to follow his first master, who was said to have reached the top of the tower. With the help of the spirit speakers, he was trained by master martial artists and finally achieved a power worthy of the title God of Martial Arts. However, because he was just a limited tower climber, for his skills to be used, it required the power of the labyrinth that tower climbers instinctively accumulate when they breach the tower's floors. Labyrinth Stone 72%. After reading these lines, Kim Hyun-gu exclaimed, the information is so clear without no authority, huh? And from now on, the root of the demon will be corrected to the root of Chronos. Kim Hyun-gu casually walked through the night with the Ru Yi Bang on his shoulder, wondering to himself, so, from now on, I don't need to keep using the Ru Yi Bang, right? This is enough. From inside the Ru Yi Bang, Wukong asked curiously, hey, are you going to use it on the Azure Dragon's achievement? Kim Hyun-gu was extremely pleased. But you know what? Wukong, sitting inside the Ru Yi Bang, was lost in thought. Kim Hyun-gu perked up his ears to hear what he would say next. In my opinion, Kim Hyun-gu wrapped the cloth around the Azure Dragon's orb, but the system displayed a notification. You cannot use the Root of Chronos on the Azure Dragon's achievement. Kim Hyun-gu lowered his head helplessly and said, see, I told you that no matter how hard you try, you'll never be able to properly see the Azure Dragon's achievement. He smirked. I feel like I'm being imprisoned. I have to fill up the Labyrinth Stone anyway. Just then, someone called out, Guild Master. Kim Hyun-gu looked up, annoyed, startling Anya a little. You don't seem happy. Should I come back tomorrow? Kim Hyun-gu replied, it's fine. Just say it. What is it? Anya presented a stack of documents in front of him and said, it's another invitation. He was extremely surprised to hear this. Another one? Anya also had good news for him. Yes, and the compensation is much better this time, he asked curiously. Men's clothing? At that moment, Hanarin and Mirian, who were standing behind him, looked very expectant. Anya spoke. That's right. The image the company is going for is a perfect fit for you, and they're also planning to launch a bunch of new products. Hearing this, Kim Hyun-gu thought for a moment. This is tempting, then leaned back on the sofa and said decisively, but I already refuse, which surprised Anya. What? He said slowly, I have other ways to make money. Unwilling to give up, Hanarin approached him. With a sly smile, she said, Master, Hannarin continuously stroked her hair, smiling radiantly as she said, "Wouldn't it be nice to just go and do the photo shoot?" Kim Hyung-gu looked displeased. This again? Hannarin placed a hand on his shoulder, patting it reassuringly. "I'm not forcing you into anything, but this offer comes with a lot of great perks." Kim Hyung-gu remained firm, replying, "No, I don't care." Hannarin continued to press him. "They said they'll give us 25% of the profits, and that's even more than Addis gave us." But none of that swayed him. "I have enough money." Hannarin still didn't give up, using every word she could to goad him. "Master, you're the one who told me that if you have the chance, you should make as much money as possible." Holding the contract, she said with a radiant smile, "I think this is a suitable investment for you, Master." Kim Hyung-gu pouted and didn't answer. Miri, standing to the side, also looked flustered. Then Hannarin asked, "Miri, what do you think?" Startled at being called on, Miri stammered, well." As she blushed in embarrassment, Miri gathered all her courage and forced out each word. "I also think it would be best for you to do the commercial shoot." Kim Hyung-gu looked at the two girls in front of him with some suspicion. They both agree? Isn't that a little strange? Suddenly, he remembered something and froze. Wait a minute. Don't these two not get along? They haven't been fighting these past few days, and they've even gotten closer than before. Kim Hyung-gu said suspiciously, "Are you too?" Before he could finish, a system notification popped up. "You have been invited. The system has invited you. When the remaining time elapses, you will be summoned by the call. Time remaining, 0 days, 45 seconds. The look on Kim Hyung-gu's face was one of utter helplessness. His eyes scanned the clutter on the floor, then landed on the sight of Avi fast asleep at a table, snoring with drool dripping from her mouth. Kim Hyung-gu looked around the room and said, "I'm sure I cleaned up a bit before I left. Why does it look like a garbage dump in here now?" Avi shot up, wiped the drool from her mouth, and quickly made an excuse. "I've been so busy with research day and night that I must have forgotten to clean. Maybe?" Kim Hyung-gu asked curiously, "Where did you get all this food?" Avi looked to the side innocently and replied, "From the fridge. As long as it was produced before, I can reproduce it as many times as I want." Kim Hyung-gu flopped onto the sofa, a cheeky look on his face as he said, "Interesting." Whatever. "Did you find any information?" Avi answered honestly, "I did. Although it doesn't seem to be complete, I'm very certain about this. The creator's tower is on the 12th floor." They looked at each other seriously. Kim Hyung-gu looked up and said, "The 12th floor is an upper floor." Avi continued, "And according to my research, on the 12th floor, all it has is a single tower, right from the very beginning." Kim Hyung-gu couldn't help but ask, "What do you mean by that?" Avi told him he'd know when he saw it. "The moment you ascend to the 12th floor, you'll see the tower immediately." Still not understanding, Kim Hyung-gu asked Avi another question. If you say so. But how do I get to the 12th floor? Do I have to use the blind man's compass like last time?" Hearing this, Avi froze for a moment. Seeing her reaction, Kim Hyung-gu pressed her. "What's wrong? Can I use the compass?" Avi ran her hands through her hair in frustration and replied, "No, I think you probably can use it." Kim Hyung-gu asked again, "Then what's the problem?" Avi regained her composure and said, "The problem is time." Avi slowly revealed an extremely important piece of information. The time it takes for a watcher to travel from the 8th to the 35th floor is about 2 to 3 weeks, but I'm not sure if it's the same for traveling to other floors. Kim Hyung-gu rested his chin on his hand gloomily. "That means the travel time between floors is different, right?" Avi lowered her head and nodded. "That's right. It could take a few months like last time, or..." Kim Hyung-gu was bewildered and found it hard to believe. "Isn't a few years a bit too much? But if it really takes that long, it's going to be a huge problem." Hearing this, Avi immediately looked up at him. Kim Hyung-gu thought to himself, "I hold a very important role. I'm the watcher, the protector of this floor. If I'm gone for too long, the 9th floor will be unprotected for all that time. Of course, Miri and Hannarin are still on the 9th floor, and they should be able to take down any high-level tower climbers anyway." As he thought this, Kim Hyung-gu grew anxious. But what if a conqueror like the last one shows up again? His hands still trembled with fear. "I still remember the pressure from back then so clearly. I couldn't even handle him by myself. I can't just leave the 9th floor to the two of them." Seeing Kim Hyung-gu's restless and anxious state, Avi watched him intently. Then, an idea struck her, and she exclaimed, "Should I try to find out the exact time needed? Or maybe another way to get there?" Kim Hyung-gu's spirits lifted as he asked excitedly, "Oh, you can do that?" But Avi immediately threw a bucket of cold water on him. "To be honest, no matter how hard I try, I don't think I'll be able to find any." Kim Hyun-gu flew into a rage, smashing everything around him. "That son of a bitch creator. He should have at least left a decent way for me to find him." This terrified Avi as well. Kim Hyun-gu, burning with a legendary fury, cursed, "You goddamn bastard." Suddenly, his eyes lit up as if he remembered something. Avi asked in surprise. What is it? He said hesitantly, word by word. There's a guy. Then, like a madman, he shot to his feet and yelled. I said, there's a guy I can ask. Kim Hyunu, overjoyed, explained. A guy who knows this tower inside and out. At that exact moment, a pizza was delivered with a picture of Wukong on it. On it, Wukong was perched nonchalantly on a tree branch, saying indifferently, so, you want to know how long it takes to get from the 9th floor to the 12th. At this moment, Kim Hyunu was standing below, looking up at Wukong with hopeful eyes. Suddenly, Wukong asked a clueless question. Why do you need to know? Kim Hyunu roared in anger. Are you deaf? I thought you heard what I said clearly. Wukong retorted without missing a beat. Do I look like I have nothing better to do? But the harsh truth was, you weren't doing anything at all. His nerves struck. Wukong quickly jumped down to continue. Whatever. But I can only give you a little bit of information about the tower. Kim Hyunu asked impatiently. What do you mean? Wukong continued slowly. Is it possible you don't know anything at all? He answered, infuriated. I don't. Who do you think I am to know that? Wukong frowned. There's a restriction. Curious, Kim Hyunu stuffed his hands in his pockets and stepped closer to ask. A restriction. Wukong emphasized. Can you hear what I'm saying? Yes. Wukong put on a smug face and pointed. Well then, on the highest floor of the tower. Wukong's lips moved as he said something. Kim Hyunu squinted, trying to listen, but couldn't hear a thing. What the? He stared at the person in front of him, utterly shocked. What's going on? He definitely said something, but I couldn't hear it. Wukong, ignoring this, walked forward and said, come here. He even used his staff to scrawl a few words on the ground, but in Kim Hyunu's eyes, they just blurred. Extremely frustrated, he gritted his teeth in fury. He's writing something, but I can't see it. Kim Hyunu grabbed his head and tore at his hair in helplessness. This is so weird. It's like my eyes are refusing to see it. He cursed indignantly. Damn it, does this mean I can't find out anything? Wukong made a cheeky face and said, no. I can tell you some simple information, as long as it's not important. Kim Hyunu looked at Wukong expectantly, but Wukong simply replied at a snail's pace. Like, for instance, what you just asked me about. He couldn't take it anymore and exploded with rage. Are you messing with me? Then, Kim Hyunu furiously lunged forward, wanting to give this damn monkey a good beating. Meanwhile, Kim Hyunu and Wukong's actions were all being observed by the cunning eyes of the designer. After eavesdropping on their conversation, he said smugly, I see. So he defeated Zhong Yui. He defeated a Punisher. That guy even took one of my achievements. He's a monster. Interesting. The designer curled his lip into a smirk, then spread his arms wide and said with delight, very interesting. A guy created just for an experiment has turned into a monster and even killed the one who completed it. He praised him profusely. What a magnificent achievement. A mysterious figure broke out in a cold sweat and dared to ask, are you really going to just let him be? The designer continued slowly. He has surpassed my expectations, just like that other monster. Now I'm very curious. How many more achievements he can accumulate on his own? So, I'll give him a little more time. Back with Kim Hyunu, he asked in a panic. How long? He scrambled on the ground, saying impatiently, say it again. Wukong spread his hands and answered nonchalantly. I've already told you 1,000 times. 500 days. When this number was emphasized, Kim Hyunu's jaw dropped in shock. His face darkened. He panicked. That's over a year. How does that make any sense? It only took me about a month to get to the 8th floor. Wukong confirmed, that's just how it is. He then opened his mouth wide as if to add, and if you also have to do the quest. It was as if he were deliberately taunting him. Wukong paused, then continued. Oh, but you don't need to do the trial. Kim Hyunu asked irritably, what now? Wukong explained further, tower climbers have to complete quests as they ascend, but you don't. Kim Hyunu seemed to understand something. You mean the quest is to clear the entire floor? Ah, yes. But what's the quest for the 9th floor? Kim Hyunu tilted his head, waiting for the information, then exclaimed, everything is forbidden. Wukong chuckled, planting his hands on the ground as he continued. Anyway, what I mean is that each floor has a different quest. Kim Hyunu, losing his patience, urged. Forget that. Is there a faster way? I can't stay on this 9th floor for over a year. Kim Hyunu clenched his fists and said resolutely, I have things I need to protect. Seeing him like this, Wukong was moved. He immediately turned away and gave Kim Hyunu one more important piece of information. Come to think of it, there is one way. Kim Hyunu was overjoyed and excited, shaking him and asking insistently, really? What is it? Seeing Kim Hyunu begging him non-stop, Wukong smirked triumphantly. He slowly said once more, do you know about the Dragon Cloud? Back in Cho District, Kim Hyunu was on the phone with someone. Hanarin and Miri waited with great anticipation. Ania asked, President, about the photo shoot. Kim Hyunwoo flatly refused, telling them, "I'm not interested." Seeing this, the two girls' faces fell in disappointment. He hung up. While eating a snack, Kim Hyunwoo searched for Dragon Cloud on his phone. He looked at the image of a bright blue sky on his phone and thought to himself, "If I have that, I can reach the 12th floor in 5 days." Back then, Wukong said it was just a guess. If it's real, I have to get that Dragon Cloud at any cost. I also have to meet its creator and beat the crap out of him. At that thought, Kim Hyunwoo was fired up. He excitedly turned back and said, "Ladies." But he stopped mid-sentence when he saw the gloomy expressions on the two girls' faces. He wondered, what's with this atmosphere? Why are they? After thinking for a moment, he realized it was because he had rejected the modeling offer. Seeing that, he immediately picked up his phone and called Anya. "Hello, Anya." "Yes." "Yes, President." Hearing that, the two girls perked up, standing at attention to eavesdrop. Kim Hyunwoo said to Anya over the phone, "Send those documents to me by email." Anya asked, "What documents?" He replied, "The ones about the exclusive modeling contract." Hearing this, Hanarin and Miri became excited again. Like a boss, Kim Hyunwoo lifted his head and looked at the overjoyed Miri. He called out, "Ladies." "Yes, master." Kim Hyunwoo made a request. "I need an artifact. Can you find it for me?" The quiet Miri bowed and replied, "If it's something master requests, I will find it, no matter what it is." Hanarin, on the other hand, confidently puffed out her chest and replied, "I'll find it even if I have to turn the world upside down." Kim Hyunwoo turned his head back, satisfied. Just then, the system pinged. A notification appeared. A new tower climber has begun climbing to the 9th floor in New Delhi, India. Time remaining 1 minute, 48 seconds, and 12 milliseconds. Kim Hyunwoo was indignant. The system again? Why does it keep bothering me? I can't get anything done because of these small fry. From behind, Miri said quietly, "I will take care of the one who dares to disturb you, master." Hey, do magic words work on the system too? After venting his frustration, Kim Hyunwoo gave a sly grin. "In that case, I will." At that moment, it was pitch black outside, the air thick with the stench of death. The sound of small demons crying ceaselessly could be heard. Who was exterminating them? It was the tower climber, Orabat. With a weapon in hand, he relentlessly skewered every single one that stood in his way. He boasted arrogantly, "Only fools would dare block my path." The 72nd demon of Solomon and the next prince of hell. Orabat looked toward the flash of light ahead, satisfied. Finally, the 9th floor. I should clear this place quickly and move on to the next floor. He was extremely confident in his current abilities. It doesn't matter how strong this floor's guardian is, as long as I have the power to see the future. Orabat even laughed gleefully. I don't have to worry about surprise attacks or being caught off guard. Suddenly, a blinding light illuminated the entire sky. A small, sparkling house appeared, the scenery beautiful with a perfectly round sun. Kim Hyunwoo was relaxing on a chair with his iPad. He called out cheerfully, "Ro, you're here?" The man named Orabat, not knowing who he was stunned for a moment. Orabat pointed his weapon at Kim Hyunwoo and demanded, "Who the hell are you?" Kim Hyunwoo replied just as arrogantly, "What do you think? I'm sure you know very well who I am." Orabat thought blankly. Is he insane? But he didn't give a damn. Whatever. Let's see what kind of entertainment you've prepared for me. As he spoke, Orabat unleashed an attack toward Kim Hyunwoo, creating a massive explosion. Startled, Kim Hyunwoo stopped looking at his iPad. Orabat let out a mocking laugh, revealing a terrifying set of teeth. He continued smugly, "Even a weirdo guardian like you is no problem." Being insulted like that, Kim Hyunwoo's eyes widened. What? Then, with lightning speed, Kim Hyunwoo dashed in front of Orabat like a god. Are you kidding me? Orabat was terrified. Next, Kim Hyunwoo used a technique that created a blinding light, obscuring everything. Nothing could be seen clearly. The incredibly powerful force sent Orabat flying. He was beaten so badly he couldn't even react. Orabat looked at the person before him in utter confusion, wondering what had just happened. What the hell is this guy? Meanwhile, Kim Hyunwoo wore the smug expression of a victor and said, "Just another small fry." Orabat struggled to his feet. Quickly, I need to use my power to see the entire future. Orabat's eyes suddenly widened after seeing the information appear. The images of the fight between Orabat and Kim Hyunwoo, seen through his future sight, were incredibly detailed, but they all had one outcome. Orabat would be killed by Kim Hyunwoo. Orabat couldn't believe his eyes. Why does every encounter with this guy lead to my death? Kim Hyunwoo closed his eyes, speaking with an air of wisdom. All right, the situation has changed now. He then put on a wicked expression with a savage smile. My opponent. Who is he? Who's the real fool here? Back in his office, Kim Hyun couldn't stop reading all the exciting news about himself. While he was engrossed in scrolling through his phone, the frantic calls of two girls came from outside the door. Master, master. Outside, Hennerin and Miri were fighting over something as they brought it in. We found it. We got it. Good. Kim Hee-yoon praised his two disciples for their achievement. You did well. A notification window appeared. Jisan Doong's necklace. Level 8. Skill. Pipe smoking. Authority. Information. This is the necklace worn by Jisan Dong, the murderous king, also known as the great sage who moved mountains. This item was crafted by Jisan Dong, a man who loved to smoke. By defeating a lazy Muji that lived deep underground, it gained the ability to transform into a smoking pipe at the user's will. It can burn tobacco leaves infinitely without needing to be refilled, and its flavor changes to suit the user's taste. Kim Hee-yoon held the necklace in his hand, overjoyed. He then said to his disciple, I'll be back soon. Hennerin couldn't help but ask, Where are you going? Mary, on the other hand, simply bowed her head obediently. Understood. Kim Hee-yoon slowly replied, It won't take long. Then he took the two items in his hands and combined them. The system presented a choice. Will you use the source of Actual on Jisan Dong's necklace? Yes or no? Kim Hee-yoon quickly chose yes. Seeing Hannerin's astonishment, Mary thought smugly to herself, You don't understand Master's ways. You're still so naive. At that moment, an image of Miri appeared, her face flushed beet red. She whispered his name, Master. The person standing across from her was Kim Hee-yoon. She gazed passionately into her master's eyes. Kim Hee-yoon gazed back at his disciple. In the quiet space, they slowly leaned in, their faces blushing, lips about to touch. Having read this far, someone couldn't take it anymore and tossed their phone aside. It was none other than Lee Seo-dong. She broke out in a cold sweat, her jaw dropping as she screamed, What the hell is this? I just had a little time before my date with Si-hun, and this thing caught my eye while I was browsing the web. The secret love between a master and his disciple. Lee Seo-dong naively thought to herself, I thought this was a romance novel, but who knew it was fan fiction? And what's more, all the characters are people I know. She bit her lip, incredibly curious, and to her own surprise, her curiosity got the better of her, and she picked her phone back up. Lee Seo-dong tapped the screen, eager to see what happened next. After all, she told herself, it's just fiction found only in novels. Just then, the office doors suddenly swung open, and a man's voice called out, I'm here. Before he could finish his sentence, a startled Lee Seo-dong launched her phone straight at the door. Luckily, Kim Si-hun was nimble enough to dodge it. The phone embedded itself straight into the wall, creating cracks around the impact point. A startled Kim Si-hun quickly asked, Did I do something wrong? Elsewhere, Kim Hee-yoon had arrived at the place he was looking for. The area was filled with lush greenery and the atmosphere was completely silent. What's this? There's nothing here. He wondered suspiciously, Did I come to the wrong place? Kim Hee-yoon quickly opened the system to check again. Will you disengage from Jisan Dong's necklace? The system displayed a yes or no option. Kim Hee-yoon hesitated, his eyes scanning the surroundings. Jisan Dong must be around here somewhere. With that, he decided to persistently make noise and set off explosions. All right then, I'll just find him myself. And so, Kim Hee-yoon flew and leaped through the vast forest like a madman. Kim Hee-yoon ground his teeth in anger and cursed, Damn it. Looking down, all he could see were endless green mountains, with not a soul in sight. He exclaimed furiously, It's nothing but mountains. Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock. He had spotted a cave, its entrance hidden by lush greenery. Is that the place? Having quickly pinpointed the location, Kim Hee-yoon made a cool landing. He stared intently at the spot and without wasting any words, charged straight inside. In just a moment, he had reached it, landing safely before the cave entrance. He broke into a sweat as he looked around. Kim Hee-yoon was suddenly taken aback, then he strode into the cave. Beams of light illuminated Kim Hee-yoon's face. Before him stood a massive tree covered in countless vines. Kim Hee-yoon was astonished. This place is. Just then, another man's voice rang out. Who are you? Following the sound, Kim Hee-yoon headed in that direction. He saw a man smoking a cigar, his build closely matching the description Kim Hee-yoon had read in the system. He exclaimed in surprise, You're Jisan Dong? Kim Hee-yoon addressed the man smoking the cigar before him. Great sage Jisan. Jisan Dong remained where he was, enjoying his smoke, not even bothering to open his eyes to look at him. He spoke calmly. So someone still knows that name? Who are you? Kim Hee-yoon boldly declared, I have come to claim the flying nimbus that the Monkey King left in your care. The man remained indifferent. Is that so? I understand. Jisan Dong's nonchalant attitude left Kim Hee-yoon speechless. He thought to himself, if you understand, then at least give me a proper response. Kim Hee-yoon repeated impatiently, I'm here to get the flying nimbus. Jisan Dong retorted, and I already told you that I heard you. Hearing this, Kim Hee-yoon could only swallow his anger and force a smile. But seeing how nonchalant he was, Kim Hyun-gu couldn't hold back anymore and screamed, You bastard. At that moment, Jisan Daesung finally lifted his head and asked, "So, you came here for the flying nimbus?" He continued to speak slowly, and his halting voice only made Kim Hyungu even more furious. Jisan Daesung leisurely took another drag of his smoke, then raised his head to look at Kim Hyungu and continued, "The Monkey King. No, I want to know what my brother is doing. So, after dying at my hands, my dear brother entered that Ruyi Bang and formed a pact with you. Is that it?" "That's right." Jisan Daesung looked up to the sky and lamented, "What a foolish bastard. I don't understand why he would move his soul into an object like that, and still insist on trying to climb the tower. All of my other brothers have already given up." Jisan Daesung asked curiously, "Where is that Ruyi Bang?" Kim Hyungu replied, "I don't have it with me right now." He explained, "Because when I use the demonic origin, I can't carry any other artifacts with me." "What a pity." Kim Hyungu asked, confused. "But what do you mean? He's the only one climbing the tower?" Jisan Daesung chuckled in response. "Ah, that." He then said slowly, "Hey, have you ever heard of the 7 great sages?" Kim Hyungu repeated the words, having heard them for the first time. The 7 great sages? The 7 great sages are the demons who became sworn brothers with the Monkey King. Each one of them possesses enough power to wreak havoc on the entire heavenly realm. They are incredibly powerful demons. Right now, none of the 7 great sages are climbing the tower anymore, except for that foolish one. Kim Hyungu asked curiously, "So, what are the others doing?" Jisan Daesung said nonchalantly, "Obviously, we're just living a leisurely life in this pathetic, cramped space, rent-free." Hearing that, he was at a loss for words. Kim Hyungu demanded, "Then why aren't you climbing the tower?" Jisan Daesung's expression turned grim as he said, "Because we've realized a very harsh truth. The truth," he explained, "is that no matter how hard we try to climb, we can never take back the achievements that were stolen from us. And more importantly, we are the ones who..." Jisan Daesung suddenly stopped himself there. "It seems I've said a bit too much." He let out a long yawn. "It wouldn't be right for me to say it, since my brother is suffering through this as well. So, I'll just stop here." Hearing this, Kim Hyungu became furious. He gritted his teeth, thinking, "These bastards, they always leave you hanging." He let out a helpless sigh, then said, "You satisfied your curiosity, haven't you? Now, give me the flying nimbus." Jisan Daesung scoffed coldly and replied, "I'm not so sure you can actually take it." Kim Hyungu's jaw dropped in astonishment. "What do you mean?" He quickly explained, "Don't get me wrong. It's not that I don't want to give it to you. The flying nimbus is certainly here, but I can't just give you my brother's achievement. The tower is a place where you can only use the power of achievements you've obtained on your own. Unless that highest level entity intervenes, it's not easy to just give an achievement to someone else." Jisan Daesung began to explain that this is because every achievement is created from the unique traces left by each individual. Jiunguchi can use the Azure Dragon's achievement, but there's no way he could have obtained something like that so easily by himself. Jisan Daesung smirked. "Ah, but it's not like there isn't a way." He pointed at Kim Hyungu and continued, "You have to follow the exact steps my brother took to obtain the achievement." Hearing this, Kim Hyungu was completely stunned. "What?" Meanwhile, at the Dark Guild, Hanarin and Miriam were sitting opposite each other. A map spread out before them. Hanarin spoke up first, her voice full of excitement. "So, what do you want to do?" She thought to herself, "Honestly, I'd like to rule over Mexico City myself, but there have been too many brats causing trouble lately. It would just be a waste of time. If I had my way, I'd just kill them all, but that would only complicate matters."
But with her, someone who already controls all of China, things will be different. More importantly, we can turn that city into a place filled only with the things our master...
While Hanarin was lost in thought, Miriam began to speak, though she trailed off in embarrassment. Then, she quickly regained her confidence, crossed her arms, and continued decisively, "I'll build the building I want on my half of the land." Hanarin nodded lightly. "All right." After reaching a verbal agreement, they both quickly pointed at the map. "All right, let's split it down the middle. There's no major difference in the terrain on either side, so this should be fair." The two began to fantasize. Miriam said, "I'll build the 10-story arena our master always talks about." Not to be outdone, Hanarin chimed in, "I'll build the sky pool our master wants." Back with Kim Hyungu, Jisan Daesung was still trying to make him understand. "You must have misunderstood me. To be precise, you need to perform the exact same steps my brother took to obtain the flying nimbus." Kim Hyungu scratched his head in frustration. "So, what do I have to do? Learn your brother's flying nimbus technique?" He looked completely bewildered upon hearing the answer. "What?" Jisan Daesung repeated. "You have to learn the technique to ride the flying nimbus. Did you really think you could just take it that easily?" Kim Hyungu furiously clenched his fists. He thought to himself, "That damn great sage. He only told me to bring back the somersault cloud, but he never mentioned anything about having to learn it myself. Kim Hyunu peppered him with questions. So, how am I supposed to use this somersault cloud technique? I'm not sure either. What do you mean? Jisande flexed his muscular arm and said with a laugh, I don't know anything. I'm just strong. Kim Hyunu pointed to himself, asking again in annoyance. So I have to learn it myself, yes. After he confirmed it, Kim Hyunu became furious, losing control and cursing. That son of a bitch. Jisande gave a faint smile and continued to explain. Even if I knew what to do, I couldn't help you. If you don't follow the exact steps to claim the achievement, everything will be useless. And for your information, my brother figured out how to use it all by himself without anyone's help. At this, Kim Hyunu quickly regained his composure and got straight to the point. So, I just have to figure out how to use it on my own, right? That's right. You have to go through the same hardships my brother endured to be recognized for that achievement. Kim Hyunu crossed his arms, sat down on the ground, and said with determination, Damn it. I've come this far, I have to see this through to the end. Jisande lay down and encouraged him. Well, do your best then. I'm going to sleep now. Suddenly, he remembered something and added, Oh, one more thing. Jisande pointed to the sky. The somersault cloud is that cloud up there. Good luck. Kim Hyunu tilted his head up, following his finger. A cloud? He looked for a moment and frowned. There were countless clouds in the sky. Staring at them for a bit made him feel dizzy. Blue skies, white clouds, golden sun, and rolling hills. Suddenly, a deafening explosion echoed through the air, along with Kim Hyunu's furious shout, Damn it. Kim Hyunu opened his status window, looked at his stats, and felt a surge of bitterness when he saw his age was now 121. Compared to when I first arrived, I'm now 121 instead of 118. I can't believe 3 years have passed here. Kim Hyunu gritted his teeth in anger, telling himself, Of course. I never thought this would be easy from the start. It took Kim Hyunu a full 100 years to learn the Heavenly Demon's divine light art, and on top of that, the somersault cloud was a technique he had never learned before. First, Kim Hyunu tried to imitate the 5-form formation that Sion had learned, but it wasn't very effective. After that, Kim Hyunu tried stepping onto the cloud. But even when he managed to touch it after transforming into the Thunder God, and despite trying to step onto the cloud as carefully as possible, in the end, it all failed. Kim Hyunu's body immediately plummeted to the ground. He thought in frustration, I can't even ride that cloud. Kim Hyunu also tried binding the cloud with his magical power, but that ended in failure too. When he tried to increase the cloud's density with magical power, the result was still failure. The only thing Kim Hyunu got out of it was learning the air-stepping technique through his experience. Kim Hyunu tried to stretch his body and take a few steps in the air, but the moment his foot touched a cloud, his whole body would instantly plummet back to the ground. Kim Hyunu struggled to climb out of the crater of dirt and rock, rubbing his head in pain and wondering irritably, Damn it, do I have to go ask that great sage? Kim Hyunu calmed himself down, slapped his thigh, and said, No, if I want to make this my own achievement, I have to do this myself. Kim Hyunu looked up at the sky, his mind adrift. However, I've tried every possible method, but it seems I can only float along with those clouds. With renewed determination, his spirits lifted again, and he said, There must be a way to achieve this. Meanwhile, the great sage Jisan was sitting leisurely, smoking his pipe and enjoying the scenery. On the other side, Kim Hyunu kept trying to jump up, only to fall and crash painfully to the ground. As Kim Hyunu struggled to climb out of the crater, he swore, Damn it. Then, Hyunu leaped into the sky again, continuing to practice the somersault cloud once more. The great sage Jisan exhaled a long puff of smoke, watching Kim Hyunu's tireless efforts and thinking, It seems like he's been failing this whole time. Is this the 5th or 6th time now? But compared to his first fall, isn't he crashing a lot better now? With that thought, the great sage Jisan flopped down on a rock slab, muttering lazily to himself, Whether he fails or not, has nothing to do with me. I gave up hope that day, anyway. Despite saying that, the great sage Jisan was still distracted by Kim Hyunu, or more accurately, by the noise Kim Hyunu was making. Watching Kim Hyunu fail time and time again, he couldn't help but wonder, But why did my brother place his hopes on this guy? He even told him where to get the achievement. Suddenly, Kim Hyunu took off his shirt, revealing a solid 8-pack, but he didn't stop there. A moment later, his long pants and even his sandals went flying off, leaving the great sage Jisan wide-eyed in astonishment. The great sage thought, What in the world is happening? The great sage Jisan thought in bewilderment, Is he getting naked? Has he finally gone insane? All that could be seen was Kim Hyunu, wearing nothing but his boxers, raising his arms and legs like Superman and launching himself into the sky with all his might to continue the challenge. After reaching a high altitude, Kim Hyunu slowly placed his feet on the cloud, smiling excitedly as he said, If this goes well, I might actually be able to do it. Kim Hyun-gu recalled the answer hidden within the novels. Although Hyungu didn't remember most of the martial arts in those books, he always remembered the famous scenes, no matter how much time passed. And one of the most famous scenes was when the main character's master advised him, "When you can make your body lighter, you will be able to see me again." So, Kim Hyungu thought the key might be to make his body weightless. This was a famous scene where the main character left his master after training under him for 5 whole years. This scene was particularly memorable for Kim Hyungu. He got a hint from it, and because he always remembered it, he had a realization as he kept falling. The clouds in this empty space had a slight physical force mixed within them. Kim Hyungu was determined to try, thinking to himself, "If I can't ride the clouds in my current state, then I just have to make myself lighter. If I use the martial arts I learned from the heavenly demon to make myself as light as possible, then I'll be able to feel the clouds with my own feet." This was the true technique of weightlessness. The skill of striding through the air earlier wasn't the correct way. After thinking it through, Kim Hyungu took his first steps on the clouds. 5 to 10 seconds passed. Then another 10 to 15 seconds passed. Kim Hyungu continued for 20 to 40 seconds and surpassed the realm of emptiness. Kim Hyungu's 40 seconds of walking on clouds turned into 80 seconds. Even the great sage who moves mountains was extremely excited when he saw this, exclaiming, "Whoa! A moment ago you were just using your magical power to float with those clouds, but now you're truly walking on them." Kim Hyungu was finally able to walk comfortably on the large cloud. Suddenly, the clouds flew over and gathered together. Kim Hyungu exclaimed joyfully, "The clouds are gathering. I finally did it." Right after that, Kim Hyungu comfortably lay back on the cloud to rest. Seeing Kim Hyungu step down, the great sage who moves mountains brought Hyungu's clothes over and said cheerfully, "How about you put some clothes on first?" Only then did Kim Hyungu remember that he was still naked. He then licked his lips, feeling a little amused. He thought, "To think I believed taking off my clothes would make my body lighter. Haven't I been stark naked this whole time?" Suddenly, Kim Hyungu's eyes widened as he looked at the age on his information panel, which now read 131 years old. Kim Hyungu was stunned and cried out, "I'm older again? By 10 whole years?" Kim Hyungu stood frozen, his jaw dropped in thought. Does that mean I've been in this damn state for 10 years? The great sage who moves mountains saw Kim Hyungu standing there with his mouth agape and spoke up. "You seem quite upset. Are you all right?" Kim Hyungu's face darkened as he pulled on his clothes, saying grimly, "It's nothing. By the way, where is the Nimbus cloud?" Suddenly, the great sage who moves mountains handed a ring to Kim Hyungu and said, "Here. This ring is the Nimbus cloud of the great sage, equal to heaven. It's rank S+, C+, and has the summon and release skills." Kim Hyungu asked again, curiously, "But why did it suddenly turn into a ring?" The great sage laughed and replied, "I'm not sure either. After you got off, it suddenly shrank and turned into a ring." Kim Hyungu put on the Nimbus cloud ring and shouted loudly. Immediately, a cloud burst out of the ring and flew into the sky. Kim Hyungu looked at the cloud and shouted again, "Release." Right after, the Nimbus cloud shrank back and zipped into the ring. Seeing Kim Hyungu testing the Nimbus cloud like this, the great sage smiled and asked, "Ho ho, are you leaving now?" Kim Hyungu turned back and replied with a smile, "Yes, that's right." The great sage held his pipe and said, "Please give my senior brother a message for me." Kim Hyungu asked, confused, "A message?" Meanwhile, over on the other side, Mission and Hanarin were still busy fighting a 300-round battle with each other. Hanarin shouted as she attacked, "Do you think you can satisfy Master with something like that?" Mission immediately struck back and yelled, "But I think my way is much better than yours." Suddenly, with a loud crash, both Mission and Hanarin were startled and turned to see Kim Hyungu's figure appear. Both of them were overjoyed and excited, shouting in unison, "Master! Master!" Suddenly, with a thud, Kim Hyungu looked up in surprise and asked curiously, What's all this noise?" Kim Hyungu looked at the chaotic mess before him and shouted in astonishment, "Huh? What the hell is this?" Then, Kim Hyungu lowered his voice and said through gritted teeth, My disciples. No, you too." Hanarin and Mission weren't scared at all, quickly smiling and replying loudly, "Yes, Master. Yes, Master." But Kim Hyungu couldn't hold it in anymore and screamed, "What the hell is all of this?" After sorting things out with his 2 disciples, Kim Hyungu went to see Wukong to return the Nimbus cloud. Suddenly, Wukong's voice rang out loudly, "What? Don't tell me you learned the Nimbus cloud technique." Kim Hyungu gave Wukong a puzzled look, his hands in his pockets as he said, "So, what if I did?" The handsome Monkey King seemed even more confused and asked, "What I mean is, why did you do that?" Kim Hyungu pointed at the handsome Monkey King in annoyance and yelled, "But you were the one who told me to bring the Nimbus cloud back." Wukong replied in bewilderment, "But why did you learn it?" After he said this, both Kim Hyungu's and Wukong's eyes went wide. Their eyes met, both of them completely bewildered. Then, a horrified Wukong stammered, "Junior, didn't I tell you how to bring it back?" Kim Hyunu gave a forced smile and replied, "He said I needed to do exactly what you did to earn the achievement." Thinking back on everything, Kim Hyunu asked again, "You mean there was another way to bring it here?" Wukong just pressed his lips together and timidly nodded. Kim Hyunu felt like he'd been played for a fool. Dazed, he couldn't help but mutter the name. Then, Kim Hyunu couldn't hold it in any longer, his body shaking with rage as he roared. Damn it. Seeing this, Wukong suddenly remembered that at the time, his junior hadn't listened to a word he'd said. Wukong had been rambling on. "Junior, if you don't like looking at that cloud, then there's a way to keep it. You're not listening to me." Back then, the great sage had just been lazing about, smoking his pipe, and had only given a half-hearted reply. After thinking for a moment, Kim Hyunu said optimistically, "But even if there was another way, I still had to learn how to ride the somersault cloud, right?" He felt quite satisfied, thinking he'd learned a lot during his training. But Wukong just clicked his tongue, turned away, and said, "Not really," which made Kim Hyunu want to explode all over again. Wukong then explained, "Didn't I tell you before? The contract allows me to share my power." Kim Hyunu was stunned as he realized the truth. "Does that mean you can share your achievements with me?" Wukong nodded. "That's right. That's why you can ride my somersault cloud." Hearing this, Kim Hyunu clenched his fists and let out a string of curses. What the hell did he just say? After a round of swearing to let off steam, Kim Hyunu finally let out a breath, calmed down, and looked at the somersault cloud, saying, "What did we do with the somersault cloud I brought here?" Wukong said, "Now we need to upgrade it." Kim Hyunu asked curiously, "Through the labyrinth?" Wukong laughed and said, "How could you possibly use the somersault cloud in such a narrow place? We need to use a special path." Meanwhile, in another place, there were two people. One was practicing with a spear. The other was watching in silence. After the tip of the spear touched the ground, Bingling spoke coldly. "Why have you come looking for me?" The mysterious figure, with his face hidden by a hood, replied, "I have something to tell you." Bingling then asked, "Is it from him?" The mysterious figure said, "No." After that, Bingling thought for a moment, tapped his spear, and slowly sat down cross-legged. Immediately, the scene around them changed from the arena to a large study. A teacup appeared in Bingling's hand, and he then gave the mysterious figure a meaningful smile. The mysterious figure, seeing this complete change, said in surprise, "The Northern Heaven Sacred Arts. It seems it has been used correctly." Bingling smiled and said, "Even though they were the last ones, it's been a while since I climbed the tower, hasn't it?" Bingling leisurely took a sip of tea, then inquired, "So, why have you come here?" The mysterious figure replied coldly, "There is a task that requires your skills." Bingling chuckled and asked, "Interesting. What is it?" Bingling looked at the mysterious figure and remarked, "I have never seen you act so unceremoniously before. What is this task that requires me?" The mysterious figure quickly said, "Kill the freak on the 9th floor." Bingling asked curiously, "A freak?" The mysterious person replied, "That's right." Bingling thought for a moment and then said in surprise, "I can't believe Jeon Yui was actually defeated." The mysterious figure explained, "You knew about that. Jeon Yui was wiped out by that freak." Bingling closed his eyes, savoring the fragrant tea, and said, "In the end, despite his desire to become a god, he couldn't escape a mere warrior." Suddenly, Bingling put his teacup down and said flatly, "I refuse." Back to where Kim Hyunu and Wukong were talking, Kim Hyunu asked curiously, "A special path?" Wukong nodded in reply, "That's right. There's a path that only conquerors can use. If we take that path, we can reach the 12th floor in a single day." Kim Hyunu asked again, confused, "Huh? Didn't you say it would take 5 days before?" Wukong glared and snapped, "That was if I lent you my achievement. We don't need that now. We just need to push through without resting." Kim Hyunu excitedly clenched his fists and said, "One day. Just in case things didn't go smoothly, I was planning to train my disciple before going, but it seems I don't need to anymore." Suddenly, Kim Hyunu remembered something and turned to ask Wukong, "Wait. You said only conquerors can use that path, can I?" Wukong jumped down from the cloud, saying cheerfully, "Ah, you can use it now, too. You got the pass, right?" Kim Hyunu was surprised. "A pass?" Wukong nodded and said, "Yeah, the thing that appeared after you defeated Jeon Yui." Kim Hyunu said, "Could this be the achievement of the Azure Dragon?" Wukong nodded and explained, "That's right. It's something you can only obtain after becoming a conqueror. It's also proof that you're qualified." After saying that, Wukong excitedly suggested, "So, shall we set off right now?" Kim Hyunu shook his head and replied, "No, first I need to fill up the labyrinth stone." This made Wukong let out a long, disappointed sigh. But Kim Hyunu was full of confidence, clenching his fist with determination, saying, "But it will be soon. I want to see that bastard's face as soon as possible." Now, back to the conversation between Bingling and the mysterious man. The mysterious man immediately asked, "Why did you refuse me?" Bing Ling stood up and answered nonchalantly, "Because I don't want to waste my efforts on something that isn't from my master's command." After that, Bing Ling returned to the arena and continued practicing with his spear. The mysterious man thought for a long moment, then slowly said, "If you complete this mission, I will grant you a great achievement." This made Bing Ling pause. Then, full of interest, he turned and asked, "Are you serious?" Then, Bing Ling gave a sly grin and left him with the words, "Don't you forget your promise," and then he instantly vanished. The mysterious man muttered to himself, "Even though the Lord told me not to mess with that freak, I definitely have to kill him." The martial art that he personally created, leaving his mark on it, is considered the absolute best in the world. But in reality, his achievements aren't that amazing. There are many who proclaim themselves the best in the tower. After all, this is a place where those who have surpassed the ordinary limits of humanity exist. But that guy, despite having trained hard in martial arts for a very long time, has still gained fewer achievements than Uchi. However, he is one who has wandered in the darkness and received an achievement from the Lord himself. I've asked him to take care of this, so there's no need to worry anymore. 3 days later, Kim Hyun-gu looked at the vast desert before him and asked, "Is this really the place?" Wukong laughed and replied, "Try shaking the blind man's compass." Kim Hyun-gu shook the compass and said, "Like this?" Suddenly, the eye on the compass lit up and shot a pillar of light straight into the sky. Kim Hyun-gu looked at the light from the compass and asked, "So, we just have to go up there now?" Wukong nodded and said, "That's right." He then instructed Kim Hyun-gu, "When you go up, hold on tight to the Azure Dragon achievement. Then you will be able to see the path." Kim Hyun-gu stepped on the flying nimbus and said cheerfully, "Let's go." Then he took out the Azure Dragon orb and held it in his hand. Kim Hyun-gu thought to himself, "I'm a little worried about my disciples, though." Kim Hyun-gu recalled saying goodbye to his 2 clingy female disciples and felt somewhat reassured, thinking, "But they should be fine since I already talked to them. Besides, it looks like I won't be gone for more than 5 days." The flying nimbus continued to spiral upwards, following the compass's guiding pillar of light. Suddenly, the Azure Dragon orb in Kim Hyun-gu's hand glowed brightly, and his entire body abruptly vanished. Kim Hyun-gu said in confusion, "What was that?" Immediately after, he appeared inside a giant tunnel. He said worriedly, "Where is this place?" Wukong's voice called out, "You made it inside? This is the path I told you about. Taking this path will help you get to the 12th floor faster." After hearing this, Kim Hyun-gu, full of confidence, stood on the flying nimbus with the Azure Dragon orb in his hand and said, "Well then, shall we get going?" At that moment, in the God Guild, the sound of an argument could be heard. "Unfortunately, we cannot accept your offer." "What? Why not?" The blue-haired man said frantically, "No one else can make an offer like this." Sacker Ania skimmed through the contract and replied, "That may be true, but our guild master didn't say he would be taking on any more modeling contracts." The blue-haired man asked timidly, "Is there any way we can persuade him?" Saker Enia immediately refused, saying, "I'm sorry, but I can't persuade the guild master." Hearing this, the blue-haired man tried to compromise. Could you please show these documents to Hunter Kim Hyun-gu?" Saker Ania sighed and said, "All right, I'll pass them on to him." Hearing that, the blue-haired man was extremely grateful and exclaimed, "Thank you so much. We're counting on you." Saker Ania smiled brightly, nodded, and said, "Goodbye." After the man left, she sighed and took out her phone to check the news. Seeing that most of the top 10 keywords were related to Kim Hyun-gu, Saker Ania remarked, "The guild master is so famous, really." The Adidas product that the guild master advertised has been the top hourly search for 3 days now. Even though the factories are operating at full capacity, they're still sold out. There are even people making knockoffs of the clothes he wears in battles. The guild master's value just keeps on rising. The more Saker Ania thought about it, the more her head ached. She sighed and said, "If I don't stop accepting these offers, these people are going to bother me all day long." Saker Ania looked in panic at the mountain of paperwork in front of her and cried out in anguish, "Now, how am I supposed to deal with all these documents? I don't want to work overtime." Meanwhile, Kim Hyun-gu, sitting on the flying nimbus with his arms crossed, asked wonderingly, "Are we there yet?" "I think it's been more than a day," Wukong replied. "It probably hasn't even been a full day yet." At this point, Kim Hyun-gu said irritably, "How is this even more boring than when I was with that Lion Camel King guy?" Wukong reassured him, "We'll be there soon. Here we are." Suddenly, the flying nimbus screeched to a halt, startling Kim Hyun-gu. Looking at the giant door in front of him, Kim Hyun-gu asked, "Is that it?" Wukong replied, "That's right. Place the Azure Dragon achievement near the Iron Gate." As soon as Kim Hyun-gu brought the blue dragon orb near the Iron Gate, it immediately swung open. Looking at the light and the space inside, Kim Hyun-gu's eyes widened in amazement. "This is the place. This is the 12th floor." Kim Hyungu flew closer to the tower for a better look and said, "These patterns are so strange and bizarre." Then, Kim Hyungu pulled out his staff, clicked his tongue, and said, "I don't really care what happens to the tower." He then used all his strength to jab the staff forcefully into the tower, causing the wall to crumble. Wukong asked in confusion, "What are you doing?" Kim Hyungu tied the Acorn of Origin bag to his staff and explained, "If I use the Acorn of Origin, I can't hold any other artifacts, so I'll just tie it here." After he was done, Kim Hyungu clenched his fist and said, "All right." The system then quickly displayed a notification. "Would you like to use the Acorn of Origin on the Tower of Resentment?" Kim Hyungu chose yes without hesitation, then said, "I'll be right back." Wukong nodded and replied, "Okay." Meanwhile, in the underground training center of the Orang Guild, Kumiho was explaining something. "So, in times like these, you just need to use the reverse formation of the 5 elements." Lai Seo Dong, while creating the formation, asked, "Like this?" Kumiho replied cheerfully, "That's right." Kumiho smiled brightly at Lai Seo Dong and said, "If you do that, you can use it in many different ways." Li Seo Dong asked curiously, "Can you give me an example?" In her mind, Li Seo Dong thought, seeing a tower climber dressed like this looks so comfortable. Kumiho said, "Although there are many uses, humans mostly use it for suppression and clairvoyance." Lai Seo Dong wondered aloud, "Clairvoyance and suppression." Kumiho explained, "The full name is mana suppression. Basically, the 5 elements formation helps increase your mana. If used in reverse, it can suppress mana. Clairvoyance is a technique that can predict the future. We can't specifically know the future with just mana, so people use it for fortune telling." Kumiho suggested, "Shall we give it a try?" Hearing this, Lai Seo Dong shouted with excitement, "Wow, I want to see." Immediately, Kumiho put her hands together and began to chant. A magic orb shot out from the 5 elements. She gasped in amazement. Kumiho said, "Since clairvoyance has been activated, we just have to wait now. The magic orb will show us our future fortune." The light from the magic orb condensed, and both Lai Seo Dong and Kumiho looked up in shock, saying worriedly, "Great misfortune?" Back to Kim Hyungu. The tower was now crumbling into dust and disappearing. "What the hell is going on?" Kim Hyungu was astonished, then shouted, "Is that a ship? Are the fragments of the tower forming a ship?" After the ship was fully formed, Kim Hyungu looked at its door and wondered, "Is it telling me to go through that door?" Kim Hyungu quickly stepped inside the ship. On board, countless landscape orbs were floating everywhere, which quite surprised him. Kim Hyungu asked curiously, "Landscapes?" Suddenly, a voice spoke from behind him. "Welcome to Noah's Ark." Kim Hyungu turned around, stunned, and asked, "The creator?" The white-haired man smiled and said, "You found this place faster than I thought." Kim Hyungu stammered, "Noah's Ark. Isn't that the ship that held all of human civilization before the Great Flood destroyed the world?" The man nodded and said, "Correct." Then he spread his arms and announced, "The place you're standing in is the inside of Noah's Ark, where all the towers converge. I would like to formally introduce myself. I am the creator and the master of this place, Noah. I am also the one who summoned you here." Kim Hyungu was silent for a moment after hearing this. Then he spoke, "So you're the creator?" Noah replied, "That's right." Kim Hyungu asked again, "Are you also the one who created the tutorial tower?" Noah said, "Yes." Kim Hyungu asked angrily, "So you're the one who imprisoned me for the past 12 years? At this, Noah scratched his head and said, "That was me." When Kim Hyungu heard this, he growled, "I've finally found you." This made Noah break out in a cold sweat and ask, "What are you talking about?" Kim Hyungu was furious, clenching his fists so tightly that his veins popped. "What else is there to say?" Then Kim Hyungu raised his fist. His eyes, filled with murderous intent, glared at Noah as he roared, "You're the bastard who locked me in this tower." Right then, a huge brawl was breaking out inside Noah's Ark. Seeing the furious Kim Hyungu charge at him, Noah hastily raised his hands to block, saying in a panic, "Hey, we're not enemies." Kim Hyungu growled, "I know." Seeing Kim Hyungu continue to punch him repeatedly, Noah cried out in fear, "Then why are you?" Kim Hyungu, while unleashing a flurry of 49 kicks, shouted, "Are you really asking me that?" Kim Hyungu shattered Noah's 5 elements defense with a punch, then grabbed him by the collar and said with a savage smile, "Don't worry, I'm not going to kill you. Let's start with this punch." After getting beaten to a pulp, a huge lump had already formed on Noah's head. Noah whimpered, "So violent. I don't understand why you suddenly started hitting me like that." Kim Hyungu smirked and said, "You brought this on yourself." Noah, his face battered and bruised, still tried to argue, but Kim Hyungu immediately cut him off with a shout, "I said you brought this on yourself. Model, just to feel better." At this, Kim Hyungu finally calmed down, crossed his arms, and said, "Whatever. Now talk. Tell me this truth you were going to reveal. Noah, sobbing his eyes out, cried, "You're so shameless." Hearing this, Kim Hyunu retorted angrily, "You're the one who's shameless." This remark startled Noah, who asked in confusion, "What are you talking about?" Kim Hyunu recalled everything he had been through and said resentfully, "You trapped me in a tower where monsters endlessly respawn, while my senses gradually dulled over time. And you're calling me shameless?" Kim Hyunu clenched his murderous fist and threatened, "You want another punch?" Hearing this, Noah stammered in fear, There's a reason for all of it." Kim Hyunu raised his fist again threateningly. "Then spit out that reason, before I beat you up some more." Noah then asked, "What do you want to know first?" Kim Hyunu replied immediately, "Start with the reason you locked me in the tower." Noah sighed and said, "I knew you'd ask that first." Noah thought for a moment, then pointed at Kim Hyunu and said with a smile, "To explain that, I'll probably have to talk about the overall situation of the tower, but to put it simply, it's because you are the most resilient person I have ever met." Hearing this ridiculous reason, Kim Hyunu's face went blank. He asked, bewildered, "What did you just say? What the hell is that?" Noah just smiled calmly and replied, "I think I need to explain this further. In the tower, each floor has a specific characteristic designed for it. Among them, the characteristic of the 9th floor, where you live, is regression. The point of regression is when it's destroyed by tower climbers, and this is currently the 21st time." Kim Hyunu was stunned. That meant, Noah continued, "That's right. You are currently in the 21st regression, even though you don't remember any of it." Noah closed his eyes, recalling the past, and said with satisfaction, "In any case, the actions you showed during the regressions made me choose you." Kim Hyunu couldn't believe his ears and exclaimed, "What?" Noah began to recount the story around the time of the 9th floor's 6th regression. "At that time, you were just an ordinary hunter, only a little stronger than the others." "Ah, no. Actually, you were at a disadvantage compared to others because you didn't have a unique ability. However, you still managed to kill a tower climber. That surprised me greatly. And the more important reason is that you changed the fate of the 9th floor." Hearing this, Kim Hyunu asked in astonishment, "I changed its fate?" Noah continued to explain. "Originally, the tower was created to test the tower climbers. That's why each floor has a certain level of difficulty. The 9th floor was designated as unable to withstand mid-level or higher tower climbers. In short, it was designed to be destroyed. But you prevented that. After witnessing it, I was certain." Kim Hyunu asked curiously, "Certain of what?" Noah smiled brightly and said that he could change the tower. Kim Hyunu, not knowing whether to laugh or cry, exclaimed, "So that's why you locked me up?" Noah nodded and said, "To be precise, it was because of your actions." Kim Hyunu asked, dissatisfied, "What did I do?" Noah rubbed his chin thoughtfully and recalled, "It happened during a few regressions, but the 12th time was the most memorable. You had lost an arm to a tower climber and lost all your comrades, so you prepared to destroy the world. You used nuclear weapons and activated artifacts, blowing everything to smithereens." Just when he thought the story was over, Noah continued to reminisce. His face lit up with excitement as he said, "Come to think of it, the 14th time was memorable too. Oh, and the 16th time as well." Tired of listening to the story, Kim Hyunu held up a hand to stop him. "I don't really get it, so just stop." Noah became serious again, his eyes boring into Kim Hyunu as he said, "In any case, I locked you in here so you could become stronger. Because resilience alone can't change the tower." Kim Hyunu asked again, "But the monsters in the tutorial tower have a level cap, don't they? Do I still need to get stronger?" Noah replied, "Of course. The tower recognizes a person's strength through their achievements and enhances them. You know that, right?" Kim Hyunu nodded. "Right, I know," Noah said. "But the only place where people living in the tower can gain achievements is the tutorial tower." Kim Hyunu exclaimed in surprise, "What? Are you saying we'll stop growing if we leave the tower?" Noah denied it and said, "That's not it. What I mean is that if you stay in the tower, you'll be able to gain achievements at a much faster rate. You can think of this as a place with double experience." Kim Hyunu then asked his second question. "Next question, what do you mean by change the tower?" Noah continued his analysis. "I'll explain that simply. 2. The tower is currently being used incorrectly." Noah held out his hand and explained. "Originally, the tower was created by the combined power of 5 people." Kim Hyunu wondered, 5 people? Noah began to explain in detail. The first was the designer, the one who designed and built the maps for the tower. The second was the engineer, who created the central system for the tower. The third was the regulator, who created the tower's modeling system. The fourth was the creator, who created the tower by combining all those systems. And finally, the administrator, who operates the completed tower. Their power is also what created the place you're living in now. Hearing this, a thought struck Kim Hyun-woo, and he asked Noah, "Did one of them betray everyone?" Noah nodded and praised him. "You're pretty sharp." The tuner, the engineer, and the designer had a change of heart, and that's when the trouble started. Those bastards stole the manager's abilities right after the tower was completed. After that, they tried to kill me, the creator. I used all the power I had and barely managed to escape them. It seems the manager also escaped somehow. After getting rid of the two of us, each of them used the tower for their own greedy purposes. Kim Hyun-woo repeated, their own greedy purposes. Noah's expression soured as he replied uncomfortably. Yes, precisely. Suddenly, Noah grew pensive and fell silent. Kim Hyun-woo quickly asked, what is it? Noah sighed with worry. This is bad. Curious. Kim Hyun-woo asked, what is? Noah replied in a heavy tone, a conqueror is coming to the 9th floor. The one arriving on the 9th floor was none other than the Frost Spirit. He looked around and clicked his tongue. Strange. I can't sense his presence. Is he deliberately hiding? Down below, seeing the Frost Spirit appear, everyone curiously raised their phones to film and take pictures, murmuring, what's with that guy? Is he a hunter? Seeing the chaos, an old officer raised a megaphone towards the Frost Spirit and shouted, get down from there now. The Frost Spirit, however, paid no mind, lost in his own thoughts. Or is it that I simply can't detect his presence? The Frost Spirit muttered, I was going to kill that freak and be on my way, but it seems I'm out of options. With that, the Frost Spirit swung the spear in his hand, and a barrage of ice immediately shot out. It froze the crowd of curious onlookers and the old officer solid, encasing the entire area in a thick layer of ice. Then, the Frost Spirit swung his spear once more. Instantly, all the ice shattered, and the frozen people disintegrated along with it. The Frost Spirit laughed manically. I'll just have to slaughter this place to draw him out. Meanwhile, at the Orang Guild, Kumiho and Lee Seo-dong were watching a news report. At 7 p.m. local time, a natural disaster occurred in Italy. After causing countless casualties, this disaster has begun moving towards Florence. Hearing this, Kumiho broke out in a cold sweat and warned with fear in her voice. We better not cross paths with him. Beside her, a worried and curious Lee Seo-dong asked, just how monstrous is he? A chill went down Kumiho's spine as she answered, if we even make eye contact with him, we'll lose everything in an instant. This single sentence left Lee Seo-dong speechless. She thought in bewilderment, even though the nine-tailed fox isn't as strong as the heavenly demon or Hyakki Yagyo, for a tower climber to say something like that is. Kumiho rewatched the news report, her heart pounding. This isn't the normal size of ice found on Earth. Usually, something of this magnitude can only be created by magical power or at least show some signs of it. But I've never seen anything like this. The more Kumiho watched, the more terrified she became. Can such colossal ice really be created with just natural power alone? Is that guy's power truly on this level? Over in Florence, the Frost Spirit's voice rang out, you two are the successors, aren't you? He looked at Mission and Hanarin, who were covered in wounds but still trying to resist, and continued, I've seen a few others like you while climbing the tower. Mission and Hanarin looked up at the Frost Spirit, who stood arrogantly atop a giant block of ice. Mission gritted her teeth in anger, thinking, damn it, who the hell is this monster? Recalling what happened earlier, both Mission and Hanarin had charged in to attack. As Mission raised her leg to land a kick, the Frost Spirit instantly swung his spear, countering with a blast of ice. Hanarin tried to rush in to help, but was horrified to find her spellbook freezing over. In the end, both of them were utterly crushed by the Frost Spirit. The Frost Spirit stroked his chin, looking at Mission and Hanarin with great interest, and remarked, how interesting. To think there are two successors with this kind of power on the 9th floor. Is this also that freak's doing? Then, the Frost Spirit sneered mockingly. Unfortunately for you, as much as I'd like to test your strength, I don't have the time. The Frost Spirit tightened his grip on his spear and said viciously, let's end this quickly. Just then, Hyakki Yagyo's commanding voice suddenly shouted, hey kid, look below you. Startled, Michin glanced down and saw sharp icicles shooting up relentlessly. She quickly jumped and twisted away, barely escaping with her life. But while Michin was still in a panic, she cried out, he disappeared. The Frost Spirit had already appeared above her and, without hesitation, brought his spear down on her. Meanwhile, after Kim Hyun-woo learned that someone had reached the 9th floor, he quickly rode the flying Nimbus to return. As they traveled, he asked anxiously, how much longer until we reach the 9th floor? Sun Wukong reassured him, we'll be there soon. Kim Hyun-woo felt incredibly restless, blaming himself as he thought, damn it, why did this have to happen while I was away? I should have. It should be said that the disciple is now fighting the Punisher. Seeing the door to the 9th floor, Wukong immediately reminded Kim Hyun-woo, we're here. Take out the Azure Dragon's achievement. Kim Hyun-woo replied, got it. Hyun-woo then pressed the Azure Dragon's achievement against the 9th floor door. The door opened instantly, returning the two of them to the 9th floor area. Wukong looked at the surroundings and announced, this is the northernmost point. We'll be there in 10 minutes. The flying Nimbus shot forward, swiftly carrying Kim Hyun-woo back to Florence, where the ice spirit was running rampant. As soon as he arrived, Kim Hyunu was stunned by the scene. Hanarin was injured and lying motionless to one side, while Michi was being choked by the ice spirit. Michi struggled to break free, calling out helplessly, "Ah, master." Provoked, Kim Hyunu gritted his teeth and cursed, You son of a bitch." He then rushed forward, landing a powerful kick on the ice spirit to vent his rage. Seeing his target had appeared, the ice spirit smiled cheerfully. Seeing that Michi had passed out, Kim Hyunu quickly scooped her up into his arms. The ice spirit also stepped forward and taunted, "Hey, are you that weirdo?" Hearing this, Kim Hyunu immediately turned and glared at the ice spirit with a murderous look in his eyes. The ice spirit slowly walked closer and said, "Interesting. I couldn't sense your presence a moment ago, yet you appeared so suddenly." The ice spirit raised his spear and said tauntingly, "I bet it's because of you that those two successors ended up like this." Kim Hyunu fell silent, then asked Wukong, "Can I use the flying nimbus to get my disciples out of here?" Wukong immediately replied, "If you want to, you can." Kim Hyunu nodded, then summoned the flying nimbus. He gently placed Hanarin and Michi on it and commanded it to leave. Seeing this, the ice spirit smiled with amusement and said, "The flying nimbus. You use some interesting items, don't you?" Kim Hyunu clenched his fists so tightly that the veins on his hands bulged. A dense, crimson aura of magical power and killing intent exploded into the air. The ice spirit laughed and taunted, "Ha ha, such dense magical power. It's surprising that someone in this tower possesses such an aura." Suddenly, the ice spirit's expression changed. He looked seriously at Kim Hyunu and said, "But did you kill Jun Wuchi with just that? That Jun Wuchi guy wasn't that weak, was he?" Kim Hyunu said coldly, "Don't worry." The ice spirit exclaimed in surprise, "What?" The sky suddenly changed. Dark clouds mixed with red lightning gathered, covering the sky. A bolt of lightning carrying immense magical power struck right where Kim Hyunu was standing. Kim Hyunu, now fused with Wukong's power, angrily glared at the ice spirit and shouted, "You guessed right, this isn't all I've got." Witnessing this sudden burst of power from Kim Hyunu, the ice spirit's face immediately hardened. His eyes widened, astonishment clear in his gaze, as he stammered, "What?" Across from him, Kim Hyunu radiated confidence and pride. He smirked, his voice full of challenge. It's too early to be surprised now. As soon as he finished speaking, he leaped forward. A blazing red power erupted, enveloping his body as he prepared for a decisive counterattack. The ice spirit had no more time to think. He quickly took out his spear staff, and a burst of blue light erupted from his hand, forming a brilliant shield. However, luck didn't seem to be on his side. His body was sent flying, taking the full force of the ice spirit's powerful counterattack. The blow lit up the dark sky, shattering all the surrounding darkness. Thinking he had gained the upper hand, the ice spirit laughed smugly. "Ha, just as I thought. Nothing special." But as the smoke and dust began to clear, a shimmering red light appeared, and moments later, Kim Hyunu emerged completely unharmed. What horrified him even more were the huge, blazing red wings on Kim Hyunu's back. He looked like a majestic angel, but one could immediately sense the deep threat hidden within, like a demon waiting to awaken. Without giving his opponent time to react, Kim Hyunu shot forward at blinding speed and delivered a powerful punch to the ice spirit's chest. The attack, seemingly containing all his strength, sent the spirit flying. But he wasn't done yet. Kim Hyunu shouted a command, "Ru Yi Bang, extend." Immediately, the Ru Yi Bang grew larger and shot straight toward the ice spirit. With fear-filled eyes, he quickly dodged, looking down at his spear staff and grunting, "Ugh." The fight showed no signs of stopping. Kim Hyunu gave chase, yelling, "I won't let you escape." After speaking, he unleashed a continuous barrage of powerful attacks. The ice spirit refused to be outdone, constantly countering, leading to a tense struggle between the two. Kim Hyunu's power was so immense that his opponent had to strain to block the blows with his spear staff. Kim Hyunu advanced, gripping the Ru Yi Bang tightly, and said with a smirk, "This Ru Yi Bang isn't just for show, you know." As if unable to guess his next move, the spirit asked blankly, "What? Huh?" But immediately after, unable to withstand the pressure, the ice spirit unleashed a powerful counterattack, sending Kim Hyunu flying back as he roared, "Oh." Kim Hyunu refused to show weakness, quickly getting back on his feet with a smirk on his face. A monstrous power emanated from his entire body, but deep down he felt something was suppressing his pride, preventing it from shining through. Is the mandala of awakening being frozen? He thought to himself, anxiety rising within him. Seeing him in that state, Ice Spirit looked as if he had uncovered a great secret. "I see now why Jionuchi was defeated." Noticing Kim Hyunu's anger, Ice Spirit spoke slowly. "Since you were able to push me this far, it's only right that I tell you my name. I am the clan leader of the Northern Ice Palace, a legend who can withstand the eternal passage of time. Hearing him speak, Kim Hyunu couldn't help but feel enraged. This is insane. Can't even lightning break that ice? With that, he moved closer, continuing in a calm voice, Ice Spirit, 5th curtain. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Noah sat on a ship, worrying nonstop. I'm so worried. Even though he was able to defeat Joan Uchi. Suddenly, Blue Dragon appeared, his voice laced with anger. But why does he have to face a legendary being whose abilities we know nothing about this time? Moreover, that guy possesses the achievement of a conqueror. Noah was still lost in his own thoughts. I used all my power to lock him in the tower, so now there's no way for me to help him. But the artifact I gave him before he left. Although it can't solve the problem, it should at least be useful in a critical moment. Back at the duel, Kim Hyunu roared. Sacred Art of Divine Light. Seeing this, Ice Spirit scoffed. Ha, you think you can shatter this ice with just that lightning? Impressive, Kim Hyunu thought angrily. It's a good thing the lightning I summoned from the achievement of the Great Sage, Heaven's Equal, didn't freeze. Thanks to it, I can barely move. Even with the golden fillet assisting my light magic, I'm still getting hurt. We've seen enough of each other's skills. Let's end this now. Ice Spirit spoke, and in an instant, he shot like an arrow towards where Kim Hyunu stood. Unable to move, Kim Hyunu could only use his sword to defend himself. Faced with this terrifying power, he couldn't help but think, damn it, I'm frozen to the bone. It's so hard to move. Snapping out of his thoughts, he shouted, Heavenly Light. A blast of energy erupted, creating a wall between them. He continued to shout as he enlarged his compliance staff, then asked, hey, what the hell is his achievement? The staff spoke up. How would I know? Kim Hyunu suddenly got angry. But you knew Joan Uchi's achievement. The staff replied, that damned snake came before me. Kim Hyunu sighed in disappointment. Ice Spirit cut their conversation short. Attacking from behind, he sneered. How long do you think you can last with these petty tricks? Caught off guard, Kim Hyunu couldn't defend himself and took the full force of the attack, sending him flying. But despite the pain, he still forced himself up. Seeing that he still had the will to fight, Ice Spirit smirked. You're pretty resilient. Kim Hyunu clutched his stomach and muttered a curse. You damn bastard. The man casually approached, his voice dripping with sarcasm. You talk tough, but you look terrified. Though weakened, Kim Hyunu retorted, really? But I can still keep fighting. Ice Spirit closed his eyes and replied softly, is that so? Let's see if you can withstand the next attack. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his hand to the sky. Sharp shards of ice rose from the ground and shot straight at Kim Hyunu, as if to tear him to pieces. Ice Spirit lunged forward like a wild beast, his eyes filled with a desire for destruction, ready to rip Kim Hyunu apart without a shred of mercy. He spoke with delight, got you. However, what surprised him was one of Kim Hyunu's shoulders, where his armor was gradually freezing over. His armor is freezing, he thought. But at that exact moment, Kim Hyunu saw Ice Spirit's spear hurtling toward him, and he couldn't just stand there and die. He gritted his teeth and said, now, I'll finish him. Then he roared, Heavenly Light. A blinding flash of light erupted, powerfully deflecting Ice Spirit's attack, causing him to cry out in alarm. Kim Hyunu held the spear tightly in his hand, his eyes filled with determination. The man stammered in fear. How? Faced with a power that was slowly growing beyond his control, Ice Spirit fell silent. Suddenly, Kim Hyunu taunted him. What's wrong? Can't attack without that spear? If you don't want to die, then you better try to stop me. Kim Hyunu quickly focused all his strength into his fist and charged straight at Ice Spirit, determination and rage evident in every step. Kim Hyunu's punch lit up, tearing through the space around them and creating a blinding light that enveloped everything. In the dense fog, Kim Hyunu's face showed unconcealed astonishment. It seemed he had seen something that made him doubt his own eyes. Slowly, through the mist, the figure of a man in a mysterious fedora surrounded by crows began to emerge. I didn't want to show this side of myself. Strangely, his voice was raspy, as if the sound of an old radio crackled. Finally, as the mist began to fade, his name could be seen. He is Bing Ling, a manifestation of Tian Guang's power, and also one of the greatest obstacles he must defeat. Just like the cold air radiating from him, the man spoke in an icy tone. You forced my hand. Bing Ling's gaze was as sharp as an icicle, threatening to pierce right through Kim Hyungu. He could feel himself being affected by that stare. In this Bing Ling form, Kim Hyungu sensed an immense power flowing through his opponent's veins. Even so, he forced himself to remain calm. Kim Hyungu's expression hardened as he asked loudly, is that your second achievement? Bing Ling swung the ice staff in his hand and answered nonchalantly, that's right. This is the achievement of the Calamity Monarch. Instantly, as if obeying a silent command, his murder of crows aggressively charged toward Kim Hyungu. Like wild beasts fighting over a meal, they flapped their wings relentlessly, forcing a struggling Kim Hyungu to shield himself with his arms. At the same time, Bing Ling's icy voice, filled with mockery, whispered in his ear. I was surprised at first that my first achievement wasn't enough for you. But with this second one, you don't stand a chance. Seeing Kim Hyungu's body slowly freezing over, paralyzed by the crows, Bingling didn't even deign to look at him anymore. He turned his back arrogantly and said, I'll be on my way. But he couldn't even enjoy his cool exit for a few seconds, when he suddenly noticed something strange in Kim Hyungu's direction. It's true what they say, you can never predict a damn thing in this world. Amidst the frenzied flock of clawing and biting crows, his previously miserable and struggling expression was suddenly replaced with a mocking smirk. He said lightly, Thanks for the information, you bald bastard. His usual confidence returned. Turns out, all that worrying before was just him getting into character to put on a good show. As for these little birds, he could make them all drop with a single snap of his fingers. A torrent of spiritual energy, like a waterfall, erupted and enveloped Kim Hyungu's body. He clenched his fist, and instantly, chains shot out from nowhere, flying like arrows toward Bingling. They wrapped around his wrist, leaving the man utterly stunned. Soon, his other hand, his ankles, and all of his limbs were tightly bound by the chains. Seeing Bingling so shocked that he began to stammer, Kim Hyungu calmly strode toward him. Surprise, you little chicken. Oh wait, I should say little bird, shouldn't I? How do you like a taste of these chains from your master? Maybe now you'll get over your power trip, huh? Suddenly, a black hole appeared behind Bingling. The chains, having emerged from that very spot, now retracted back into it, dragging Bingling along with incredible force. With a face full of rage, Bingling glared at Kim Hyungu and screamed, You son of a bitch. Kim Hyungu just grinned and taunted, farewell. Instantly, the black hole and the chains exerted a powerful suction force, swallowing the man and pulling him deep within. Unwilling to accept defeat, he desperately reached out a hand, his voice hoarse and pathetic. A moment later, a flash of light burst from the black hole as it vanished completely. There was no longer any trace of Bingling before Kim Hyungu. The temperature gradually began to rise, and the heavy clouds obscuring the sun started to disperse. At the same time, the crows created by Bingling began to melt in the heat. Droplets of water from the melting crows fell, forming hundreds, then thousands of raindrops. Kim Hyungu was clutching something tightly in his hand. He glanced down at it, his expression relaxing. The armor on Kim Hyungu's body slowly faded away, and he suddenly felt his body go limp with exhaustion. He collapsed onto the ground and looked up. Damn it. Borrowing someone else's achievement really leaves you with sore muscles. He complained while looking at the information displayed on a line of bright red text caught his eye. Kim Hyungu mumbled the words as he read. Time remaining, 119 hours, 9 minutes, and 32 seconds. Then he thought to himself, so Bingling will be released in about 5 days? Recalling earlier, Kim Hyungu had been lucky. Thanks to the artifact Noah had given him, he was able to fight with ease and even gain information about Bingling. But even so, fighting him had still left him pretty battered. Kim Hyungu sighed, thinking that while he could somehow handle the 10,000-year-old Bingling, he couldn't possibly defeat the Calamity Monarch. He tightened his grip on the item in his hand, clicked his tongue, and told himself, well, at least I know who he is now. I guess that means I've completed my initial objective. Kim Hyungu looked up at the sky, agreeing with the saying, know your enemy and know yourself, and you will never be defeated. At Florence National Hospital, Miriam was lying in a hospital bed. She slowly opened her eyes, revealing her pinkish-red pupils. Suddenly, Miriam bolted upright with a scream. The man wearing an ox mask kneeling beside her asked respectfully, You are awake? Tell me what happened, Miriam said, her voice trembling slightly. He bowed his head and replied, Yes, Lord DeLong. After a while, once the man had reported everything to Miriam, she finally gave an order. All right, you may leave, he complied. Yes. When there was no one left in the hospital room, she finally spoke up, asking, What happened to that tower climber? Somewhere else, Chaos Force watched her through a screen and said with his arms crossed, I sense that your master came to fight him, but I don't know what happened after that. Miri asked, You don't know? Chaos Force thought for a moment before replying. I sensed his mana increasing mid-fight, but suddenly, Chaos Force trailed off, leaving an eager Miri feeling incredibly frustrated. She pressed. But what? Chaos Force continued. From that point on, that Punisher's mana completely vanished. He wasn't destroyed. It's more likely he was transported somewhere else. I think you should ask your master to know for sure. Miri clutched the blanket in her hands tightly. She remembered how her attack hadn't even fazed him. Miri bit her lip and lowered her head, her hands trembling uncontrollably as negative emotions overwhelmed her. Miri tried to calm herself down. There's no need to be disappointed. He was someone I never stood a chance against from the very beginning. Suddenly, a voice whispered in her ear, But kid, do you want to become stronger? Those words left Miri stunned. Elsewhere, Henarin slowly opened her eyes. Was it a dream? she blurted out as she suddenly awoke. Hannarin looked down at her hands and mumbled, "I'm sure. I was fighting." She recalled how her mana had been frozen, so she had taken the full brunt of the attacks, and after being struck directly by that spear, Hannarin had lost consciousness. "Am I dead?" she thought, her mind in chaos. But I haven't even properly confessed to Master yet. It just goes to show you. A girl's obsession with a handsome man is a sickness that not even death can cure. One would think Hannarin would be regretting all the sacred, unfinished business she left behind before her death. But who would have guessed that her one and only regret was not confessing to the handsome guy? Hannarin pictured a happy future for herself with Kim Hyunu. Excited yet filled with deep regret, she murmured, "Am I really dead?" From above, the book was probably cringing hard. It boomed in response to her over-the-top drama. "Don't worry, you're not dead yet." Hannarin jumped in surprise and said, in ancient grimoire, "Are you Ma-san?" "Wrong. I am not that scoundrel," the book replied. Hannarin, stunned, asked inquisitively, "Then who are you?" The book declared clearly, "I am the Book of Command." "The Book of Command?" Hannarin repeated reflexively. It answered casually, "That's right. It seems you don't know me, but I am the one who granted Ma-san the power of command." "Isn't Ma-san your master?" Hearing her question, the book couldn't help but burst out laughing. "That bastard? My master? He's just someone who begged me to grant him power," it continued arrogantly. "My true abilities are nowhere near as pathetic as his." Hearing this, Hannarin showed no further emotion. She didn't care who was in command. The only thing she cared about was her own situation. Hannarin looked up and asked it, "Am I dead?" The book replied, "No, you are within my inner world." The book continued, "To put it in terms you can understand, it's like a dream. And right now, you are lying in a hospital bed." Hannarin asked, "Then why have you appeared?" The book answered, "I have been observing you because you are far more useful than the others I have encountered before, but unfortunately, your current comprehension of combat power is still far too poor. That is precisely why I am here to teach you myself," the book declared clearly, much to Hannarin's astonishment. It continued, "If you have even a fraction of the potential to become the librarian of the ancient grimoires." At Noah's Ark, our protagonist's body was still aching all over. Seeing him like this, Noah said, "It seems you haven't fully recovered yet. By the way, after hearing from you, it seems that Punisher is a legendary figure." Kim Hyunu scratched his head. He asked Noah inquisitively, "A legendary figure? What's that?" Noah explained, "Just as the name suggests, they are characters born from fairy tales, or myths, who possess a gifted intellect." Kim Hyunu asked curiously, "So, that means he's really strong, right?" "At the very least, he's stronger than anyone I've ever met." Listening to Noah praise the guy's strength, Kim Hyunu couldn't help but feel antsy. He frowned and said, "Even so. But seeing as you called me here after the fight ended, you must have a way to deal with that guy, right?" Noah nodded, sipping the drink in his hand. "That's right." Hearing this, Kim Hyunu asked, "What is it?" Noah immediately pointed a finger at him and said with a smile, "You just need to possess an achievement that rivals the one he's using." Kim Hyunu asked, "So I have to fight using my achievement against his achievement?" Noah nodded cheerfully and replied, "You're currently at a huge disadvantage." He pressed on, "Is it because my achievement isn't strong enough?" Noah answered, "You should know that there's a pretty big difference in rank between you and him. And if you think of this like a game, it's similar to a difference in levels. It's rare for a Yumi grade. It's more about innate talent than experience." Kim Hyunu irritably crossed his arms, muttering, "Damn these naturally gifted bastards." Noah bowed his head and smirked. "Look who's talking." He glared and said, "What?" Noah ignored Kim Hyunu's scowl and said, "Anyway, if you want to kill the Conqueror, then you need to possess an achievement of an equivalent level." Kim Hyunu said sarcastically, "You think it's that easy?" Noah casually replied, "But the Azure Dragon achievement isn't just for show, is it?" As Noah finished speaking, something in his pocket suddenly emitted a strange blue light, catching Kim Hyunu's attention. Taking a stone-like object from his pocket, he said in complete surprise, "How is this here?" Noah, standing beside him, immediately answered his question. "I gave you permission to hold it." Suddenly, the system displayed many lines of notifications for the host. The stone in Kim Hyunu's hand began to radiate an increasingly powerful blue light, and inside it, an Azure Dragon was coiled up. The system presented new information to Kim Hyunu. Azure Dragon grade achievement, skill adjustment, and unrecognizable authority information. Among the 4 great gods, the Azure Dragon is considered the noblest and most powerful. This is the orb that contains the essence of the Azure Dragon achievement, also known as the leader of the dragon race. It is the guardian deity of the East, with the power to control clouds, rain, wind, and lightning. The last piece of information he received was that the Azure Dragon had climbed the tower. Kim Hyunu looked at his achievement stats. He glanced suspiciously at Noah and asked, "Can I really use this?" Noah, with a bright smile and a slightly smug tone, said, Of course, because I'm the one who created it. Kim Hyunu was so shocked, he yelled. What? You're the one who created it. You have to understand him, though, because Noah's appearance is just like that of a useless, unemployed uncle from next door. His face has a goofy smile, and his patchy beard looks incredibly unpleasant. Noah didn't seem to expect such a reaction from Kim Hyunu. Noah replied, "Why are you so surprised? I am the creator of this tower, so of course, I also created the equipment to store achievements." A magic seal appeared on Noah's hand, and he said to Kim Hyunu, "I'll release it soon." Instantly, many other green seals created by Noah appeared before his eyes. Kim Hyunu let out a gasp of amazement. Those magic seals caused the stone surrounding the Azure Dragon to shatter. I know you're telling me to use an achievement of the same grade to fight him, but isn't elemental compatibility the real issue? Kim Hyunu voiced the question on his mind to Noah. We know that basically, all attributes have a certain compatibility, just like how fire can't defeat water. Therefore, his question was an important one, because that guy Leo is an ice type, while he is a light type. But the bitter part was that Noah's next words were like a slap in the face, reminding him that he had no choice. Noah said mockingly, "But isn't the Azure Dragon achievement the only one you have?" Noah infused his spiritual power into the Azure Dragon and then handed it to Kim Hyunu. He looked at the abundant spiritual power inside the Azure Dragon. He asked, "What did you just do?" Noah replied with a cheerful smile, "The preparations for you to possess the achievement are ready." Kim Hyunu stared in amazement at the stone containing the Azure Dragon in his hand. Noah's words echoed in his ears, "The rest is up to you." Kim Hyunu asked, "So what do I need to do now?" "You need to gain the recognition of the fellow inside it," Noah instructed Kim Hyunu. "Remember, you have to beat it to the point where it has no choice but to submit to you." Hearing this, he yelled, "Damn it." Inside the stone, a scene with a sky full of dark clouds, rain, and lightning began to play. Noah nodded and said, "He's finally in." Right now, only the Azure Dragon's consciousness remains, so there are 3 ways to obtain the achievement. Noah muttered as he looked at the scene inside the stone. But each method will require a different amount of time, and the power gain will also be different. The time I can give him is only 3 days. I don't know if he can do it or not. That was the biggest worry on Noah's mind. On this side, the rain and lightning seemed endless, showing no signs of stopping. Kim Hyunu looked up anxiously. Before him was the Azure Dragon, the opponent he had to make submit. The dragon stared at him, its deep, hoarse voice growling. "Are you that bastard from last time?" Kim Hyunu repeated, confused. "Bastard? Weren't you the one who fought the guy using my achievement?" Only after the Azure Dragon's reminder did he understand what it meant. The Azure Dragon continued, "I saw you that day, and you were using the achievement of that monkey." Suddenly, the Ruyi Bang in Kim Hyunu's hand spoke. It roared, cursing at the Azure Dragon in front of them. "Don't try to be funny, you damn snake. I'm not a monkey. I'm the Great Sage, equal of heaven." The Azure Dragon looked down in the direction of the voice. "He's here too?" The Great Sage, equal of heaven, yelled. "That's right, you son of a bitch." The Azure Dragon chuckled provocatively. "But weren't you born in the shape of a monkey?" The Great Sage, heaven's equal, roared in frustration. "I told you, I'm not a monkey." Watching the two argue with such familiarity, Kim Hyun-gu spoke up, "Do you two know each other?" The Azure Dragon replied, "Yes, but we don't get along." That hot-tempered monkey shouted, "And you're the one who caused this, you damn snake." The Azure Dragon replied calmly, its tone unchanging, "You should have listened to the Jade Emperor." Kim Hyun-gu rubbed the back of his head, grimacing in annoyance as he said, "Shut up, you're giving me a headache." Kim Hyun-gu seemed to have remembered something, and he asked the Azure Dragon, "But can't you do anything about this rain? I can't see you clearly." The Azure Dragon replied indifferently, "Do I need to? Aren't we about to fight right now?" Kim Hyun-gu said, "But we haven't finished talking." The Azure Dragon looked at him and said, "I don't know what you mean. Why is it that only my consciousness remains?" "Still, it seems you've come here to take my achievement." The Azure Dragon asked him, "So what do you want to do now?" "What do you mean?" Kim Hyun-gu didn't understand the implication in the Azure Dragon's words. It continued to explain. "There are 3 ways to obtain my achievement. First, do you want to obtain it the same way I did?" Kim Hyun-gu replied, "I don't know if I can, because there's not much time left." Hearing this, the Azure Dragon answered, "Then there are 2 other ways." The massive Azure Dragon coiled in front of Kim Hyun-gu as it spoke. "Are you going to seize the achievement, or do you want to receive my acknowledgement?" He asked what the difference was. The Azure Dragon flew circles around him, answering, "Just as the name implies, to seize it, you must defeat the Azure Dragon to possess the achievement, and you will only receive half of my power." "What about acknowledgement?" Kim Hyun-gu asked. "You need to be acknowledged to possess the Azure Dragon's achievement, and the amount of its power you can wield will depend on you." Kim Hyun-gu laughed and gave his answer. "Of course, I'll choose acknowledgement. Now hurry up and tell me what I have to do." The Azure Dragon glanced at him. "It's not that difficult. You just have to fight me, but there will be no help from the outside. You must fight me with your own strength. Does that mean I can't use any external items? Kim Hyungu asked the Azure Dragon, which replied immediately. That's right. He didn't seem too worried about that. Kim Hyungu smiled and tossed down the Ruyi Jingu bang in his hand. He replied enthusiastically, let's get right to it. Kim Hyungu's face was filled with confidence. I just need to fight you and win, right? The Azure Dragon flew closer, clicked its tongue, and replied, that's right. But in your current state, that seems rather difficult. Kim Hyungu was skeptical. Aren't you on the same level as that great sage? The Azure Dragon replied with a scornful look. I'm still stronger than him. The great sage had been silent until now, but he heard everything they said. The great sage roared furiously. Don't talk nonsense, you damn snake. Kim Hyungu ignored him, put his hands on his hips, and said to the Azure Dragon, but I already defeated that great sage. Hearing this, it replied to him, but weren't you still inside that tower back then? The Azure Dragon's next words completely poured cold water on him. It said, it's a shame you didn't actually defeat that monkey. On top of that, the power I sense from you isn't even half of his original strength. Hearing this, Kim Hyungu was stunned and asked, is that true? The monkey answered for the Azure Dragon. I already told you, didn't I? But you didn't believe me. I obviously wasn't using my full power back then. The Azure Dragon reaffirmed to Kim Hyungu. In any case, I don't think you can defeat me, because right now, I am conscious and possess my full power. The Azure Dragon paused for a moment, then continued. So, come at me. Its words left him confused. Instantly, the Azure Dragon unleashed an immense spiritual power, as if entering a battle stance. It looked at Kim Hyungu with eyes full of killing intent. Just 5 minutes. Endure my attacks for 5 minutes. He was taken aback and asked, is that really all I have to do? The Azure Dragon replied, yes. I'll start the clock the moment you start to move. Kim Hyungu smiled smugly. This sounds pretty easy. Don't you dare take back your words. The Azure Dragon gave him a profound look. You're very confident, aren't you? I won't be taking anything back. Then come at me, the Azure Dragon roared. Immediately, he gave a confident smile and leaped toward it. A red spiritual energy quickly appeared behind him, allowing Kim Hyungu to fly. That was his holy light spirit art technique. Meanwhile, somewhere inside, Tian Guang was tightly bound by chains from all 4 directions. He tried to freeze the chains and use that force to break them. But annoyingly, the damn things were somehow completely unaffected. He cursed furiously. Damn it, what the hell is wrong with these stupid chains? Tian Guang thought to himself that no matter what he did, he couldn't escape them. They were beginning to stop him from using the right skills anymore. Behind Tian Guang was something that looked like a stone, and above it was the time he had left. Tian Guang's face was twisted in a ferocious snarl as he growled like a wild beast. It's time for me to escape this place. Elsewhere, Noah, the owner of the ship, was looking into an orb that reflected all the events taking place where Kim Hyunwoo was. He thought, this seems harder than I predicted. Powerful blue bolts of lightning struck down, illuminating the entire sky. Noah thought to himself as he watched, I thought the Azure Dragon's achievement wouldn't reach its maximum power, but this has to be at 90%. No, it's almost at its absolute limit. Normally, the achievement compression device I created can only contain up to 50% of its power. Don't tell me they actually managed to upgrade it, Noah thought, gazing at the orb. If so, this could be a great opportunity. If most of the achievement is contained within this space, then he could obtain a power more terrifying than ever before. The scene shifts back to where Kim Hyunwoo is fighting the Azure Dragon. The Azure Dragon's ferocious attacks rain down on Hyunwoo, leaving him no room to counter. Seeing this, the Azure Dragon said loudly, that light spirit you were using earlier is... Hyunwoo raged. You crazy bastard, isn't this cheating? The Azure Dragon looked bewildered. How am I cheating? Hyunwoo roared. I'm talking about this lightning. The Azure Dragon said sternly. Did you think it would be easy for me to get a handle on you? Below, Hyunwoo looked up at the Azure Dragon and thought, he's on a completely different level than Yui. Just a moment ago, I could withstand a few blows from others, but just a single lightning strike from that Azure Dragon makes me feel like I'm about to get logged off from Earth. And more importantly, I can't even see the bolt. Damn it. Hyunwoo was confused and furious at being beaten by that lightning. The Azure Dragon looked down and smirked. Impressive that you've managed to endure this long. The others were out cold with just one hit, before they even realized they'd been attacked. Then he asked Hyunwoo, so, are you going to give up? Hyunwoo collapsed to the ground, screaming in fury, you damn son of a bitch. Azure Dragon. Fine by me. Let's go again. Then, waves of lightning crashed down on Hyunwoo as he struggled to fight back. Try to run and see where it's coming from. He summoned all his strength to run and dodge the Azure Dragon's attacks when a voice rang out. Hey, snakehead. The Azure Dragon was taken aback. What? Sun Wukong was watching everything through an illusion. What are you thinking? Why would you tell that guy about your achievement? Meanwhile, Humu was still fighting, dodging the fierce lightning strikes. Can I really not see them? The Azure Dragon replied to Sun Wukong. You're curious about that? Sun Wukong sat there, frowning. Of course I am. Why would someone like you be willing to do that? The Azure Dragon's voice turned cold. Because you're with him. Sun Wukong was surprised. What? The Azure Dragon continued. So far, you're the only one I've seen who's trying to help him get his achievement back. Sun Wukong was stunned by those words. So what? The Azure Dragon replied. For someone like you to lend him your achievement, I figure you must have seen something in him, right? That's why I also want to take a gamble on the potential you're seeing. On the ground, Kim Hyun-woo looked up at the sky where the Azure Dragon was coiling amidst the dark clouds. He thought, damn it, what am I supposed to do about that bastard now? Fierce bolts of lightning crackled around the Azure Dragon. As he ran and dodged the attacks, he thought to himself, if I try to fly up, that lightning will just knock me back down. And if I'm suspended in mid-air while dodging, I won't last 5 seconds, let alone 5 minutes. Finally, he dodged a bolt. Am I imagining things? It feels like it slowed down. And again, he managed to dodge them, to his own astonishment. No, even if it's just a tiny difference, it's definitely slower. Wait, or have I just gotten used to it? The Azure Dragon also noticed something was off. He dodged the lightning. Hold on. Now he can even see it. After successfully dodging a series of bolts, Hyun-woo was ecstatic. I can understand it now. But this is still nothing. Just as he was reveling in his joy, a barrage of lightning bolts struck down all at once, forcing him to scramble away in surprise. Damn it, what now? From the sky, the Azure Dragon said smugly, this is the full technique. Hyun-woo was stunned. Full technique? The Azure Dragon replied, did you really think you could earn my acknowledgement just by dodging a few lightning bolts? Hyun-woo looked up and yelled, then you should have said so from the start. The Azure Dragon floated in the sky. Weren't you the one who said at the beginning that you couldn't even last for 30 seconds? Hyun-woo thought with a look of pure hatred. Now I get why that Ki Tien guy hates this dragon. The Azure Dragon coiled its body and declared, if you don't like it, you can always choose to stop. Hyun-woo shouted, forget it. Just get on with it. After that, a barrage of ferocious attacks rained down on Hyun-woo. This time, he couldn't dodge a single one, taking the full brunt of the assault. Time passed. 2 minutes and 28 seconds had gone by. The Azure Dragon taunted, shall we continue? This will be the 132nd time. Hyun-woo collapsed to the ground. Damn it, he thought to himself. There was no way I could have dodged those last bolts. Should I just run around and try to avoid it? No, I can't control my body well enough right now, so that would just put me at a disadvantage. Then I have no choice but to face it head on. Right after that, he moved through the lightning bolts and realized something. The more he passed through them, the more he could feel something changing. Hyun-woo dodged and then struck back at the lightning bolts, one after another, to the Azure Dragon's astonishment. A happy expression appeared on Hyun-woo's face. He finally did it. The Azure Dragon looked at Hyun-woo. Did you just strike the lightning? Or to be more precise, did you push it aside? 580 dodges and 305 strikes. To the Azure Dragon's amazement, even though this place allows for infinite recovery, this guy's ability to learn is truly astonishing. Of course, I already knew he wasn't an ordinary person, but the fact that he could meet me after being killed means he's in a completely different league. The Azure Dragon faced Hyun-woo, a small yet extraordinary human. But it doesn't seem like he accumulated wisdom over a long period of time. Was it through intense training? No, that doesn't explain his magical power either. Hyun-woo looked up at the sky, smiling with satisfaction. The Azure Dragon was still lost in thought. Where does the source of his power come from? As the Azure Dragon increased the power of his attack on Hyun-woo, he suddenly realized something. I see now. Looking down at Hyun-woo, despite the fierce onslaught of lightning, he saw him tenaciously resisting. The Azure Dragon saw it in Hyun-woo's determined eyes. What is that look in his eyes? There's no fear or complaint. It's as if he's focused on a single thing with extreme concentration. He must be saving his strength for the final moment. That determined gaze, the one that refuses to give up, is crystal clear. He managed to evade the Azure Dragon's attacks. It seemed he had grasped how to handle the lightning, standing strong and defiant against the fierce onslaught. Suddenly, the sky cleared and the rain stopped. Huh, what's going on? While he was wondering what was happening, the Azure Dragon cheerfully exclaimed, excellent. I can't believe you endured the last 300 seconds. You succeeded. Hyun-woo asked, bewildered. What? What do you mean? The Azure Dragon replied, what more could you want? Hyun-woo said. Aren't you going to give me something, like an artifact or a system window update? The Azure Dragon was surprised. You mean, why can't you use the achievement? When the rain stopped, you already received my reward. Hyun-woo looked up at the sky. But I don't feel anything. The Azure Dragon repeated himself. However, all you've obtained is the power of the achievement. You don't possess the ability to wield that power. Hyunu remembered Wukong's words. If your ability to borrow from an achievement is below a certain level, you won't be able to manifest it. Come to think of it, that great sage did mention this before. That's why I had to practice the Ruyi Jingu Bang technique like a madman. So in the end, I'm back to square one. The Azure Dragon reminded him, if you don't properly understand the power, or even if you do, it will take a long time before you can control all of my power. Hyunu gave a small smile. So, what now? Suddenly, the Azure Dragon's eyes lit up as he moved closer to Hyunu and shouted, I will help you learn to use that power properly. Hyunu stood there, dumbfounded. Damn it. Elsewhere, the ice spirit was being restrained by chains glowing with purple light, a kind of magic meant to hold him. A timer was counting down, and the chains were slowly disappearing. The ice spirit sneered. The time is almost up. Even though I'm stuck like this because of that bastard, I'll be out of here soon. Should I kill that guy by draining all of his power, or should I end him slowly? With 2 seconds left on the countdown, the chains vanished completely. Noah was free. Burning with hatred, he thought, or maybe I should just kill him instantly, or maybe slowly. Over with Hyunu, he was smiling and waving cheerfully at the ice spirit, knowing he had been released. How was your little vacation? The ice spirit didn't know what to say. Seeing him silent, Hyunu taunted, What's wrong? Did your rest leave you speechless? The ice spirit replied, It seems you're not planning to run. Hyunu looked bewildered. Me? Run away? As he spoke, the ice spirit unleashed his power. Streams of blue light enveloped him as he tightly gripped his blade. You'd be better off running. If you do, I'll just chase you to the depths of hell to kill you anyway. As he finished speaking, he was suddenly equipped with a suit of armor and a crowbeak mask. Witnessing this, Hyunu sneered, Shouldn't you be more worried about yourself? The ice spirit was taken aback by Hyunu's challenge. What? I don't know what you could have possibly accomplished in just 5 days, but do you really think you can defeat me? Hyunu unleashed the magic of Sun Wukong, having now absorbed his power. Then he answered forcefully, You think this is all I've got? His immense power left the ice spirit stunned, unable to react. The ice spirit stared, bewildered at the streams of power, and shouted, That's. Hyunu then launched a surprise attack at him. I told you, didn't I? I don't fight unless I know I'm going to win. The ice spirit tried to block the attack with his blade, but it was no use. The force was so immense that it sent Noah flying. Damn it. Hyunu used magic to enlarge the Ejiwul staff in his hand, then swung it toward the ice spirit. The ice spirit was stunned by his power and forced onto the defensive. Seeing this, Hyunu thought, To be honest, I'm a little scared. I was able to read the Azure Dragon's magic. As someone who knew I had no talent whatsoever, instead of learning magic, I learned how to wield magical power. He was satisfied with that and thought, That Azure Dragon guy called this magical power, so there aren't any major restrictions on me. But ice crystals have the opposite polarity, compatibility-wise, so I can't help but be worried. Back in the present, Hyunu taunted him with the power of the Ejiwul staff. So, what do you think now? Even your cold air can't get through me. The ice spirit was shocked by his power. How did you obtain the Azure Dragon's achievement? The ice spirit recalled that just 5 days ago he was merely someone who possessed immense power within the system. Furthermore, without that person's permission, how could he use the Azure Dragon's achievement, which was meant only for Joan Wuqi? While he was lost in thought, Hyunu snapped him out of it. Are you meditating? He asked with a mocking expression, before launching an attack at the ice spirit. He collapsed to the ground. Hyunu shouted, See, you shouldn't have turned yourself into a clown. You idiot. As Noah watched in shock at this terrifying power, a devastating stomp came crashing down on the ice spirit. He was flattened into the ground. The force was so immense that it left a huge crater in the earth. After taking a continuous barrage of attacks from Hyunu, the ice spirit no longer had the strength to resist. Hyunu laughed loudly and raised his Ejiwul staff to the sky, drawing in the power of the heaven's thunder. The ice spirit knelt on the ground. I've made up my mind. I will kill you. Huge, long wings sprouted from his back, leaving Hyunu stunned. He's transforming again? It doesn't matter how you see it. One must always evolve and improve. The ice spirit channeled his power into his ice spear, stunning Hyunu. That spear turned to ice, but he can still use it? But don't worry, my Ejiwul staff will shatter it. The ice spirit stood proudly. Worry? Why would I? My essence is far superior to that monkey's. I am not weak like him. Then, the ice spirit attacked Hyunu with his ice spear. He dodged one blow, but the ice spirit continued his relentless assault. Hyunu summoned the power of the thunder strike. Bolts of lightning from the heavens gathered in the Ejiwul staff. The sky was completely blotted out by crows. Hyunu raged, You damn birds, he thought to himself. The time limit for the Azure Dragon's achievement is almost up. I need to end this quickly. The tip of the ice spear shot towards Hyunu, and he managed to block it right in front of his stomach. The ice spirit roared, I've got you again. But this time, before he could finish his sentence, Hayunu shattered the ice spear and sent the ice spirit flying. An image of the Azure Dragon suddenly appeared in Hyunu's eyes. The Azure Dragon said, "Channel the power through your fingers, but that's just a temporary measure. You must be ready to move your entire body at any moment." Hyunu stood before the Azure Dragon. "What should I do?" The Azure Dragon roared, "Use it." As Hyunu thought, he drew upon his achievements, using the Azure Dragon's achievement and the thunder and lightning he received from the Jade Emperor. He thought about being able to use the lightning with his entire body. Then, I'll be able to move. The combined powers focused into a single, massive attack that slammed into the Ice Spirit, shattering his equipment and defeating him. After unleashing all his power, Hyunu was exhausted and panted heavily. So tired. After defeating the Ice Spirit, a notification appeared. "You have successfully defeated the Conqueror from the final point of the tower, the location known as Carelessness. Information Authority will be upgraded from Intermediate to High. You now possess High Information Authority." Hyunu was overjoyed. "My Information Authority is high level now?" Hyunu wept silently with joy. Because before, everyone was so mysterious and refused to share any information with him. Damn it. I worked so hard to raise my Information Authority. He committed everything that had happened up to this point to memory. Hyunu cheered up. "Should I go to Y's place to celebrate?" "Let's go." But he couldn't seem to move. "I can't log in." Time passed. 5 days later in Seoul, Kim Si-hun was driving Hyunu in a car and said, "So is already there, too." Hyunu sighed. "All right." He was still lost in thought. "It's been 5 days, and I still can't log into the system room. Also, even with high-level authority, my information access is still lacking. I wonder what happened to Y. I think Noah might know something. And because of the lightning's after effects, I can't fill up my origin gauge. I was planning on asking my disciples to do it." But as he was thinking, his 2 disciples kicked the door open and barged in, shouting, "Master." He was resting in bed but had to sit bolt upright. Miri said, "This is a very healthy medicinal herb." And Hanaran said, "Master, let's go to a bigger hospital." Hyunu was bewildered. "Hey, you two, I'm fine, so please stop." His disciples calmed down, looking at Hyunu with worried eyes. "I also need to hurry and fill up the gauge, and find out what's going on when I go see Noah." On their way out of the hospital, Hyun-gu asks Si-hyun, "After we eat, I want to Si-hyun replies, "But you just recovered." The scene shifts to his ship, and as Hyun-gu steps inside, a voice rings out, "You've arrived?" It was Noah, welcoming him with a cheerful smile. Hyun-gu asks, "Something has changed." Noah immediately replies, "I just took this opportunity to rearrange a few things. Please, have a seat first." Hyun-gu was still bewildered by the change. "I just can't get used to this." Noah asks, "Is something the matter?" Hyun-gu then holds out the Ice Spirit's mask. "First, take a look at this. Its shape hasn't changed like the Azure Dragon achievement did. Does that mean I can't use it?" Noah replies, "The shape of the achievement isn't the issue. It seems this particular achievement isn't compatible with you." The two were sitting at a table discussing it. Hyun-gu asks, "What do you mean by that?" Noah answers, "This achievement requires you to be proficient in magic, and you need to be over 1,000 years old." Hyun-gu crosses his arms. "All right, fine. Enough about that. There's something else." Noah smiles. "What is it?" Hyun-gu says, "I can't log into the system room." Noah looks puzzled. "Log in?" Hyun-gu continues. "Yeah, Y's room." Hyun-gu thinks, he doesn't know about that. Why does he look so serious? After a moment of thought, Noah says, "Let me explain the system room to you in more detail." Noah's expression turns serious as he discusses this with Hyun-gu. He speaks up. "So, you're saying that all this time, you've been searching for information through a girl named Y in the system room?" Hyun-gu replies, "That's right." Noah says pensively, "Let me try to recall." Hyun-gu asks doubtfully, "Remember what?" Noah speaks up, "That I never constructed a place like that." Hyun-gu's eyes widen. "What?" Noah says with a grave face, "It means the system room is a space that shouldn't exist. You know you're not the only guardian in the system, right?" Hyun-gu says tensely, "I'm aware." Noah opens the system panel and is taken aback. "What in the world?" Hyun-gu asks, startled. "What's wrong?" Noah says, "When you become a guardian, you're supposed to possess a search skill." Hyun-gu replies, confused, "But I've never received anything like that before." Noah's voice turns cold. "That's precisely the point. A space and a skill that only you possess. One that even I am unaware of. It seems someone created it after I finished building the tower. The 3 of them already had control of the tower, so they would have no need to create such a space. This is just speculation, but perhaps that girl named Y is an administrator that my missing colleague and I created. My former search window." Hyun-gu stares at Noah, wide-eyed with surprise. "Y is an administrator?" In my imagination, they're bickering with each other. Guardian, wait, before you leave, please make me a game console. It's not just for playing, you know. It's about your information privileges. But it's the latest model. If I had it, I think I'd have way more energy to work. Give that back. Hyun-gu snaps out of his daydream. Right. What's with that look on your face? Noah says, startled. That's just what I was picturing. Hyun-gu thinks to himself, I could just ask her directly. He then asks aloud, so, is there any way to enter the system room now? Noah replies, I believe I can find its location. Hyun-gu asks, will it take long? Noah says, I don't know, but it shouldn't be too long. Hyun-gu sighs in relief. Great. For now, let's put that aside. Tell me the rest of what you couldn't say, because that conqueror interrupted. Noah says grimly, all right, here's what happened. During a mission, the heart demon asked Uriel, why did you do such a thing? Uriel knelt, remaining silent. The heart demon shouted angrily, I asked you, why did you do it? Uriel finally spoke, because I decided that I could not let him live. The heart demon said fiercely, he couldn't be allowed to live. Huh. Uriel replied, that's right. The heart demon sighed, humph. I know exactly what you're thinking. Uriel asked, bewildered, you do. The heart demon asked, you don't think so? You and I are aiming for different things. Uriel asked seriously, what do you mean, my lord? The heart demon boomed, don't think I'm oblivious. The things we want are different, and that includes the man currently on the tower's lower floors. Uriel looked confused, not understanding. The heart demon scoffed, fine. Do as you please. Uriel was stunned. What? The heart demon stopped in his tracks and said, I won't interfere with you. So go ahead, try your best to kill him. Uriel asked, bewildered, You're really permitting this? The heart demon said with a grin, that's right, but on one condition. You have 1 month. Kill him after 1 month. Uriel thought, what the hell? Why 1 month? The heart demon replied, if you can still kill him even after giving him time, then he's nothing special after all. But if he can withstand everything you throw at him and still find a way to meet me here, well, then that will truly be the most magnificent feast. Heh. Hyun-gu asked somberly. So, to sum it up, the tower's original purpose has been altered. It's become a place to test the abilities of those who climb it, and that's why those people are being forced to climb the tower. Am I right? Noah said coldly. Some of them climb for their own reasons. Not everyone is being forced. Hyun-gu pressed on, but most of them are scrambling to find achievements. Noah spoke up, saying, to be precise, they want their achievements to be taken away. Hyun-gu said thoughtfully, destroying the place you once lived just to climb the tower? They're truly insane. Noah said with a tense expression, they were never normal to begin with. They'll do anything to achieve their goals. That's why I want to make you a proposition. Do you want to join me to defeat the ones at the top of the tower? At the small Cheonge villa, Hyun-gu was relaxing in a quiet room. He was surprised. Why is it quieter than usual here? There's no one here. Ah, no. Actually, there's one person here. He looked on helplessly. She must be sleeping soundly. She used to live in the form of a fox, and now she's been living in human form for quite a while. But why is she still sleeping in that position after turning into a human? He went closer to tease the girl. Wake up. The girl sat up, startled. You, when did you get here? Hyun-gu replied, I just got here a few minutes ago. I just wanted to ask why you're climbing the tower. The girl's eyes widened in confusion. Huh? Me? She said loudly to his face. Why are you asking all of a sudden? It's fine. I'll tell you right now. The reason I'm climbing the tower is because the place I used to live has disappeared. Hyun-gu was surprised. What? The place you used to live disappeared. Kumio said thoughtfully. That's right. Someone appeared in my world and took away my world's achievement and mine as well. And that person said they'd return it if I climbed the tower. Hyun-gu burst out laughing. That guy sounds like a lone shark. Kumio said in a subdued voice, I couldn't do anything else. Anyway, Hyun-gu thought to himself, is this forbidden, too? Hyun-gu asked the girl, so if you stop climbing the tower now, would that be okay? Kumio exclaimed, what? That's right, everything is settled now. As long as I have a place to live with my achievement, that's good enough for me. Hyun-gu thought to himself, the important thing is that you're being held captive, girl. Hyun-gu said flatly, anyway, thanks for sharing. Kumio was cheerful. It's nothing. Oh, right, can I ask you for a favor? Hyun-gu's eyes widened. A favor, Kumio pleaded. Yes, I want to eat some of the snacks in the cabinet. Hyun-gu said coldly, then just take them out and eat them. Kumio said shyly, ah, well, please wait a moment. Here, look at this. Hyun-gu asked, bewildered, what's on it? It was written on there to only give her 1 per day. Kumio pleaded, I'm begging you. Seo told me not to sneak them out and eat them. Otherwise, she'll tell you. Hyun-gu thought to himself, am I supposed to be scared of that? Hyun-gu said flatly, just eat them all. Kumio's eyes widened in surprise. What? Eat them all? Hyunu said, a bit shyly. If you need more, just tell me. I'll buy more. Kumio was overjoyed. Thank you. Thank you. Hyunu was stunned, thinking to himself, she's acting like it's some kind of addictive drug. He turned to leave and said, well, I'm off. Kumio said cheerfully, all right, goodbye. Elsewhere, Hyunu entered a forest and came across two people acting suspiciously. He asked coldly, hey, you two. Wukong angrily pointed and yelled, that pine tree was destroyed because of you. You damn snakehead. The snakehead sighed, but I didn't do anything. Wukong continued to curse, you bastard. The snakehead said fearfully, it'll recover anyway. Wukong angrily grabbed the snakehead's horn, growling, what was that? Then how about I chop off your horn? Wukong furiously kicked the snakehead away. Get the hell out of my sight. Hyunu's eyes widened as he watched the two of them fight. He thought with disgust. I left him here so he could learn more from the Azure Dragon, but it's true they don't get along at all. Hyunu shouted in annoyance, hey, stop it. Wukong gritted his teeth angrily. What are you doing here? Hyunu said coldly, I came here to ask you two something. The snakehead asked in confusion. What is it? Hyunu asked thoughtfully. Why do you two want to climb the tower? So, you're both climbing the tower to destroy the guy at the top? They both said in unison. That's right. The snakehead laughed loudly. That's why my consciousness is the only thing left here. But I don't know about this monkey. Wukong gritted his teeth in anger. What did you say? You bastard. The snakehead burst out laughing. The two of them kept fighting, causing Hyunu to think with annoyance. Wukong then noticed and asked, but why are you asking? Hyunu said flatly, I was just curious. He recalled the words, do you want to join me to defeat the ones at the top of the tower? He thought to himself, at least these two can be of some help. As Noah said, unless the tower changes, the climbers must continue to climb. That's why we need to change the fundamental principles of the tower first. The first thing to do is to go to where that tower is. Noah told Hyunu that they had to negotiate with the regulator first. Hyunu asked, bewildered, the regulator? Noah said thoughtfully, that's right. She's the one who controls the balance of the tower. But right now, she's in the basement of this tower. If we deal with her, I'm sure we'll gain something from it. Hyunu asked tensely, then how do I get to the basement? The two beasts said doubtfully, underground? Wukong asked with a frown, why are you going there? Hyunu replied, I'm going to deal with the regulator. Wukong was stunned. What? So, she's your enemy? Hyunu asked immediately. Do you know anything about me? Sun Wukong scratched his head thoughtfully and said, even though you've captured me, of course I know. I climbed the tower once before. You'll probably defeat the adjusters soon enough. Hyunu was surprised. I thought she was supposed to be strong, Sun Wukong said grimly, but meeting her is a bit difficult. There are many things you'll have to overcome. First of all, the basement is an extra floor, not officially part of this tower. You can't get there the same way we went before. Hyunu asked thoughtfully, then how do I get there? Sun Wukong frowned. I don't know. Hyunu shouted angrily. What? You were talking as if you knew everything. Sun Wukong said nonchalantly. I climbed the tower. I didn't go down to the basement. Hyunu scoffed. You're ridiculous. Sun Wukong grimaced and said, you also need to be careful of the corpses. I heard that place is filled with the bodies of tower climbers, the ones who died during their climb. Although those are just their empty shells. Hyunu asked, annoyed. When tower climbers die, aren't they supposed to go to the imaginary space? Sun Wukong replied, this is just where their consciousness is stored. The useless ones vanish, but the consciousness of the super strong goes to the imaginary space. Their physical bodies, however, remain in the basement. Hyunu asked curiously, why are they separated like that? Sun Wukong lost his patience and shouted, that's just what I heard. I'm not sure myself. Hyunu cursed the annoying bastard in his head. Calming himself, he asked, anyway, to get to the basement, I have to go down from the first floor, right? How long will it take? Sun Wukong replied, using the flying nimbus. It would take about 10 days. Hyunu scratched his head, thinking he'd have to ask Noah what to do after getting to the first floor. He turned to leave, saying, well, I'm off then. At the villa in the Chiang-A district. A notification read, incomplete wyvern source. Grade 5, plus adjustment, no skills. 0 labyrinth stones, 0%. He held the snake-headed orb in his hand, feeling angry and annoyed. Seriously, I don't know how it was before, but I've been using this thing too often. Filling up the labyrinth stone is such a pain now, and it takes up precious time. Isn't there another way? Another way? As he sat lost in thought, the sound of light footsteps and a door opening made Hyunu jump. He turned and asked, I told you to leave. Why are you still here? The goddess of Herculean chaos walked in confidently, a smile on her face. It's been a while, hasn't it? Hyunu sighed. The mysterious god of chaos. She laughed. Are you really that wary of me? You don't have to be. Annoyed, Hyunu grabbed the girl's horn and said, This is your main body, isn't it? She cried out in pain. Wait, I'm not your enemy. Cut it out, Hyunu said fiercely. How can I possibly trust you? She winced. I'm not lying. It's about to break. It's cracking. If you break my horn, your disciple will. Hyunu said firmly, Are you threatening me now? She snapped. I can hear it cracking. It's really going to break now. Do you have any idea how much this hurts? I told you there's no need to be on guard. Hyunu remained silent for a moment before saying, How can I not be? The goddess of Herculean chaos yelled in his face, Didn't I just say so? Hyunu said gravely, What if you stab me in the back? Don't worry. I'm the leader of the night parade of 100 demons, after all. I wouldn't do that. Hyunu replied, waiting to see what she'd say next. The goddess of Herculean chaos said fiercely, Why would a kid like her follow a guy like you? Hyunu asked irritably, Why are you controlling Mission's body? The goddess of Herculean chaos replied, She's training in her inner world. Hyunu was alarmed. Training? The goddess of Herculean chaos continued, That's right. In the meantime, her body has entrusted itself to me. Hyunu immediately asked, So what are you planning to do now? The girl said nonchalantly, I'm not doing anything. I just find it interesting because our wavelengths match. Hyunu was dumbfounded. Wavelengths, the girl explained. This kid's soul has a wavelength that can develop to be similar to mine. In other words, I'll tell you later, this is just my own desire, so I don't want to talk about it right now. Hyunu wondered doubtfully if he should trust her, but it seemed she didn't intend to do anything to Mission. He asked her seriously. But why did Mission suddenly start training? I only suggested it because she seemed quite upset after being defeated by that ice spirit guy. She's probably fighting her subordinates and training to gain the achievement of the night parade of 100 demons. Hyunu thought to himself, Mission is trying to get the achievement too. Well, if it makes her stronger, that's good for her. From now on, more tower climbers will keep coming up, so it's good for her to get stronger. An urgent gaze fell upon Hyunu. She said, I have a favor to ask you. Hyunu was stunned. A favor? She smiled smugly. This is something that No. Something that happened due to this body's influence. Even though Mission's soul is in her inner world, this is still her body. Therefore, this body's motivation hasn't changed. Hyunu said, bewildered, Just get to the point. The girl laughed gleefully. No need to get all twisted up. I just want you to spend the night with me. Hyunu froze in shock. What? Later, on a boat, Hyunu's gloomy expression made Noah look at him and ask, Why are you making that face? Hyunu said coldly, You don't need to know that. Anyway, isn't there a way to get to this place instantly? Noah asked, looking confused. Instantly. Hyunu spoke up, Vikrik's origin needs to be filled for me to come here, and I have to kill monsters to fill it. Noah said flatly, How inconvenient. Hyunu replied sadly, It is. Noah sighed, In that case, I'll make you another artifact, but it'll take some time. Hyunu asked, How long will it take? Noah answered, About 2 to 3 weeks. Hyunu said flatly, All right. Getting back to the main topic, Noah's eyes widened as he said, Go on, ask. Hyunu immediately asked, What's the fastest way to get to the basement? Noah looked blank. The fastest way? Hyunu immediately said, It'll be a huge problem if a tower climber suddenly appears like last time. I need to handle things quickly. Noah said grimly, Actually, there is a way. Hyunu was surprised. What is it? Noah said slowly, You'll need to find the regulator's item. Hyunu asked, stunned, The regulator's item. Noah replied, That's right. It's just like how you came here through my tower. To get to the regulator's place, you'll need a similar item. Hyunu immediately asked, So how do I get that item? Noah said, Let me have a look. Noah searched the system for a moment and then spoke. No matter how hard I try, I can't find it. Hyunu frowned in annoyance. So I have to use that path again? Noah said coldly, You don't have to. I'm not sure, but I think we can use that. Hyunu asked tensely, So you mean there's a secret path that was used when you guys were building the tower, and we can use it, right? Noah answered, That's right. With a serious face, Hyunu said, Then we just need to go there right away. Noah continued, About that? Hyunu immediately asked, Is there a problem? Noah said pensively, No, it's not that. There's an artifact that can take you there now. Take this orb. A notification appeared, Creator's teleportation device not yet leveled up. Adjustment, none. Skill, teleportation. Information authority, a teleportation device created by the master of the ship Noah and the creator of this tower. The teleportation device was originally created to build the tower and can help people teleport to any place in space. It was designed and crafted by the creator. The teleportation device cannot be used continuously, and it has a total cooldown time of 24 hours unless the creator recharges it with mana. When the creator recharges it with a certain amount of mana, the cooldown time for reuse can be reduced from 1 to 100%, corresponding to the amount of mana charged. Current status, usable. Hyunu asked seriously. But I don't think there will be any problems, right? Noah said. Using this artifact is fine, but what I'm worried about is that the teleportation's power will be diminished. This artifact has a limited teleportation range. You can only teleport to places I've created. Because of that, if the destination has collapsed even a little, you might never be able to come back. You'll end up falling into the imaginary space. Hyunu grimaced and asked, by imaginary space, do you mean a place like where a tower climber's consciousness resides? Ah, Noah spoke up. No, that place is a bit different from the imaginary space. That is a separate space outside the walls of the tower. That is the true imaginary space. If you fall in there, you'll wander inside it forever. You'd need a miracle to escape. Hyunu sighed. Why the hell did you create a place like that? Noah said grimly. One of the people who chased me away created it. Anyway, you have two options right now. Use this device to find the secret path, or use the path meant only for tower climbers. Hyunu's eyes widened as he asked, how long will it take if I use this? Noah answered, if you find the hidden space when you reach the first floor, it won't take long. Hyunu thought doubtfully, so the problem is choosing between safety and travel time. The faster it is, the more dangerous. Huh. Hyunu sighed, well then, there's no other choice. In the real world, on a beautiful day at the Dark Guild's office, a voice said, we've just disconnected the button. All right, you can go now. The mystic book asked Hanjin, have you decided yet? Hanjin said blankly, I still haven't decided. The book spoke angrily. You're so strange. What is there to even think about? If it were anyone else, they would have offered to sell their soul for this. Hanjin closed the book, shocked. Really? The book replied, of course. Even though you're better than that idiot, your leadership skills are still crap. Hanjin said quietly, well, I'm still learning. The book was stunned. What? But why? Hanjin thought. After hearing Master tell me about the truth of the world, I realized I need to learn how to be a proper leader. But what was the book asking about? Hanjin spoke up. I heard that Brat went off to train. That means Master is all alone right now. She imagined her master being overjoyed to see her. She imagined her master smiling. My disciple, come here. Snapping out of her daydream, she thought, even if I use every trick in the book to get close to Master, that Brat is also pretty, so I can't get anywhere. And I can't just kick her out. He mumbled, it's nothing. Hajin thought confidently. In the past, Master was always ahead of me because we were evenly matched in strength. But now, I can do this and that with Master. The book scolded. Are you crazy? Hajin said with a smile. I don't think now is the right time for me to be studying. The book shouted, what? Hajin spoke up. I have something to do after the break. The book asked doubtfully, is it more important than getting stronger? A light flashed in the girl's mind. The girl said naively, of course, it's more important. The book sighed. Well then, if you can leave here whenever you want, can you just go train right now? Cheonga District Villa. Hyunu handed the god of monstrous strength a cord and said, this is the source of V-Crick. The girl said, thanks. Hyunu asked coldly, but why do you need it? The girl replied, for my training. Hyunu was surprised. Training? The girl burst out laughing, so that kid can obtain my achievement. Ah, no, wait, am I that untrustworthy? Hyunu looked at the girl with suspicion. To be honest, just a little. The girl said in a cold voice, but that's the reason I summoned that kid here, isn't it? Hyunu replied flatly, that's true. But he imagined his disciple desperately begging, Master, please lend me the source of V-Crick. But then he thought to himself, she seems really worried. Is she being threatened by the mysterious god of chaos? The girl said with a laugh, ah, I owe you an apology. Hyunu was stunned. An apology? The girl spoke up. That's right, about what happened last time. This little brat was furious with me then, and I had no idea what I did wrong. Hyunu asked, confused. But Misha knows about our conversation. She's in her inner world. The girl said confidently, she's the owner of this body, after all. Anyway, I'm done here. Hyunu immediately asked, are you leaving? The girl replied, yes, it looks like you're heading off somewhere too. Be careful. Hyunu said doubtfully, why the sudden kindness? The girl said flatly, it's not that I'm worried about you. I'm just worried about what this little brat would do if you disappeared. Hyunu stared blankly at the girl. The girl scoffed, oh, and what about that Imuji fellow? No, tell that green snake I said hello. Hyunu was shocked. What? Is she talking about the Azure Dragon? He went to ask the Azure Dragon. The Azure Dragon immediately asked, why is she there? Why there? Kim Hyunu asked suspiciously. What are you talking about? The Azure Dragon laughed. It's nothing. I'm just a little excited. Kim Hyunu asked doubtfully. You know the mysterious god of chaos. The Azure Dragon laughed loudly. The mysterious god of chaos. Kim Hyunu replied, that's right. The Azure Dragon spoke seriously, so her achievement was lost too. Kim Hyunwoo thought to himself, why is he suddenly acting so strange? Sun Wukong said, his eyes wide. Why don't you just ask her directly? The Azure Dragon burst out laughing. Kim Hyunwoo said, flustered, no, I'll do that later. By the way, you want me to send the flying Nimbus through a teleporter? Sun Wukong continued, yes. Then I can give indirect guidance through my achievement wherever the flying Nimbus is. Kim Hyunwoo asked suspiciously, what if it falls into an imaginary space? Sun Wukong sighed. At least then I'll have peace of mind knowing it survived. Hearing this, Kim Hyunwoo cried inwardly as a teleportation space began to appear. Kim Hyunwoo looked surprised. Teleportation. Sun Wukong said with a tense expression, listen, my achievement is currently focused, so you can control the flying Nimbus more easily. Kim Hyunwoo was drawn in by Sun Wukong's power surrounding him. It allowed him to move the flying Nimbus with ease. He focused on being teleported to the tower climb entrance. This is the entrance to the tower climb. In this space, thousands of corpses were scattered all around. A girl was rummaging through the pile of bodies, looking for something. She couldn't find it and muttered, where is it? She picked something up and said, not this one, and not this one either. Ah, found it. She cried with joy. She said confidently, my preparations are complete, just a little more. Elsewhere, Michin was fighting a ferocious beast. Her power had increased quite a bit this time. She repeatedly brought the monster down. The more ferocious the beasts were, the more brutal she became with them. She continuously landed devastating punches on its face. Countless beasts around her were sent flying. As she laughed in amusement, she was attacked by a giant beast. It sent her reeling backward. The monster glared at her, terrifying her so much she fell to the ground. A voice spoke up, how pitiful. Michin looked up in alarm. It was the god of monstrous strength. You're borrowing my body? Michin shouted in anger. Why? Why? The god of monstrous strength looked amused. It seems the power of anger is truly incredible, isn't it? Michin yelled furiously. Don't change the subject. I'm asking you why you did it. The god of monstrous strength said flatly. Little brat, even though I apologize, I still don't think I did anything wrong. Michin's face flushed with anger. What did you say? The god of monstrous strength replied. Since we share a body, I was just lending you a hand. Michin was always thinking. Take Master's painting and retrieve what belongs to him. I can't believe Master isn't here today. And she thought, today, I'll hang this painting up. The god of monstrous strength glared at the girl with killing intent. Why do you think about that master of yours every single night? Truly pitiful. Michin shouted, embarrassed. He's my master. My master, do you hear me? The chaotic god of strength sneered. But you still like him, don't you? Michong raised her voice. But he's still my master. The chaotic god of strength pressed on. Isn't it because you are in love with him? Michong cried out. Master. But the chaotic god of strength wouldn't let it go. That's why you call his name every night. Michong snapped furiously. In your dreams, the chaotic god of strength's eyes widened at the kid. I know you're embarrassed, but if you keep going on like this, you'll only hurt yourself. Feeling wronged, Michong started to cry. The chaotic god of strength mused, I won't interfere anymore. If that's the case, then my ultimate technique will be useless. Michong's ears perked up. An ultimate technique? The chaotic god of strength continued. It's an ultimate technique that is guaranteed to work on the opposite sex, but looking at you right now, I don't think you could use it even if you just forget it. Michong's face fell. Stop saying such ridiculous things. The chaotic god of strength said with a confident look, Kid, how long do you think I've been alive? Michong was stunned. What? Why are you asking that? The chaotic god of strength replied smugly. How much experience with men do you think I have? Michong looked scornful. You think I'd believe such ridiculous words? The chaotic god of strength was confident. I only need one move. Just one move is enough for you to win over your master. Kid, do you really doubt me? I promise you, in this entire world, there's no woman who knows the art of seduction better than I do. Michong said blankly. A woman who knows the art of seduction. The chaotic god of strength said confidently. From ascetic monks to mighty kings, they all fell at my feet. Michong said excitedly. A beauty that could topple nations. The chaotic god of strength said confidently. Even though your master doesn't seem easily tempted, in the end, no man can resist a woman's charms. If you do as I say, he'll definitely fall for you. Miching's eyes widened as she looked at the smiling, chaotic god of strength. Our meeting is truly destiny. Michong gave a forced smile. A fateful encounter. Huh. Even if it is, I think it's just magic. The chaotic god of strength was taken aback. Magic? It's more like a few little tricks. I can definitely help you create that fateful encounter. But seeing you so hesitant, I guess you don't need my help. Michong said loudly, That's right, I don't need any of that. The chaotic god of strength said in a cold tone. But before that, you must obtain the 100 Demon Night Parade achievement. After that, I will teach you this ultimate technique. On the floor below the tower, a figure appeared, growling his introduction. I am the master of the first floor, Moon Wolf, he asked aggressively. Who are you? Before he could even finish, Hyunu sent him flying with a single strike. I didn't expect him to be so weak. Ha. Wukong grimaced. He's just the gatekeeper. Hurry and find the key. Hyunu went searching and found it. He announced, I found it. Holding up the key, he asked, Is this it? Avi spoke to him telepathically. If you look closely at the door, you'll see a slot. Hyunu took a closer look and used the key to open the door. As he stepped through the door, he was shocked to see the ground littered with corpses. He said to the others, Let's all go in. In the library, Hanarin was searching through stacks of books, on the verge of tears. The red book said to her, This many chapters. It's truly incredible. Hanarin asked blankly, What's incredible? The book replied, Haven't you already reached the third stage? You seem rather down. Is it because of that person? Hanarin asked, surprised. That person? The book replied, I mean your master. He said he would be back in a few days. She said glumly, I can't believe he's not home. This is my only chance, since that other girl isn't home. The book thought sadly. After reaching the third stage, she's become so irritable. This isn't good at all. If she doesn't quickly become the keeper of the ancient tomes, then the library's source of power will. The book then asked, Are you planning to seduce your master? Hanarin's eyes widened. If that's the case, isn't there a way? What are you talking about? The book answered, I'm talking about the control magic you're learning. To put it simply, if you master the final stage of control and become the keeper of the ancient tomes. With sparkling eyes, the girl looked at the book and asked, Does that mean I can control my master's heart? That's not funny. Hanarin was furious. Are you telling me to toy with my master? The command book quickly denied it. That's not what I meant. Hanarin demanded furiously. Then what did you mean? The command book thought to itself, Why is she so angry? Even the mightiest man must bow before a storm like this. What I mean is, the command book quickly used Michonne as a scapegoat. That other girl. I'm saying you should use your control magic on that other girl. Hanarin asked, That other girl? The command book replied, Ria. Hanarin thought for a moment. That does make sense, but that does sound interesting, she said. The command book was overjoyed, right? But to do that, you'll need to learn all types of control magic. That's how it usually is. Seeing Hanarin's nonchalant expression, the command book continued. But if you can just reach that stage, then you'll definitely be able to control that girl. At that, Hanarin agreed. All right then, control has 5 stages. Hanarin activated her ability, saying, Split in 2, then shrink. And for the 3rd stage, a blue circle suddenly appeared. The book was suddenly split in 2. The power of control could be used on inanimate objects. All of a sudden, Kim Hyun-goo's flip-flop appeared. It stinks. Kim Hyun-goo landed a blow that made the monster scream, teaching it a lesson. Kim Hyun-goo complained continuously. The smell in here is awful. Where the hell is that damn controller? The Monkey King replied, It's obviously hard to find him in a place like this. There's no such thing as if only in life. Just then, Kim Hyun-goo started complaining again. If I had known it was like this, I would have looked for more information. Right on cue, the monster let out a roar. Kim Hyun-goo stomped directly on its head, nearly rattling the wolf's brain. Damn it, if we stay here, this will never end. Unbelievable. He leaped and stood suspended in midair. Kim Hyun-goo thought to himself, There must be something special here. Is that an abandoned castle? Inside the castle, there were zombies. Kim Hyun-goo realized, It looks like there's something in there. The Monkey King's voice warned, Be careful. When he saw Kim Hyun-goo's confused expression, the Monkey King said, I told you before, didn't I? Those things aren't your average zombies. At the same time, a tremor occurred. One of the zombies charged straight toward Kim Hyun-goo. His eyes sharpened. Bring it on. Kim Hyun-goo charged forward as well. The impact seemed quite powerful. 3 monsters lunged at Kim Hyun-goo simultaneously. He blew them all away in one blast. The smoke cleared. Around Kim Hyun-goo, there was only empty space. Then, Kim Hyun-goo looked at a zombie and said, I knew they were different from normal zombies, but I didn't expect them to be this strong physically. Even though they're just empty shells with no accomplishments, they're still the bodies of tower climbers. Watching through the screen, the Monkey King clicked his tongue. Still, they're no match for you. Kim Hyun-goo seemed confident as he asked, Really? Kim Hyun-goo knocked them out one by one. His face showed a look of excitement, his kicks flowing with incredibly smooth movements. Kim Hyun-goo thought to himself. He thought, After training with the Azure Dragon, my senses have been sharpened to their peak. To me, these things are a piece of cake. He noticed something special. Although moving my body according to my senses is still a bit difficult. Kim Hyun-woo thought, It's good enough. The Azure Dragon, who was observing, said, Even if they were tower climbers, zombies are still just zombies. The Monkey King replied, well, what did you expect? They're just soulless corpses, with only their muscles left. Kim Hyun-woo's face turned pale. What is that smell? This stench is even worse than before. The controller's voice spoke up. No wonder it was so noisy outside. She was standing behind Kim Hyun-woo. So, we have a guest. Kim Hyun-woo was so shocked he cursed. Oh, shit. The Azure Dragon hesitated. The Monkey King replied, this is awkward. The controller brushed her hair back shyly. Oh my, I guess you couldn't resist my beauty. Could you? Kim Hyun-woo was like, are you serious right now? The controller asked, so, why have you come here? Without wasting words, Kim Hyun-woo asked, you're the controller, right? The controller replied, that's right. He asked again, but why are you in this state? The controller was very poised and beautiful. She said it was because this was the most beautiful body. For a lowly human like you, this must be hard to understand. In any case, thank you for coming all this way. I was just in need of a test subject. Kim Hyun-woo was confused. A test subject? The controller replied, my experiment is nearly complete, but as you know, there are no living beings in this place. Kim Hyun-woo asked, so what do you want? The controller said, since you've asked so sincerely, I shall graciously answer. Since you are about to become my test subject, I will explain everything to you myself. I am the one who adjusts anything I get my hands on, controlling them and creating different entities. The controller said, I am Gunrak. Kim Hyun-woo looked at her scornfully. You think your current appearance suits the name controller? The controller paused for about 2 seconds, then she said, I don't think there's any need to say more. Now that he mentioned it, she pulled off her own leg. Kim Hyun-woo asked in horror, did you just rip off your own body part? The controller didn't waste words and attacked directly. The sudden blow startled Kim Hyun-woo, but he quickly regained his composure. He rushed forward with a thunderous punch, shouting, stop this nonsense. The controller was hit in a vital spot and cried out. She was completely knocked out, so much so that even Kim Hyun-woo couldn't believe it. What? He never expected it to be so easy. Hey, are you faking it? Why are you so weak? The Monkey King was just as stunned. This is strange. Kim Hyun-woo replied, well, wasn't that way too easy? But the Monkey King replied, no. I'm talking about the body you just took down. Kim Hyun-woo asked, the body? Is there something wrong with it? A light began to shine from the torn part of that body. Just as the Monkey King was speaking, a tremor suddenly occurred. The regulator's tattered body transformed into a giant spider monster. Hyun-woo was shocked. What's this monster now? Wukong, standing before the Ant Queen, yelled in surprise. Another monster? His face showed a hint of fear. Azure Dragon, standing next to him, was also stunned and muttered a reply. The Ant Queen looked at the two of them and asked, you don't seem like ordinary people, do you? Hyun-woo casually asked her, are you stupid? What kind of ordinary person would come here? The surprised Ant Queen replied, what did you say? Hyun-woo continued, how could a slob like this become a regulator? After speaking, he thought to himself, first, I need to provoke her to test her abilities. Azure Dragon looked up and said in a panic, look up. Confused, Hyun-woo looked up. Suddenly, an attack came rushing toward Hyun-woo, forcing him to jump back in surprise. His foot had turned into a block of ice. Hyun-woo shouted in panic, my foot is frozen. Wukong quickly warned him, another attack is coming. Hyun-woo immediately looked up. Multiple lightning bolts suddenly struck down, and a massive shockwave kicked up a cloud of dust. Hyun-woo had quickly transformed. He blocked the attack with his staff, shouting, damn it, what the hell was that? He then swung his staff forward, yelling, Ruyi Bang, extend. The Ruyi Bang shot straight towards the Ant Queen, but she quickly dodged it. Wukong watched with a worried expression and said, that thing just created something unimaginable. A confused Azure Dragon asked, what? Wukong explained, I can feel the energy of people I once knew coming from inside that body. The power of the Black Demon, the magic of the Bull Demon King, and even the energy of that snake-headed guy. That bastard has been taking the defeated tower climbers, developing their achievements, and applying them to itself. Azure Dragon asked in astonishment, what? Developing their achievements and applying them to herself. The Ant Queen shouted, among all you sorry souls, you've got a good eye. Azure Dragon looked at her and continued, that's not all. Although it seems to be only a fraction of their power, she seems to be able to fully utilize the achievements she developed from the tower climbers. Wukong recalled the earlier attack and said, I'm sure that lightning just now was from the snakehead. Hyun-woo frowned and added, if that's the case, then the ice power that just froze me. Wukong replied, it was probably from the ice spirit. The Ant Queen looked at them and sneered, Humph, you enlightened lowlife. Allow me to reintroduce myself. She crawled up a stone pillar and said, I am the one who has unified all who have fallen. Hyun-woo, Wukong, and Azure Dragon stood frozen, staring at her. The Ant Queen continued, and I possess all of their powers. I am the Ant Queen. Hyamu frowned and retorted, Ant Queen, my ass. You're nothing special. You're just a chaotic mess. She asked angrily, does my current body look the same as before? I also possess the achievement of an indomitable will. Your provocations have no effect on me. Hyunwoo pointed at her and retorted, for fuck's sake, what kind of person with an indomitable will just charged at me like a madman? Hearing this, she froze on the spot. The Ant Queen trembled as she answered, everything up until now was done by the slave known as the Regulator, not by me. She suddenly screamed in rage. The me right now is the one who possesses the achievements of all the tower climbers who have fallen in this place. The Ant Queen can freely control their powers. I will make your body a part of me as well. Hyunwoo frowned, clicked his tongue, and asked, why are you masterminds always the same? Azure Dragon warned, you better be careful. It seems she possesses quite a lot of achievements. Hyunwoo quickly asked, how many does she have? Azure Dragon replied, at least a few hundred. Hyunwoo, looking stunned, asked, damn it, doesn't she have any weaknesses? Azure Dragon answered, a weakness? I haven't observed that bastard closely enough yet. Wukong suddenly pushed Azure Dragon aside. He yelled, stop talking nonsense and get out of the way. Hyunwoo turned to look at the Ant Queen. On the stone pillar, she was emitting a stream of energy towards him. Hyunwoo used his Ru Yi Bang to blow the energy away, wondering, Tisk, is that poison energy? Wukong shouted with a tense expression, pay attention to your surroundings. Startled, Hyunwoo looked up and asked, what? Numerous fireballs suddenly rained down along with a massive torrent of water. Hyunwoo was surrounded by dark shadows, struggling to break free. Hyunwoo looked around and thought, lightning, ice, spirits, and even cursed skills. This is insane. Suddenly, the jade pendant in his hand began to glow. A great flash of light erupted amidst the thick dust. Hyunwoo appeared, pointing his Ru Yi Bang forward and shouting, take this. The extending staff shattered the stone pillar, causing the Ant Queen to fall. He then appeared behind her. He smiled and asked, hey there. The Ant Queen turned her head in surprise and asked, a sneak attack like that is useless. My back can withstand any attack. Behind Hyunwoo, 4 arms appeared, stunning her. He yelled, what the hell is that? He then clenched his fist and replied, I thought you were supposed to have an unshakable will. Why so shaken? With that, a smile spread across Hyunwoo's face as he unleashed a powerful kick, sending dust flying everywhere. As the smoke cleared, the Ant Queen was sprawled on the ground. She struggled to say, you bastard. Hyunwoo rushed toward her, smiling. Let's end this. Suddenly, the wounds on her body regenerated at an incredible speed. He thought in surprise, her body. It's regenerating? Suddenly, a bolt of lightning shot down. Hyunwoo parried it with his staff and flew up, into the air, aiming his staff at her. Hyunwoo brought it down straight toward the Ant Queen's head. Suddenly, a barrier appeared in front of him. Hyunwoo was confused. What the hell? A wall? Elsewhere, a woman in a business suit appeared. The god of turmoil stood behind her with his arms crossed, thinking for a moment before asking, I thought you made some progress, but is containing the will of all the demons still too much for you? The girl's hair floated into the air as she turned her head, her red eyes staring at the god of turmoil. He said, so you finally lost consciousness, kiddo. It's a shame, but I'll have to put you back to sleep. Beto buried her face in her knees and asked, did I fail again? The night parade of 100 demons stood before her and smiled, including this one. You've now tried exactly 1,000 times. Beto was silent for a moment, then asked, how far did I get? The night parade of 100 demons replied, you were fine up until you killed the blood demon. After you consumed it, you lost control. Beto mumbled, I see. The power of the night parade of 100 demons comes from its ability to absorb the strength of all demons. To properly control and command the demons, one must constantly confront the night parade of 100 demons. A normal person would be driven mad, unable to handle their immense power. But this child, after only 1,000 attempts, has already absorbed 70% of the night parade's power. The god of turmoil comforted her. It took me hundreds of years to train this entire army. I knew from the start that this was a possibility. But if you've really managed to get this far, then it might actually be possible. The scene shifts to another location. Kim Hyunwoo was fighting the Ant Queen's beast form. A wall appeared in front of him. Hyunwoo reached out to touch it. What the hell is this wall? Wukong, who was watching, said, it's probably the Black Tortoise Earth Fortress. Earth Fortress, but I can't see it. Based on the energy I'm sensing, that's definitely what it is. But it seems to have been made transparent by combining it with another's power. Kim Hyunwoo cursed, damn it. Wukong continued, but this fortress isn't the immediate problem. Look at that thing's body. It truly has terrifying regenerative abilities. Have those powers evolved to be so full of life force? At that moment, the damaged parts of the Ant Queen's body were forming new molecules and linking together at a dizzying speed. Kim Hyun-woo tore at his hair in frustration. This is getting really difficult. Task. Even so, he gripped his staff tightly. This just means I have to keep destroying it until it can no longer regenerate, right? The Ant Queen spoke. Normally, I would protect my body at all costs, but there are exceptions. Kim Hyun-woo grumbled, just cut the crap. The Ant Queen opened her mouth. This time is an exception. I'll show you my true form. She then suddenly bit down hard on her own body. Everyone watching gaped in astonishment. Is she eating her own body? The Ant Queen continued to devour herself in front of them, until a single, large eye opened wide, its pupil a deep crimson. Having become a spherical mass, the Ant Queen screamed, "I'll tear you to shreds." She attacked with her many ant legs, lashing out towards Kim Hyun-woo. Thousands of legs stabbed everywhere, kicking up a thick cloud of dirt and dust. Kim Hyun-woo ran for his life to escape the onslaught, then managed to get close to her and land a blow directly on top of her head. Kim Hyun-woo put all his strength into it, stomping his foot down and unleashing his skill. Supreme Ruler's demonic mystic kick. A massive explosion erupted. The Ant Queen lay sprawled on the ground. Kim Hyun-woo, sweating, waited to see if it had worked. But unexpectedly, from within the dust, a barrage of sharp, iron-like legs shot up to ambush him. Kim Hyun-woo parried them one by one. The Ant Queen wasn't dead. As she regenerated into a grotesque form, she cursed at Hyun-woo. "You damn bastard, how dare you?" Kim Hyun-woo, unafraid, simply smiled and said, "Where did that unshakable will of yours go? Why so worked up? I haven't even done anything serious yet." And Kim Hyun-woo thought to himself, if I hadn't gone all out, I wouldn't have been able to unleash that attack. Since it's come to this, I'll just have to grind her into dust. Kim Hyun-woo swung his staff toward the Ant Queen once more. He yelled triumphantly, "Let's see you withstand this one." The Ant Queen shattered into countless tiny fragments, but in less than half a second, those fragments swarmed back together, restoring her completely. Kim Hyun-woo was furious. Damn it. He quickly turned to flee, absolutely furious. Kim Hyun-woo felt helpless watching the Ant Queen's insane regeneration speed, but fortunately, despite all her achievements, she wasn't that powerful. Ice orbs flew towards Kim Hyun-woo, and he dealt with them one by one. Then came the fireballs. Kim Hyun-woo repeated the same motions. After a few rounds, Kim Hyun-woo started getting annoyed because her attack patterns were so simplistic. Is she really a regulator? He gritted his teeth. Still, isn't her regenerative power just way too strong? Damn it. After fighting for a while, the Ant Queen was completely unharmed, staring blankly at Kim Hyun-woo. If this keeps up, I'm going to die from exhaustion. Azure Dragon reminded him from the outside. If you keep dragging this out, you're just wasting stamina. It looks like it's time for us to end this. Kim Hyun-woo snapped, I know that. You two, stop standing around and find her weak point. Wukong stroked his chin thoughtfully. But I don't think she has any weaknesses. Azure Dragon chimed in, Father, she's nearly reached the level of a saint. Seeing his two teammates acting so nonchalant about his life, Kim Hyun-woo yelled, So what? Am I supposed to just die here then? Wukong tilted his head and said, But there's something radiating from her body. What is it? Wukong started to ramble. I don't know if it's because she has so many achievements. At first, I thought her giant body was just thanks to the achievements she has. But Kim Hyun-woo, who was busy running for his life, had to cut him off, get to the point. I think there's another power source for those achievements. Azure Dragon agreed. Huh? That actually sounds right. You just realized that now, snakehead. Azure Dragon retorted sarcastically. So, is this monkey's little scheme actually useful for once? Wukong, not one to back down, immediately shot back at Azure Dragon. It's not a scheme. It's called being observant, you know, TCAs. I doubt a brute like you who only knows how to use force would understand what a strategy is, snakehead. The two of them started bickering outside, completely ignoring Kim Hyun-woo. What did you just say? Don't talk nonsense, you damn monkey. What? A monkey? Are you done yet? Kim Hyun-woo was helpless. If you have time to argue, then hurry up and help me find that power source. While running, Hyun-woo suddenly stopped in his tracks. Huh? What's that sound? He looked up to see a ridiculously massive fireball. It looked like it was prepared by a giant food vlogger, about to come crashing down right on him. Damn it! Kim Hyun-woo quickly leaped to dodge the attack. Azure Dragon, monitoring the situation, noticed something. Wait a second. Something strange here. Kim Hyun-woo grew impatient. Have you guys found anything yet? Azure Dragon said, If I hadn't been concentrating, I would have missed it, but I sensed the power of a strange achievement coming from that pillar. Only then did Kim Hyun-woo notice a strange pillar still standing in the distance. That pillar? Kim Hyun-woo's brain finally kicked into gear. The other pillars have all collapsed, but that one is still standing, he muttered, as if he'd realized something. Could it be? Kim Hyun-woo suddenly leaped from his spot. He aimed straight for that pillar. The Ant Queen's eyes widened in shock. That bastard. Did he figure it out? She launched her sharp, spear-like legs after Kim Hyunu and screamed, "I won't let you get there." Kim Hyunu smirked, "Seeing you try so desperately to stop me, there must be something important there, right?" The Ant Queen was furious. "You little punk." Hyunu challenged her. "What? Did you think I wouldn't be able to figure it out?" With a single kick, he instantly shattered the suspicious pillar. As it crumbled, a sparkling purple stone was revealed inside. Azure Dragon shouted, "It's the source of her power." Kim Hyunu held it triumphantly in his hand. "All right." The Ant Queen was utterly panicked, trying to attack him as fast as she could. "I forbid you from touching that." Kim Hyunu had already grabbed the power source stone. Got it. The purple stone in Hyunu's hand began to crack before shattering into pieces. Meanwhile, Pedigu was still in the middle of a battle with the Pandemonium of 100 demons. The monstrous god watched and thought to herself, a normal person would have gone insane by now, but this kid. She looked at the trembling Pedigu, who, despite being unconscious, was still holding onto a sliver of consciousness. But right now, only a single thought was in Pedigu's mind. "Let's go. I want to give up." The phrase, "I want to give up," kept replaying in her mind, over and over. Her hands were still killing, but her consciousness just wanted to stop. There were still many things it needed to deal with. Back to Kim Hyunu. After losing the power source stone, the Ant Queen began to feel changes in her body. She groaned. "How can this be?" Then she screamed, "How dare a mere mortal do this? How dare you steal my achievement? I will never forgive you." The Ant Queen continued to attack Kim Hyunu. Outside, Azure Dragon and Wukong were extremely worried. It seems that Jewel was her real body. Wukong urged, "Hurry up, there's not much time left to mess around." Kim Hyunu gritted his teeth. "I know." As Kim Hyunu dodged and counterattacked, he thought about how the time he had borrowed the achievement was rapidly running out. "If I fall here, I'm finished. So I have to win." The sky suddenly changed, as thick, opaque white clouds began to fill it. The Ant Queen was bewildered. What's happening with those clouds over there? 2 horns had sprouted from Kim Hyunu's head. "This ends right here." He pointed his finger to the sky, and the clouds converged towards it. The Ant Queen roared, "You bastard, what the hell have you done?" She once again launched her ant leg towards Kim Hyunu. He paid her no mind, simply closing his eyes slowly. A short memory flashed in his mind. "You think my technique is merely for creating simple lightning. I don't create such noisy techniques. That's just a misconception. Don't confuse it with the true magic I've created. First, you must channel the lightning energy to the sky." Recalling this, Kim Hyunu breathed evenly to focus his energy. After channeling the energy there, control the space as if dropping a single drop of black ink into a clear lake. Don't try to control it too perfectly. As long as you can touch the space you want the dark clouds to cover, that's enough. Finally, unleash the lightning upon the places you can feel. Kim Hyunu opened his eyes. "That is the true technique I have created." Over by the pillar of thunderous light, Pedo was panting heavily, her numb fingers trembling uncontrollably. The thought of giving up kept swirling in her mind. She bit her lip, wanting to surrender to that desire. Have I really come this far and still haven't finished? At this point, I progressed much further than before. This much energy should be enough. Pedo looked up at the sky, then down at her hands. Would it be so wrong if I gave up now? Just then, her vision suddenly turned completely white. A voice echoed, pulling her out of the mud of negativity. "Disciple, why are you living like a doll, so ready to give up on the things you want? My disciple?" Pedo looked up, stunned. "Master." It was her master, Kim Hyunu. He was wearing a cloak and a mask. He stood on a pillar, looking down at Pedo, and asked, "Why don't you believe in yourself? Is it because your parents controlled you like a pet? Or is it because you've always lived this way? If that's the case, then forget it. Forget everything. From now on, forget the life you once lived, forget everything, even your own name. Whether you were a billionaire or a beggar in the world out there, forget all of it and start a new life here." Kim Hyunu landed in front of her. "Don't live like your parents' pet. Live a life where you can make your own decisions." He patted Pedo's head. "If you don't have a name, it'll be hard to call you. So, I will give you a new one. Your name will be Mary. That's your new name." Kim Hyunu smiled. Miri bowed her head, a single tear rolling down her cheek, but she was smiling. "Master, you're always the one who comes to save me." Miri gathered a source of energy in her hand. The chaotic god of monstrous strength looked on, bewildered. "Don't tell me that little brat is holding the desires of all demon species." The pillar of thunderous light that Kim Hyunu created struck the Ant Queen directly. She reverted to her beast form, a creature like a centipede, writhing in the air as it was electrocuted. The Ant Queen fell to the ground, electricity coursing around her body. The holes in her body could no longer regenerate. The Ant Queen roared in agony. "It hurts! It hurts! It hurts! It hurts!" Kim Hyunu watched with great interest. "Huh. I didn't think lightning would be this effective. I've only ever fought in one-on-one battles until now, so I never had a chance to use a wide-range skill. I didn't expect it to be so powerful. The Ant Queen, with a large hole pierced through her body, continued to scream, "It hurts. My body really hurts. It hurts so much." Kim Hyunu flew over to the Ant Queen. "It seems you can't regenerate your body anymore, can you?" Seeing him approach, she screamed in fear, "No, don't come near me." Getting a headache, Kim Hyunu shoved his staff into her mouth. "Stop the drama and eat this." The Ant Queen struggled. Kim Hyunu smiled. "You're the first one to become an insect sandwich." He commanded the staff, "Extend." My compliance staff. The wish-fulfilling staff extended, causing her body to swell up and burst into pieces. The Ant Queen couldn't even scream anymore as she exploded. The moment the Ant Queen was destroyed, the game panel appeared. Notification. You have successfully defeated the Conqueror from the end of the tower. Location. Underground. You have successfully defeated the Moderator. You have accumulated enough You now have high-level information authority. Kim Hyunu changed his clothes and stood up. Phew, that was exhausting. Suddenly, an energy stone appeared beside him. He reached out his hand. What's this? The information panel immediately updated for Kim Hyunu. This stone is an SS plus rank storage key. Adjustment analysis is still pending. Skill entering information authority. This key was made by Gorak, the moderator responsible for maintaining balance and logic between the tower and the one who created and manages the world. Information authority missing after adjusting the tower in a new way. The authority she was supposed to receive for the information authority missing has been collected in succession. Information authority, and therefore, when using the power of the information authority continues to be missing, she can perform experiments that she herself is not yet capable of performing. And among those experiments, information authority missing, for the benefit of the space created by the moderator, and this space was created only for her. She can stay in that space, but others are limited to only 30 minutes. The cooldown is 24 hours from the moment you use this key to enter. The user can check the cooldown time when using the entry skill. The remaining cooldown until the key can be used is 22 hours, 49 minutes, and 31 seconds. Kim Hyun-gu pouted in annoyance. What the hell is this? Give me more information. I don't have much information due to insufficient clearance, but I think the missing parts refer to a secret location created for experiments, don't they? Since it's the creator's storage key, there must be something inside. I can't use it yet because of the cooldown. There are still 22 hours, 49 minutes, and 31 seconds left. Honestly, I don't have any information at all. Kim Hyun-gu happily stuffed the stone into his pocket, deciding to take it back to Noah and ask him first. He took out the ring and shouted, "Flying Nimbus." A white cloud poured out. Kim Hyun-gu stepped onto it. Now what? Kim Hyun-gu stood with his hands on his hips, looking around in confusion. Where's the exit? The Azure Dragon said, I think it's to the south. Oh, really? Or maybe it's to the west or the east. Kim Hyun-gu was furious. Why don't you just say it's in all four directions? Seeing how ridiculous the Azure Dragon was being, Wukong kicked him away. You can ride the Flying Nimbus along the wall to find it. It'll probably be faster than when you were looking for the regulator earlier. Kim Hyun-gu agreed. That sounds like a better idea. Back with Miri, she was still recruiting and controlling the night parade of 100 demons. A voice rang out, "Perfect." The chaotic strength god smiled brightly and praised her. "I can't believe you learned to control the night parade so quickly. It's truly astounding." She created a portal and said, "We have nothing left to do here, so let's get going. You can leave through this." Mary didn't go right away, hesitating as if she had something to ask. The chaotic strength god wondered, is there a problem? Is something wrong? Miri nervously twiddled her fingers. She asked shyly, "Aren't you going to teach me your ultimate technique?" The chaotic strength god asked back, "Ultimate technique?" Miri got so embarrassed she was about to bolt. "I'm leaving." The chaotic strength god quickly stopped her. "Wait, just a moment. I'll tell you, don't go." She was acting as if she didn't even want to hear it anymore. "No, it's not like that at all."
So, which type of ultimate technique do you want to know? Miri hesitated. What do you mean? Which type?
The chaotic strength god pointed a finger. "I've lived for a very long time. Did you really think I only have one ultimate technique? It's more difficult than you think. The strategy has to change depending on the guy's personality, social status, and relationships. For example, blah blah blah." As Miri listened, her eyes widened and sparkled as if she was being enlightened. "And so, blah blah blah." After a while, they both shouted with joy. The chaotic strength god repeated once more. "This means the ultimate technique used must fit the situation. You can play the seductive role or the pure and innocent one. That's the basic explanation. Now you have to decide for yourself." Miri asked hesitantly, "Do you have any recommendations for me?" The chaotic strength god thought for a moment. In your master's case, I'd recommend two things. The first method is to make him fall for you through a persistent, gentle approach. For example, pretend to have some food on your mouth. Kim Hyun-gu would reach out to help Miri, saying, "Oh, my disciple, you have something on your mouth." "Oh my gosh, master." But the most important part here is persistence. Miri asked like a child. Persistence? That's right. If you keep doing that, then eventually you'll create sparks between the two of you. Miri tilted her head and asked again, "So how will I know when there are sparks?" The chaotic strength god sighed. "Explaining this to you is so exhausting. Anyway, let's move on to the second method. This one is about seizing victory in a single step, although it's a bit risky. If you succeed, your master will definitely." At that point, the chaotic strength god cut off her inappropriate train of thought. She pinched both of Miri's cheeks and said, "If you don't learn this properly, you won't succeed. So I'll put it simply. Choose between slow and steady or fast and risky." The chaotic strength god pointed at Miri's face and asked, "So, which one do you want?" Miri blushed and bit her lip. She looked down and said, I want." In a very romantic scene, where small, vibrant flowers bloomed, weaving together and crowding the branches, spreading out to cover a part of the sky. Under the warm spring sun, on a vast, lush, green lawn, two people were relaxing peacefully. The young man rested his head on the girl's lap on a warm spring day. In that thrilling atmosphere, Kim Hyun-gu looked at the girl with the utmost affection. "We're looking at each other." Miri was also gazing at him passionately. Her cheeks flushed pink under the warm sunlight. He raised his hand to gently stroke Miri's cheek, but Kim Hyun-gu couldn't bear her gaze. Her mouth hung open, her cheeks as red as ripe tomatoes. She looked a little surprised. Then slowly, Miri gradually leaned down, gently closing her eyes as she proceeded to the next stage. With that, the chapter temporarily comes to an end. 40,096 views, 765 comments. Some notable comments like Locos and Aloys. This is seriously good. If this were published as a book, I'd probably buy 10 copies. From Miko T, the author writes so well. It's a real feast for the eyes. And Andromeda's comment, a masterpiece. I'm following this story to the end. She scrolled through the comments, laughing out loud in satisfaction. The expression on Kumiho's face right now could only be described as ecstatic. Beside her, Lai Xiaodong was a little speechless. She shyly turned her face away, as if she still couldn't believe her eyes. Lai Xiaodong picked up her phone to look again. Her face was almost as red as a ripe tomato. She looked at the panel from earlier where the boy and girl were about to share a romantic kiss. A flood of emotions burst through Lai Xiaodong. She silently screamed with both delight and embarrassment at the same time. As a loyal follower of the story, she thought seriously. Even without reading this chapter, I knew it would be like this. This doesn't feel real at all, even though Mi Hovung is always by Hyun Woo's side. Then she remembered Mi Hovung's usual indifferent demeanor. She mumbled. But her emotions are completely normal. Nevertheless, this kind of plot development really won Lai Xiaodong over. It made her secretly admit, even though none of it is accurate, she really is a good writer. As she was lost in her train of thought, a voice from up front suddenly announced, "We're here." This made Lai Xiaodong feel a bit embarrassed, her face still flushed. She stammered in reply, "Okay." And so, after all that travel time, they had arrived at their destination. Slamming the doors shut, they stepped out, feeling refreshed. Before their eyes stood a majestic building with an ancient architectural style. On the tightly shut entrance gate was a painting of a large skull with two horns on its head. Kumiho exclaimed, "Isn't this the place with the teleportation magic circle?" Lai Xiaodong quietly confirmed, "Yeah." An even greater feeling of excitement welled up inside Lai Xiaodong. She was shocked, unable to believe she had built a building like this in Henan. The Tarina A Guild is really something else. Kumiho turned to Lai Xiaodong and said cheerfully, "Today, I'll continue explaining how to form the 6 existing combination methods we discussed yesterday." Lai Xiaodong replied enthusiastically, "Okay." Just as the trip was proceeding peacefully, suddenly, Lai Xiaodong was startled when she noticed something strange up ahead. The large gate opened, and 2 perfectly aligned rows of guards were already standing there solemnly. Each one wore a black, horned mask that covered the upper half of their face, instantly making both girls gasp in surprise. Kumiho remarked, "Oh, they all look exactly the same." While Lai Xiaodong was a bit more stunned. Masked warriors? The soldiers were all silent, bowing their heads respectfully to greet the guests. Lai Xiaodong thought to herself, black masks? They're the subordinates directly managed by Michi, right? Then, still a bit flustered, she asked, "Where is the magic circle?" Walking between the rows of bowing masked warriors, Kumiho spoke with great confidence. "This place is so big, so let's split up and look for it." Lai Xiaodong readily agreed. "Yeah, let's do that." The buildings in this complex were all very beautiful. Everything was meticulously crafted from wood and evenly coated with orange-gold paint, giving off a distinct ancient feel. While walking down an unmarked corridor, Lee Seo-dong was suddenly drawn by a voice coming from a nearby room. "Come on." Without a moment's hesitation, she gently pushed open the wooden door and called in. "What's that sound?" The people inside paid no attention to her sudden appearance and continued to let out intermittent moans. Witnessing the scene before her felt like being struck by lightning. Lee Seo-dong's mouth fell open, and she stood frozen, completely speechless. The person inside continued to whine, "Master." In another very dark place, mist lingered as if no amount of sunlight could ever disperse it. This was the entrance to the first floor. A demon-faced creature appeared with a head covered in eyes and a body of solid red. He was the tower climber, Sutendoji. He glanced around and wondered, is this the first floor? On the ground below, another creature was lying motionless. Sutendoji's eyes shifted to it. He let out a curious and pressed his sharp-clawed foot onto the creature's face. Sutendoji wondered, is this the floor guardian I heard about? Why is it just lying here? A trickle of blood seeped from the guardian's lifeless face. The eye on the back of Sutendoji's head told him that he wasn't alone. He was surprised. What's this? In the mist, Kim Hyunu was already standing there, his hands in his pockets, though it was unclear when he had arrived. He tilted his chin up, looking incredibly defiant towards Sutendoji. Sutendoji was a bit clueless. He turned and asked Kim Hyunu, "Are you a guardian too? But you're not a dire wolf, are you?" Kim Hyunu let out a long sigh, shaking his head warily at such a pointless question. He scoffed. "Are you blind? The dire wolf is lying right in front of you." Sutendoji, oblivious to the tone, stared at Kim Hyunu and said, "You've got some nerve, buddy." With that, Sutendoji tensed his body, clenched his fists, and continued excitedly. "They said this tower is full of interesting people. They really weren't kidding." He repeated it several times. Interesting. Very interesting. Unlike him, Kim Hyunu just found it annoying. He scratched his head and said with a frown, "Ugh, what a pain." Sutendoji was still booming, "I really like your arrogance. Now, come and entertain me." Before he could finish his sentence, Kim Hyunu slammed a blow right on top of the demon's head, shutting him up and deforming his face. Still furious, he dealt Sutendoji another earth-shattering kick to his head, cracking the ground beneath. Fragments shot out in all directions. A comment was quickly heard. "What a ruthless bastard. I'm getting second-hand embarrassment. Hurry up and climb the tower." Kim Hyunu replied unenthusiastically, "Just to get it over with." Yeah, all right." Elsewhere, in a room, a girl was trying to look alluring. She lifted her hips slightly and murmured shyly, Michi Ong looked at herself shyly. Though deeply embarrassed, she still asked seriously, "Is this still not right? Do you want me to push my butt up higher? The skirt too?" Michi Ong retorted shyly, "Do I have to do it no matter what?" Witnessing the person before her making those seductive moves, Lee Seo-dong's jaw dropped, completely speechless. Michi Ong fumbled, touching her. Then, all of Lee Seo-dong's years of life experience couldn't help her comprehend what was happening. Her mind was reeling. What the hell is going on? Have I been reading too much fanfiction lately? Or is Michi Ong the one who's crazy? As Lee Seo-dong continued this train of thought, why is she doing all this? What exactly is she practicing? Michi Ong noticed her presence in the room. She stammered in embarrassment, "Oh." But her shy demeanor instantly vanished. Michi Ong transformed into a demonic form with 2 long horns on her forehead, and her hair turned platinum white. She asked darkly, "You saw everything, didn't you?" Faced with Michi Ong's intimidating appearance, Lee Seo-dong stammered, "No. Yes." That answer only made Michi Ong even more furious. She glared and summoned a beast, a large tiger, which immediately appeared behind her. Lee Seo-dong screamed in terror. However, Michi Ong didn't dispose of Lee Seo-dong right away. She said darkly, "I won't kill you. You're our master's colleague." Lee Seo-dong stammered, "Then what was that?" Michi Ong glared in response, "But because you saw everything, I have to take away your memories." Hearing that, Lee Seo-dong grew even more terrified. Breaking out in a cold sweat, she shrieked, What are you going to do with my memories?" The tiger bared its fangs viciously. Michi Ong reassured her, "Don't worry. You just need to let my little baby bite you once." Terrified, Lee Seo-dong held up her hands to block the beast's mouth as it drew closer. "Wait, I didn't see anything. I swear, I really didn't see anything." Michi Ong paid her no mind, saying, "Don't worry. As I just said, I won't kill you," Michi Ong said grimly. With that, the tiger lunged at Lee Seo-dong, who let out a terrified scream. Michi Ong yelled, "I'm only taking your memories." In absolute terror, with her eyes squeezed shut, Lee Seo-dong suddenly heard a voice ask, "What's this?" As that voice spoke, the tiger paused its attack on Lee Seo-dong. "But if this happens, then what about the embarrassing memory she has of me? Do I just let it happen? But wait. Lee Seo-dong's head was spinning. She really couldn't understand what the hell was going on. Taking a deep breath, Michi Ong reverted to her original form. She turned her face away slightly and said, I'm not going to erase your memories. Overjoyed to the point of tears, Lee Seo-dong hesitated and asked, Really? Michi Ong replied immediately, on one condition. Lee Seo-dong started sweating again. A condition? She asked worriedly. Michi Ong pointed straight at her and said decisively, Help me. Elsewhere, Hanarin was taking a leisurely stroll through a place filled with towering stacks of books and glass display cases. Hanarin stopped in the middle of the room and gave the command, Begin. Instantly, hundreds of books began to fall all around her. Spotting the one she needed, she commanded them to stop. At her command, the falling books halted, hovering in midair. Hanarin said, Return to your places. Instantly, all of them flew back to their respective spots. The books jostled against one another before neatly arranging themselves on the shelves. Only one book was left over, and it suddenly fell hard on Hanarin's head, causing her to cry out in pain. That single book triggered a chain reaction, and the entire section of shelves collapsed, sending books tumbling down into a chaotic, mountain-high pile. Hanarin commanded, Disappear, and the books, once again, automatically flew back up. Hanarin grabbed one, and the book spoke, It seems stage 4 is still a bit difficult, isn't it? But you're the only one who has learned spatial domination so quickly. Hanarin frowned, grabbing both ends of the book, intending to rip it apart. The commander book screamed, Ah. Angrily, she demanded of it, Why didn't you disappear? It retorted, What the hell are you talking about? Hanarin, losing her patience, got ready to rip it. Why didn't the books disappear immediately? The commander book pleaded in fear. Wait, it's a misunderstanding. She demanded. Then what is it? The book answered that it was to reconfirm the necessary power for when they fall. Wait a moment, don't tear me apart. Deciding to spare the commander book, Hanarin tossed it aside, saying, I was using this power long before I met you. Is it really that useful? The book quickly replied, Of course it is. Calming down now that she was safe, the command codex instructed Hanarin. Before we talk about that, it seems your spatial control is still incomplete, isn't it? This is what you must perfect to advance to the next stage. Hanarin, half believing and half doubting, asked, The next stage? What do you mean? The command codex spoke with a wisdom befitting its name. It replied to her, To control presence within a space. Once you succeed, you will be able to control anything in that space. Hearing this explanation, Hanarin smirked with delight. She said, Oh, if that's the case. Picturing my own, Hanarin said excitedly, Then dealing with that brat is just a matter of time. At the Guardian Guild, modern skyscrapers stood tall, basking in the morning sun, promising a productive day for everyone. Inside one of the building's rooms, a slender hand placed a thick stack of documents on a desk, and a voice asked, Where's the guild master? Sako Anya leaned on the stack of papers, looking weary. There's so much to approve, she said. Kim Si-han looked sympathetic and replied, He's probably off causing trouble somewhere again. He asked Sako Anya, Miss Anya, Are the accounting documents for the first half of the year in this pile? She quickly replied, Ah, yes. Sako Anya handed him the file, saying, Here they are. In that brief moment, Kim Si-han's hand gently brushed against hers. Both of them looked at each other, their hearts fluttering, thinking, Oh my. The romantic moment passed quickly, replaced by bashfulness. Sako Anya said, flustered, But, thanks to you, things haven't been too difficult. Kim Si-han also scratched his head shyly. It's nothing. We need to finish this quickly so we can go on a date, after all. Hearing the young man beside her so directly state his feelings, Sako Anya's heart fluttered even more. Her eyes widened, sparkling as she looked at him. She said softly, Mr. Si-han. Seizing the opportunity, Kim Si-han moved closer to her. Understanding each other, they closed their eyes, their bodies drawing nearer, their lips ready for a kiss. Suddenly, the office door flew open, and Hansol Kang and Li Dong burst in excitedly. They both started talking loudly at once. Hansol Kang said with a bright smile, We're here to help you too. And Li Xiaodong, holding a bag of snacks, exclaimed, Ready to get this party started, so I dropped by. Finding Sako, Anya, and Kim Si-han with their backs to each other, he said sarcastically, Are we having fun yet? Elsewhere, on what looked like a large ship drifting freely on the currents of space, two people were in discussion. One of them asked, So you're back? You must be tired after all that fighting. The other didn't answer directly, but his reply was an implicit agreement. It's better to end things quickly. On the table, they exchanged some kind of metal fragment. First, this. One of them said in praise, The regulator's key. You really did it. It turns out Noah and Kim Hyunu were the ones talking. Kim Hyunu rested his chin on his hand, an expression of disgust on his face as he asked Noah, But is that girl really the regulator? Noah didn't quite grasp the meaning of the question. He asked back, "What do you mean?" Kim Hyunu recalled the one-eyed monster that had attacked him earlier, saying, "Even though she's been developing the achievements of those tower climbers, she's still pathetic, and a little crazy too." Not jumping to conclusions, Noah calmly asked him, "Developing achievements, you say?" So in the end, the regulator did that. An image of the regulator's incredibly graceful face appeared in Noah's memory. He continued, "She wanted to create an omnipotent achievement, one that would stand above all others, but in the end, it wasn't her own achievement." Noah concluded, even if she used special methods, her body would definitely run into problems. Kim Hyunu grew more serious. He tilted his head, wondering, why is everyone related to the tower so weird? Anyway, forget about that. What good is this key? Noah maintained his calm, professional demeanor. He told him, "I think it would be better to explain once you go into the repository." Kim Hyunu replied instantly, "Is that so?" Noah replied gently, "The cooldown is almost over, so you should take a look first." Kim Hyunu held the key, his eyes fixed on it. He agreed, "The repository. I'm curious about that, too." Suddenly, something dark blue appeared before their eyes. It was an information panel for the item Kim Hyunu held in his hand. FS Plus Grade Key Fragment. Degree of Regulation Unknown. Skill. Enter. Cooldown until next use 0. This meant it could be used immediately. Feeling confident, Kim Hyunu smirked and read the command. Enter. After receiving the command, the information panel gradually faded. The key opened a portal right above Kim Hyunu, bathing him in a brilliant light. It quickly transported him to a place where, just a second after arriving, Kim Hyunu was left stunned. His eyes remained wide with shock, his entire body frozen. Before him unfolded an extremely bizarre scene, a series of statues sculpted with precise, lifelike detail and expressive faces, stood like a vivid army. It took him a moment before he could utter a single question, "What is this?" Meanwhile, at the Aaron Guild's training center, Kumiho said with a bright smile, "All right, that's it. Good job." Down on the floor, Lee Seo-dong stretched and sighed. "I'm so exhausted." Kumiho continued to encourage her like a diligent teacher. "You're truly doing an excellent job." Lee Seo-dong handed a blue package to Kumiho. Kumiho was still enthusiastically praising her. "Even with the system's help, my stats have been increasing so fast." As Kumiho continued to wave her hands and feet around while thanking her, Lee Seo-dong calmly opened an information panel, which clearly read, "Lee Seo-dong, age 28, gender, female, stats unknown, strength is A, dexterity is S+, stamina is A+, vitality is S+, mana is S++, luck is B. Her skills are Fragmentize, Disinfect, Crushing Magic, Focus, Strengthen, Limited, Strengthening, Magic Enlightenment, Magic Circle, High-Speed Hindrance, and Rapid Magic Memory Usage." Taking a sip of water to rest, Lee Seo-dong said with some confusion, "My mana was only S+ last time. How did it jump to S++ in just 2 weeks?" Lee Seo-dong recalled the information she was given. Normally, skill limits are decided within the tower, so growth speed should slow down outside of it. She wondered, but what is this unbelievable growth? Breaking the atmosphere, Kumiho spoke up. Shouldn't we get going now?" Lee Seo-dong was a little surprised. We still have time," Kumiho replied. "But you wanted to ask the master about something, right?" Reminded of this, Lee Seo-dong remembered her promise to help Mion, letting out a weary little ah. She joked with Kumiho, "Wouldn't it be better to just forget what happened?" While Kumiho was completely confused, over on another side, Kim Hyunu mercilessly punched a statue right in the face. He wondered, but this statue seems to be on the outside. Shaking his hand from punching too hard, he muttered about whether this would be of any help, when something else fell into his line of sight, shifting Kim Hyunu's attention. Looking closer, his eyes widened in shock at the statue of a familiar person, smiling, and he yelled out the person's name. "Chioma." A voice commented, "Is this the corpse of a tower climber?" Not paying it any mind, Kim Hyunu carefully observed the statue of Chioma, thinking, this is. Looking at the hand tightly gripping the sword, the voice continued, "Although it looks difficult from the outside, I'm certain, because I can feel the remnants of an achievement within that corpse." It urged Kim Hyunu on. "That's not all. Keep going." After taking a few more steps, he discovered more large faces that made him unable to hide his surprise. Kim Hyunu was stunned. The Monkey King and Juan Gucci. Even the 10,000-year ice spirit is here. Observing from the outside, the Macaque King, the great sage of ventilation, commented, "It seems everyone who died in the tower is gathered here." The Flood Dragon King, the great sage of the overturning sea, agreed, "My corpse is here too, so that must be right." It turned out they were the ones who had been guiding Kim Hyunu all along. Hearing the Flood Dragon King's words, he immediately asked, What? Where's your corpse? The old man told him to look up. A massive statue of a dragon, carved in a descending pose, was right above Kim Hyunwoo's head, leaving him a bit speechless. The Flood Dragon King remarked that it seemed all corpses were gathered here, regardless of race. Just then, the key sent a notification. Time was up, and it returned Kim Hyunwoo to the very chair he was sitting in, opposite Noah. He asked, "Brother, did you see that place?" He answered curtly, "I did." Kim Hyunwoo continued, "But inside, there are only the corpses of tower climbers. What good is that to me?" Noah said calmly with his eyes closed. "Right now, it is indeed useless. But what if they could become your allies?" Kim Hyunwoo couldn't help but be surprised, and he asked, "What did you say?" A green orb appeared in the palm of Noah's hand. Confused, Kim Hyunwoo asked cautiously, "What is this?" Noah replied, "An item that can help you do just that." Stunned, he shouted, "Really?" Before Noah could even continue, he was so excited his eyes lit up, and he asked eagerly, "Of course, I'd love that. So what do I have to do now?" Noah also showed a hint of a smile as he said, "First, you need to convince them to become your allies." Hearing this, Kim Hyunwoo felt that something was wrong. His face hardened. Where had his burning passion from a moment ago gone? He just stood there, listlessly. Kim Hyunwoo considered it. Convince them? By defeating them? Noah was exasperated with him. Defeat them? I was thinking more along the lines of talking to them. Kim Hyunwoo grimaced and waved his hand dismissively, asking, "Is there any other way?" Noah replied coldly and bluntly, "No." Breaking out in a cold sweat, Kim Hyunwoo knew this definitely wouldn't be smooth sailing. After a moment of consideration, he said to Noah, "All right, then tell me what I need to do. The method to revive those tower climbers." Noah recalled, speaking slowly, "The method itself is not difficult. Connect the person's self with the orb," Noah explained in detail. "First, you need to convince them to enter an imaginary space, then place their consciousness into this orb, and after that, enter it to break the—" Noah gave a gentle smile, reminding him, "The most important thing is persuasion. Remember that." Hearing those words was like a bolt from the blue. Kim Hyunwoo forced a few laughs, muttering, "Persuasion." Then he remembered the famous figures gathered in that tower place and broke out in a sweat. Kim Hyunwoo doubted, is it even possible? Suddenly, a thought flashed in his mind. Ah. Kim Hyunwoo slammed the table and said loudly, "Yes, that's it," which made Noah jump in surprise. He pointed upwards and said, "I just need to resurrect Qinglong and Wukong. They've been with me for a long time, so persuading them should be easy. Their bodies are right in the storage." Note asked in shock, "But will that be okay for you?" Kim Hyunwoo didn't understand. "Me? What about me?" Note then explained the relationship between him and Wukong. "You've already formed a contract with the Great Sage, haven't you? That means if he's resurrected, he'll return to his original master." A large X appeared, meaning you won't be able to use the Great Sage's achievements anymore. Kim Hyunwoo then remembered Qinglong and stammered, "What about Qinglong?" At that moment, an image of Qinglong crying his eyes out appeared. "My achievement." Note then asked, "He gave you all of his achievements, right?" Note confirmed that he would be resurrected without any achievements, so he wouldn't be much help. Hearing this, he clicked his tongue and crossed his arms in annoyance. Note continued, "But it'd be different if you returned the achievements you received." Hearing that, he scratched his head and pretended not to hear. "I still need Qinglong's power, so it's a bit." Then he slumped over the table and sighed in frustration. "I thought everything would be fine once the moderator was eliminated. But why is there another problem now?" Note smiled. "To change the tower, fighting the moderator is unavoidable. Just think of it as a prerequisite." He clicked his tongue again. He was slumped over the table, gritting his teeth and muttering, "How am I supposed to persuade those stubborn bastards?" Note comforted him. "Tisk, don't worry too much. I think there's a way for you to persuade them, aside from those other two." Hearing that, he pondered for a moment. Kim Hyunwoo shot up and asked, "Come to think of it, what about why? Have you found the system room yet?" Note waved his hand. "No, not yet, but I found a clue. I'm sorry, but please give me a little more time." Note took out an orb and said, "More importantly, I've finished the item you requested." The orb was a teleportation device. Level, unknown. Modification, none. Skill, teleport at will. Information authority, a teleportation device created by the master of the ship Note and the creator of this tower. When using the teleport at will skill, the user can move to any location from the ship Note to the 9th floor. The teleportation device cannot be used continuously and has a total cooldown of 12 hours before it can be reused, unless it is charged with additional mana. If charged with mana, the cooldown time can be reduced by up to 15%. Current status, ready to use. Kim Hyunwoo looked at the item and smiled. "I guess I don't have to fight monsters to get here anymore." Note also replied cheerfully, "Hey, now you can come here directly." He picked up the teleportation device with a bright, happy smile. "Tisk, at least this problem is solved. He celebrated silently. Hey, thanks to Note. I'll definitely find why soon. He thought hopefully. Just wait a little longer. In a large, luxurious building, although it was already night, the lights were still on inside. A finger pointed at a screen, pressed the promotion item, and said, just as he said, if I'm resurrected, you won't be able to use my achievements anymore. Qinglong also replied, same here. On the screen, a lazy Kim Hyun-gu, stretched out, answered, I get it. He was sprawled out on the sofa. But do you guys really not know where your bodies are on the ship? Wukong and Qinglong both confirmed it. Wukong suddenly pointed a finger to the sky and said, there is one way. Kim Hyun-gu was surprised. Oh? What is it? Wukong, picturing him riding the flying Nimbus, said, remember the flying Nimbus. You mean to possess my achievement, just like you did with it. He got so angry he shot up, yelling, in your dreams. He then slapped his hand down, sending the phone flying. Qinglong looked up at the screen and spoke, there's another way. He asked curiously, really? Qinglong opened his mouth and replied, yeah. But the scene changed back to the house, where Lai Xiaodong and Kumi Ho walked in, greeting him cheerfully. Hello, I'm back, master. They both asked, have you finished what you needed to do? He sat with his arm draped over the sofa, legs crossed, and casually replied, yeah, it's more or less sorted. Lai Xiaodong smiled and sat down. Really? That's great. Kim Hyun-gu wondered, is there something you want to say? Lai Xiaodong frowned slightly and replied, starting 2 weeks ago, my stats suddenly increased. Do you know what happened? He immediately replied, I don't know anything about that. Isn't it just about time for them to go up? Lai Xiaodong added, but it's strange for them to increase so much in such a short time. He suggested, have you tried asking Si-Hai? Lai Xiaodong replied, I did, but he doesn't know either. His stats suddenly increased too. Kim Hyun-gu rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought. He recalled a battle and silently wondered, could killing the moderator have messed something up? But I only killed her a week ago, so the timing doesn't match up with when the stats increased. Seeing his pensive expression, Li Xiaodong became a little worried and stayed silent. Then, Li Xiaodong spoke up. Sir. Kim Hyun-gu quickly responded, what is it? Li Xiaodong hesitated. After a moment of thought, Li Xiaodong finally spoke up. Do you have an ideal type? Hearing this, he jumped in surprise. What? The two stared at each other, the atmosphere a little awkward. Kim Hyun-gu just stared, not knowing what to say. Then he continued asking, why are you asking if I have one? He was still dumbfounded, completely speechless. Then he asked, do you like me? Before he could finish, Lai Xiaodong became so angry she emitted a threatening aura. How dare you say something so disgusting? He asked again, are you trying to interview me? Lai Xiaodong jumped up, denying it. That's not it. He still wanted to ask. Then why ask? Lai Xiaodong had run out of patience. She brought her face close to his, glaring threateningly as she said, just hurry up and go. He thought to himself. An ideal type, huh? Do I even have one? While he was thinking, a voice suddenly spoke. Of course, the 7 fairies are the most beautiful. Sun Wukong crossed his arms and continued, especially the first fairy. The Azure Dragon scoffed, oh ho, you monkey. Aren't you not supposed to think of the 7 fairies that way? Sun Wukong pointed mockingly, come on, acting like you're so innocent. The Azure Dragon immediately replied, of course I am. I'm one of the 4 guardian gods. I'm completely detached from world. Sun Wukong continued. But the 4th fairy came to me herself. Hearing that, the Azure Dragon snorted coldly. And you dared to do that to the Jade Emperor's daughter? Sun Wukong laughed teasingly. Hey, what happened to the little blue dragon who had his achievement stolen? Hearing that, the Azure Dragon leaped up. What did you say? Sun Wukong continued to tease. There's even a rumor that you accepted a luscious young girl as a sacrifice. You think I don't know? The Azure Dragon cursed. You bastard. Sun Wukong also rushed into the brawl. Say that again, I dare you. Seeing this, he was at a complete loss for words. Kim Hyun-gu let out an ah, as if he remembered something. Seeing that he was about to speak, Li Xiaodong lit up with joy. You have one. He showed his phone to Lai Xiaodong. After looking at it, Lai Xiaodong was stunned, breaking out in a cold sweat, her eyes wide with disbelief. Lai Xiaodong screamed, what? On a spaceship. A glowing blue stone sat on a table as a voice spoke. I wonder who Kim Hyun-gu has decided to save yet. Note said, by the way, he looked up at the magic circle in the air, which had 3 triangles pointing in 3 directions. Above the circle were strange words. Note rose from his chair, staring intently at the object before him, then slowly stepped forward. Note raised his hand to add something to the magic circle. A circle appeared in the middle of that magic circle. A blue light flared up, and a screen appeared. Note was shocked. Why didn't she meet Kim Hyun-gu? System Room A. I. At that time, she had said, when the time is right, I will go find him, so don't say anything about me. Back at Kim Hyun-goo's house, Chaotic Hercules said, Kiddo, what are you so worried about? My ultimate technique won't fail. Hearing this, Michi tilted her head and replied, I'm not worried, just being a little cautious. Chaotic Hercules continued to ask, Humph, are you scared? Michi wondered, what are you talking about? Chaotic Hercules continued, you're afraid that things won't go as planned and the relationship between you and your master will fall apart, right? Hearing these words, Michi fell into deep thought, as if silently admitting it. Chaotic Hercules suddenly said, if that's the case, let me borrow your body for a bit. Michi asked back, for what? Chaotic Hercules wanted to devour the main character. I will seduce your master within 10 hours using my ultimate technique. Michi blushed and jumped up. What? The two argued. I'm sure he'll be captivated by that technique. Stop it. Suddenly, a voice called out, Lel. Michi cleared her throat, calmed down, and said, let her in. The wooden door slowly opened. Lai Xiaodong walked in, holding a phone in her hand. I found it. Then she showed the screen to Michi. Here. After seeing it, Michi was shocked, her eyes wide. She stammered, this is his ideal type. Elsewhere, in a dark room, a voice spoke up. What did you say? The floor of the tower has been sealed. The mysterious figure bowed his head and reported. To be more precise, the 12th and 13th floors have suddenly been completely locked. Inner Demon sat silently, listening to his subordinate's report, his hand on his chin. Inner Demon asked, why did that happen? The mysterious figure replied, we still haven't found the reason, but as you know, the only person with the power to seal a floor of the tower is. Hearing this, Inner Demon seemed to know the answer. He smiled. It was her, wasn't it? The person he suspected was A Vi. The mysterious figure thought so too, perhaps. Inner Demon tapped his fingers on the arm of his chair, silent for a moment before continuing. I thought I had dealt with her already, but it turns out she's still lingering around here. I can't believe she's also joining forces to help that freak. This is more interesting than I thought. The mysterious figure was alarmed. What do you mean by that, my lord? Inner Demon said, didn't I tell you before? Until that freak gets here. As he spoke, he raised his hand, and a surge of dark power appeared. With a loud boom, a massive explosion erupted from that power. Inner Demon calmly said, I will do nothing else but wait. The mysterious figure looked at the crack in the wall with some concern, unable to speak. Inner Demon continued to unleash his power, his voice growing angrier. I will be nothing. Then he suddenly smirked. But it seems you have a lot of small fry clinging to you this time, huh? I will only help you this one time. With that, a powerful surge of purple energy erupted. The mysterious figure was stunned. My lord, are you really going to do that? Tema. It seems she knew you were going to the lower floors of the tower, so she locked them to buy more time. A white light appeared in his hand. If that's the case, then we'll just move somewhere else. Back at the main character's house. Today has been really hectic. Let's start with the important matters first, Kim Hyun-gu asked, staring straight ahead. Fan Long, what is this method you were going to tell me about? Fan Long replied, it's learning all of our achievements at the same time. Kim Hyun-gu was so annoyed he shot him a death glare, but said aloud, I'm listening. Fan Long paid him no mind. There's a type of magic that can help you accomplish this, and it doesn't take much time, either. Fan Long spoke of a magic circle. We will utilize the creation of time and space. Kim Hyun-gu was confused. The what of time and space? Fan Long explained, it's a type of magic that overcomes the limitations of time and space by splitting you into fragments, and it allows you to train simultaneously. Kim Hyun-gu's face went pale as he imagined his limbs being torn apart. As if reading his mind, Fan Long immediately corrected him. Not your body, your mind. For example, your mind will be split into 5, allowing your body to train 5 achievements at the same time. The image of 5 awesome versions of Kim Hyun-gu training multiple achievements at once was a far cry from the image of his limbs being dismembered that he had just imagined. He immediately exclaimed, oh, that sounds awesome. Fan Long looked at him and warned, but there is one major drawback to using this magic. He was startled. What is it? Wukong chimed in as well. Yeah, use your brain, you idiot. If you split your mind, you can train more. But you'll have to exert your brain a whole lot. His face went blank. Ah, he uttered. Wukong described an image of him easily carrying 1 stone, but being so exhausted he's about to collapse when trying to carry all 5 by himself. It took you 10 whole years just to learn the somersault cloud, so just imagine trying to master 5 achievements simultaneously. You'll probably have to endure 5 times the mental fatigue. Fan Long agreed. The monkey is right. When you train in that imaginary space, you might not get physically tired, but you already know what mental exhaustion feels like, don't you? You've experienced it firsthand. His expression turned serious. So, the most important factor is my own mental capacity. Fanlong replied, exactly. Wukong added, but right now, you can only train 2 achievements at most. He was shocked. Huh? Only 2? Wukong crossed his arms and said, it can't be helped. This training is different from before. Wukong and Fanlong moved closer to each other. Wukong grinned and said, this upcoming training session is something you have to complete. After all, it's for the sake of collecting our achievements. As for him, he could only obey, unable to argue any further. He clicked his tongue in acceptance. All right. So, in short, this isn't going to be easy, is it? Wukong spoke up. Were you serious about what you said earlier? He didn't understand and asked back. About what? About your ideal type. He recalled and replied, oh, that? Wukong turned his head away sarcastically. Tease, an ideal type is just something in your thoughts anyway. Kim Hyun-gu got angry. What are you trying to say? Fanlong also added, considering your age, she seems awfully young, you know. Wukong immediately retorted, I don't think age is that important. Seeing the 2 of them ganging up on him, he became flustered. Wait a minute, what are you 2 talking about? Wukong recounted what happened earlier, but that picture you showed the woman earlier, the girl in it was certainly fresh and unique. Hearing that they had seen the video clip, he snapped an explanation. Of course, I did that so she would leave me alone. Wukong asked, to leave you alone? He screamed as if his life depended on it. If I'd said I didn't have one, she would have clung to me forever. He gritted his teeth, squeezing his eyes shut as he explained further. That's why I just showed her a screenshot from a game I used to play. Wukong clicked his tongue. Tsk, I see. Then he turned and whispered, is he telling the truth? Fanlong, also a gossip, replied, but even so, don't you think that picture looked a bit like his disciple? It dawned on Wukong. You know what? It does. The disciples Fanlong was referring to were Lis, So Yoon, and Myeon. Kim Hyun-gu was too tired to even argue. It's not them. Stop talking nonsense. I'm going to bed. But the 2 of them, Fanlong and Wukong, kept on gossiping. Ho, what's all this about? Elsewhere, Kuei Luke Lomthan spoke. I knew your master wasn't normal, but his ideal type is truly something else. Michi Young asked anxiously, does that mean the methods I learned won't be effective? Kuei Luke Lomthan broke into a smile. Ha, kid, I've never known failure. Then, Kuei Luke Lomthan gave an order. To Michi Young through the screen, she said, go prepare the things I told you about. Michi Young watched intently as she listed the items. First, there's this and that. The more Michi Young listened, the more shocked she became. Her pupils constricted, and she broke into a cold sweat, unable to believe what she was hearing. Fine, she screamed. What's wrong? 3 days later, in a luxurious room with wooden furniture, Lai Xiaodong was scrolling on her phone while sipping a cup of tea. On her phone screen was a line of dialogue. What did you say? My dear? She was so embarrassed her ears turned bright red, but she still mustered up all her courage and spoke to Kim Hyun-gu. Kim Hyun-gu approached her after hearing her confession. Reading this, Lai Xiaodong froze. She narrowed her eyes, deep in thought. As she pictured Mi Chiang's shy demeanor, she wondered, why does this fanfic feel so much like reality? Does Mi Chiang really have a thing for Hyungu? Lai Xiaodong mused, but I'm sure he only showed me that picture to get rid of me. But the thought of going back empty-handed to that tyrant gave her goosebumps as she remembered the demonic, furious face of the chaotic god. I don't know what she'll do to me, but she brushed it off and continued to drink her tea. Whatever. I've already done everything she told me to do. In a massive skyscraper, Kim Hyun-gu stood with his arms crossed and suddenly asked his disciple. A girl smiled sweetly and replied, yes, master. In front of him were piles of expensive liquor bottles. He exclaimed in shock, what is all this? The girl in front of him answered gently, it's alcohol. He still couldn't believe his eyes. I can see that, but Kim Hyun-gu crossed his arms, covertly sizing up the girl with black hair in twin buns. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead as he stared at her worriedly. He wondered, but why? Kim Hyun-gu scanned her outfit, from the top and skirt to all her accessories and even her hairstyle. He remembered the game character he had shown her before and was shocked. He wanted to blurt out, why are you dressed like that? Meanwhile, Mi Chiang smiled to herself, certain that her costume matched the main character's ideal type. She looked like a cat, making him wonder, is she into cosplay? But why is she doing it here? Not even the glass of wine being poured could distract Kim Hyun-gu from his thoughts. What in the world is going on? Mi Chiang raised her glass, interrupting his train of thought. Master. He was startled by her voice. She then respectfully offered the glass to him, surprising Kim Hyun-gu. What? He was a bit taken aback. His disciple simply repeated, please take it. Kim Hyun-gu said again, wait a minute. What the hell? Mi Chiang ignored him, insisting, please, just take it. Take it. In contrast to her sparkling eyes, His were filled with pure terror. Watching this scene, the chaotic god could only facepalm. I knew this would happen. The chaotic god asked Mi Chiong, "Hey kid, why are you forcing him to drink?" She answered telepathically, "I'm just doing what I was told." Through the screen, the chaotic god was speechless, facepalming again. "Sigh, this kid." She explained to Mi Chiong, "If just getting him drunk would solve the problem, I wouldn't have coached you with such passion." She was startled. "What?" The chaotic god asked her again. "Do you even know the purpose of this meeting?" The chaotic god reiterated, "It's to get him drunk and strengthen your relationship." Mi Chiong imagined a drunk Hyungu. "Disciple, are you asking if I like you?" "Of course, I do." The chaotic god's voice cut in, saying that one glass wouldn't do a thing, which completely shocked Mi Chiong. She fell into deep thought. Kim Hyungu wondered blankly, what's wrong with her? He glanced at the glass again. Aside from the cosplay, why is she offering me a drink? But oh well, we're both adults. Kim Hyungu imagined himself raising the glass. She probably just wants to unwind after everything she's been through. He looked at the glass again, noticing the ice cube inside. This looks like a strong drink, he thought. Kim Hyungu suddenly looked at Mi Chiong, startling her. Might as well get this over with. He downed the drink in one gulp, then immediately grimaced like a child wanting to spit out something awful. The chaotic god became extremely excited. "Now's your chance, kid." She urged Mi Chiong, "Keep going, give him another glass." Mi Chiong hesitated. The chaotic god pressed her. "Well, say something." Then, she facepalmed in helplessness again. "Ah, no, don't say anything." "What should you do now?" The chaotic god worried. "I could handle this myself, but your master would definitely get suspicious of us." "You can't avoid this, kid." She reminded Mi Chiong that it was time to make a choice. Mi Chiong was a little surprised. "A choice?" The chaotic god presented two options. "Pick one. First, you stop here. Or second, you drink too." She stated bluntly, "If you're not confident you can get him drunk, then the best plan is to get drunk yourself." Mi Chiong stared intently at Kim Hyungu as she listened to the chaotic god's advice, and if that's enough to give him a hint, then it's perfect. Mi Chiong pressed her lips together. But what if something goes wrong? The chaotic god immediately shut her down. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. "Are you really going to give up now?" Just then, Kim Hyungu spoke, "Disciple, it seems you just wanted to unwind." At that, she shot to her feet and called out, "Master." Her whole body seemed to be burning with passion. "Wait a moment. Can you wait for 5? No, 3 minutes?" He was a bit bewildered. "Huh?" But he agreed anyway. "All right." As Mi Chiong walked away, she added, "Thank you." A system window suddenly appeared, startling him. "You have been summoned. The system is sending you an invitation. Once the timer runs out, you will automatically accept the invitation. Time remaining, 29 seconds. Before he could even process what was happening. Model. What the? He had been transported by the system. The surrounding scenery and objects gradually transformed along with him. A white-haired girl appeared. Avi appeared, sitting behind a desk. "You're here?" Kim Hyun-woo was a little surprised to see her sitting there, smiling at him. Without a second thought, he smacked her hard right on the head. She clutched her head, crying, "What was that for?" "Why did you suddenly hit me?" He replied, well, you just looked a little suspicious." She didn't understand. Suspicious of what? He hesitated. "Well, what if this is a trap or something?" She snapped back. "You think I would do that?" Avi was extremely annoyed. "Why would you hit someone first like that?" Kim Hyun-woo quickly used his divine head-patting skill. She calmed down immediately. He chuckled. "I have a lot I want to tell you." She gave a dopey smile. "Me too. I have to say everything that I haven't been able to say until now." He wondered, "There's something you couldn't tell me?" Avi had to change the subject. "But first, let's talk about this." Avi cleared her throat with a light cough. "Perhaps you've heard about me from the creator, but I want to formally introduce myself once again." Kim Hyun-woo smiled gently as he listened to her. "I am tasked with observing and managing all the parallel worlds and ensuring the balance between them. At the same time, I am also one of the 5 people responsible for all the tower floors and their order." She introduced herself confidently. "I am the administrator." Meanwhile, on the first floor, Yue Lang had no idea what was happening. "What's going on?" A tremor startled him. "What the hell is this?" Something appeared before Yue Lang's eyes. He realized it was a communication tool for the upper floors. Looking at the text on it, it read, "From this moment on, the trial of the first floor will be eliminated, and tower climbers will begin from the 9th floor." Behind Yue Lang, the monster had woken up. "You bastard." It unleashed its power. "Where is that bastard?" This confused Yue Lang. "Which bastard?" Yue Lang asked it. "Are you talking about the black-haired human?" The creature replied, "Where is that son of a bitch?" Yue Lang pointed upwards. "He's not here anymore. He probably went up." The creature was surprised. "Up? Yue Lang replied, "That's right. It seems he's somewhere above us in this tower." Kim Hyun-woo crossed his arms and asked Avi, "So, until my information authority reached a high level, you didn't know who you were?" She replied, "That's right." He was completely baffled. "And you killed yourself. Why would you do that?" She answered, "I'll tell you the reason later. For now, I'll tell you about the current situation." The scene shifts to a luxurious building. Yiji returned, feeling shy. She closed her eyes and yelled, "Master, my heart is finally ready." But when she peeked her eyes open, he was nowhere to be seen. She called out, "Master." Empty liquor bottles were strewn across the floor and on the white sofa. A hiccup could be heard somewhere, accompanied by sounds of despair. Sigh, hic, another long sigh, sigh. Miri chugged down a bottle of liquor, her face flushed, groaning with her eyes shut tight. She sat with her legs curled up on the chair, still clutching the bottle. Her face was bright red but gloomy as she slurred, "I think I'm completely wasted." Bai Gyu Ye Xing looked at Miri with exasperation and disapproval. "Kid, aren't you going to stop drinking?" She kept her head down, her face scrunched up as she stared at the bottle in front of her, remaining silent. The thought master ran away, spun in her head. Suddenly, a subordinate appeared, hand on his stomach, bowing in salute. Miri was still chugging her drink. Without even a glance, she asked coldly, "What is it?" The man said, "It seems a tower climber has just appeared." Miri dazedly turned her head and asked, "A tower climber?" The man continued, "Yes. We haven't been able to narrow down his location, but it's highly likely he's in the Soon area." Miri smirked. "Is that so?" "Yes," the man replied. She put the bottle down. "Good. That's perfect." Her face suddenly filled with killing intent. "Turns out the timing is just right. I was getting pissed off anyway." Her eyes glowed red. "Let's go meet this tower climber." In Avi's room, a slightly bewildered Kim Hyun-woo asked, "You blocked the floors?" Avi looked up and answered, "That's right." She continued, "After your information authority reached a high level, I regained my memories as the administrator. Because of that, I was able to find out about the situation inside the tower, about how the tower climbers are trying with all their might to kill the guardians.